Chapter 1 My Richest Dad. Do you really want to break up? Yifan looked at the young lady in front of him who had a great figure and an appearance that was at least 80 points. The young lady wore white stockings on her legs, and a white sweatshirt and plaid skirt on the outside, which made her look very youthful. Although it has only been less than a month since I traveled through time, I have experienced an extraordinary and wonderful time with this young lady. It can be said that this beautiful young lady successfully brought him from immaturity to maturity. Hearing the news of breaking up at this time, I can't help feeling a little reluctant. Besides, we have developed some feelings for each other after spending so much time together. Next semester we'll be seniors, and I think we should both mature a little bit. Yesterday, a rich man gave me a gift worth 1 million yuan in my live broadcast room. Do you have it? This is 1 million yuan. Even if we split it 50-50, I still have 500,000 yuan. Besides, that rich guy said that he would support me and give me 500,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Yifan looked at the girl in front of him, took a deep breath, and said, Bai Shui, it's been so long, isn't our relationship worth 500,000? Bai Shui curled her lips and revealed a sarcastic smile. Feelings? It's just mutual use. You are all going to enter the society, and you still have such naive ideas. Yes, I was the one who pursued you in the beginning. Maybe this also made you mistakenly think that I like you very much, Yifan. But, at that time, I was just vain and pursued you, the school hunk, just to enjoy the envious looks of other girls. But now, I am about to enter society, and my heart is no longer satisfied with these. I want a wider grassland, a grassland that is enough for me to have food and clothing for the rest of my life. You can't afford this. You are just a poor student from an orphanage who works part-time while studying. You may not even have the money to buy me a bag in the future. However, I still want to thank you for giving me such a wonderful youth. It may be difficult for me to meet a man like you who is strong both inside and out in the future. At this time, a BMW X7 stopped next to Bai Shui and Yifan. The car door opened, and a fat man wearing gold and silver got out from the back seat, along with 2 bodyguards in black suits. As soon as Bai Shui saw the fat man, her eyes lit up and she moved closer to him with an affectionate look on her face. Brother Hu, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Then he said to Yifan, this is my new boyfriend. Don't bother me anymore. Seeing Bai Shui leaning on the fat man with a happy face, Yifan's lips trembled slightly, and finally he only said 2 words, goodbye. He didn't want to see this woman again, not even for half a second. Wait a moment. The fat man behind Yifan spoke. Yifan sneered, Ha, are you trying to show off? However, he still kept going. I told you to wait a moment. Hurry, bodyguard, stop him. Yifan saw that his way was blocked by 2 tall and strong bodyguards wearing black suits. He couldn't help but take out his cell phone, turned around and said to the fat man, Want to hit me? Let me tell you, I have set up a 1-button alarm on my phone, and there are cameras around it. Unexpectedly, the fat man smiled and waved his hand, saying, Don't get me wrong, I don't want to hit you. Oh? Then what do you want to do? Yifan frowned slightly. Please remove the first and last 2 words. The fat man said with a smile. Hearing this, Yifan was stunned for several seconds and didn't react. When he came to his senses, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Bai Shui, who was leaning against the fat man, opened her mouth slightly with a look of surprise. I didn't expect this fat guy to have such a bad taste. The fat man continued, I think you look good. If you are willing to follow me and wear women's clothes, I will give you 500,000 yuan a month for living expenses. How about that? Yifan gritted his teeth, dream on. This is simply too much. Then it's okay not to wear women's clothes. The fat man thought that Yifan was unwilling to wear women's clothes. Yifan didn't want to look at the fat man's disgusting face again, so he turned around and said to the 2 bodyguards, Get lost. Seeing that he was being ignored, the fat man was also a little angry. Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Host identity confirmed, daily sign-in system binding successful. A cold electronic synthesized sound appeared in Yifan's mind. Daily check-in system? I'm so lucky. As an ordinary person who also reads online novels in his spare time, Yifan naturally knows what the system is. It seems that I will be very successful in the future. A curtain of light appears on the retina. Name, Yifan. Age, 21. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Props, none. Skills, none. Host, please confirm whether to sign in. How could Yi Fan miss such a good thing? I silently said to myself, sign in. Sign in successfully. Since this is your first sign in, the reward will be multiplied 99 times. Sign in reward, the identity of the son of the richest man. The son of the richest man? Why isn't there any change in you? Is this system reliable? Squeak. Yi Fan heard the sound of brakes, and before he could react, several more brake sounds appeared one after another. Yi Fan turned his head and looked to the side. There were 3 cars parked on the side of the road. The leading one was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the other 2 were BMWs. 2 BMWs opened their doors and 6 burly men in black suits got out. They were tall and strong with well-developed muscles, which was quite visually impactful. This sudden scene not only stunned Yi Fan, but also the others. Yi Fan was originally an ordinary person and had never seen such a scene. Although Fatty Wang, who was a boss, those 6 big men are much more imposing than his 2 bodyguards. That fierce yet calm look made it clear that he was not an ordinary bodyguard. One of the men in suits opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce and a man in his 40s got out. The man had a straight face and a dignified expression, and at first glance he was obviously a high-ranking figure. Yi Tianhong! Exclaimed the fattest person in the audience. As a businessman, how could he not know this big boss? He is the richest man in China. The Tianhong Group, which he founded, is involved in multiple fields. Even if it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible not to recognize him. At this time Yi Fan also reacted and realized that this person was actually Yi Tianhong. He had felt that this man looked familiar, and it turned out to be Yi Tianhong, the richest man in China. Yi Tianhong glanced around majestically, then looked at Yi Fan with excitement in his eyes. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and he said in disbelief, "Your name is Yi Fan?" "Yes." Yi Fan felt a little puzzled. How could a big shot of this level know his name? Then he thought of the system. Didn't you just sign in and be rewarded with the identity of the son of the richest man? Really? Yi Fan was a little bit unbelievable. Is this system so awesome? Yi Tianhong was ecstatic and said with tears in his eyes, "Son, I finally found you." Bai Shui, who was leaning on the fat man, looked shocked. So, what is going on? What exactly did she miss? How could a gold digger like her not know who Yi Tianhong is? How can you not know what the richest man looks like? It is absolutely impossible for Yi Tianhong to come in person to recognize his son as his own, as this is just an act. Her legs trembled and her heart was filled with regret. The fat man and the 2 security guards also looked incredulous. What the hell is going on? Is there anyone who can tell me? This kid is actually the son of the richest man. Damn! Yi Tianhong walked forward and put his hands on Yi Fan's shoulders. He said sincerely, "Son, I believe it is hard for you to accept it now, but please believe that I am really your father." Chapter 2 Rage. I'll tell you the details later. After Yi Tianhong finished speaking, he glanced sharply at the 2 bodyguards brought by the fat man. He said in a cold voice, "It depends on the situation. Were you planning to bully my son just now?" The fat man no longer had any arrogance at this moment. He swallowed and pushed Bai Shui away without any reluctance. Then he said to Yi Tianhong with a flattering smile, "Master Hong, it's unfair. How dare I bully your son? His company's biggest client is Tianhong Group. If he offends the chairman of Tianhong Group, his company will suffer heavy losses." "Oh?" Yi Tianhong looked at Yi Fan, "He really didn't bully you?" The fat man spoke first, "Mr. Yi, you have to tell the truth. I didn't hurt even a hair of yours." Yi Fan was silent for a moment before he said, "He really didn't hurt me." The fat man looked pleased. "But he just told me that if I don't accept the toast, I will have to drink a forfeit. He must be preparing to hit me." The fat man waved his hands quickly and said, "I just said something in anger. Hitting people is illegal. How could I, Wang Hu, do something illegal?" Yi Fan snorted coldly and said, "I don't care if you want to hit me or not, but you actually dared to insult my personality. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I, Yi Fan, have indeed suffered a lot since I was a child, but I have never felt as disgusted as today." The fat man thought to himself that something was wrong, and quickly explained, "I just thought that your son was so handsome, and he was dressed very simply, so I proposed to support him, but I definitely didn't insult him, and I didn't touch a hair on his head. I just want him to improve his life." "Improve your life?" Hearing the fat man's words, Yi Fan almost laughed out of anger. If I had known that he was your son, I would never have said such a thing. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhong looked at Yifan's angry expression, frowned, and with a cold light in his eyes, he kicked him without any warning. Ouch! The rich fat man fell to the ground and screamed. Yifan was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Yi Tianhong, who was nearly 50 years old, still had such a strong physique. The fat man opposite weighed at least 300 pounds, but Yi Tianhong kicked him down with just one kick, and he didn't even have the strength to retreat. The 2 bodyguards brought by the fat man wanted to take action, but were immediately stopped by 6 bodyguards. The fat man waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards not to move. After all, the opponent is not only of higher status, but also has many people with him. If a fight really breaks out, it will be a thankless task. Moreover, even if Yi Tianhong was really beaten, the big boss would be able to crush him to death even with money. Yi Tianhong was still furious, and said, "How dare you, a fat pig, ask to support my son? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are?" Bai Shui trotted over at this time, crying and said, "Yifan, it's all because of Brother Hu. Wang Hu threatened me, so I broke up with you. My true love for you is evident to all. I said those words just now on purpose. I don't want you to offend Wang Hu. He used to be a gangster, and some of his subordinates are dishonest. I said this because I'm afraid you'd get hurt. You have to believe me." Yi Tianhong put his hand on Yifan's shoulder and said, "Dad doesn't understand the situation. You need to make your own decision on this matter. Dad respects your decision." Yifan took a step back, dodged Bai Shui's outstretched hand, and sneered, "Bai Shui, I was blind before, but now I see you clearly. There is absolutely no way we can be together." Yi Tianhong laughed and pulled Yifan into the car. Before leaving, he seemed to have thought of something and spoke to the person sitting in the driver's seat in the front row. "Ah Chang, check what business this Wang Hu is in. If he has any cooperation with our group, cancel it immediately." Wang Hu, who was helped up by 2 bodyguards, felt a chill in his heart when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "Master Hong, no, if we terminate the cooperation, our company will suffer heavy losses, please don't." When Wang Hu first started cooperating with Tianhong Group, he was so excited that he didn't even set a penalty for breach of contract. In his opinion, how could a behemoth like Tianhong Group breach the contract? After all, when doing business, the bigger the company, the more it values integrity, and if there is any breach of contract, it can only be their company. Therefore, once Tianhong Group terminates the cooperation, Wang Hu will not only not get a penny, but will also suffer serious damage because the numerous construction materials in the warehouse cannot be sold and the funds cannot be turned over. Yi Tianhong didn't answer him and just asked Dacheng to drive away. He didn't want to pay any attention to Bai Shui, who was full of regret, and Wang Hu, who was full of unwillingness. Inside the car, Yi Tianhong looked at Yifan with a smile on his face and said in a gentle tone, "As expected, he is my son. The more I look at him, the more he looks like me. He is more and more handsome. He has inherited my genes perfectly." Yifan still felt a little dreamy at this time, and asked at a loss, "How can you be sure that I am your son?" Yi Tianhong's eyes turned sad, and he said with a face full of self-blame, "Alas, it was all my fault at that time. It was all my fault that I accidentally fell asleep while enjoying the cool in the yard. It would have been fine if I had just fallen asleep, but I didn't even lock the door. Then when I woke up, you were gone." At that time, Shanghai was not as developed as it is now, and there were very few surveillance cameras. I didn't know how to find it even if I wanted to. I could only call the police or hire someone to look for it, but it was useless. "Courtyard?" Yifan asked doubtfully. "Generally, every household in the countryside knows each other, how could it be so easy to get lost?" "The countryside?" Yi Tianhong sighed. "It's not the countryside, it's the city of Magic City. Depend on. Didn't the internet say that Yi Tianhong started from scratch? It wasn't easy to own a house with a yard in Shanghai at that time." "Start from scratch? Oh. You're kidding." Yi Tianhong continued. "At that time I swore that I must find you, Xiaofan. I thought at the time that the reason I couldn't find you was because I didn't have enough money and manpower, so I was looking for you while starting my own business." Yi Fan's mouth twitched. "It turns out that your current achievements are all thanks to me. Yi Tianhong, later, I invested in hospitals across the country and investigated blood bank samples. Finally, today I found you." Yi Tianhong's old face was filled with tears, and he no longer had the majestic look he usually had. After wiping away tears, he continued, "In addition to being sorry for you, I, Yi Tianhong, am also sorry for your mother in this life. After you disappeared, your mother cried every day and was filled with sorrow. She died not long after giving birth to your sister. Yi Fan was surprised and asked, I have a younger sister? How come it hasn't been reported in the news? Yi Tianhong wiped his tears with a tissue. Not only do you have a sister who is 2 years younger, but you also have a sister who is 4 years older. And your grandfather who lives in the countryside. Your grandfather is a famous calligraphy master and vice president of the National Calligraphy Association. Back then, after I lost you, your grandfather was very angry and cut off all ties with me. But your grandfather is just a tough guy. When I first proposed to start a business, he said he would not have any more dealings with me, but he still sent me 1 million yuan through someone else. Your grandfather's 65th birthday is in 2 weeks. I will take you to his residence and give him a big surprise. Oh, son, since your name is Yi Fan now, it must be that the person who adopted you in the orphanage saw the jade pendant on your chest and took it. The front side is Yi, and the back side is Fan. I wonder if the jade pendant is still there. It's our Yi family's heirloom. But it doesn't matter if it's lost. The person's return is more important than anything else. Is it such a coincidence? How did Yi Tianhong know the origin of my name? And he also knew about the jade pendant. Yi Fan took off the jade pendant hanging around his neck, somewhat incredulous. This jade pendant is actually a family heirloom? I took it to be appraised, and it's a piece of mixed jade, not worth anything at all. How could such a worthless thing be the Yi family's heirloom? Yi Tianhong took the jade pendant, stroked it with his fingers, and explained, Your grandfather said that the name engraved on this jade pendant is the name of our Yi family's ancestor. Although it is a piece of mixed jade, it represents a family belief. By the way, I remember you had a blue birthmark on the sole of your left foot. I wonder if it's still there. Can you show it to me? Yi Fan was even more confused. What a coincidence! He really had this birthmark. He really inherited these coincidences perfectly. However, he now doesn't know whether it is a coincidence or not. He didn't even know whether this life story was fabricated by the system or it was always like this. Yi Fan took off his shoes and socks and lifted up his left foot to show Yi Tianhong. That's right, it's this birthmark. Chapter 3 Reasons, please recommend. Yi Tianhong added, When you were lost, you were only 1 year old. Your eldest sister was in kindergarten at that time. Otherwise, she could have reminded me and this tragedy would not have happened. By the way, son, let me introduce you to our family. You should know about Tianhong Group. It was founded by your father. It is involved in many fields such as real estate, medical care, fashion, food, internet, investment, etc. The money earned is enough for you to spend as you like. Dad will never let you suffer again. Your eldest sister is Yi Yan. She is 25 years old this year, and she has been helping out in the company since she graduated from college. I have asked her to be the CEO of Xingyu Entertainment, which is a subsidiary of Tianhong Group. Star Language Entertainment? Yi Fan was secretly amazed in his heart. He didn't expect that Xingyu Entertainment was also part of Tianhong Group. Although Xingyu Entertainment has only been established for a few years, it is no wonder that it has developed so fast with the giant Tianhong Group behind it. Although Star Language Entertainment has only emerged in recent years, it has made many artists famous. For example, this year's most popular actress Song Zian is from Star Language Entertainment. Your little sister is Yi Shirling. She is 19 years old this year, and is currently studying at Fudan University in Shanghai. She is a freshman and will be a sophomore next semester. It can be considered fate that we go to the same school as you. Yi Fan is also a student of Fudan University. But your little sister's grades aren't as good as yours. Dad has read your information and knows that you get a scholarship every year. When Yi Tianhong said this, a pleased smile appeared on his face. What parent doesn't want their children to do well in school? Besides being a student, your little sister is also a game anchor. However, I don't allow her to show her face. I heard from the person in charge of Shark Live that your little sister's gaming skills are very poor. Ha 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 ha. However, although your skills are not good, your little sister has a nice voice, so the live broadcast results are not bad. Yi Fan reminded, there is a lot of mixed information on the internet now. My ex-girlfriend broke up with me because she was rewarded 1 million yuan by a rich man on a live broadcast. Although I may not care much about money, I still have to be careful of those who have bad intentions. Yi Tianhong was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud, his face full of relief. Son, I'm very happy that you're thinking about your family so quickly, but you don't have to worry too much. Shark Live is also our family's holding company. I have someone watching it all the time, and someone will report to me if there is any movement. Yifan secretly clicked his tongue, thinking that he was so ignorant. He didn't expect that the #1 platform in the live broadcast industry was also the holding company of Tianhong Group. Yifan thought for a moment and said, "Do the elder sister and younger sister know that you found me?" Yi Tianhong smiled slightly. "As soon as I found you, I asked people to collect information and then rushed here in a hurry. I didn't have time to notify them." As if seeing Yifan's uneasiness, Yi Tianhong spoke again, "But son, you don't have to worry too much. Your elder sister and younger sister have good personalities and are easy to get along with. If the two of them really dare to target you, I will let them know what the Yi family rules are." Not long after, the car passed the security guard at the door and stopped in a luxurious villa. The villa has a large yard surrounded by walls, on which there are many exquisite murals, which are pleasing to the eye. There are rockery, fish pond, and swimming pool in the yard. Further down, there is a door leading to the underground garage. Yi Tianhong waved his hand, signaling them to drive the car to the underground garage. Then he smiled and said to Yifan, "Our yard is about 1,000 square meters, the house is 500 to 600 square meters, and there are 2 swimming pools, one in the yard, which is the one you see now, and the other is on the 5th floor. Yifan listened to him in confusion. How could he have the chance to live in such a luxurious villa when he grew up in an orphanage? You can enter the garage from that side. There are 10 luxury cars in it. If you want to drive any of the cars, just go to the butler Achung. You can also go to my study to get the key. Usually, the keys of the unused cars are hung on the wall of my study. Of course, you have to have a driver's license before you can drive. Then there's the house where we live. The first floor is the living room, study, kitchen, and 2 nanny's rooms. There is also a living room and several bedrooms on the 2nd floor. I sleep on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor is where your eldest sister and youngest sister live. There are a few empty rooms. You will live on the 3rd floor from now on and cultivate your relationship with them. The 4th floor has an entertainment lounge, home theater, gym, and library. There is a garden and a swimming pool on the 5th floor. It is very nice to go there to enjoy the scenery." Listening to Yi Tianhong's introduction, Yifan was shocked again. What is luxury? Isn't this it? This sign and system is really awesome. Broken voice. It's a blessing that I have accumulated over several lifetimes to be able to pick up such a good thing that fell from the sky. At least he has to be a good person for 9 generations. Yifan followed Yi Tianhong into the villa. "This will be your home from now on," Yi Tianhong said with some emotion, his eyes reddened. "By the way, today is Sunday, your sister Shirling should be at home, probably playing games live in the entertainment lounge. But let's not worry about her for now. I'll take you to the living room on the 2nd floor to see your mother's photo. If your mother knew that I finally found you, she would definitely be very happy. I even feel now that your mother is in heaven and has been blessing us, which is why she allowed me to find you." Thinking of his deceased wife, Yi Tianhong couldn't stop crying. It's inevitable that a man will shed tears, he just hasn't reached the point of being sad. Yifan could see that Yi Tianhong's love for his wife was very real, so there was no need for him to put on a show. Yifan looked around, then took out a few pieces of paper from the coffee table and handed them to Yi Tianhong. Yi Tianhong took the tissue with a look of relief. It seemed that his son was quite warm-hearted. "Let's go to the 2nd floor to meet your mother and burn some incense for her. This will also help her fulfill her wish." Yifan was also somewhat touched at this moment, and followed him in a depressed mood. There is an elevator in the villa, but Yi Tianhong led Yifan up the stairs. This once again made Yifan realize Yi Tianhong's love and longing for his wife. The living room on the 2nd floor is 1/3 smaller than the one on the 1st floor, but it still looks very large. Yifan did not see a TV in the living room on the 2nd floor. He only saw a desk where the TV was supposed to be placed. On the table was a wooden altar and a copper incense burner. There is a black and white photo wrapped in a frame on the altar. Yifan knew in his heart that this person should be his mother. Yi Tianhong introduced, "This is your mother, Chu Shiro." After Yi Tianhong lit the incense, Yifan also lit the incense and bowed 3 times respectfully to Chu Shiro. He is now increasingly convinced that this person is his biological mother, and Yi Tianhong is his biological father. He felt that the daily check-in system might just be a way for the other party to know where he was and find him. However, if he had time, Yifan still wanted to secretly get some hair from Yi Tianhong or his older sister and younger sisters and take it to the hospital for identification. If it is false, you should tell the truth and return to your original life. No, there's no going back. With this daily check-in system, I no longer qualify as an ordinary person. Chapter 4, First Meeting with My Younger Sister, Please Recommend. After paying tribute to Chu Shiro, Yi Tianhong picked up his phone and called his youngest daughter, Yi Shiling. After confirming that Yi Shiling was indeed in the entertainment lounge, Yi Tianhong led Yi Fan into the elevator and went to the 4th floor of the villa. Opening the door, Yi Tianhong said to Yi Shiling, "Shiling, come out quickly, Dad has something important to tell you." Yi Shiling, who was wearing headphones, heard it, but did not stand up. She just said casually, "Dad, wait a minute. I'm going to eat chicken now, right away." Her voice was like the singing of a yellow oriole or a clear spring in the mountains, with an ethereal feeling. No wonder Yi Tianhong said that her voice was beautiful. Yi Tianhong's tone was filled with anger. "I told you to come out immediately, hurry up." Yi Shiling had never seen her father so angry before and was shocked. She didn't dare to play anymore and walked over with a pout, looking very aggrieved. Yi Shiling's height is considered tall among girls. Yi Fan estimated that she should be between 1.6 and 1.7 meters tall. She has an oval face, fair and delicate skin, and no makeup on her face, which is a miracle among girls. However, it was this face without makeup that really amazed Yi Fan, who had seen many beauties. However, as soon as Yi Shiling went out, she discovered the person behind her father. She opened her mouth slightly and said in disbelief, "Yi Fan? Why are you in my house?" Yi Tianhong frowned and snorted, "Shiling, how can you call Yi Fan by his name? You should call him brother from now on." "Brother?" Yi Shiling asked in surprise. "Yes, let me introduce you to it. Yi Fan is your unfortunate brother who was lost when he was young. Fortunately, he was not sold by human traffickers, but was adopted into an orphanage. I have compared blood bank samples across the country over the years, and finally, today I found your brother. God will not let down those who work hard. However, judging from your expression, Shiling, you should know your brother. This is also good. You must get along well with your brother in the future. It's not easy for your brother. He has been without his parents since he was a child. I don't know how much he has suffered over the years. After the college entrance examination, if your brother hadn't received a scholarship from the school, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to afford to go to college. In comparison, you and your sister are so lucky. Not only do you have no worries about food and clothing, but you also have fine clothes and delicious food. You don't have to worry about the future at all." After Yi Tianhong finished speaking, he turned around and said to Yi Fan, "Son, I know you're still not used to it. No matter who you are, it would be very uncomfortable to meet a bunch of relatives who suddenly appeared. But I will give you enough time to adapt." Yi Tianhong patted Yi Fan's shoulder with a complicated expression. "Dad hopes you can call me Dad sooner." Afterwards, Yi Tianhong went downstairs to give the two some space to get to know each other and adapt to each other. As soon as Yi Tianhong left, the atmosphere became a little awkward. One was having a younger sister for the first time, and the other was having an older brother for the first time. It was the first time for both of them, and they didn't know what to say. How many years older is Yi Fan than Yi Shiling? After scratching the back of his head, he tried to break the dull and awkward atmosphere. He smiled and said, "Shiling, right? I heard from Yi, your dad, that you and I went to the same school. What a coincidence. Besides, I really didn't expect that you actually knew me. But why don't I remember seeing a pretty schoolgirl like you? Although my memory is not bad, it's impossible for me to forget a pretty girl like you." Hearing Yi Fan's gentle voice, Yi Shiling's face turned red. She said in an unnatural tone, "You are the most famous hunk in our school. How could I not know you? My girlfriends would mention you from time to time." When Yi Shiling thought about what her best friends had said about Yi Fan, her face turned even redder. This kind of secret between girls was naturally impossible to tell anyone. Besides, you and I are not from the same college. You are from the Foreign Languages Department of the South Campus, and I am from the Broadcasting Department of the North Campus. How could you possibly see me?" Yi Fan was a little surprised that Yi Shiling, who was from the northern school, even knew which department he was from. But it's not easy to ask about this kind of thing, just like boys will also talk about a certain goddess in private. In order to avoid the atmosphere becoming awkward again, Yi Fan said in a surprised tone, "I didn't expect that you are from the broadcasting department. No wonder your dad said when he introduced you that although you are good at games, you have attracted countless fans just by your nice voice." Yi Shiling bit her pink lips lightly, her voice seemed to be more relaxed. "Don't defend my dad. No, our dad. He must be gloating and saying that I'm a wimp. The scene that I had imagined before, of calling Yifan our dad together, appeared, but the meaning of this our dad was completely different. Woo woo woo. God, why are you so cruel to make the man I once admired become my real brother? My youth has not even begun, but I have to face the cruel reality. But I don't do live streaming to make money, it's just a hobby, so it's okay if I'm not good at it, it's no big deal. And I just don't believe that I will still be this bad after I play for a long time. Yifan admired in his heart, feeling that this sister was very persistent and determined. In this respect, he is like him. Oh no, my game is still hanging there, and it's about to shrink. Yifan, brother, if you don't mind, come in. Seeing that Yifan did not show any displeasure on his face, the girl pulled him directly into the entertainment room. Yi Shirling sat down on the computer chair very swiftly and looked at the computer screen. Seeing the scene on the screen, she exclaimed, "The Circle of Destiny." It turned out to be the Circle of Destiny. I am so lucky this time. Not only did no one hit me, but I also stepped on the Circle of Destiny. Yifan looked over, and although he had never played this game, it was the most popular game at the moment and several of his roommates in the dormitory were playing it. As for why Yifan doesn't he play? Of course I have no money. Even the lowest spec PUBG computer costs 3 to 4,000, not to mention the game account, monitor, keyboard, mouse, headphones and other things. Because of his outstanding looks, he is very popular among female customers in his part-time delivery job, and the money he earns is pretty good for a student. But don't forget, he had a girlfriend at that time. Add to that the money I send to the orphanage every month, and there's no money left. Even if I have extra money, I can't bear to spend it. Under the influence of what they see and hear, people in the Destiny Circle will naturally understand what they hear. However, God did not let Yi Shirling be happy for long. Chapter 5 Yi Shirling's Luck, please recommend. Just as Yi Shirling was excitedly pressing the half-crouch button to change the game character from prone to squatting, the sound of a grenade exploding was heard. Then, the screen went dark. Display, Kill 1, 9th place. Ah! What's going on? Are you kidding me? It's really unlucky. Yi Shirling wailed in pain, pressed the exit button skillfully, and then opened the screen of the live broadcast room. Yifan saw Yi Shirling's anchor name at this time. Chubby Ying Bao. After taking another close look at Yi Shirling, I found that this girl didn't have a fat face and her figure was well maintained with curves in all the right places. She was obviously not fat at all. However, this online name is quite cute. At this moment in the live broadcast room, rows of barrages whizzed past, and various gifts came one after another. 666 My Ying Bao's withdrawal speed is getting faster and faster. This hand speed is faster than my 20 years of being single. Host, don't lie to us. You must be here to experience the fun of skydiving. I would criticize other anchors for buying cheats, but for you, I just want to say, please buy a cheat quickly, at least give yourself some gaming experience. I second the motion. Please buy the cheats as soon as possible, otherwise I'm really worried that you won't be able to continue live streaming one day. I felt that the host had been lying there for so long. Was it because he left? The truth is out. We just don't tell it. Everyone knows that with Ying Bao's patience, it's impossible for her to lie down for so long. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told the truth. I hope the anchor has not lost confidence. Yifan looked at the comments and said with emotion, Shirling, your live broadcast room is quite harmonious. I don't see any black fans. They are all comments joking with you. Yifan thought that since Yi Shirling was wearing headphones, the sound should not be able to be transmitted into the live broadcast room. But what he didn't expect was that because the two of them were close to each other, the sound was still transmitted to the live broadcast room. Damn it, Ying Bao, there's actually a man hiding in your house. Judging from the voice, it's definitely not your dad. Tell the truth. Wow, this little brother has a nice voice, please introduce him to me. No, I don't believe that you have a boyfriend, Ying Bao. Explain yourself quickly. Although you are the woman I will never get in my life, I don't want you to be obtained by others. Yi Shirling and Yifan looked at each other. Yifan touched his nose and said apologetically, sorry, I disturbed your live broadcast. Yi Shirling smiled slightly, it's okay, it's okay. Facing the male idol she once admired, she was so happy that she couldn't even wait to be angry. Then he said to the live broadcast room, the person who just spoke is my brother. And I'll tell you a secret, my brother is extremely handsome and the most famous school idol in Fudan University. Ying Bao revealed her school. I will go to the door to block her tomorrow. Don't be ridiculous. Fudan University in Shanghai has 4 campuses. Can you block them all by yourself? So, add me. The most famous school idol at Fudan University? I happen to be from Fudan University as well. Could Ing Bao be talking about Yi Fan? Who is Yi Fan? Is he famous? You are not from our school, so you don't know. Yi Fan is not only handsome, but also a real academic master. When he was pursued by the beauty of the foreign languages department, several girls in our class cried. Moreover, in addition to being handsome and good at studying, Yi Fan is also a very talented male god. He can actually compose his own songs and play and sing by himself. He looks so handsome. It's a pity that the guitar is too old, which affects the overall image of the male god. You can look for specific photos on our school's forum. You should be able to find quite a few. It's just strange that I heard Yi Fan seemed to be an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. How could he have a younger sister? When Yi Shirling saw these comments, her face turned pale. She took off her headphones, put them further away, and said in a somewhat helpless manner, "I'm sorry, Yi Fan, brother. I really didn't expect to disclose your privacy." Yi Shirling really didn't expect that there was a student from Fudan University in the live broadcast room, and he happened to know Yi Fan. There are currently 110,000 people watching Yi Shirling's live broadcast, which means that the name Yi Fan has been known by 110,000 people. Moreover, others not only knew Yi Fan's name, but also knew the school he attended, and might have seen Yi Fan's photos through the school forum. This is already a privacy breach to some extent. In particular, she didn't know whether Yi Fan could accept his identity being exposed. Although it's a little hard to accept that my idol becomes my brother, once I think about it, I think it's not bad. After all, the distance between us has been shortened. But if Yi Fan dislikes me and distances himself from me because of this matter, then... Thinking of this, tears welled up in Yi Shirling's eyes and her face was full of worry. Looking at Yi Shirling's worried expression, Yi Fan felt warm in his heart, as if he was cared for by his loved ones. His hand involuntarily touched Yi Shirling's hair and smiled warmly. "It's okay, it's mainly because your brother is too famous in school. If I wasn't so handsome, there wouldn't be any photos of me on the school forum, and this kind of thing would never happen. This kind of thing is originally the negative effect of being handsome. It's all my responsibility, so sister, you don't need to blame yourself." I have to say that Yi Shirling's hair quality is quite good and it feels very comfortable to touch. No wonder so many people like to touch girls' hair. Yi Shirling, who was originally feeling somewhat guilty, was amused by Yi Fan's words. She didn't expect that Yi Fan could be so humorous. She even felt that the distance between them was closer, and there was no longer that vague sense of distance. Feeling Yi Fan's hand stroking her hair, Yi Shirling couldn't help but blush. Why was there this inexplicable feeling of comfort? The male god I admired before is actually stroking my hair gently. This wonderful feeling is indescribable. The only thing that made people a little disheartened was that he turned out to be his brother. Thinking of this, Yi Shirling's originally excited heart became a little melancholy. Yi Fan said again in a gentle tone, "Go explain to your fans, don't let your fan count drop because of me." Yi Shirling thought to herself, if this is true, I will not want all my fans anymore. However, this admiration is destined to be hidden in my heart. Yi Shirling put her headphones back on and explained, "What the classmate said before is right. My brother did grow up in an orphanage, but that was because he got lost when he was little. Now, after my father's efforts, I finally found my brother." Yi Shirling touched her chest and wondered why she felt an inexplicable sadness as she spoke. Yes, Dad is right. Brother Yi Fan has been staying outside for so many years, and he has grown up to this age and can afford to go to school. I don't know how much hard work he has put in and how much grievance he has endured. I must treat Brother Yi Fan well in the future. By the way, I don't know what my sister's attitude is towards Brother Yi Fan. He may not even have someone he can open his heart to and rely on. Listening to Ing Bao's story, I always felt like I was listening to a story. Could such a bizarre thing really happen in reality? Wow, I went to your school's forum and saw Brother Yi Fan's photo. He is so handsome. I want to print out the photo and hang it on my wall in the future. I also searched it. This guy is so handsome. Ing Bao, please persuade your brother to become a star. This guy is definitely popular. I have to go to the bathroom first." Yi Fan was speechless. "Big sister, why are you talking about how handsome I am while you are saying you want to go to the bathroom? At this time, Yi Shiling quietly turned her head and glanced at Yi Fan. Seeing that Yi Fan did not show any displeasure, she felt relieved and continued to interact with fans. Chapter 6, Eating with my family for the first time, please recommend. Just as Yi Fan and Yi Shiling were getting to know each other better, Yi Shiling's cell phone rang. There was a phone call from Yi Tianhong, asking them to come down for dinner. Yi Shiling looked at the time. It was just past 3 in the afternoon and dinner was already served. It was so early. However, when he saw Yi Fan standing aside, he understood clearly that this meal was to welcome Yi Fan. There are 2 dining rooms in the large living room on the first floor, one for the Yi family to eat, and the other for guests to eat in case there are many guests. But usually, that restaurant is reserved for the nannies to eat. When Yi Fan took the elevator down to the first floor, he found that in addition to Yi Tianhong, there was also a beautiful woman with a very mature look in the restaurant. I can't guess her exact age, but she is definitely in her 20s. She looks very young and queen-like. The temperament in his every gesture is elegant and cool. She is also very beautiful, with smooth and tender skin, and a pair of big watery eyes. This is what they call eye contact. In addition to her exquisite facial features, she also has black, slightly curly hair, which adds a bit of seductive charm. She was wearing a professional dress suit. Since the dress only reached her knees, 2 seductive black stockings could be seen below her knees. Under the black stockings are 2 black high heels, making the already slender thighs even more seductive. Yi Tianhong was delighted when he saw that Yi Fan and the other person had come down and the sense of distance between them had obviously disappeared. One of the 2 things that originally gave him the most headaches has been solved. Next, it's time to tackle the second thing. Son, this is your eldest sister, her name is Yi Yayan, whom I told you about before. Yayan, why don't you quickly call your brothers and sisters to get ready to take a seat? The last sentence is full of majesty, highlighting the status of the head of the family. Yi Yayan, who looked like a queen, stood up, looked at Yi Fan, and was stunned for a moment. This cheap brother is so handsome. Even the male celebrities in the company can't compare to him. As soon as she saw this appearance, Yi Yayan, who was originally a little skeptical, instantly believed it 80%. At least, such a handsome appearance is in line with the Yi family's genes. Yi Fan? Yi Yayan's lips curved into a beautiful arc. Welcome to the Yi family. Sister will treat you well in the future. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he did not breathe a sigh of relief, but frowned secretly. He felt that this sister named Yi Yayan was not as enthusiastic as she appeared to be. This feeling did not come out of nothing, but was based on a contrast. If he had not spent some time with Yi Shiling first, he might not have felt it. However, Yi Fan noticed from the corner of his eye that Yi Tianhong's brows relaxed, and he was obviously relieved. He is also worried about whether his children can get along well with each other. In order to avoid embarrassment, Yi Fan also responded enthusiastically, "Hello, big sister. When I walked down just now, I thought it was a big star sitting there. It turned out to be Big Sister. She is even more beautiful than a star. I can't believe it." Countless historical events have shown that praise is useful for more than 90% of people. Women, in particular, care more about what others think of their appearance. At this moment, hearing such a handsome guy like Yi Fan say words of praise, it sounds better than words of praise from 1,000 ordinary people. From Yi Yayan's slightly changed smiling face, it can be seen that Yi Yayan still benefits a lot. Brother Yi Fan is really good at talking. By the way, I remember that you had a blue birthmark on the sole of your left foot. I wonder if it is still there. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a little amused. It turned out that this elder sister didn't believe in his identity. Finally, he met someone who didn't believe in it. Before, both Yi Tianhong and Yi Shiling believed it, especially Yi Shiling. This silly girl didn't believe it at first, but later she accepted Yi Fan as her brother. Yi Tianhong, who was sitting at the head of the table at this time, frowned and asked in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Yan Yan, do you not believe in Dad's judgment? I am an adult after all, how could I not even have the ability to distinguish right from wrong?" As soon as Yi Yayan said this, she realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to undo what had happened. There was nothing she could do. Hearing the unhappy tone of her father at this time, she immediately laughed and said, "Dad, don't blame your daughter for being suspicious. I was just talking casually. As long as it is still a little unbelievable, I think even Yi Fan's brother is unbelievable at this time." After saying that, she winked at Yi Fan quietly, making Yi Fan inexplicably feel that this woman was quite cute. "Sister, this is a normal reaction. My head is still a little confused. I don't know if I am dreaming or what. Hearing Yifan's words, Yi Tianhong's expression relaxed and he waved his hand, motioning Yifan to come over and sit down. Then he said to everyone, "That's right. Not to mention you, even my old bones feel a little dreamy right now. I'm afraid this is all just a mirage." Hearing Yi Tianhong's slightly melancholy tone, everyone fell silent. They could all feel Yi Tianhong's sadness and melancholy, but they didn't know how to express it. If you are not a parent, how can you understand what your parents feel, and how can you express their feelings on their behalf? But this sad environment did not last long and ended. Because, the food is served. "Come, serve Xiaofan some food first," Yi Tianhong said to one of the nannies. "No, I can do it myself." Yifan quickly refused. He grew up in an orphanage and has always served his own meals since he could remember. "Sometimes, I even have to help my younger brothers and sisters to serve their rice first, and then I can serve myself." Yi Tianhong waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Fanner, now that you are back in our home, if you don't enjoy yourself, I think even your mother in heaven would not be able to bear it." After hearing what Yi Tianhong said, Yifan was not someone who was not good at adapting, so he did not insist any longer. When the nanny brought the meal over, Yi Tianhong said again, "Son, do you want something to drink? There are beer, juice, and various drinks in the refrigerator. Just drink what you want and don't be embarrassed." "I can drink anything," Yifan replied. "Okay, then take out the bottles of the best drinks in the refrigerator and give them to Xiaofan," Yi Tianhong said to the nanny. "By the way, son, would you like to drink some wine? We have thousands of bottles of various red and white wines in our wine cellar." Yifan looked up and found that there were no wine bottles next to Yi Tianhong. It seemed that Yi Tianhong was not very fond of wine, so why did he store thousands of bottles of wine in the cellar? However, Yifan himself does not drink alcohol, so he quickly waved his hand and said, "Thank you, I don't drink alcohol, just drink some drinks." As he spoke, Yifan casually unscrewed the cap of a bottle of drink and took a sip. Yi Tianhong laughed, "It's better not to drink. Drinking can easily make people impulsive and irrational. Not drinking will reduce a weakness." Yi Yayan and Yi Shirling looked at each other. They now realized that no matter what decision Yifan made, his father would fully support him. This is too biased. However, when I thought about the fact that Yifan had lived alone for more than 20 years without the love and care of his family, I felt that this was only natural. Chapter 7 Brothers. The next morning, which was Monday morning. The morning sunlight, without any warmth, shines in through the window. Although it has no temperature, it is light after all, and is still dazzling, especially for people who are sleeping. Yifan frowned slightly and turned over casually. His body, which was originally lying flat, now lay on his side, with his back facing the window and the sunlight. Boom boom boom. "Brother Yifan, haven't you gotten up yet? Today is Monday." Yi Shirling's pleasant voice came from outside the door, which made Yifan's unconsciously frowning brows relax. People are born with a desire for beauty. Whether it is a pleasant voice or a beautiful appearance, it can make people feel comfortable. Hearing the call, Yifan slowly opened his sleepy eyes and gradually regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was a snow-white ceiling. As his eyes moved, he saw the luxurious chandelier in the center of the ceiling. Is this really not a dream? Or, I didn't wake up? Yifan sat up on the bed, looking around. The luxurious big bed, extravagant wool carpet, 70-inch TV, unknown expensive sofa and other items made Yifan feel like he was in a dream. In Shanghai, in this city where every inch of land is valuable, this house may be what he pursues all his life, or even what he may never be able to obtain in his lifetime. In particular, such a large room is only 1/10 of the villa. Are you envious? Yes, I am. Jealous? It would be hypocritical to say no. In life, when you reach a certain level and look back at the past, you will find that your previous efforts were so insignificant. You may even have a feeling in your heart that you can do it better if you do it again. It's just that the mentality, pattern, and vision are different. After seeing the life of the rich, Yifan did not look down on his former self. Instead, he was extremely grateful for his decision to insist on studying. After obtaining a degree from a top university and the corresponding amount of knowledge, Yifan believed that even if he could not become rich in the future, he would be able to have enough food and clothing. With a thought, Yifan turned on the system and felt more at peace. If there were no system, my life would at least be worry-free with food and clothing. Well, after having the system, his life is destined to be extraordinary. There is a professional term for the system, which is called cheating. Sister Shirling, I'm up. I only have one class this morning at 10 o'clock, so if you have a class in the morning, you can go first. You don't have to wait for me. I haven't washed up yet. Yifan glanced at the new mobile phone that Yi Tianhong gave him yesterday and realized that the time was already 7:20 and there were only 40 minutes left until the 8 o'clock class. Oh, is that so? Fine then. I'll be leaving first. Brother Yifan, hurry up and wash up so you can come down to have breakfast. Don't eat too late, it's not good for your stomach. After giving Yifan instructions, Yi Shirling left feeling a little disappointed. She was still looking forward to going to school with Yifan. Although they were in different campuses, Yifan was someone she admired, and the feeling of going to school together was still very exciting. As a result, Yifan only had one class in the morning. But there is a long time to come. Yifan is her brother now. Although she feels a little unhappy for no reason, they have more time to spend together. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Shirling's mood gradually brightened. On this side, after Yifan responded to Yi Shirling's words, he focused his attention back on the system interface. Host, do you want to sign in daily? Sign in. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, Eye of Insight can view target information. Yifan was stunned. He didn't expect that the sign in reward would be this kind of thing. Eye of Insight? Is this a pupil technique? Can I check the target information? Yifan pondered, and then a glimmer of wisdom appeared in his eyes. The word target covers a wide range. It doesn't mention living things or dead things. It seems that both can be viewed. In this case, can I make a fortune by looking for bargains in antique shops or antique streets? In order to test whether his guess was correct, Yifan activated the Eye of Insight and took a look at the TV opposite. Brand, Socon. Size, 70 inches. Manufactured in 2010. Evaluation, the experience is better than most TVs. Yifan was excited. It actually worked. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with his idea. Alas, after having the system, I can no longer be an ordinary person. Born ordinary, but unable to cheat. Afterwards, Yifan used it many times with great interest. From the mountains in the distance to the ants on the ground, everything can provide some information, each one is different, some are detailed and some are brief. Yifan felt that he could become an antique tycoon, a tomb raider and a mining tycoon just by relying on this pair of eyes. Although the data obtained through the Eye of Insight for each thing is different, some are more and some are less, but even with this general information, you can be enriched throughout your life. It seems that I really need to find some time to go to the antique market to pick up bargains. If I accidentally pick up a big bargain, I will be rich. In fact, this was just Yifan's casual thought, because he knew that even with this pair of insightful eyes, it was impossible to easily come across a big bargain, which required luck. But some small leaks are still very hopeful. After finishing breakfast, Yifan refused the special car ride offered by a Cheng and chose to take the bus to school instead. His temperament had been honed over the past 20 years. He was calm and composed, and did not have the mentality of a nouveau riche. Otherwise, if it were someone with a worse character, they might not have thought of finding an opportunity to go to the hospital for a paternity test. When I got back to school, it was already 8:35. Yifan decided to go to the dormitory first. After all, it was still early before class and it was impossible for him to wander around the campus all the time, especially alone. Yifan's dormitory is a 4-person dormitory with a bed and a desk underneath, and there is a bathroom. When Yifan used the key to open the dormitory door, there was a person lying on the bed sleeping, and the other two were sitting on the table under the bed playing on the computer. Hey, you two are up so early today? Yifan was a little surprised. Although the people in his dormitory could always pass every exam, they never had the spirit of studying hard. They usually got up late and could only try not to be late. In a few words, I worked hard for 3 years, why should I work so hard after going to college? Anyway, as long as you can pass the exam and get a degree from a prestigious university like Fudan after graduation, why worry about not being able to find a job after graduation? Impossible. Of course, most people wouldn't dare to say this. Only the people in Yifan's dormitory dared to say this. After all, it's not so easy to pass the Fudan exam. If you really haven't learned anything, you will definitely fail. Although Lin Feng and Zhao Lei were wearing headphones, they could still hear the noise. When they saw that it was Yifan coming, they smiled at each other with obscene expressions. Brother, even though your girlfriend is beautiful, you still have to take care of your body and focus on your kidneys. Brother Yi, your frequency of checking into hotels this month is obviously higher than last month. Please don't cause any deaths. Obviously, the two of them understood that Yi Fan didn't come home at night. There were always a few days a month when he would go out to rent a room and have sex. When I first heard that the request to get a room was made by Yi Fan's girlfriend, the other people in the dormitory were extremely envious. What an open-minded girlfriend. Oh no, what an open-minded girlfriend. She is so beautiful and the most beautiful girl in their department. How could I not be envious of her? Yi Fan smiled bitterly and said, "You guys are overthinking this time. My girlfriend and I have broken up, so how could I possibly go to get a room? Break up? Impossible? Yeah, wasn't it Bai Shui who pursued you in the beginning? Could it be that you found a new love?" Neither of them believed what Yi Fan said and asked their own questions. Yi Fan sighed and said, "Do you know that my girlfriend does live broadcasts? When she was live streaming the day before yesterday, a rich man gave her gifts worth 1 million and offered to support her, and then we broke up. Fuck, is this so realistic? Brother Yi, you better take it easy. Yi Fan, don't be too sad. This kind of woman is not worth it. You should be more open-minded." Even if that local tyrant interfered, what he picked up was just a second-hand product. You still make the profit. The roommates all came to comfort Yi Fan. After all, they had a good relationship with Yi Fan. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Lei to say such comforting words. But when he thought about it carefully, he inexplicably felt that it was somewhat right. Is this what it means that those involved are confused while those who are not involved can see things more clearly? Lin Feng was also stunned by Zhao Lei's imaginative words. He came back to his senses and smiled at Zhao Lei. "Brother Lei, you must have a perfect score in reading comprehension." At this moment, a voice was heard from the bed. That's not necessarily true. After all, Yi Fan is the most famous hunk in our school. Isn't it a loss for him to have his first and nth time taken away by such a snobbish woman? At some point, Xia Yu, who was lying on the bed, woke up and said something very profound. However, Xia Yu changed the subject. From the perspective of men and women, Yi Fan is still the winner. God knows how many times you have been here. Chapter 8. I heard your girlfriend ran away. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Fan and 3 other people went to class together. All 4 of them were majoring in French in the foreign languages department. Since they set out late, when they arrived at the classroom, there were already quite a few people in it and there were still 5 minutes before class started. "Ha, isn't this the school, hunky? Why do you look a little gloomy today? Did something happen?" Seeing Yi Fan come in, a boy with long hair and pigtails spoke, his expression unable to hide his gloating. "Brother Tian, you may not know that our little brother Yi Fan was dumped by his girlfriend yesterday. I heard that the girl named Bai Shui was bewitched by a rich man who gave her 1 million gifts. She might have done something on the rich man's bed today." A woman next to Li Tian spoke up. This woman's name is Zhang Jing. She is currently Li Tian's girlfriend, but she had pursued Yi Fan before. However, Bai Shui's attack was too fierce and her appearance was better than hers, so she was unsuccessful. This also caused Zhang Jing to turn love into hate, and in a fit of anger she became the girlfriend of Li Tian, who had always been at odds with Yi Fan. After hearing the news yesterday, they were both very happy and were ready to mock and ridicule Yi Fan today. However, Yi Fan did not show the anger they had expected. Instead, he found a seat and sat down with a calm face. He heard it clearly. The two of them were asking and answering questions on purpose to irritate him. "I have a gentle expression on my face, but it becomes gloomy in your mouths." But Yi Fan was not angry now. He had seen clearly that Bai Shui was just a gold digger and it was not worth getting angry over her. Moreover, I got a system by accident this time, so it's not a loss no matter how you look at it. But the other people in the dormitory were a little angry. As roommates, they had a good relationship with Yi Fan. How could they bear it when they heard Li Tian and his girlfriend mocking them like that? "Zhao Lei, Li Tian, are you crazy? That rich guy picked up a pair of worn-out shoes that Brother Yi had worn out, and you think Brother Yi is losing out? How ridiculous." Lin Feng, yes, Yi Fan used a first-hand product, and the rich man spent $1 million to pick up a second-hand product. Doesn't that mean the rich man was cuckolded? Xiaoyu, you can't even figure out such a simple question. You've wasted all these years of studying. You call yourself a musical genius, but I think you're just a piece of shit. You haven't even created a song that's better than Yi Fan's in all these years. The three people in Yifan's dormitory were talking to each other, and in an instant, Li Tian and his girlfriend were squeezed out. Especially when you think about it carefully, it does make some sense. Li Tian was so angry that he stood up and said, "What you said is a twisted logic. No matter what you say, Yifan was dumped by his girlfriend. This is an ironclad fact." When Yifan heard this, a smile appeared on his lips. Obviously, Li Tian had nothing else to say and could only focus on this point. Nodding, Yifan said affirmatively, "Yes, you are right, I was indeed dumped by Bai Shui." Not only Li Tian was stunned, but all the other students in the classroom were stunned as well. No one expected that Yifan would admit it so generously. Lin Feng hurriedly said to Yifan, "Brother Yi, don't talk nonsense." If Yifan himself admitted it, who knows what words Li Tian and the others would use to mock Yifan. Li Tian also looked happy at this time, and a lot of powerful words appeared in his mind. Just as he was about to mock Yifan, Yifan said it first. "It's okay, it's not something to be ashamed of." Yifan waved his hand and said to Lin Feng. Then he turned to Li Tian and said, "Li Tian, you don't think it's difficult to find a girlfriend, do you? Look at your expression, I guess I'm right." "Ha ha. That's right. After all, you only look like this. Even if you get plastic surgery, you can't compare to my looks. No wonder you think this way." Yifan looked at Li Tian's gloomy face and smiled. "It's really pathetic, Li Tian. Believe it or not, when the news of my singleness spreads these days, many beautiful women will be attracted to me and send me good morning and good night messages on WeChat. You." Li Tian was angry again, but he was not a fool, so he could naturally understand the meaning of Yifan's words. To sum it up simply, Yifan has no shortage of beautiful women to warm him up, but it is you, Li Tian, who is complacent just because you have a girlfriend. In particular, Li Tian thought of some rumors he had heard, saying that his girlfriend Zhang Jing simply turned love into hate because she failed to pursue Yifan, and chose Li Tian, who was just okay. "Listen, what are you talking about? I, Li Tian, am not much worse than Yifan in appearance, and I am also known as a musical genius. How can I be just so?" Li Tian was almost so angry that his nose was crooked. "What are you guys doing? Why are you all standing? Class is about to start. Sit down and review the lesson." At this time, the teacher came in. No matter how angry Li Tian was, he didn't dare to act arrogantly under the teacher's nose. This was not a novel. If the teacher gave him a failing grade, it would be enough for him. A class in college usually lasts more than an hour, with a break in the middle. When Yifan and his classmates were taking a break after class, someone came who Yifan had never expected. "Yifan, please make peace with me. Without you, I feel like my favorite tiramisu doesn't taste good anymore." Not long after the teacher walked out of the classroom with her thermos cup, Bai Shui suddenly ran in, crying. Her pretty face made people feel inexplicably pity for her. "Oh shit, what is going on? Wasn't it said that Bai Shui dumped Yifan? Why does it make it seem like Yifan dumped Bai Shui?" The whole class was confused by Bai Shui's scene and started whispering to each other, completely confused about the situation. Li Tian also looked at Zhang Jing with a puzzled look, and asked in a low voice, "Jingjing, is what your best friend said true or false? Why does it feel like Yifan dumped Bai Shui?" If this is true, then Li Tian has completely lost his face. Zhang Jing was also confused, and explained, "It should be correct. There is indeed a rich man who gave Bai Shui a gift of 1 million. According to Bai Shui's materialistic personality, it is impossible for her to still like Yifan. What's more, that rich man did send Bai Shui a private message saying he wanted to support her. At that time, Bai Shui was very proud to show this message to other people in the dormitory. My best friend is in Bai Shui's dormitory." Li Tian was a little confused, so what's going on now? Zhang Jing was also confused, how would I know? The three people in Yifan's dormitory were also shocked. They looked at each other, unable to understand what was going on. Fan, you must forgive what I said yesterday. I had to suffer hardship, right?" Yifan showed a playful smile and helped Bai Shui finish the sentence. "Next, are you going to say that all I did was for you?" Bai Shui looked at Yifan in a daze. Yifan had already said everything she wanted to say, and she couldn't think of the next sentence for a while. "Ha ha." Yifan sneered, "You said this before. Are you tired of it? I'm telling you, we can never be together again. Do you really think I'm a fool? Bai Shui, please have some dignity for yourself. Don't let me look down on you." Don't let my first love become so unbearable and worthless, okay? Go ahead and pursue your $500,000 a month. I can't afford the bag you want. When Bai Shui heard Yifan's cold tone, she felt a chill in her heart and cried while hugging Yifan's thigh. No, Yifan, you can't do this. I really love you. You have to believe me. Seeing that Yifan remained unmoved and even showed obvious disgust on his face, Bai Shui cried even more sadly. Once upon a time, there was a son of the richest man in front of me, but I didn't cherish him well. It was not until I knew his identity that I regretted it. If God gave me another chance, I would say no to that $500,000. Chapter 9. I am really a rich second generation. At this time, Yifan seemed to have thought of something. He turned on his new phone and searched in the browser. Then, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I am wondering why you are so shameless and keep holding on to me. You don't even want to save face at all. It seems that your rich man has gone bankrupt. Yes, just now Yifan felt that Bai Shui was too shameless and too despicable. On that day, Yifan had clearly stated that it was impossible for him and her to be together, so why was Bai Shui so shameless as to ask for a reconciliation? Yifan thought of this and was very confused. Then he opened the browser and searched for Wang Hu, and he understood the whole story. It turned out that Yi Tianhong not only cut off the trade relations between his own company and Wang Hu, but also took the initiative and directly used his influence to make other companies that had cooperative relationships with Wang Hu declare that they would no longer have dealings with Wang Hu. Wang Hu, who already had difficulty in cash flow, could not withstand all this and had to declare bankruptcy. Wang Hu went bankrupt, so Bai Shui naturally lost her financial support and almost fainted from anger. When he came to his senses, he thought of Yifan again and wanted to try his luck, and this happened. A school cafeteria. Yifan, if you don't get back together with me, you will regret it. Lin Feng pinched his throat, trying to imitate the last words Bai Shui said before she ran away in shame. But it was so weird, and it didn't look like anything at all, and instead made everyone else laugh. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng, you funny guy, can you please control your nature? We are in the cafeteria here. Zhao Lei said with a smile. Xia Yu thought for a moment and asked, speaking of Yifan, why does Bai Shui want to get back together with you so much? She doesn't even have the slightest bit of shame to threaten you shamelessly. Is there a diamond in that part of your body? Lin Feng laughed and said, hee hee, if Brother Yi really had diamonds in his place, do you think Bai Shui would still break up? After thinking about it, they realized that it was indeed the case. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, maybe it's because I'm a rich second generation. A few people were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Lin Feng said, ha ha ha, Brother Yi, you are getting more and more humorous. Who doesn't know whose family situation is? If you are a rich second generation, then I am the Prince of Dubai. Yifan held his forehead with his hand and sighed helplessly, alas, why don't you believe me when I tell the truth? The day Bai Shui broke up with me, she found out about my identity as a rich second generation, and then she cried and begged for a reunion. Zhao Lei was stunned and asked in surprise, Yifan, are you really a rich second generation? Lin Feng laughed, Zhao Lei, why are you so stupid? You believe whatever others say. Why don't you believe me when I say I'm the Prince of Dubai? Xia Yu couldn't stand it anymore, so he patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder and said, think about how frugal Yifan is usually. Think about how Yifan works part-time every month. Think about how Yifan pays money to the orphanage every month. Lin Feng added, taste it carefully. Zhao Lei came to his senses and scolded with a smile, good fellow, Yifan, you almost scared me. While a few people were playing with each other, suddenly a tall and strong man in a black suit walked into the cafeteria. His abrupt appearance immediately attracted most of the attention. Wow, this guy is so cool. Yeah, is he a fitness coach? He looks so powerful. What kind of style is this? It's quite unique. This guy is from the Matrix. The students in the cafeteria were talking about it and were amazed. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, why is this strong man carrying a wooden lunchbox? The lunchbox feels like a small toy in his hand, ha ha ha. The man in the suit glanced around the cafeteria, seemed to have spotted his target, and walked over. Damn it, this big guy seems to be coming towards us. Could it be that he heard what I just said? It's over, brothers, I may have to go first. Remember to burn more paper money for me during the Qingming festival. Lin Feng was a little nervous, but he couldn't change his bad habit of nagging. Yifan also looked over there. Why does this burly guy look familiar to me? Mr. Yi, this is the meal prepared by our nanny. I wanted you to go home and eat it directly, but when I called your phone it showed it was turned off, so I brought it to you. The man in the black suit walked to Yifan and his friend's table and spoke in a steady voice. Yifan suddenly realized that he was one of Yi Tianhong's bodyguards. No wonder he felt that he looked familiar. Only Yi Xiao? Nani? Not only the people at Yifan's table were stunned, but everyone else who heard this was also stunned. What's going on? Lin Feng was confused. Zhao Lei and Xia Yu looked at each other, then looked at Yifan together, seeking an explanation. Seeing that things had come to this, Yifan helplessly spread his hands and said, I told you a long time ago that I am a rich second generation, but you still don't believe it, and I can't do anything about it. At the same time, Yifan took out his mobile phone and found that it was out of battery. He probably forgot to charge it last night, causing the battery to be very low, and now it was turned off. So, Yifan, you are really a rich second generation? Zhao Lei said in surprise. Brother Yi, this couldn't be the actor you found? Lin Feng still couldn't believe it. Xia Yu looked shocked. Although he didn't say anything, his face was full of I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Indeed, this made Yifan's roommates unbelievable, of course, except Zhao Lei. Having been together for several years, how could they not know Yifan's family situation? Especially since Yifan once told them in person that he grew up in an orphanage. How did you suddenly become a rich second generation? Did they travel through time together, or what? Yifan took the food box and said leisurely, if I said yesterday that a rich man told me that I was his biological son, would you believe it? The three shook their heads in disbelief. Such a bizarre thing must be a lie. You might as well say you won $1 million in the lottery. Yifan showed an expression that said, as expected, I knew it. Then he continued, really, I didn't lie to you. Yesterday, when Bai Shui and I broke up, a super rich man stopped his car, got out and said to me, Yifan, you are my long-lost son. Yifan looked at the three people and found that they all had an expression that said, stop kidding me. Not to mention Yifan's roommate, no one who heard these words would believe it. Isn't this bullshit? Yifan felt that the world was full of malice. Why did no one believe me when I told the truth? In fact, the person who sent me the gift was the actor I hired. I invited him to come just to cooperate with me and show off. Now you believe it, don't you? Several people nodded and indicated that they believed it. This time, Yifan was speechless. The people at the nearby table also complained in their hearts that love is just something that costs money to show off, and it is a waste of love. Lin Feng looked at the beautifully crafted wooden lunchbox and said curiously, this box is really nice looking. Show us what's inside. It smells so good. Yifan was also very curious about what was inside. Just a slight sniff of the smell seemed to arouse the greed in his body. Yifan opened the lid and several people exclaimed. Lin Feng, the soup seems to contain sea cucumbers. I've eaten it before, as well as abalone and shark fin. Wow, could it be the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall? Zhao Lei, this is stir-fried beef. It smells really good. Xia Yu, there is another layer underneath. Take out the vegetables and see what's underneath. The bottom layer of the food box contained a plate of peeled lobster meat, a small plate of dipping sauce and a bowl of white rice. My goodness, Brother Yi, you really spent a lot of money to put on this. All these together must cost at least several $100s. Just that bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall costs at least several hundred yuan. Several people in the dormitory sighed and felt that Yifan suffered a huge loss in order to pretend to be so cool, but he was easily seen through by them. Lin Feng frowned and said, actually, Brother Yi, you don't have to do this. Although you are an orphan, we don't look down on you. You really don't have to do this. The others were stunned, and then they realized what Lin Feng said, and echoed, yes, Yifan, we play with you purely because of your good personality, not because of your family situation. After hearing this, Yifan was deeply moved. It really was not in vain that he made friends like these, as they were all very reliable. Chapter 10 A lot of money. Although Yifan only has one class in the morning, he has two classes in the afternoon and has to go to two places to attend classes. After the class, the four of them went back to the dormitory, put their textbooks away, and prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Yifan and his companion's dormitory was on the 6th floor. Just as they were walking down the stairs, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. When they saw that it was Lin Feng's phone that rang, they couldn't help but smile at each other, then winked and said, Lin Feng, why don't you answer your girlfriend's call quickly? Be careful not to answer it too late or you'll end up kneeling on the washboard. In the dormitory, in addition to Yifan, who had a girlfriend before, Lin Feng also had a girlfriend, but they were in a long-distance relationship. Moreover, Lin Feng's girlfriend is a jealous person. If Lin Feng answers the phone for only 5 or 6 seconds at night, he will receive strict questioning from his girlfriend, for she is afraid that Lin Feng is having an affair at school. Of course, although Lin Feng's girlfriend is jealous, she is still relatively rational. If Lin Feng was playing games at the time, she would have just answered the call and kept it on without saying anything. When several people in the dormitory were chatting and talking about Lin Feng's girlfriend, they would also say something with a smile. If you, Lin Feng, cheat on her someday, that girl will probably cry her heart out. Although it was a joke, it also revealed a hint of envy. Maybe this is what it means to eat dog food with a smile: the more you eat, the more delicious it tastes. Lin Feng was quite skilled at this, and he was very proficient in taking out and handling the phone. But Lin Feng looked at the name of the caller and found out that it was his mother. Lin Feng looked surprised. He didn't expect his mother to call him today. You have to know that he went back home during the weekend, and his parents usually wouldn't call him unless there was something important. The call was connected, and just as Lin Feng put the phone to his ear, his mother's familiar voice came over. The obvious crying tone made Lin Feng's heart tighten. "Son, come home quickly. Your father has been in a car accident and is in the hospital." Lin Feng exclaimed, "What? Dad was in a car accident? Is it serious?" "It's very serious. The estimated cost of the surgery is $400,000 or $500,000, and the risk is very high. He has now been sent to the operating room for surgery." Lin Feng continued to ask, "Didn't Dad buy insurance before? It should be able to cover some of the damage. I'll buy a high-speed rail ticket and come back right away." Mother Lin cried, "Your father has not bought insurance this year, so there is no way he can claim any compensation. I plan to mortgage the house to the bank first, and I can at least get a loan of $100,000 or $800,000. Lin Feng was shocked. Is the family so short of money now? They even want to mortgage the house? Yifan and others were also surprised when they heard this. The people in their dormitory all knew each other's situation roughly, and Lin Feng's family situation was obviously better than that of others in the dormitory. Lin Feng's father is a businessman. Sometimes when they go out to eat in the dormitory, Lin Feng always treats them. Mother Lin sobbed, "How can we have much savings? Your father's previous new project failed and he lost a lot of money, but he didn't tell you. Now the family only has more than 50,000 yuan in savings." Lin Feng was holding the phone, very shocked. He didn't expect that the situation at his home had deteriorated to this extent. He was such a damn bastard that he didn't even notice it at all. Lin Feng quickly comforted his mother, "Mom, don't be too sad. If you fall down again, the situation will be even worse. I will be back soon." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng turned to his roommates and said solemnly, "Please help me explain the situation to the counselor. I have to buy the fastest high-speed rail ticket to Jinling." Several people agreed. They all knew the seriousness of the matter. Their usual playful smiles disappeared, replaced by serious expressions on their faces. Yifan said at this time, "Lin Feng, let me go with you. I happen to have some spare money, which I can lend to you to ease your current financial constraints, and you don't have to mortgage your house to the bank." Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Yi, thank you for your kindness, but you should keep the remaining money. My father's surgery costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is definitely not enough. But thank you anyway." Lin Feng was deeply moved. He knew that Yifan was an orphan. If he had not been admitted to a prestigious university like Fudan University and received a scholarship from high school, he might not even have been able to go to school. He didn't mean to be sarcastic in what he said, he was just speaking the truth. Yifan smiled slightly, not caring about Lin Feng's refusal, and took out the bank card that Yi Tianhong had stuffed into his pocket yesterday. "This is the money my rich father gave me. It's quite a lot, 5 million. I believe it should be enough." "What the hell? 5 million? Everyone gasped in disbelief. They were a little clear that Yifan couldn't possibly joke under such circumstances. So, there might really be 5 million in this card. 5 million? How many Apple phones and Alienware computers can be bought with this? Forgive these students who have never seen the world. Even in Shanghai, you can still buy a nice large 3-bedroom apartment in Central. Even in 3rd and 4th tier cities, he would be a real big boss. Even when Lin Feng's family had the most savings, it never exceeded this number. Really, is there really so much money? Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, although he chose to believe it emotionally. But his reason told him that this was a very illusory and dreamy thing, unreal and impossible. Yi Fan raised his lips and said, "This is easy. My card has been linked to mobile banking. I will check it directly on my phone and show it to you. 1, 10, 100, a million, it really is 5 million. Brother Yi, please hit me quickly, let me make sure I am not dreaming." Yi Fan hit Lin Feng in the chest without thinking. The force was not too great, but it was enough to make Lin Feng feel pain. Ouch, it hurts so much, this really isn't a dream, these two things that happened today have made me feel a little insane. Lin Feng covered his chest with his hands, not knowing whether he was lucky or unlucky today. First, his father was hospitalized after a car accident, and then his good brother suddenly said that he had become a rich second generation and had 5 million on a card. It felt like riding a roller coaster, with ups and downs, which made his heart feel a little overwhelmed. So, why did you suddenly become a rich second generation, Yi Fan? Is there any story of love and hatred behind this? Do you believe me if I say that I got the title of richest man by signing in? Yi Fan laughed secretly in his heart, but his face did not show any expression. There is no such thing as complicated grudges and hatreds. Do you think it is a novel? My father and I got lost in our early years, and then I was adopted by a kind-hearted person in an orphanage. When Bai Shui broke up with me yesterday, my dad suddenly came down in a group of luxury cars with a lot of bodyguards. I was shocked at the time. Then he told me that I was his biological son who had been lost for many years. It's so dreamy. Even more fantastic than a novel. Lin Feng said in surprise. Have you done a paternity test? Zhao Lei asked doubtfully. Yi Fan nodded and said, he compared the blood bank samples, and the relevant identification must have been done. Then who is your wealthy father, old Ji? Is he a local big shot in Shanghai? Xia Yu asked. He should be considered a local of Magic City. As for his name, you should have heard of it. His name is Yi Tianhong. Chapter 11, Kindness Cannot Be Soft. What? Yi Tianhong? Hiss. Is that the richest man, Yi Tianhong? No way. If it's really the richest man Yi Tianhong, then Brother Yi, wouldn't you be on the peak of your life in a matter of minutes? Everyone exclaimed in surprise, how could they be unfamiliar with the name Yi Tianhong? He is the big guy who has been the richest man for 5 consecutive years. Could this big guy really be Yi Fan as father? This is even more surprising and unbelievable than Yi Fan suddenly becoming a rich second generation. If they didn't have enough confidence in Yi Fan's character, they wouldn't believe it at all if it was someone else. Yi Fan spread his hands helplessly. Yes, it's the richest man Yi Tianhong. Why would I lie to you about something like this? If it's fake, at most I can enjoy the vanity for a while, but in the end I will be the one who suffers the consequences. Do you think I, Yi Fan, can do such a stupid thing? When the people in the dormitory saw that Yi Fan looked normal and there was no sign of joking at all, they gradually believed him. That's awesome, bro. I haven't seen you for just one day and you've become the son of the richest man. It's like pie in the sky. Brother Yi, you have finally come to this point after all the hardships. To be honest, I really admire you. If I had grown up in an orphanage, I would definitely not be able to attend such a prestigious school. I might have gone out to work as soon as I became an adult. Good deeds will be rewarded. Yi Fan, you go to school, work part-time, and send money to the orphanage every month. Even God can't stand it. You are wrong about this. God may have been fed up with it a long time ago. Just think about it, Brother Yi has such a handsome face. Even if he were to join the entertainment industry, he would be able to beat all the young handsome guys in seconds. Hearing what you said, often, it's true. Seeing that the content of their conversation was becoming more and more off topic, Yi Fan had to speak out to stop them. Lin Feng, have you booked your tickets? If you do, we can leave earlier. Lin Feng looked at the screen of his mobile phone. Brother Yi, I have booked the ticket. The high-speed train will be in 45 minutes. Okay, let's go first. You two go explain the situation to the counselor. If the counselor doesn't believe it, then ask him to call me. After Yi Fan gave his instructions to the two, he and Lin Feng walked out of the school gate and got into a taxi that had just dropped off a passenger. 2:33 in the afternoon. Jinling First People's Hospital. Lin Feng walked to the door of the operating room and saw his mother sitting on a stool at the door. There were obvious traces of tears on Lin's mother's face, and her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously she had cried a lot. She looked very depressed at this moment, looking at the floor, not knowing what she was thinking. "Mom, I'm here." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but in this extremely quiet place, it seemed very abrupt and eye-catching. Hearing her son's voice, Lin's mother turned her head suddenly, and the tears that had stopped flowing out again. "Wow, son, your dad has been in there for almost 3 hours and hasn't come out yet. What should I do?" Lin Feng patted his mother's shoulder gently and said in a gentle tone, "Mom, don't worry too much. We have to trust Dad and the doctor. Dad said that he would take our whole family to the Maldives for a trip before the Chinese New Year. He's a grown man, it's impossible for him to go back on his word." Mother Lin hugged her son and sobbed, "Well, it's impossible, it's impossible." After Lin's mother calmed down, she suddenly noticed Yifan standing behind Lin Feng. He seemed to be about the same age as her Lin Feng. "Could it be my son's classmate?" Lin's mother asked quickly, and after knowing the answer, her expression was very moved. "Student Yifan, you are so thoughtful. Your kindness is appreciated by your auntie, but it's class time now, right? You should still focus on your studies. I'll buy you a high-speed train ticket to Shanghai later. For a good kid like you, I can't let your studies get in the way." Yifan didn't expect that less than 3 minutes after he arrived, Lin's mother urged him to go back and study hard. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "But I am convinced in my heart that this aunt has a good heart." Yifan was about to explain when Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, "Mom, Yifan came here not only because he was worried about you, but also because he wanted to lend us some money to pay off the medical expenses so that we don't have to mortgage the house to the bank." Mother Lin raised her eyebrows and asked in a surprised tone, "Borrow money?" Then he said to Lin Feng in a reproachful tone, "Kid, why don't you explain it clearly to your classmates? Xiaofan, you may not know how much Xiaofeng's father's surgery will cost. It's not a few hundred or 1,000, but hundreds of thousands." Yifan waved his hand, "Auntie, don't worry, I know it will cost hundreds of thousands." Yifan took out his bank card and said, "I still have some money in my card. It's not a problem to pay hundreds of thousands of medical expenses." After saying this, Yifan was also stunned. His tone made it seem like he didn't value money seriously. If it was the day before yesterday, he wouldn't have the confidence to say this. Was I too arrogant? Yifan reflected. When Lin's mother heard Yifan's words, she was shocked. Hundreds of thousands of medical expenses are not a problem? This kid has such a big tone. Mother Lin was really shocked and was speechless for a long time. Seeing that his mother didn't believe him, Lin Feng explained, "Mom, don't tell me about you. I didn't believe Yifan had so much money before, but then brother Yi showed me the balance, and I was shocked." "Mom, do you know? That's $5 million. Mother Lin was moved. $5 million? Xiaofan, you actually have that much money? Yifan doesn't look very old and is a classmate of his son, but it's unbelievable that he has so much money. Lin Feng explained the matter briefly, which was roughly what Yifan told Lin Feng. Lin's mother sighed, although it is a blessing from heaven, it is ultimately a blessing after suffering. I never thought I would hear such a story one day. It's too dreamy. I thought this kind of thing would only happen on TV, but I never thought it would happen in real life. Lin Feng said, "The world is so big, there are all kinds of things, it's just a matter of whether we have encountered them or not." Mother Lin thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll print out a template for the IOU later. I'll borrow as much money as you want from me, Xiaofan, and I'll pay you back in full in the future." Yifan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's not necessary, Auntie. Afeng and I have been classmates for 3 years, and we are good brothers. How can we be so distant? It's not that I don't want money, but there is no need to write an IOU." Mother Lin said in a serious voice, "Xiaofan, money corrupts people's hearts. You are still young and don't understand. In the past, you only had small amounts of money with others, so you didn't pay attention to this aspect. Auntie, I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Don't let your emotions get the better of you if you encounter this kind of situation next time. Don't feel embarrassed. When facing such a large amount of profit, you should follow the rules and not let your emotions get the better of you. Remember this in the future." Yifan nodded, his expression equally serious, and said, "Thank you for your teachings, Auntie. I will remember it." Mother Lin nodded in satisfaction, with a faint smile on her lips. "Good boy, you should be kind but not soft-hearted. You should still sign the necessary terms. Otherwise, even relatives and friends may turn against you for the sake of interests. After all, people's hearts are hidden. Chapter 12 A Little Accident Please Recommend. 7:11 p.m. Jinling High-Speed Railway Station. Brother Yi, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your generosity, my mother would have to mortgage the house to the bank in exchange for money to treat my father's illness. Lin Feng put his left hand on Yifan's shoulder, his face full of gratitude. Yifan smiled slightly. It's nothing. You have called me Brother Yi for almost 3 years. You used to bring me some delicious food. It's just a piece of cake. Lin Feng chuckled and said, that's a very generous statement. It seems that even after Mr. Yi became rich, he is still the same Brother Yi as before. Yifan nodded. When I was poor, Afeng, you didn't look down on me, but respected me. How could I not help you with such a small favor? It's getting late. Ticket checking will start in a few minutes. Afeng, you should go back and look after your parents. Although Mr. Lin is no longer in danger, he is still in a stage where someone needs to take care of him. Although there was a nurse, Lin Feng still wanted to stay with his parents so as not to let his mother be too tired alone. Yifan bought a second-class ticket, next to the window. It was pitch black outside, but there were occasional flashes of light, probably from passing through some small towns. In fact, Yifan had the urge to buy a business-class car at the beginning, mainly driven by curiosity and because he had money. But in the end I managed to control myself. This money was not originally Yifan's, but was given by Yi Tianhong. For someone like Yifan who is used to being thrifty, it is inevitable that he would feel a little burdened when spending money that is not his own. This time, although 530,000 yuan was spent from the card given by Yi Tianhong, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, Lin Feng is his brother, so he must help him. Yifan was playing with his mobile phone, while also thinking whether he should find some time to go to the antique market to earn some money of his own. Just as Yifan was thinking, a few exclamations suddenly came from the side. Fuck! I won the lottery. I won 20,000 yuan. Wow, my husband is awesome. He actually won. I'm so happy. When we get off the high-speed train, you must buy me some goodies. Don't worry, I will definitely. The man was grinning from ear to ear. Yifan also raised his head slightly and looked at the man a few times. The man was probably in his 40s, with a beard, and he seemed to be straightforward and honest just by looking at his appearance. Sitting next to the bearded man was a woman who was also in her 40s, and her appearance could barely be rated 60 points. At this moment, she was kissing her bearded husband with excitement. This surprising news immediately attracted the attention of many people in the carriage. Since it is not a busy season, there are not too many people in the carriage, so it seems rather spacious. Then a few people who were close by shouted one after another. Brother is really making a lot of money. You are so lucky. I have bought lottery tickets many times and never won once. I am so unlucky. The man chuckled and said, hee hee, it's all thanks to the god of wealth. When I get home I will definitely buy a statue of the god of wealth to worship. Suddenly, the man's phone rang. Hey, Mom, I'll be home soon. What? The man exclaimed, my dad has a heart problem and needs a heart bypass surgery? Mom, don't be too sad. Take care of yourself. By the way, how much money do you need for medical expenses? I just won a lottery ticket worth 20,000 yuan. What? You need 50,000 yuan, why don't you just go and rob? We just bought a new house, how can we get so much money? And this lottery ticket can only be redeemed after 3 days. What should I do? The man gritted his teeth and asked his wife, Wife, why don't you ask your family to lend me some money to help me get through this difficult time? The woman, who was about 40 years old, frowned slightly and said in an unhappy tone, Don't you know how partial my parents are? They will definitely refuse and say they don't have money. The man was a little angry. How can you have no money? Didn't your father's house just get demolished? Humph, you know my parents' true colors. They will definitely leave the money for my brother to marry. They won't give me a penny. That is too biased. Who says it's not? The man stood up, glanced around, and asked, I have to wait 3 days to redeem my lottery ticket. Is there any kind-hearted person who can buy my lottery ticket first? I can save 4,000 yuan on the price, which means I can make a net profit of 4,000 yuan. If it weren't for the money for my father's surgery, I really wouldn't be willing to give it away. Some people are interested, while others just watch from the sidelines. When Yifan heard this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Although the emotions expressed by this middle-aged couple were very accurate and almost real, Yifan felt that it was too much of a coincidence. But after all, money is what moves people, and the tone and expression of the middle-aged couple were so genuine, so someone took the initiative to ask. "Brother, is this lottery ticket real or fake? Can you prove it? I always feel that this matter is a bit too coincidental." Hearing the voice of the person who took the initiative to ask the question, others who were somewhat interested also echoed it, and even those who were watching coldly pricked up their ears. "Don't believe me? That's right. I also think it's too coincidental. It's better to be more careful. Well, I bought the Dishuan lottery. You must have heard of this name. It is also one of the top 10 companies in the lottery industry. Hey, bro, I see you have a computer. Why don't you use your computer to log in to the official website of Dishuan Lottery and check whether my ticket has won the prize or not?" The person who took the initiative to ask the question replied, "I have heard of Dishuan Lottery. It is indeed a very famous lottery company. Then I will use my computer to search it." Hearing this, Yifan thought for a moment, activated the Eye of Insight, and looked at the bearded man. Eye of Insight can view target information. Although Yifan had used the Eye of Insight many times before, he had never used it on humans and did not know how effective it would be. Target: Wang Xiaohei. Age: 43. Personality: greedy, lustful. Favorability: stranger. Hint: the other party is conducting a scam. WTF. Yifan was shocked. He didn't expect that the Eye of Insight could see so much information about others. It not only tells you conceptual things like personality and favorability, but it also tells you that the other person is lying. It's so useful. He casually glanced at his bearded wife again. Target: Chen Honghong. Age: 42. Personality: greedy, loves to take advantage of others. Favorability: stranger. Hint: the other party is conducting a scam. After using the Eye of Insight many times to check the information of these people, Yifan discovered that not only the couple, but even the person who asked the questions at the beginning was also one of the scammers. Target: Wang Xiaoming. Age: 41. Personality: greedy, seeking excitement. Favorability: stranger. Hint: the other party is conducting a scam. Chapter 13: Silly and Sweet. Oh, it's true. Wang Xiaoming, who was the first to speak, exclaimed as he looked at the computer screen. Yifan smiled faintly. If he hadn't known his identity through the Eye of Insight, he might have actually believed it. After hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, several people who were already interested came forward and looked at the computer screen carefully. Yifan also raised his neck to take a look, but the place was blocked by several figures and not even a trace of light could be seen. However, even though Yifan could not see the picture on the computer screen, he knew that what was displayed on the screen was fake. After all, Wang Xiaoming was one of the 3 scammers. At this time, Wang Xiaoming spoke, with a hint of excitement in his tone. "Okay, I'll buy your lottery ticket, but I'm just giving you a helping hand, so you have to pay an additional 4,000 yuan off the original amount." 4,000 less? Are you dreaming? That's a nice thought. Bearded Wang Xiaohei was immediately furious, pointing at Wang Xiaoming's nose and cursing, "It's a total of 20,000 yuan, and you asked me to give you 8,000 less. This is not helping someone in need, this is clearly taking advantage of someone's misfortune." Wang Xiaoming crossed his hands on his chest and said arrogantly, "Ha, let me ask you, is it less or more? If it's less than 4,000, I'll buy it. If it's more, you can go to the lottery store in 3 days to cash it in, but by then I guess your dad will be dead." "You?" Wang Xiaohei's face flushed, he was very angry, and he looked like he wanted to hit someone. "Husband, forget it. Just ignore this kind of person. If he hits someone first, then we are wrong," the daughter-in-law quickly advised. Yifan became interested in this scene and felt happy. Why would these 3 be thieves with such acting skills? They have better prospects in becoming actors. After knowing that these 3 people were accomplices, it became easier for Yifan to guess what they would do next. Through the rivalry between the 3 people, the one who really wants to buy lottery tickets is lured in, and the whole layout can be made more real and credible. After all, 20,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Sure enough, after a few seconds, another person asked, "Hello, brother. My name is Chen Day." "Brother, calm down first. If he is not a decent person, don't sell him. Sell him to me. I won't bargain. Just 16,000. When Wang Xiuhei heard this man's words, he seemed to be relieved a lot. The voice was somewhat moved and said, "This big brother is still the best. That person is just a robber who took advantage of the fire and wanted to eat my flesh and blood." Ha ha. Wang Xiaoming snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qindai ignored Wang Xiaoming's attitude, sighed, and said with some emotion, "Who doesn't have parents? I can understand your feelings very well." Wang Xiuhei clapped his hands and laughed. "Okay, brother, since you have said such heartwarming words, who else should I sell if not you?" Then he turned around, glanced around, and said, "Don't even think about the others. Since this big brother likes me so much, I will definitely sell it to him." Some other people who were interested could only sigh and return to their seats after hearing what Wang Xiuhei said, secretly cursing themselves for not making up their minds earlier. But they don't think about it. If Wang Xiuhei and Wang Xiaoming had not fallen out with each other, would they be able to believe it? Seeing this, Yifan couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to remind Qindai, but he didn't expect that before he stood up, a girl stood up before him. She said in a delicate voice, "Wait a moment." Yifan and the others couldn't help but look over there. Yifan was fine, after all, he was used to seeing beautiful women, but the others were immediately stunned. "I saw this girl with ink-like hair hanging vertically behind her, and clear and gentle eyes, as if there was tenderness hidden in them. Combined with the elegant and scholarly air between her eyebrows, she gave people a sense of pure temptation." Yifan thought that the girl had also realized that this was a scam and wanted to expose it, so he sat back down. But as soon as Yifan sat down on the seat, he heard the girl say something that surprised Yifan. "This uncle has a hard time too. He should be a filial son, but he is short of money. How about this? I will pay you 20,000 yuan for this lottery ticket, and I won't charge you the 4,000 yuan difference." The voice was righteous and awe-inspiring. But to Yifan's ears it sounded silly and cute. Eye of Insight activated. Target, Kong Chiohan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Personality, kind, simple, obsessed with looks, likes to daydream and daydream. Favorability, stranger. Tip, the other party likes handsome guys with high appearance value. The bearded Wang Xiuhei was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic, and the expression on his face was a little out of control. He nodded quickly and said, "This girl is really kind-hearted and beautiful. Okay, I will sell the lottery ticket to you." Qindai was a little angry. "You big bearded man, didn't you just say you would sell it to me? How come you changed your mind in less than 10 seconds? Bearded Wang Xiuhei rubbed his palms and said apologetically, "I can't help it, brother. My father is in urgent need of money. Since this beautiful girl doesn't want a penny difference in price, I have to think about my father who is lying in the hospital. Brother, please be considerate of me." His tone was humble and modest, and he wore an apologetic smile. When Qindai heard this, although he was still a little angry, he couldn't say anything to condemn it. He waved his hand and returned to his seat with a gloomy face. "My lady, do you want to transfer money via WeChat or Alipay?" Seeing that this girl didn't even bring a bag, it was obviously impossible for her to carry a large amount of cash. "Alipay, that's the only money I have." Wow! Judging from her age and temperament, this beauty should be a college student. I didn't expect that she would have 20,000 yuan at random. She is a wealthy woman. Wang Xiuhei smiled in his heart. At the same time, his lust began to grow. If he could have sex with such a beautiful college student, the feeling would probably take off. "Girl, wait a moment." Yifan naturally couldn't bear to watch this kind and beautiful woman being deceived, so after thinking quickly for 2 seconds, he spoke. He didn't dare to take the initiative to expose the scammer's scam because he suddenly realized that the beauty was too close to the 3 scammers. If Yifan were a grown man, he wouldn't have such concerns, but women are naturally weaker than men, and they are also beautiful and look weak. When the scammers are desperate, you will easily become a target for hijacking. Everyone's eyes turned to look at the person who stood up and spoke. Wang Xiuhei frowned slightly, a little confused. The price had already been agreed upon, so why was someone interrupting? Could it be that the lottery ticket prepared this time was a success and attracted so many people to like it? But this is the best price at the moment, and he won't change it. Then he asked, "Hey handsome guy, what can I do for you? Do you want to buy my lottery ticket too?" Yifan smiled and looked not at Wang Xiuhei, but at the beautiful female college student. He said gently, "Beautiful lady, could you please come over here for a moment? I have something to tell you." Kong Chiohan was stunned. She was just marveling at the handsome guy's school idol level looks, but she didn't expect that this handsome guy would take the initiative to talk to her. She said in confusion, "What's the matter? Do you have to go over and tell me?" I said calmly, but I was very excited inside. Could it be that this handsome guy wanted my WeChat? So should I give it or not? Should I be more reserved? It's so confusing. If you miss such a handsome guy, you may never meet him again. But I don't even know what kind of person this handsome guy is. What should I do if he wants to be my boyfriend or girlfriend? What if he wants to marry me? What should we name our child in the future? I wonder what Jifan would think if he knew that this beautiful woman had even thought of a name for her future child. Chapter 14, It's all because of appearance. It's not good to talk about this kind of thing in front of so many people. Come here, I'll tell you in secret. Yifan smiled shyly. Wow, this handsome guy actually wants to add me on WeChat. I'm so happy and excited. Kang Chiohan was suddenly overjoyed and couldn't hide the smile on his face. He replied, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Wang Xiuhei was a little anxious. Hey, beautiful lady, you haven't paid yet." Kang Chiohan waved his hand and said casually, "Uncle, don't worry, maybe this little brother has something urgent to ask me, I'll go over first." With the handsome guy around, such non-urgent matters should of course be put off until later. Oh? Wang Xiuhei wanted to reach out to stop her, but he felt that this was a bit too hasty. It would be terrible if he annoyed this fair, rich and beautiful woman and made her not buy the product. He sighed, then glared at Yifan imperceptibly. This kid is really a nuisance. "Little brother, what do you want to tell me?" Kang Chiohan asked in a shy voice. Yifan smiled mysteriously and replied, "What I want to tell you is, those three people are all liars." Yifan paused halfway through his words, then noticed a few figures out of the corner of his eye before speaking loudly. "What? Fraud?" Hearing this, Kang Chiohan looked at the bearded couple in a daze. The bearded Wang Xiuhei is an old hand after all. Although he was a little surprised when Yifan said that the three people were all liars, he did not show it on his face. Years of acting training have enabled him to instinctively make expressions appropriate to the current situation. Wang Xiuhei said angrily, "You look clean, why do you like to talk nonsense? If you accuse me of lying, you need to show evidence." The person just used a computer to log in to the official website of Dishun Lottery to check it. Could it be that, you also want to buy my lottery ticket, and you said that on purpose? Yifan sneered, "Do you know why I am exposing your identity as a liar now?" "It is because I called the police before and waited for the train police to come." Yifan ignored him and said to the two police officers who came over, "The three people I called the police just now are Wang Xiuhei, Wang Xiaoming, and Chen Honghong." When they heard Yifan say the names of the three of them, they were suddenly shocked. Could it be that this person had been targeting the three of them for a long time? Not only did he know that they were all liars, but he could also accurately say their names. "Can you please stop talking nonsense? Don't you know that framing others is against the law?" Chen Honghong said in a fierce tone. After all, they are just a few experienced veterans with tough talk, and they won't cry until they see the coffin. Yifan nodded nonchalantly and sneered, "Whether it's nonsense or not, can't we go to the police station and find out?" Go to the police station? The three men were completely panicked. They were all veterans and used the same method to commit crimes. There was no way they could withstand the police station's interrogation. They would be exposed as soon as the investigation started. They wanted to run, but there were two flight attendants right next to them, armed not only with batons but also electric batons. The two of them were more than enough to subdue the three of them. At such a close distance, let alone running away, even taking a hostage is impossible. Taking hostages? There are big guys everywhere around, so it's hard to say who will kidnap whom. Wang Xiuhei suddenly realized that he knew why Yifan called the girl over first. It seemed that he was prepared. But it was obvious that Yifan was overthinking it. The maximum sentence they would receive for fraud is 3 years, but if they took hostages that would be a more serious crime. At least 10 years, at most indefinitely. They are not so reckless, nor so stupid, nor so courageous. When Yifan called the police roughly inferred based on his description that there was a high probability that these three people were a fraud gang. Moreover, according to information comparison, there have been several frauds of the same nature across the country. He immediately notified the conductor on the high-speed train. After completing the statement, the two walked out of the police station at the same time. "Yifan, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't exposed their scam, my 20,000 yuan would have been wasted. Kang Chiohan looked at Yifan with sparkling eyes. Although 20,000 yuan was just some pocket money for her, she should still be grateful. What's more, the other person is a super handsome guy. If I don't even have this little courtesy, wouldn't it seem like I'm very uncultured? Yifan smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, but I really didn't expect you to come up with so much money. I think you are also a student." When Kang Chiohan heard this, he was afraid that Yifan was wrong, so he quickly explained, "These are pocket money given by my family." Pocket money? No wonder she is so naive, she must be a rich second generation or a wealthy woman. Yifan smiled and said, "Why are you so nervous?" "I don't mean anything else." Kang Chiohan felt embarrassed, her face turned red. "No, I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to explain." Yifan chuckled and decided not to let Kang Chiohan continue to be embarrassed. "It's getting so late, do you want me to take you home, or do you want to go back by yourself?" Kang Chiohan looked up at the sky, hesitated for half a second, and said shyly, "If you are free, please give me a ride." Yifan? He didn't expect that this girl actually wanted him to send her off. In fact, Yifan's offer to send her back was just a polite remark. Although it is night now, the road is still brightly lit. And the main road is just 10 seconds away. Don't you see the bus signs and taxis coming and going over there? Yifan looked at Kang Chiohan, who looked shy, and was speechless. However, considering that she was able to give away 20,000 yuan without any suspicion on the high-speed train, I also realized that she might not realize that what she said was just a polite remark. Okay. Who told me to be so handsome that this beautiful lady didn't even have the most basic vigilance? Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly wanted to use the data eye to check Kang Chiohan's favorability. Target, Kang Chiohan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Personality, kind, simple, obsessed with looks, likes to daydream and daydream. Favorability, 72, pretty much like it. Tip, due to your appearance, kindness and courage, the other party's favorability towards you has greatly increased. Yifan was shocked. He didn't expect the girl's favorability to rise so quickly. A fountain? Well, it's all because of the appearance. Walking to the side of the road and looking at the pedestrians coming and going, Yifan waved helplessly at the road. Soon, a taxi stopped in front of the two. After getting in the car, the taxi driver asked, "Where are you two going?" The taxi driver was obviously asking Yifan, with an expression of understanding on his face, but how would Yifan know where Chiohan's home address was? The taxi driver obviously misunderstood and probably thought the two were going to stay in a hotel. Yifan glanced at Kang Chiohan, who suddenly became absent-minded, patted his forehead, and asked helplessly, "Beauty, where is your home? At least tell the driver." Kang Chiohan woke up instantly, a blush appeared on his face, and he looked embarrassed. "Go to the villa area in Mid-Levels Bay." Yifan was shocked. Wow, she is really a rich girl. And possibly richer than he imagined. The villa area of Mid-Levels Bay is the most famous high-end residential area in Shanghai. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and is home to many wealthy people and luxury cars. And Yi Tianhong's villa is right here. It is conceivable what kind of big shots live there. Chapter 15. Why are you coming home so late? Please recommend. Okay, I'll get off first then. Kang Chiohan opened the car door, stepped out with her long, white legs, and got out of the car. Oh, right. As if thinking of something, Kang Chiohan said, "Yifan, let me add your WeChat so I can send you the taxi fare later." It seemed like a sudden thought, but in fact it had been planned for a long time. Yifan naturally didn't know, so he waved his hand and smiled gently, "No need to send it, I'll get off here too." Yifan originally wanted to live in the dormitory, but Yi Tianhong was not willing to let his son, who had suffered enough, live in the dormitory. All she kept nagging about was not letting Yifan live in the dormitory and urging him to go home quickly. Yifan was deeply touched. After leaving the orphanage, Yi Tianhong was the first person who cared for him like a family member. I accepted the kindness reluctantly. But it also made me more determined to secretly go to the hospital for a checkup someday. Get off here? Kang Chiohan was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Could it be that Yifan also lives here?" It's not that Kang Chiohan looks down on Yifan, otherwise she wouldn't have asked for Yifan's WeChat. This is because the Mid-Levels Bay Villa area is considered to be top-notch in a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It is full of wealthy people and any car may cost hundreds of millions. She sat in the second-class seat on the high-speed train because she was used to business class and wanted to try a different style. Could it be that Yi-fan is the same? Seeing that Yi-fan is about the same age as her, could it be that he is also a rich second generation like her? Yi-fan looked at this often cute beauty with some amusement and said, "Could it be that I can't live here?" No, I don't mean that, Kang Chiohan hurried to explain, but the more anxious he was, the less clear his explanation became, and he didn't know what to say. Ha, look how anxious you are. I was just teasing you. Don't be too nervous. Yi-fan laughed and looked at the beautiful woman who blushed easily. Her delicate and beautiful oval face was full of blush, and combined with her long straight black hair, it gave people a different kind of temptation, tempting people to commit a crime. For a moment, Yi-fan, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was a little dazed. Hey, who's paying you two? It's fine if you two just have some sex, but don't interrupt my business. Yi-fan was awakened instantly and scratched his head in embarrassment. Then he and Kang Chiohan said in unison, "I'll give it to you." The two looked at each other in surprise at first, and then turned away embarrassedly at the driver's surprised look. In the end, Yi-fan paid the money. I really can't stand this awkward atmosphere anymore. Oh, wait. Seeing that Yi-fan was about to leave, Kang Chiohan hurriedly called out and chased after him. What's wrong? Could it be that this guy is attracted to him because of his looks and is dependent on him? Since we are both riding in this taxi, I can't let you pay for the fare alone. I have to at least give you half of it. Yi-fan thought about it and said, "Okay then." Since the girl was so considerate, it was difficult for him to refuse. I immediately opened the WeChat payment code. Kang Chiohan? So, what is going on here? What does the payment code mean? Is this the payment code I want? What I want is your WeChat QR code. The one that can be used to add friends. Well, you helped me so much, I want to treat you to a meal some other day. Let me add you on WeChat so we can keep in touch later. Eat? No need, it's just a piece of cake. Yi-fan waved his hand, indicating that it was just a small matter and there was no need to be so polite. No, I must. Hurry up and bring your phone over. I want to add you on WeChat. As he spoke the latter part, he sounded a little anxious, even crying, and sounded pitiful. Yi-fan couldn't stand this. Okay, then you can scan it. As he spoke, he opened his WeChat QR code. Kang Chiohan quickly picked up his phone to scan, fearing that he would not be able to add Yi-fan's WeChat if it was too late. It's not easy to meet a handsome guy who is attractive to you and has a strong sense of justice, so you must seize the opportunity. Kang Chiohan thought happily. However, when facing a beauty like me, brother Yi-fan was able to refuse my request to add me on WeChat. He will definitely be a loyal husband in the future. Watch as the message of your friend's approval appears. Kang Chiohan happily put away his phone. Then he waved goodbye to Yi-fan happily and said the last words before leaving. Yi-fan, next time you see me, you can't say you anymore. You have to call me by my name, Chiohan. Remember that. Autumn chill? Does it seem too friendly? This is the first time we meet. But, since you are so cute, it's still okay. As soon as Yi-fan returned to Yi Tianhong's villa, he met Yi Yayan who was coming downstairs. Yes, it was Yi Yayan who walked down the stairs without taking the elevator. Yi-fan thought that these rich kids would try to take the elevator if they could. Brother, why are you back so late? Did you go to a party with friends? Yi Yayan naturally also saw Yi-fan who had just entered the room, and asked in her cool and pleasant voice. After all, he is my own brother, so I should still show him the necessary care. Yi-fan smiled and replied, there was no party, I just encountered some small things. It's just a small matter? Yi Yayan raised her eyebrows. If you can't solve it, you can tell me. I'm your sister. Thanks, sister, but it has been solved. Yi-fan replied. That's good. Yi-fan was confused. Yi Xia was sometimes caring towards him and sometimes cold to him. It was a bit contradictory. I can't help but want to use my eyes of insight to take a look. Target, Yi Yayan. Age, 25. Height, 177 centimeters. Appearance, 94. Personality, strong, calm, thoughtful, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Favorability, 69. Hint, the other person is a strong woman. She is afraid that you will take away her position in the group, but she also has a good impression of you like a family member. Strong woman? Are you afraid that I will take away her position in the group? Oh. No wonder he is so affectionate and yet so cold to me. This is how feelings work. But I don't even know how to manage. Could it be that Yi Tianhong still has the idea of favoring boys over girls? Obviously, Yi Yayan was completely wrong. Yi Fan had no idea about Yi Tianhong's group. Now that you have cheats, are you still afraid that you won't be able to accomplish great things? However, since Yi Xia still had so many good feelings towards him, it was impossible for him to hate her because of this matter. After all, everyone has something they care about. It's not because of appearance or anything. By the way, sister, it's almost 10 o'clock, why are you still coming down? Yi Shirling said that her sister often goes to bed at 10:30, and it's almost 10 o'clock now. Upon hearing this, Yi Yayan's pretty face turned slightly red, which combined with her already good looks and special temperament made her particularly attractive. I'm hungry, come down and get something to eat. Sister, you can also cook? Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect that someone like Yi Yayan, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, could do this. No. Yi Yayan knew that Yi Fan was wrong and quickly explained, I just cut some fruit and then poured some yogurt on it to make a fruit salad. Looking at Yi Fan's surprised expression, Yi Xia felt inexplicably angry for some reason. I'm not the only one who can make fruit salad. I can also cook noodles. Next time I'm free, I'll cook them for you. Chapter 16 Come and Save Me, please recommend. A happy day starts with signing in. In the morning, Yi Fan woke up with the moist air. The first thing I did when I woke up was to sign in. In fact, you can sign in as long as it is past midnight. But Yi Fan believes that morning is the time when all things come back to life, it is more energetic and can bring him more luck. Turn on the system. Host, do you want to sign in daily? Sign in. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, Game Master master various games and become a top Game Master. Yi Fan shook his head, speechless. I am very dissatisfied with this sign in reward. I don't play games, so it's useless for me to master all kinds of games. However, this kind of sign-in happens every day, and it's better to have something for free than nothing. Boom boom boom. Brother Yi Fan, didn't you say yesterday that you had classes in the morning? Let's take the bus to school together. The scene seemed the same as yesterday. But last night Yi Shirling had already asked Yi Fan if he had classes in the morning, and they made an appointment to go to school together. Well, go there in our own luxury car. Okay, go downstairs and have breakfast first. I'll be downstairs right after I wash up. Okay, hurry up then. After saying that, Yi Shirling excitedly walked to the elevator and went downstairs. Although the Yi family is a wealthy family, they also eat breakfast according to their own taste. Because Yi Shirling and Yi Yayan are both girls, they have a lighter taste and usually eat milk, oatmeal and bread. Yi Fan ate steamed dumplings and soy milk. The xiaolong bao is filled with pork, but it is not ordinary pork, but Tibetan pork. Tibetan pork has delicate texture, low fat and high nutritional value. It is grown on a diet of mountain delicacies and clear spring water. Combined with high-quality flour and sophisticated bun-making techniques, it is an irresistible food. Take a bite, the meat filling is sweet, the skin is thin and juicy. As expected, a wealthy family is a wealthy family. Even the most ordinary breakfast can be made exquisite and delicious. Shirling, why do you have to wear such big black framed glasses to school? And you even put on freckles makeup. Yi Fan wanted to ask while having breakfast, but Yi Yayan was there at the time, and Yi Fan was not very familiar with her, so he decided to ask Shirling in private. I don't want to be harassed by so many boring boys. This kind of dress can make my campus life more normal. Yi Shirling explained with a smile, a little proud in her tone. Oh, I was wondering how a beauty like you could remain unknown. That's how it feels. No wonder. Yi Fan was puzzled by this matter before. How could he not have heard of a beauty of Yi Shirling's level? Now that he saw the scene in front of him, he finally understood. It's funny when you think about it. Other women make themselves beautiful through makeup, but Yi Shirling does the opposite. Maybe this is why what you can't get always makes you restless. Those who are favored are fearless. Very capable. Okay, I'm here. If you're free, remember to come play with me. The driver stopped the car at a deserted place in front of the school gate. Yi Shirling walked out and waved to Yi Fan. It doesn't matter even if it is noticed by one or two people. After all, the price of this car is only 6 or 700,000, which is not very eye-catching in a prosperous city like Shanghai. Okay, come when you have time. Bye. Yifan waved his hand with a smile on his face. Noon. A school cafeteria. After we talked to the counselor yesterday, he didn't even call you to ask if it was true? Or maybe call Lin Feng's parents and ask. The two looked at Yifan in confusion. Yifan smiled proudly. After all, it is my character as a top student that is responsible for this. You can't envy me for this. But the counselor later sent me a WeChat message to ask about the situation and whether I needed any help. Later, Lin Feng's mother also called to ask for leave. Zhao Lei frowned and said, but there is only 1 week left before the exam. I don't know if Lin Feng can pass the exam if he takes this much leave. Xia Yu, yes. Yifan smiled and said, Lin Feng only took 2 days off, and he has learned everything he should have learned. It should be no problem for him to pass the exam, as long as it is not counted as absence. By the way, your bodyguard won't come to bring you food again today, right? The food he brought you before was really delicious. I can't forget the taste after eating it once. I specifically told them not to come here anymore. I've already attracted enough attention, so please stop coming here to attract hatred. But since you want to eat it so much, I can bring you some later. Zhao Lei, that would be great. Xia Yu, old Ji is indeed old Ji, he is very righteous. After returning to the dormitory, the two teamed up to play another game of chicken. Fuck it, you blew up the wrong person. You threw the grenade and blew me up. You are really a genius. The sound of a grenade explosion was heard, and the character controlled by Xia Yu knelt on the ground, with his health bar turning red. Xia Yu looked at the computer screen and cursed at Zhao Lei in annoyance. He almost encountered a new way of dying today, and was almost killed by a mine thrown by his teammate. Fortunately, he hid behind a big tree and was not killed by the enemy, otherwise he would have unlocked a new way of death. Come and save me, Zhao Lei. If I die, you will have to give me half of your instant noodles tonight. Xia Yu roared. This was because no one slept at noon, otherwise Zhao Lei would still be able to control his emotions. Hearing about instant noodles, Zhao Lei became motivated. He shouted, Zhao Zilong from Changshan is here. Only. As soon as he appeared, he was beaten back by the fierce firepower of the two opponents. When I looked at the blood bar again, it was already red. He quickly prepared a first aid kit, and then said helplessly to Xia Yu beside him, it's not that I don't want to save you, it's that I can't save you. At this moment, Zhao Lei suddenly felt the urge to urinate, and he quickly said, Old Xia, wait a minute. I'm going to the toilet to relieve myself. When I come back, I'll go in and out 7 times and I promise to rescue you. Without waiting for Xia Yu to reply, Zhao Lei immediately ran to the toilet in the dormitory. It turned out to be a good idea to use urine to escape at the critical moment. Zhao Lei was secretly proud of himself. In the current situation, the opponent has sufficient ammunition and may even have a 6-fold scope. With his skills, how can he possibly defeat them? He can only retreat tactically. But if we retreat tactically, all the instant noodles we had that night would definitely be gone, but running away to pee could at least save half of them. Ah, Zhao Lei, you idiot, why are you going to the toilet at this critical moment? You won't die if you hold it in for a few minutes. Xia Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. How can you be called Zhao Zilong of Changshan? You are not even as good as Zhao Zilong of Shijiazhuang. If he didn't need to control his position and avoid being hit by the opponent, he would definitely go to Zhao Lei's computer desk to operate. Sack, if I had known, I wouldn't have chosen the desert map. There is no cover except for a few big trees. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yifan doing his homework. Not affected at all. Old Ye's concentration is getting stronger and stronger. Xia Yu thought of the last time he was eating noodles and asked Yifan to play for him. I don't know if it was good luck or bad luck that time, but Yifan actually killed the 2 people on the opposite side with a bomb. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He quickly said, Old Ji, help me, hurry up and take over Old Zhao's position and save me. Chapter 17 Yifan is a great god, asking for recommendation votes. Don't make noise, I'm doing my homework. Yifan said lightly. Although he was able to concentrate on his studies, he would be pulled out of this environment once his name was called. Mr. Yi, please. It won't take long, just a few minutes. Yifan sighed helplessly, stood up and walked towards Zhao Lei's table. Zhao Lei, who was in the toilet at the time, naturally heard it too, and said in a muffled voice, Is Brother Yi going to play? I still can't forget his heroic act of killing 2 people last Monday. Damn, one thunder kills 2 people. I was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, it just happened to happen. Sitting in front of Zhao Lei's desk, Yifan remembered his sign and reward in the morning as soon as he touched the mouse. In an instant, it was as if he was possessed by the Jedi Gun King. It's like the awakening of the chicken-eating spirit. In short, Yifan instantly became a master. At this moment, he suddenly understood the power of this sign and reward. There are tens of thousands of games in the world, and this sign and reward can make him a top-level player in any game in seconds. Moreover, the word game has a very broad scope. When most people hear this talent, they may only think of online games such as online games and stand-alone games. But Yifan's clever brain thought of more. He also thought of offline face-to-face interactive games. Aren't things like mahjong, guessing puzzles, poker, etc. all called games? If this is true, then Yifan is extremely awesome. If you just go to Macau and do a few things, wouldn't you be able to take off directly? Of course, this is just Yifan's fantasy. How could a casino that can be opened in Macau be without any means? This kind of money is not something he can make just by wanting to. Moreover, this thing is addictive, so Yifan is not prepared to touch it easily. Yifan glanced over and found that Zhao Lei's 2 weapons were an AK with a 4-fold scope and an Uzi with a red, and there was not even a smoke bomb in his backpack except bullets. I was even asked to take medicine. He couldn't help but say to Xiaoyu, I can't save you now, hold on, wait for me to kill the 2 on the opposite side. Hold on? Kill the 2 on the opposite side? Could it be that Zhao Lei's seed is inspiring and has a buff that adds courage? This is nonsense. I'm a player with 500 hours of experience, but I don't dare to be so arrogant. How can you be so arrogant when you haven't even played a few games? Yifan Yu. Before he could finish his words, he saw the white words displayed on the screen. Your teammate eat the grapes if you want to eat the grapeskins. Knock down the man in stockings with an AK. Oh shit. What is going on? It took less than 5 seconds to knock one down. It's so scary. I haven't seen Yifan playing games normally. He doesn't go to internet cafes and he doesn't have a computer. Could it be that Yifan is the legendary gaming master who is hiding his true abilities? Otherwise, how could he have made the move twice, and both times were so shocking? Old G, tell me honestly, do you often secretly go to the internet cafe to play games? Otherwise, why are your gaming skills so strong? Xia Feng couldn't believe it. Where is the academic master character you promised? He must have secretly gone to play games. Yifan was staring at the screen intently at this moment and had no time to explain. I just said something naughty, don't envy me, maybe I am just an ordinary little gaming genius. An ordinary little gaming genius? What's the point of this? Yifan then realized that this joke didn't seem to exist in this parallel world. Neither the mediocre Principal Gu nor the mediocre little genius in love appeared. But there is no need to explain such a small matter. Yifan stared at the computer screen and said, I have killed the man behind the tree. There is only one left behind the rock. I know this, what's wrong? Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. There's a low slope over there, and they are teammates, so the person behind the rock may no longer be there. If he wasn't here, there were only 2 places he could go. One is to go around the low slope to rescue your teammates, and the other is to go around from the right to attack you. I think there's a high chance that he's already gone around the low slope to rescue his teammates. If he chooses to go around from the right to attack you, it's easy for him to be exposed and be seen by you. After all, our side is relatively high and there's no cover. Based on my level just now, the guy behind the rock wouldn't dare to go around to the right and hit you. So I was ready to rush over and beat him up. After all, even if I rescued you now, we both have no medicine left, so it's no use. Brother Yi, I believe in you. Take my dragon gallbladder spear and go in and out 7 times. At some point, Zhao Lei had come out of the bathroom and was standing behind Yifan, watching. Before Xiaoyu finished speaking, Yifan rushed forward with his Uzi. Switching guns. Looking at the words appearing on the screen, Xiaoyu was speechless for a long time. Your teammate eat grapes if you want to eat the grapeskins. Killed me with Uzi ketchup with me, he. Your teammate eat grapes if you want to eat the grapeskins. Killed this strong man in stockings with an Uzi. Zhao Lei looked at the game character on the screen who was rushing back and couldn't help but chuckled. Brother Yi, why didn't you just use your fists to kill that macho man who fell to the ground? I really like it that way. It feels great. Yifan just said lightly, it takes too much time. Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, "Do you think Yifan is a rookie like you? If you delay any longer, I really won't be able to save him." In the end, Yifan managed to rescue Xiaoyu at great risk. "Okay, I have to go back and do my homework. You guys can continue playing." Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect playing games could be such a fun thing. It seems to be much more interesting than studying. My thoughts are so dangerous. The final exam is coming soon, so studying is more interesting." "Yes, studying is more interesting. Hey, come on, Yifan, keep playing. I feel like you can lead me to win this time." Zhao Lei quickly persuaded. "No, I think studying is more interesting. I love studying," Yifan said without blushing at all. "Oh, okay, then you should study. After all, the final exam is coming up soon. I'll also study after I finish this game." Xiaoyu originally wanted to persuade Yifan, but when she thought about his good grades, she decided not to force it. Sure enough, people who study well have a great interest in learning. However, he didn't know what Yifan would think when he knew that he actually thought games were more interesting than studying. "Come on, Lao Zhao, sit down quickly and get a whiff of Yifan's Gun King aura. Even if you can't be Zhao Zilong of Changshan, at least be Zhao Zilong of Shijiazhuang for me." "Old Xia, what you said is that Zhao Zilong of Changshan and Zhao Zilong of Shijiazhuang are essentially the same. It's a different style." Chapter 18 Yi Shirling's fans, asking for recommendation votes. Fuck, someone downstairs is arranging roses. It looks like a heart shape, and most of them are already arranged. What? There's something so rare? We have to go check it out. But aren't these buildings for boys? Whose girl is so bold? Fuck girl, that's a guy. Male? When people heard that it was a man, not only did the number of people going to see it increase, but more people came. Yifan's dormitory. Of course, they heard the sounds of people coming and going in the corridor. The soundproofing effect wasn't very good to begin with, and there were a lot of people outside, and the noise was very loud. What's going on? Come on, let's go and take a look. This game isn't over yet. But Xiaoyu was more interested in what those people outside were saying, so he simply made the character in the game lie on the ground. "No, there are only 10 of us left. Maybe we can win this time," Zhao Lei said reluctantly and anxiously. "You are so stupid. If we want to play PUBG in the future, we can just ask Yifan to lead us. But this is the first time we have encountered such a situation. Wouldn't it be a pity if you didn't go and see such a rare thing?" Zhao Lei glanced at Yifan, thinking that this was the truth, and was convinced. Although Yifan only took action for a short time today, he was already impressed by his skills. After the final exams, there will be plenty of opportunities for Yifan to teach. Anyway, Yifan is a rich second generation now, so there is no need for him to work part-time during the winter vacation. Xiaoyu looked at Yifan and said, "Boss Yi, let's go and take a look together?" Yifan frowned. "What's so good about this kind of thing? It's a man. If she's a beautiful woman, I'd go and see her." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It's only rare because he's a man. Think about it, there is no other case like this even if you search through the history of our school. In a way, we are witnessing history. God has witnessed history." Yifan was speechless. He said firmly, "No." Seeing Yifan's resolute and decisive answer, Xiaoyu sighed and did not continue to persuade him. He could only drag Zhao Lei to go and see it together. But after a few minutes, a particularly loud voice broke Yifan's tranquility. "Where is Yifan? I want to see Yifan." It was so loud that it was obvious that a loudspeaker was used. Bang! Yifan slammed the book on the table in annoyance. What the hell is going on? Yifan had a bad feeling in his heart. Don't insult my reputation. I am a man and I like women. Bang! The dormitory door was quickly opened, and the two roommates looked at Yifan with strange smiles on their faces. The way they looked him up and down made Yifan couldn't help but get goosebumps. Can you guys be normal and stop disgusting me? Before the two roommates could say anything, other boys on the floor rushed over. The voices were mixed and they all shouted, "Yifan, come out! Yifan, come out!" Most of them knew Yifan, because Yifan was so famous. Oh shit! You bunch of bastards, single dogs, can you please stop leading the trend? I'm totally confused now and don't even understand the situation. Is it so difficult to study hard? Yi Fan was speechless, then looked at his two roommates and asked, "So, what's the situation now?" The man downstairs made a big heart out of roses and called your name. "What do you think this is?" He. Xia Yu looked at Yi Fan and raised his eyebrows in a very unserious manner. Zhao Lei next to him also showed a meaningful smile. "What the fuck?" Yi Fan took a deep breath. "I was really angry. Let's go and take a look," Yi Fan said in a cold tone. "Could this situation be caused by some bastard who doesn't like me? If that's true, it's too low level. This will not only not make girls stay away from me, but will give rise to a terrifying organization called Fujoshi. After all, if women become yellow, men will have no chance." Yi Fan had a lot of thoughts. Surrounded by a group of people who were looking for fun, Yi Fan walked to the window at the stairs, from where he could clearly see the situation downstairs. Downstairs, a heart surrounded by many roses appeared in Yi Fan's sight. In the middle of the heart stands a man in a burgundy suit, holding a white megaphone. He's dressed so sexily, he's not really gay, is he? Before Yi Fan could speak, a bunch of troublemakers shouted loudly, "Yi Fan is coming, Yi Fan is coming." Hearing this, the man in the burgundy suit looked up, then raised the megaphone and shouted, "Brother-in-law, I'm a fan of Ing Bao. Please let Ing Bao come over. I want to confess my love to her." The onlookers around were stunned. "What is going on? I'm not here to confess my feelings to Yi Fan. Who is this Ing Bao? Not from our school? Why did he go to the boys' dormitory to confess his feelings? Is it a man or a woman?" The onlookers were all puzzled and looked at Yi Fan. Zhao Lei and Xia Yu were also puzzled. "Yi Fan, you have a sister named Ing Bao?" Yi Fan's anger was completely ignited at this time. "Good man, it's you, a bastard, who is trying to ruin my reputation. He called me by my name right from the start without explaining anything clearly. Isn't this just intentional trouble? Do you still want to confess to Ing Bao? As soon as I heard the name you called me, I knew that you could only be a fan of Yi Shiling at most. Not only did I not know his real name, I had never even seen him in person. You want to confess like this? You can tell at first glance that he is the kind of superficial man who hears Yi Shiling's voice is nice, and then fantasizes about her appearance crazily, thinking she is very beautiful. Don't you know there is a thing called Chobiluo? Don't you know that the one who was number one in Princess Chewa's family ran away on the train overnight? Although Yi Shiling is indeed very beautiful, how can someone like you who doesn't even know her be qualified to confess your love to her? You call this liking? Snort! You are greedy for her body." Yi Fan's disgust towards the show-off man reached its peak, and he didn't have any good feelings towards him at all. However, since Yi Fan is Yi Shiling's brother, he still has the obligation to settle this matter. Thinking about this in my mind, I quickly walked downstairs. "Brother-in-law." As soon as the show-off man saw Yi Fan coming down, he immediately called out to him in a warm and friendly tone. This gave Yi Fan goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that the showy man was about to come over, Yi Fan quickly said, "Don't come over." A look of disgust. Only then did Yi Fan see the show-off man's face clearly. Isn't this the scumbag Lu Yufeng from the Department of Financial Management? Yi Fan has heard many rumors about this person. With a face that is inferior to Yi Fan's and a father who is approachable, Lu Yufeng has been flirting with beautiful girls since he started school last year. The girlfriends around me basically change once a week. He even booked room 403 in a hotel not far from the school for 4 years. The purpose is self-evident. This also made Lu Yufeng, who was only a freshman, very famous in the school. Trash name. Chapter 19, Young Master Lu with Kidney Deficiency, please recommend. There are even rumors that Lu Yufeng can be seen going upstairs with a beautiful woman in his arms around 8 or 9 o'clock every night. Is such a scumbag worthy enough to confess his love to Yi Shiling? It's just eye-sucking garbage. Eye of Insight activated. Target, Lu Yufeng. Age, 19. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 86. Personality, lustful, cares about face, hot temper, untrustworthy, idle, self-righteous, likes to be clever. Favorability, 10 disgust. Hint, the other person hates people who are more handsome than him, likes beautiful women, and has severe kidney deficiency. There are so many shortcomings in your character? Yi Fan was surprised. How useless must one be to have so many shortcomings? Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer. Do you want to confess to Ing Bao? Now not only the people around him realized Yi Fan's disdain, but even Lu Yufeng realized it. The enthusiastic expression on Lu Yufeng's face also cooled down a little. Does this guy really think he can be so unscrupulous just because he is more handsome than me? Or is he so awesome just because he's 2 grades higher than me? What young Master Lu values most is face, but looking at Yifan's expression, it is obvious that he does not give Lu Yufeng face. But when he thought of Ing Bao's moving voice, he forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. With a fake smile, he said, "Brother-in-law, isn't this obvious? I made such a big scene today just to confess my love to Ing Bao. If it were someone else, Yifan might still give him face, after all, everyone has youth." But Lu Yufeng first forced himself out with an unclear statement, and he was a notorious person. A man like this also wants to confess his love to his younger sister? Dream. What? I said you are dreaming. Yifan said word by word. You are such a wretched, kidney-deficient scumbag, you are worthy of confessing your love to my sister? Isn't this just like throwing stinky garbage at the door, polluting the environment? At this time, there were already a lot of onlookers. Hearing Yifan's sarcastic words, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. There were even quite a few people discussing it. It turns out that Lu Yufeng has kidney deficiency. He goes to the hotel every day and doesn't even take a day off. Isn't it normal for him to have kidney deficiency? I wonder why sometimes I see his 1-week girlfriend having intimate contact with other men at the same time. It turns out that he is not satisfied. Now that I mention it, I think I've seen it twice. I've seen it 5 times. Lu Yufeng? How did he know that I had kidney deficiency? Didn't I pay hush money? He was dumbfounded. At the same time, I was angry. The school's top idol actually said he was trash and that he was polluting the environment. This is intolerable. I thought that young Master Lu was so easy to bully. Don't be so ungrateful and slander me. How can you possibly know if I have kidney deficiency or not? It doesn't matter if you say he is a scumbag. After all, the women who exercise with him are all gold diggers. But the one thing you must never admit is kidney deficiency. If you admit it, not only will you lose face, but it will also make some women give up because of the difficulty. After all, some women can have both money and sexual happiness, and these women are generally very interesting. Slander? Yifan chuckled. Other people's minds are as clear as a mirror. Haven't you heard that your 1-week girlfriend often plays 2 girls at the same time? Isn't this dissatisfaction or what? Could it be that you like to be cuckolded? Ha 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 ha. Yifan's sharp words not only made Lu Yufeng so angry that he was speechless, but also made the people around him laugh. Lu Yufeng really didn't expect that after he put on a bunch of fancy confession ceremonies, not only did he not even get to meet Ing Bao, he was also mercilessly ridiculed by her brother. The laughter of people around him made Lu Yufeng feel like a clown. Extremely embarrassed. Yifan, I was number 1 in your sister's live broadcast room yesterday. If you treat me like this, your sister won't benefit at all. Without a rich man like me giving you tips, your sister's income will be much less. I heard that you just got to know your sister recently. Don't make your sister dislike you just now. Oh shit. This grandson is cursing with hidden meaning. He adds your sister in every sentence, and emphasizes these 2 words. Don't bother with this. If my sister knew about this now, she would definitely agree with my decision. Otherwise, you, the number 1 on the list, can't you just ask my sister out directly? And you'll ask her out through me. This is a very simple truth. If Lu Yufeng could ask Yi Shiling out, how could he come to find Yifan? Besides, if Yi Shiling, who grew up in luxury, would set her eyes on the so-called number 1 on the list, it would be too much of a disregard for the Yi family's financial resources. Seeing that the final monetary offensive had no effect, Lu Yufeng was completely embarrassed. He said in a hateful voice, "Good boy Yifan, just wait for me." Yifan was also speechless. This guy must have watched too much TV and made such harsh remarks. Don't you know that this is something only the weak would do? After saying that, Lu Yufeng turned around and left. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking yet. Yifan said hurriedly. Lu Yufeng sneered, "Now you know you are afraid, I can give you more. I mean, you need to take the garbage away. Don't leave it here to destroy the school's environment and image." Yifan spoke without waiting for him to finish. Lu Yufeng's mouth twitched when he heard this. He thought Yifan was ready to give in, but he didn't expect that he actually wanted him to dispose of the garbage. Who is he, Master Lu? How could he do this kind of work? I thought to myself, Yifan, our feud has become serious. Then turn around and keep walking. Okay, everyone, take out your phones and take videos. Lu Yufeng threw away the garbage but didn't pick it up, destroying the campus environment. Xiaoyu helped out. Yes, yes. Zhao Lei chuckled and said, we're filming. Lu Yufeng was so angry that he almost fell down. Why is Yifan like a sticky candy that can't be gotten rid of? He turned to Yifan and said, who said I don't deal with garbage? Bah, I deal with these flowers. After he finished speaking, he pulled out a few red banknotes from his wallet and said to a passerby, go get rid of those flowers. These are for you. Passersby were ecstatic. They didn't expect that they could earn back a week's living expenses just by joining in the fun. He quickly said in an eager tone, okay, don't worry, Mr. Lu. Seeing the enthusiasm of passersby, Lu Yufeng became happy and felt that he had finally turned the game around. It seems that money is still very useful. Yifan, just wait for me. I can't mess with you at school, but there will always be times when you are left alone. Chapter 20 There is no innocent old driver, please recommend votes. During class, Zhao Lei, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but express his curiosity. He turned to look at Yifan who was sitting on the left and said, so, Yifan, you really have a sister? Xiaoyu, who was sitting on Yifan's left, couldn't help but prick up his ears when he heard this. He nudged Yifan with his elbow and urged him, old Yi, hurry up and speak. Really? Otherwise, why would Lu Yufeng create such a grand confession scene? Yifan said softly. You know, the big heart that Lu Yufeng made was made entirely of roses. Although Yifan didn't know the exact price of the roses, it must have cost a lot of money. That's right. Zhao Lei nodded. I heard from a friend that a rose costs at least 6 or 7 yuan. Lu Yufeng's big love heart used at least several hundred roses. So expensive? Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh, if I sell Lu Yufeng's flowers second-hand, I should be able to make a lot of money. If you go look through the trash cans over at the dormitory building now, you might be able to pick up some, Yifan said jokingly. Xiaoyu laughed and scolded. Get lost, those flowers were intact before, now they have all been cleared into the trash can, they definitely can't be sold. Besides, this is a rose from someone who failed in his confession. If I sell it, I'm not sure anyone will buy it. At this time, Zhao Lei asked again, why doesn't Lu Yufeng confess to your sister? And your sister is also a host. I just heard you talk about fans and ranking first. Xiaoyu, yes, your father is the richest man in China, and your family is not short of money, so why do you still do live broadcasting? Yifan explained with a smile, it should be a personal hobby. Although my sister is not good at gaming, she just likes to live stream games. Zhao Lei was shocked, he is not good at gaming and he is broadcasting his game live. What kind of operation is this? Will he be criticized to death? You guessed wrong. Yifan smiled proudly and was about to explain. Xiaoyu, who was standing by, suddenly exclaimed, Yingbao. Could it be that your sister is the anchor called Chubby Yingbao on Shark Live? You know? Yifan was stunned. I was wondering why the word Yingbao sounded so familiar, and then I thought about what you said about being bad at gaming, and it instantly came to my mind, Xiaoyu explained. Yifan couldn't help laughing. If he surely knew that others remembered her because of her poor gaming skills, who knows what her expression would be? She is actually your sister? Xiaoyu said excitedly, brother-in-law, it turns out that you are my brother-in-law. Yifan's face turned black after hearing this. Young man, you are too shameless. Another scumbag spying on his sister. Don't yell, I don't know you well. Yifan had a cold expression on his face and spoke in a bad tone. Don't be like this, old Yi. We've been classmates for 3 years and we're roommates. How can you say you don't know me well? As long as you don't call me that, I will still recognize you as my son. Get lost. Xiaoyu looked at Yifan suspiciously and said, could it be that? Yifan, you have a sister complex? Yifan's head was filled with black lines, and he said flatly, no. Xiaoyu had a look of disbelief on his face, it's only been a few days, Yifan, and you've awakened your sister Khan attributes. It seems. Xiaoyu chuckled, it seems that Yingbao must be very beautiful. Yifan didn't expect that Xiaoyu actually guessed it right. Cough. It means that Yi Shirling is beautiful. Yifan is handsome and talented, how could he be a sister Khan? Are there any photos? Zhao Lei was also very interested. Although he didn't know who Ying Bao was, he was very curious about what she looked like. No, no. Yi Fan said irritably, then looked forward. He said softly, Professor Sun has noticed us. If you continue to speak, you might be called up. Hearing that Professor Sun had noticed them, the two of them instantly became quiet, sitting upright with serious expressions. But it was too late and he was still called up by Professor Sun. The three people sitting in the middle on the left, yes, that's right, you three, please stand on the podium and repeat the grammar I just talked about. Zhao Lei and Xia Yu both looked worried and said to Yi Fan in a low voice, Brother Yi, you go first, we both depend on you. Yi Fan spoke first so that the two of them would know what was said. Yi Fan sighed and nodded. Oh, it happens again. Fortunately, he was multitasking and knew which grammar Professor Sun was talking about. Sure enough, the life of a top student is so boring and easy. Go home after school. As soon as Yi Fan entered the living room, he saw Yi Yayan sitting on the sofa drinking tea. I was wondering why Yi Yayan came back so early today. Usually she wouldn't come back before 6 or 7 o'clock. Yi Yayan also heard the noise, turned her head and looked at Yi Fan, saying, Xia Fan, you are finally out of school. Finally? Could it be that she was waiting for him to come back? Sister, you came back so early today. Yi Fan greeted. Well, there's nothing going on at the company, so I'll be back early. Yi Yayan raised the corner of her mouth and put down the teacup. Didn't I promise you yesterday that I would give you something to eat downstairs? That's why I came back early today. Bite. The elevator door opened. Yi Shirling looked at the two people in the living room with a strange expression, and said apologetically, Sorry, I must have come at the wrong time. I didn't hear anything. What did she just hear? The eldest sister actually gave it to Yi Fan to eat. What kind of lewd words are these? Isn't it a bit too bold? I'm still a child. Facts have proved that when a car accident occurs due to speeding, no experienced driver is innocent. Yi Fan and Yi Yayan looked at each other, bewildered. What on earth was going on? Seeing the elevator door about to close, Yi Yayan seemed to have thought of something, her face flushed, and she said in a bad tone. Yi Shirling, get out here. If you go up there, I'll beat your ass to pieces. Hearing this, Yi Shirling quickly pressed the elevator door open button. Since Yi Yayan said so, although she wouldn't really spank her but she would definitely teach her a lesson. She didn't want to be beaten, but what she heard was indeed too embarrassing. What if her sister got angry? At that moment, Yi Shirling walked out of the elevator with tears in her eyes. Alas, I should have kept quiet at that time, and no one would have known I was there. Yi Yayan patted the sofa and motioned Yi Shirling to sit here. Then he said to Yi Shirling, who was a little uneasy, I was just about to make Yi Fan noodles. You really have a bad idea. Read less weird books in the future, or I will beat your butt. After hearing the explanation, Yi Shirling was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. I didn't expect that I was thinking wrongly. It's so embarrassing. Did I reveal something? It's all because of the books Linger showed me. But how did my sister know about the books? Could it be that? Chapter 21 Noodles cooked by Yi Fan, please recommend. The noodles are getting mushy, sister, please get them out quickly. Don't worry, I've cooked noodles 3 times before, I know the limits. 3 times? Yi Fan felt a bad feeling in his heart. Finally, Yi Yayan's noodles were cooked. Looking at the noodles that Yi Yayan brought up, Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Sister, do you want me to drink the noodle soup? Yi Yayan looked at the contents of the bowl, brushed her hair, and said sheepishly, This can't really be considered noodle soup. Although it's sticky, it still has some shape. And the noodles I usually cook aren't like this. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Yayan, whose face was slightly red, and felt really helpless. Fortunately, this bowl of noodle soup has no other special color except the milky white soup, otherwise Yi Fan would really be afraid of food poisoning. But when Yi Fan thought about the fact that Yi Yayan didn't even put onions in the noodles, he was speechless. Thinking that Yi Yayan was a person who had never been involved in domesticated activities, Yi Fan picked up the chopsticks and prepared to try it first. After all, this was a token of Yi Yayan's kindness. Yi Fan just wanted to taste it. If it really didn't taste good, he wouldn't continue eating it. Why don't you just not eat? I'll go make you another bowl of noodles. Yi Yayan held Yi Fan's hand, and the soft and delicate feeling on her palm made Yi Fan a little overwhelmed. But Yi Fan was an experienced person after all. Although he was a little overwhelmed by this kind of contact, he quickly calmed himself down. Let me try the taste first. After all, this is the first bowl of noodles that Sister Yen made for me. Yi Fan smiled gently and said to Yi Yayan. Okay then. Yi Yayan let go of her hand, looking a little worried. If it really doesn't taste good, don't force it. No. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he reached into the bowl with his chopsticks, ready to pick up some noodles. Only. The noodles broke as soon as they were clamped, and Yi Fan didn't use any force at all. Yi Fan made the decision in his heart that this bowl of noodles could not be eaten. It's not that I don't want to eat it, it's that God doesn't allow me to eat it. Glancing at Yi Yayan. At this moment, Yi Yayan's eyes widened. She had never expected that she couldn't even pick up the noodles she made. The noodles I made before were obviously not that bad. This is a huge embarrassment. Yi Yayan said to Yi Fan with a ruddy face. I suddenly remembered that the neighbor's dog next door hasn't had dinner yet, so I asked Aunt Jean to bring it to it. After saying that, he picked up the noodles in front of Yi Fan and quickly walked out of the kitchen. Yi Fan was stunned. Can dogs eat batter? Also, everyone living here is rich. Are you sure their dogs will eat the noodles you cook? Yi Fan looked at the stove, sighed, and decided to do it himself. As a person who grew up in an orphanage, Yi Fan has some cooking skills, and they are not bad. A few minutes later, Yi Yayan returned to the kitchen after finishing her masterpiece. As soon as I entered the door, a refreshing fragrance hit my nose. What caught Yi Yayan's eye was Yi Fan, who was making noodles in the kitchen. Yi Fan, can you make noodles? Yi Yayan walked forward and asked in disbelief. Of course. Yi Fan smiled proudly. I'll make you some dry noodles. Yi Fan put the cooked noodles into a bowl. Various seasonings had already been placed in the bowl. At this time, Yi Yayan realized that the fragrance came from the bowl. The combination of various seasonings created an appetizing aroma. Looking at Yi Fan, who was mixing noodles, Yi Yayan blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked, why don't the noodles you cook stick together? I also wanted to make dry noodles when I cooked them before, but I found that without soup, the noodles would tangle together and become dry. Yi Fan mixed the noodles and laughed. If you want to make the noodles not dry, there are 2 ways. 2 methods? Yi Yayan asked in surprise. Well, I know of 2 ways. Yi Fan explained, but for you, the first way will do. Why? Yi Yayan asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Because it's simple. Forget it, I'll tell you everything. The first method is to put the almost cooked noodles into cold water. If you want to eat them cold, you don't need to put them back into the pot. If you don't want to eat them cold, put them back into the pot and rinse them again with hot water. The second method is to take out the noodles when they are almost cooked. At that time, the hardness is just right. Then add a little oil and mix them together, and they won't get tangled together. The second method is not suitable for you at the moment. It requires experience. The first method, especially for making cold noodles, is the simplest and best for beginners like you. Oh. Yi Yayan responded, and Yi Fan didn't know whether she understood or not. Come on, give it a try. Yi Fan handed the bowl of noodles to Yi Yayan, and then took out a pair of chopsticks from the table and gave them to her. Yi Yayan held the bowl of noodles in both hands, lowered her head and smelled it. The fragrance alone was enough to crush the batter she made. Put it on the table and pick it up with chopsticks. Slurp. The noodles were not as soft as hers, but not hard either, just right. This skill can not only surpass hers, but can even be compared with the 2 nannies at home. Is it delicious? Yi Fan folded his hands and looked at Yi Yayan. The other party's eager look actually gave the answer. It's delicious. I didn't expect that the noodles you cooked, Yi Fan, are so delicious. They can be compared with Aunt Jiang and Aunt Li. Yi Fan smiled happily and said, don't flatter me too much. Really, I'm not a person who likes to brag. At this time, Yi Fan opened the eye of insight. He was surprised to find that Yi Yayan's favorability had reached 73 points, and his smile became even wider. However, this is not a game after all. The favorability can be high or low and it is not fixed. By the way, Yi Fan, call Shirling to come down for noodles, and let her taste the noodles cooked by you, her brother. Good. Yi Fan responded, then took out his cell phone and called Yi Shirling. Hey, brother Yi Fan, have you eaten the noodles now? Do you feel okay? If you feel uncomfortable in your stomach, go ask the 2 aunts to get some medicine. As soon as the call was connected, Yi Shirling asked a bunch of questions. Fortunately, Yi Fan did not turn on the speakerphone, otherwise this would have been a combination of taunting skills towards Yi Yan. After hearing this, Yifan finally understood why she quietly ran upstairs when she heard that Yi Yan was going to cook noodles. It's okay. I called you to have noodles. Come down quickly. Eat noodles? I'm not hungry yet. I don't want to eat noodles. Yifan, please persuade my elder sister. I want to save some space for the dinner that my aunt will make later. Yifan was amused. Could it be that this girl had eaten the noodles made by Yi Yan before and developed a phobia because of it? Look how scared she was. It's not your sister who made it. It's me. Come down and eat it. It's delicious. You did it? Yi Shiling was stunned for a moment, then continued to ask, is it really delicious? Brother, you can't lie to me, I trust you very much. Really, I'm not lying to you. Yifan said affirmatively. Well, I'll come down and try your cooking. After hanging up the phone, Yifan started preparing the second bowl of noodles. When Yi Shiling came down, she finally felt relieved when she saw the bowl of delicious noodles that Yifan had prepared for her. It looks like real noodles. After taking a bite, the little girl praised, this noodle is good, look at it, this is called food, what you made is called do not eat. Second tone. Yi Yan glared at her, and the little girl smiled awkwardly. The eldest sister's authority was there, so she immediately shut her mouth. But after a few seconds of silence, he said to Yifan again, Brother Yifan, come with me to the live broadcast later. Many fans in my live broadcast room have expressed that they want to hear your voice again. Me? Yifan pointed at himself and rejected it, forget it, I don't know how to broadcast live. Yi Shiling smiled sweetly, you don't need to broadcast live, just team up with me to play games while I'm broadcasting. Is it okay? Seeing Yifan hesitate, Yi Shiling said coquettishly. Okay, I'll give it a try. Yeah. Chapter 22, Doubt About Life, please recommend. On the 4th floor of the villa, there is an entertainment and games room. Yifan played with the mouse and keyboard for a bit, and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. This felt much better than Zhao Lei's keyboard and mouse, and the price was probably much more expensive. Yifan thought about it and asked, Shiling, how much does this keyboard and mouse cost? It's probably just a few thousand yuan. I can't remember the exact amount. Yi Shiling said casually. Thousands of dollars? Can these two things be so expensive? Yifan couldn't help but look surprised. His highest estimate just now was only a few $100s. A few $1,000s could buy a PUBG computer. 2? Oh, brother, you mean these two together? They should be a little over 10,000. It's not too expensive. A computer host here costs about 80,000 or 90,000 yuan, and it can perfectly run all the games currently on the market. 80 or 90,000? Yifan secretly clicked his tongue, it turned out that poverty limited his imagination. By the way, Shiling, why haven't you started the live broadcast yet? Didn't you say it would start at 8 o'clock? It's already 2 minutes later. Yifan asked puzzledly. Yi Shiling lifted her hair and said with a grin. Brother Yifan, don't worry. You don't know, the fans in my live studio want me to apologize no matter whether I arrive on time or not, so I might as well be a few minutes late on purpose. Why? Yifan was very confused. He felt that he could not keep up with the pace of the times. Why did he have to apologize on time? It didn't take long for Yifan to find out. Yi Shiling opened the live broadcast room, and the entire screen was filled with a large number of words demanding the host to apologize. Yi Shiling cleared her throat and changed her voice to say in a very queenly voice, foolish fans of my live studio, I'm the queen, and you dare to ask me to apologize. You're really too presumptuous, In an instant, Yifan understood. This kind of very cold queen's voice seems to be able to touch some kind of sweet spot in the heart, making people feel unable to stop, and even vaguely feel some kind of coquettish meaning. Under the double blow, fans in the live broadcast room said they couldn't bear it anymore. Please ravage me as much as you can, my queen. I didn't expect Ying Bao to use the queen's voice today. I was not prepared and almost fainted. Every time Ying Bao's queen voice comes out, I can't stand it and want to go to the bathroom. Want to come in? Sorry, I'm already out of the bathroom. 666, brother, this speed is unbeatable. It's so cool, Ying Bao, please be my girlfriend, I'm a beauty. Yi Shiling looked at the overwhelming barrage of comments, the corners of her mouth curled up in a smug smile. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that it seemed that she was not the only one doing the live broadcast today, but also Brother Yifan was beside her. Suddenly he said awkwardly, "Brother, please don't look at these comments, it hurts your eyes." Hurt your eyes? The various implicit words are indeed a bit hurtful to the eyes. Yifan nodded and looked at his computer screen again tactfully. The conversation between the two was naturally transmitted to the live broadcast room without any surprise. Suddenly, most of the comments in the live broadcast room were replaced by other words. "Brother Ingbao is here today too. Ingbao, why didn't you remind me earlier? Did I reveal something? Brother Ingbao, please say a few more words. Your voice is so nice. We are indeed a family. You both have some great genes." Yi Shirling turned around and said to Yifan with a smile, "Look, the fans in my live broadcast room like you so much that they stopped paying attention to me when they heard your voice." Yifan just smiled and said nothing more, and opened the chicken game interface at the same time. Yi Shirling smiled and said to the live broadcast room, "Didn't those crazy people in your group keep clamoring for my brother to come to the live broadcast together? I put a lot of effort into it this time. We will play PUBG together later, just wait and see how I lead my brother." That's right. Yi Shirling then remembered that she didn't know whether Yifan had played this game before, so she asked, "Brother, have you ever played PUBG? Let's play a few games." Yifan's tone was a little uncertain. Although the 2 times he helped his son in the dormitory play games only took a few minutes in total, it was still a few games. When Yi Shirling heard this, she was not worried at all. Instead, she said happily, "How many games?" It's okay, let me, the Asian female gun queen, take you flying." My heart was filled with joy. Finally, there is someone who is better than me. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't stand it anymore and complained. "Asian female gun queen? Ingbao, are you still asleep? Fly with me? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid he'll be singing Death Flight in the air." Noopying is online again. Today, I watched Ingbao unlock the nth way to die. Asia's strongest female skydiver is in place. Looking at these comments, Yi Shirling couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, because Yifan also saw them. These stinky fans. How dare you insult me like that in front of Brother Yifan? This time I will let you see what it means to explode the little universe and give birth to the Asian female gun king. Snort. Since you bunch of stinky fans don't believe me, I'll let you see my real skills. The game starts 5 minutes into the game. Ah. There is a person on the roof. I was knocked down. Brother Yifan, hurry up. Bang. Before Yi Shirling could finish her words, the sound of a grenade was heard and the man on the roof stopped attacking her. What's going on? Yi Shirling's eyes widened, feeling very confused. Why didn't this person attack her? She was so nervous just now that she didn't even pay attention to the information displayed on the computer. "Don't worry, I killed that man with a grenade." Yifan's gentle voice came, pulling Yi Shirling out of her daze. Her little mouth opened slightly. "What, I was blown to death by you, brother? Well, I'm here to save you now. Do you have any medicine?" Yifan's voice came faintly, very calmly. Yi Shirling was a little overwhelmed and answered subconsciously, "Only a bandage." "Oh, I'll give you 3 first aid kits and some drinks later." Yifan rescued Yi Shirling and put the things on the ground. At this time, Yi Shirling finally came back to her senses, and said with her mouth slightly opened, "Brother, didn't you say that you only played this game a few times? How come you are so powerful that you can kill him with just 1 bomb? He has no teammates. He would definitely be killed by a bomb." Yifan explained in a steady voice. "If there are teammates, they will just be knocked down. P.S. I think so? I can't remember clearly." Yi Shirling waved her hand. "No, I mean, how do you know the enemy's location? You said it. But the roof is so big, how could he have been killed by the explosion? Could it be that you are just too lucky?" Yi Shirling pursed her pink lips and looked at Yifan curiously. "When he hit you just now, I heard that it was from that position, and then I made a quick judgment and threw the mine at him." At this time, although the two could not see the barrage in the live broadcast room, it was already booming there. "Oh my god, Brother Ingbao is really playing dumb. He knows this technique of listening to sounds and locating positions, but he still says he has only played a few games? I have a feeling this Ingbao is going to take off. Impossible? Location by sound?" Yi Shirling asked softly. "That should be it. It's a very simple technique. Don't you know how to do that?" Yi Shirling. This is really heartbreaking. But brother, didn't you say you only played a few games? Yes. Then how do you know where to go by sound? It's very simple. You can tell it just by listening to it. Yi Fan scratched his head. Is this a very powerful technique? It's so simple. Yi Shirling. I can't continue chatting today. If you can identify the position by sound after playing only a few times, then why can't I do it after playing for so long? Am I really that stupid? Yi Shirling began to doubt her life. Chapter 23 Dinner Date, please recommend. Shirling, are you feeling good? Yi Fan stretched lazily, then looked at Yi Shirling and laughed. Great, great, great. It's so cool. Brother, I've never felt so good before. It feels like I'm floating in the air. I feel like I'm floating, what should I do? Yi Shirling's face was flushed and her expression was excited. She couldn't express how happy she was. I played 5 games of chicken tonight, and I won all 5. It was the first time that Yi Shirling discovered that this game was so fun. This is what is called a chicken game. In the past, it was called express delivery service. Although she didn't kill many people, it was fun to follow Yi Fan and loot his loot. If she was knocked down, Yi Fan would help her up. If she was really unlucky and was killed before Yi Fan could reach her, Yi Fan would avenge her and she would win without any effort. It's getting late, let's stop here for today. I'll take you to eat chicken later when I have time, okay? Yi Fan got up from the gaming chair, stood up and stretched his body. Playing games all the time makes the body tense and lacks activity. Well, it's a deal then, bro. It's so much fun playing PUBG with you. I'm going to my room to take a shower and go to bed. Shirling, you should also go to bed early. The exam is coming up soon. You should reduce the time of live broadcasts in the future. Yi Fan finally stated his purpose. He felt that if Yi Shirling could shorten the time of the game live broadcast a little, her results might improve. Aha! After taking a shower, Yi Fan dried his hair with a hairdryer. At this moment, the WeChat notification sound suddenly rang several times in succession. Yi Fan put away the hairdryer and picked up his mobile phone to check. 3 people sent him WeChat messages at the same time, and 2 of them were probably sent while he was taking a shower. Well, all 5 are women. Yi Fan took a quick glance and prepared to read the news about Kong Chiohan, the beautiful, rich girl he met on the high-speed train. Yi Fan, didn't I say before that I would treat you to a meal? I found a nice restaurant and would like to treat you to a meal. Not here? Is it there now? You're still not here. When you see the message, please reply to me quickly. Kong Chiohan sent the message when Yi Fan was taking a shower. Yi Fan thought for a moment and typed back, I just went to take a shower and didn't see the message. In less than a second, a message came from the other side. Oh, Yi Fan, when are you free? The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Is his hand speed so fast? Or voice typing? I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon. I originally wanted to go to the library to read some books and review, but since you said so, I can go tomorrow afternoon as well. Ah, will that disrupt your study plans? If you really don't have time, I can wait and try not to delay your studies. Yi Fan, no, I mean reviewing the postgraduate entrance examination questions I did yesterday. Kong Chiohan. We are all juniors, but why are they all thinking about taking the postgraduate entrance examination? The gap. Yi Fan, you are so amazing. I have never thought about taking the postgraduate entrance examination. Are the questions in the postgraduate entrance examination difficult? It's okay. Actually, doing these questions is just a way to experience the feeling of taking the postgraduate entrance examination. Oh? Yi Fan, aren't you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? No, if my guess is correct, I should be able to get a place in the admission list. After all, my overall score is pretty good. Guaranteed admission to graduate school? That total score is not something that can be achieved easily, it must be at the top. Is this the way a top student thinks? I'm so weak that it's a bit scary. Kong Chiohan suffered a severe blow and was killed in action. Okay then, let's make an appointment to have dinner tomorrow afternoon. See you there. Well, see you then. Putting the cell phone in front of his chest, which was rising and falling obviously, Kong Chiohan showed a sweet smile. Although he suffered an inexplicable blow from Yi Fan. But it's already great to be able to make an appointment with Yi Fan to have dinner together. When Kang Chohan thought of Yifan's handsome face, her face turned red. She thought about it blankly, and couldn't help but become a little dazed. And the other side. After dealing with Kang Chohan's message, Yifan opened the chat window of a second person. This person is the student union president of Yifan's school. She is a junior named Zhang Hanxue and is also the school's #1 beauty. When Yifan first entered school, he joined a department of the student union, but later he felt that it took up too much of his part-time job time, so he quit not long after. At that time, Zhang Hanxue and Yifan were from the same department and joined at the same time. Originally, the relationship between the two of them was actually pretty good. They were both good at studying and could talk to each other. Moreover, Zhang Hanxue did not look down on Yifan for working part-time. Instead, she admired him very much. However, after Yifan got a girlfriend, for some reason, Zhang Hanxue took the initiative to reduce contact with Yifan, and their conversations were as short as possible. At that time, Yifan thought he had offended her in some way, but because Zhang Hanxue had become the vice president of the student union, Yifan thought she was busy with work, and by Shui had dates quite frequently, so he didn't think much about it. Yifan really didn't expect that she would actually send him a message this time. He didn't dare to read it for a while, so he looked at Kang Chohan's message first. Yifan, I heard that Bai Shui broke up with you. I didn't expect that she was such a gold digger. There was only this paragraph, and although it seemed to be words of comfort, Yifan did not see any words of comfort. Moreover, this happened 2 days ago, and you just found out about it now. Are you so busy? Yifan typed, I'm fine, don't worry. Zhang Hanxue quickly replied, don't hold it in. If you want to cry, just cry. Remember to send a voice message. Yifan. What does this sentence mean? Comfort? Why do you need to send a voice message? Could it be that Zhang Hanxue wanted to choose appropriate comfort based on the degree of his sadness? Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Who says there is no pure friendship between opposite sexes? Aren't they just that? Yifan, don't worry, I felt very sad at first, but now I have let it go. Zhang Hanxue, that's such a pity. Withdraw in seconds. Did she send a message just now? Why did you withdraw it? Is there a typo? Yifan just drank a sip of water, and when he looked at his phone, he saw a message that it had been withdrawn. Zhang Hanxue, I feel sorry for you. Dog head expression. Yifan, no need, I've let it go. Zhang Hanxue, why don't you just cry for a while? I have to give you the most sincere comfort from a friend. Why was Zhang Hanxue so persistent in making him cry? Although he couldn't figure it out, Yifan still understood the words of comfort written at the end. I couldn't help but send a voice message, thank you very much for your concern, Hanxue, but I'm really fine now. In the boudoir. Zhang Hanxue was delighted at first when she saw the voice message from Yifan, but after listening to it, she threw the phone directly on the bed. Her cold and beautiful face was filled with unhappiness. This was not something she wanted to hear. With a cold face and hugging his legs, he cursed in his heart. You are worse than a pig or a dog, Yifan. You got cheated on and didn't even cry to make me happy. Damn Yifan, stinky Yifan, dog Yifan with such poor vision. Seeing that Zhang Hanxue didn't reply to the message, Yifan didn't care. After all, she has a cold personality. The next few messages were all about saying good night, having a good rest, and paying attention to sleep. Basically, Yifan received all of them in these 2 days. It was sent by the beauty in the department, the beauty from the next school, or the beautiful classmate in high school. Yifan replied politely and prepared to go to bed. Chapter 24 Triggering Explosion Rate, please recommend. Host, have you signed in? After washing up, Yifan opened the system interface. Confirm. Sign in successfully, sign in rewards, super swimming ability, world-class fighting level, body enhancement once, 100% of Marvel shares, 30% of the world-class luxury brand LV shares. What's going on? Yifan was dumbfounded. Why did he get so many rewards for signing in today? System data is wrong? Oh my goodness, there are 5 rewards. And they are all rewards of good quality. No, the system's rewards have never been bad. Sure enough, early morning is the happiest time. Unable to help himself, Yifan hummed a song happily. Obviously he was in a very good mood. However, he still had some questions, so he took the initiative to ask the system, why are there so many rewards today? Because the host's luck is so good today, the conditions for triggering the explosion rate have been met. Explosion rate? Yes, this is a hidden benefit that requires luck as a trigger condition. The better the luck, the higher the triggering rate. So that's how it is. Yifan nodded and smiled happily. However, he was smart enough to think of the key point of the problem. Asked, will my luck today be reduced or disappear due to the triggered explosion rate? It doesn't reduce or consume luck. Oh. Yifan couldn't help but be overjoyed. If this luck had not been consumed, wouldn't it mean that he would have good luck today? That would be very interesting. At this moment, a ring suddenly rang. It was Yifan's cell phone calling. Yifan picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from an unfamiliar number. Yifan picked up the phone and heard a female voice in somewhat stiff Chinese. Hello, boss. I guess I called you during the day. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Yifan asked in confusion, who are you? The tone on the other end of the phone was a little frustrated. Boss, you forgot my name again after just a few days without calling? My name is Audrey, and I'm the CEO of Marvel that you appointed. How could you forget about me so quickly? Yifan. Did I forget you? I don't even know you, sister. At this time, he remembered one of the rewards from the system. Suddenly, a naughty word popped up in my mind. You and I are not destined to be together, it's all due to the system. Oh, Audrey, why are you calling this time? Yifan could only pretend that they were a little familiar with each other. I want to report to you about my work. The equity agreement you purchased earlier should be in your hands today. Please remember to sign for it when the time comes. What address is it written? Yifan asked puzzledly. Audrey reported a place name, and Yifan looked strange because that was where he lives now. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Yifan still had to go have breakfast and didn't want to waste time here. Wow, boss, why are you so cold this time? Didn't you promise me last time that you would be my boyfriend? Although Audrey spoke broken Chinese, her voice was really nice and her coquettish voice was full of temptation. Yifan didn't want to feel embarrassed while eating breakfast, so he quickly stopped Audrey's behavior. It was early in the morning, and I didn't care whether he could bear it or not. I just did it like this. However, this also made Yifan more curious about what Audrey looked like. With such a nice voice, she must be pretty good looking too. Yifan coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, don't talk nonsense. I didn't agree to be your boyfriend. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll hang up. Wait a minute, I have something else to report. Audrey quickly spoke out to stop him, feeling very annoyed at the same time. She had been thinking about Yifan since she saw his photo last time. Although he has an oriental face, his appearance is in line with Western aesthetics, with three-dimensional facial features and a straight nose. She deliberately said that they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, which was actually an active confession. Unexpectedly, Yifan actually rejected it directly. Audrey is so beautiful that she is even called Little Audrey. Unexpectedly, Yifan refused without even thinking about it. However, the things that need to be reported still need to be reported and completed. Didn't you previously appoint Downey Jr. to play Iron Man? The movie has had several premieres in the United States and the effect is very good. I really admire your vision, boss. You found the most suitable actor with the lowest salary. Little Donnie also asked me to express his gratitude to you on his behalf, saying that he would like to treat you to a good meal next time you come to the United States. Downey Jr.? Iron Man? Or did he say he wanted Downey Jr. to play the role? Yifan almost dropped the phone. He checked the date on his phone, it was June 2010. He didn't expect that Iron Man 1 hadn't come out yet. Although the world I traveled to is a parallel world, some things are different. For example, the chicken eating game has already been produced and is very popular. But I didn't expect that Iron Man 1 would be released 2 years late. Well, it doesn't seem to be something worth making a fuss about. Yifan calmed down and continued, okay, I understand. As for eating, if there is a chance to go to the United States, that would also be possible. If it's alright, I'll hang up. Just after hanging up the phone with Audrey, another call came in. This time it was a male voice, speaking a series of fluent English. Is this Mr. Yifan? I am the current executive president of the LV Group and the third largest shareholder of the board of directors, Lewis William. Congratulations on purchasing 30% of LV's shares and becoming LV's largest shareholder. I would also like to sincerely thank you for your large amount of funds this time, which helped the Lewis Group overcome its current biggest crisis. The equity agreement has been delivered by express delivery. We are glad to have you join us. Yifan naturally understood William's English and said in French with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Louis William, you can actually speak French, I can understand it. Acquiring 30% of your group's shares is a mutually beneficial matter. There's no need to be too polite." After exchanging a few polite words with the man named William, Yifan hung up the phone. "There's no way, I'm hungry." These people called one after another, not even leaving him time to eat. "If you don't eat now, you'll be late for school. Maybe this is the trouble of rich people." At noon, after eating in the cafeteria, Yifan did not return to the dormitory, but went to a lottery shop not far from the school gate. Yifan took out 600 yuan and bought a pack of scratch tickets. There are 60 tickets in total, each costing 10 yuan. Yifan didn't take it away, but scratched it directly in the store. This action naturally attracted the attention of several people in the lottery shop, and they all looked over. The first one won 100 yuan. The second one won 500 yuan. The third one won 1,000 yuan. The fourth one won 10,000 yuan. Chapter 25, A Biased God, Please Recommend. Hiss. Seeing this, a man who was standing behind Yifan and peeking at him couldn't help but gasp. His lips trembled as he shouted in disbelief, How is this possible? How can you possibly win a prize by scratching one? This is unscientific." The lottery shop was not very big, and the man's voice was clearly heard by everyone. Even Yifan was slightly stunned. Then he laughed. "Science? No, it's metaphysics, it's luck." Yifan ignored it and continued scratching the lottery tickets. Yifan doesn't care, but others do. Whether it was the desire to join in the fun or curiosity in their bones, it drove them all to gather around. The rest of the people in the lottery shop quickly gathered around Yifan. 5,000? Another 5,000? The lottery shop owner looked at the contents of the card that Yifan had just scratched out, and even the fat on his belly was moved by his exclamation. He looked at Yifan as if he was a monster. He had been a lottery shop owner for more than 20 years, and had never seen anyone with such good luck. This is too outrageous. Is this a scratch card? It's like a money printing machine. In comparison, the lottery shop owner looked relatively good, while the other two were almost drooling. This might not be the god of wealth descending to the world. These lottery players have been buying lottery tickets for years, but the total amount of their winnings may not be as much as what Yifan gets from playing scratch tickets. 1,000. Hiss. Another 5,000. Fuck, here comes a $10,000 note. These people were so shocked by Yifan's luck that they couldn't become numb even if they wanted to. God is too partial. He gave this guy such a handsome appearance and selfishly gave him such luck. Could it be that he is Goddess' illegitimate child? They don't ask for much, just one of these two things will do for them, they are not picky. I didn't expect playing scratch tickets would be so tiring. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so many. Yifan put down the scratch card worth 10,000 yuan in his hand and flexed his fingers. Others. Listen, is this human language? Too tired to shave? If they had such incredible luck, they could buy a truckload of scratch tickets and scratch them day and night. They just thought Yifan was showing off and couldn't help but curse him in their hearts. But in fact, Yifan was really tired of shaving. It is indeed easy to get sore by shaving with fingers like this. And now he owns 30% of the shares of the world-class luxury brand LV. Even though the LV group suffered heavy losses due to the financial crisis, Yifan could still get dividends of several billion RMB every year with his 30% stake. In addition, Iron Man 1 is about to be released, and as the full controlling shareholder of Marvel, there will be a considerable amount of financial income at that time. So, he really doesn't care about this little money. This time I came here just to test my luck. After exchanging the scratch tickets he had scratched out for money with the boss, Yifan distributed the remaining scratch tickets in his hand to several people. Naturally, these people were grateful profusely and were very moved and excited, as if the opportunity to get rich overnight was right in front of them. Under the adoring gazes of several people, Yifan said calmly, "Boss, are there any lottery tickets or double color balls that are about to be drawn?" The boss scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, "You can only buy lottery tickets 3 days in advance, which means you have to wait at least 3 days after you buy them. There will be no lottery today." "Oh, then just give me a lottery ticket and I'll try my luck." After paying the money and taking the lottery ticket, Yifan walked out of the door leisurely. What was different from before was that both Yifan's shirt pockets and his trouser pockets were stuffed full. Inside are large red banknotes. What he held in his hand was also a large red banknote. The three people from the lottery shop watched Yifan leave, and what lingered in their minds was their admiration for Yifan. This is the real god of wealth. At this moment, they wished they could make a wooden sculpture of Yifan's appearance and worship it. As Yifan walked, the bulging banknotes in his pockets swayed as if they were about to fall out. In addition, what Yifan holds in his hand is very eye-catching. Yifan was very distressed. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the lottery shop owner to borrow a big bag. Especially when there is money in the inner pocket of your coat, it is very inconvenient every time you take a step. Yifan had no choice but to go to the small supermarket next door and buy a black backpack. After all, this is 42,000 yuan. He really didn't expect that the lottery shop owner could take out so much money directly without going to the bank. The supermarket clerk was shocked and just stared with wide eyes as Yifan took out stacks of banknotes from all his pockets. Could it be that I have traveled to the world of Doraemon? While the supermarket clerk was stunned, Yifan walked out of the supermarket door and prepared to take a taxi to the place where he had an appointment with Kong Chiohan. Not long after Yifan left the lottery shop, three people in the lottery shop started scratching the scratch cards like mad dogs. When all the scratch tickets left by Yifan were scratched off, only the lottery shop owner laughed out loud. Before the other two could question why he was able to scratch out a scratch ticket worth $5,000, the shop owner spoke first. Do you think these scratch tickets are important? No, absolutely wrong. The important thing is the scratch ticket that the guy just touched. The scratch ticket that I scratched out 5,000 is the one he just picked up and put down. Ha 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 ha. From then on, a story about the god of wealth descending to earth spread from this lottery shop. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, the three people who experienced this incident believed it firmly. After Yifan got off the car, he thought he had arrived early enough, but he didn't expect that Kong Chiohan had been waiting for him. As soon as Yifan entered the store, Kong Chiohan, who was sitting in the corner, noticed him and quickly greeted him. Yifan came over, sat down, and said with a smile, "Didn't we agree to meet at 2 o'clock? How come you're here at only 1:15? Kong Chiohan, who was standing opposite, looked at Yifan's gentle and sunny smile and smiled unconsciously. Hearing Yifan's question, Kong Chiohan supported her face with both hands and said in a tender voice, "Yifan, didn't you come so early too?" Ha ha. Kong Chiohan smiled playfully. Maybe this is the case that it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive at the right time. We really think of the same thing. Yifan smiled but said nothing. After eating in the cafeteria, he planned to go to the lottery shop to test his luck, and then go to the library to read a book. But what he didn't expect was that he became hungry again not long after coming out of the lottery shop. Yifan guessed that it might be because of the body strengthening he used in the morning. Ever since he used body strengthening in the morning, his appetite has gradually increased. It was fine in the morning, maybe it had only been working for a short time. By noon, my appetite was 3 times as much as usual. Even his roommates were shocked at the time and thought Yifan was being abused by his family. But just now, I felt hungry again not long after. I came here so quickly, actually to ease the protest of my stomach. I couldn't help but sigh, it's really a coincidence. Chapter 26 Trouble is Coming, please recommend. Ha! Yifan, why are you carrying a school bag? Yifan sat down and took off his backpack and put it aside. Kong Chiohan naturally noticed it and asked with a puzzled expression. Yifan heard this and explained with a smile, I went to the lottery shop at noon and played scratch cards for a while, and won some money. But there was no bag to put the money in, so I just bought a school bag to put the money in. Kong Chiohan was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly and chuckled, Yifan, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought you were robbing a bank, hee hee. Kong Chiohan thought Yifan was joking and started to tease him as well. Yifan understood it quickly, and without further explanation, he asked, have you ordered the dishes? I came here on an empty stomach, and I'm already very hungry. He was also embarrassed to tell Kong Chiohan that he had already eaten lunch. Giant is not a nice word. Upon hearing this, Kong Chiohan pursed her pink lips embarrassedly. He said awkwardly, I'm sorry Yifan, I didn't know you would come so early, so I haven't ordered yet. As he said that, he handed the menu to Yifan, you order first, order whatever you like, the food in this restaurant is delicious. Yifan was really hungry at this time, so he didn't show any modesty. He directly picked up the menu and ticked the dishes he wanted to eat. While Yifan was ordering food, Kong Qiuhan pretended to play with his phone, but he kept stealing glances at Yifan out of the corner of his eye. Woo! It's only been a few days since we last met. Why do I feel like brother Yifan has become more handsome? Woo! The more I watch it, the more I want to watch it. Could it be that I am in love? Isn't it said that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder? Otherwise, why would he seem even more handsome? I really want to look at him openly. But, wouldn't that be too proactive? Not good, right? So confusing. Even if Yifan had an eye of insight, he would not have thought that Kong Qiuhan had so many changes in his mind at this moment. After he finished ordering, he was about to hand the menu to Kong Qiuhan for her to order, but unexpectedly Kong Qiuhan just stretched out her hand to call the waiter over. She picked up the menu and said softly to the waiter, "Serve the food first, remember to be quick, my friend is very hungry." "Okay, Ms. Kong." The waitress picked up the menu and walked quickly to the kitchen. "It seems that you are an old customer here. We all know you." Yifan chuckled. "No, this is only my second time eating at this restaurant. But because this restaurant is owned by my family, and I greeted them when I came to taste the food yesterday, the staff of this restaurant all know me." Yifan was about to say something when a young man in a black suit walked into the store and came towards Yifan and his table with a menacing look. Yifan's physical strengthening has not been completed yet, but his facial senses have become more sensitive. He sensed something and looked directly at the young man. Noticing Yifan's movement, Kong Qiuhan subconsciously looked over and immediately frowned slightly. He said in a dissatisfied tone, "Zhang Hao, what are you doing here? This store doesn't welcome you." Zhang Hao did not respond to Kong Qiuhan's words, but looked at Yifan with an unfriendly look. He sneered, "Is this the boyfriend you're looking for? He wears cheap street stall clothes and can't even afford branded clothes. How can a man like this give you happiness? You've been used to a life of luxury since you were a child. You and I are childhood sweethearts, and we're a good match. Why are you dating a loser like this?" Zhang Hao was arrogant, but Yifan was confused. He asked doubtfully, "Date? How come he didn't know today was a date? The relationship hasn't reached that level yet, has it? Although you are a rare beauty with a beauty score of over 90 points, you can't say anything careless. You have to take it slow and love will grow over time. It's not good to go too fast. Moreover, although the clothes I am wearing are not branded, they are not cheap goods either. They are custom made." Noticing Yifan's puzzled look, Kong Qiuhan gritted his teeth. She didn't explain to Yifan, but said to Zhang Hao with a red face, "What's wrong with me asking him to be my boyfriend? I am willing." Zhang Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Yifan and said excitedly, "Our childhood sweetheart relationship is not as good as this loser?" Kong Qiuhan suddenly became anxious and quickly said to Yifan, "Yifan, don't listen to this person's nonsense. My house is close to his. He has liked to play with me since he was a child, but I don't have any feelings for him. And when he came to see me when I was little, I was annoyed to death. Even after he grew up and came back from the United States, he still kept bothering me. He brazenly said he was my boyfriend in school. He was so self-righteous. If I could beat him, I would really want to beat him up." When Zhang Hao heard Kong Qiuhan's words, his expression became even more unfriendly. He looked at Yifan fiercely, as if he wanted to beat Yifan up. Then, he asked Kong Qiuhan unwillingly, "What do you like about this loser? Can't I compare with him?" Kong Qiuhan was also a little angry at this time, and said loudly, "I just like it, it's none of your business. Also, don't call him a loser all the time. In comparison, you are more like a loser who looks like a dog in a human form. You don't even have the most basic respect for others. He's not as rich as me. You won't be happy with him." Zhang Hao tried hard to control his anger. "Yifan is more handsome than you. I will support him in the future." Kong Qiuhan was not willing to be outdone. Zhang Hao was stunned when he heard this, his momentum weakened, and he almost suffered internal injuries. The spectators around, upon hearing what the little girl said, immediately began to laugh softly. When Zhang Hao heard all this, he felt ashamed and his anger grew even more intense. "I'm physically stronger than him, and I have a black belt in karate. You're still not as handsome as Yifan. No one has Yifan's sense of justice. Also, don't think I don't know about the dirty things between you and my bestie. One of you betrayed my preferences and whereabouts in bed, and the other wanted to cheat on me without even pulling up her pants." Zhang Hao was stunned. He didn't expect that Kong Qiuhan knew about this. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Ha, are you surprised? Kang Chiohan sneered, I just found out about it recently, but I'm too lazy to expose it. Jia Jia and I are just playing around. I'm doing this to get closer to you, Chiohan. You're the only one I like in my heart. Hearing this, Yifan's mouth curled up and he almost laughed out loud. He is such a jerk that he can say such childish words. Can you pull connections to the bed? Then your lower body is long enough. Go to the hospital quickly. It's a disease and needs treatment. Yifan had a strange look on his face when he heard that. He didn't expect that this girl, who was usually cute and silly, could be so clean and decisive when she confronted people. When Zhang Hao heard this, he didn't know what to say. After all, even he himself didn't believe what he said. He glanced at Yifan from the corner of his eye and became even angrier. He reached out and picked up the chair next to him and smashed it over. Chapter 27 I want to deceive myself, please recommend votes. His movements were quick and decisive, as expected of someone who had practiced karate. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to avoid it. But who is Yifan? With his constantly improving physical fitness and world-class fighting skills, he kicked straight forward. Relying on the advantage of his legs being longer than his arms and his faster speed, he kicked Zhang Hao to the ground. He held his stomach, curled up, and wailed in pain, his face turning pale and ugly. In an instant, the winner was decided. No, how can we say who wins or loses? This is self-defense. Kang Chiohan only reacted at this moment, still in shock. When he reacted, he quickly stood up and looked at Yifan, and said in a worried tone, Yifan, you are not hurt. Yifan looked at Kang Chiohan and saw the worry in her eyes, which warmed his heart. He said in a gentle tone, it's okay, I kicked him down before he even touched my clothes. Then he looked at Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground in pain, with doubt, and asked Kang Chiohan, is he really a black belt in karate? Why is he so weak? Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain, became so angry when he heard this that he vomited blood and fell into a coma. Yifan. He looked at Kang Chiohan with an innocent face. She looked at Yifan's funny expression and found it a little funny and couldn't help laughing. However, she didn't want to cause any death and implicate Yifan, so she quickly took out her cell phone and called the emergency number. As long as Zhang Hao is not dead, everything will be fine. After all, Yifan was acting in self-defense. Yifan was not in such a hurry. He sat down leisurely and drank some tea. He knew how much strength he had used, and it was not enough to kick anyone to death, otherwise Zhang Hao would have vomited blood when he fell to the ground. But he didn't stop Kang Chiohan from making the call. Although Zhang Hao attacked first, Yifan's kick was already a lesson for him, so there was no big grudge between them. Naturally, the other customers in the store were also quite frightened. However, no one left, instead many women started taking pictures. Do you think they were taking pictures of Zhang Hao lying unconscious? You are totally wrong. They are all taking pictures of Yifan. There was such a handsome young man at the scene, but instead of taking pictures, he took pictures of the scumbag who was not that handsome and lying on the ground. Isn't that funny? At this time, a beautiful and sweet girl who was only about 17 or 18 years old said, Don't be afraid, little brother. When the police come, I will testify for you that you were acting in self-defense. Yifan smiled when he heard this, thank you, kind and beautiful girl. The smile on the corner of his mouth immediately rushed into the little girl's heart, and her face turned rosy. Suddenly, the other women couldn't wait any longer and said, Don't worry, handsome guy. We are all your witnesses. Kang Chiohan immediately became unhappy when he saw the hungry and eager looks of these women. Holding Yifan's hand, he said to the others, Thank you for your kindness, but there are cameras in the store. When the other women saw Kang Chiohan holding Yifan's hand, many of them's eyes suddenly dimmed. Yifan had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that this girl Kang Chiohan really fell in love with him? Face control? Just because of your beauty. No one called the police, so no police car came, only an ambulance came. Watching the person being taken away by the ambulance, Yifan was speechless. He is really hungry now. I just wanted to have a good meal, but this doesn't make me feel at ease. Back in the store, Kang Chiohan said embarrassedly. I really didn't expect Zhang Hao to come here all of a sudden today. Not only did you not have any food until now, but you also got into trouble with this troublemaker. Yifan waved his hand and said gently, It's nothing, it's more important to eat. Ask the kitchen to serve the dishes quickly. If the dishes are not ready yet, bring a few bowls of rice first. Yi Fan felt his stomach growling and even wondered if his luck had run out in the lottery shop. As Kang Chiohan stared in amazement, Yi Fan began to eat with his belly full. People are so hungry that they don't care about their image. Basically, Kang Chiohan ate very little during this meal and spent most of the time watching Yi Fan eat. It turns out that people with good looks look good no matter what posture they eat in. After eating and drinking, Yi Fan thanked Kang Chiohan. For now, I'm full. I'm sorry for making you spend money. By the way, have you forgotten something? Kang Chiohan smiled and asked. Yi Fan scratched his head in confusion and said, Forgot? You didn't forget anything. He then looked at the backpack next to him and found that it was not lost. Didn't I tell you before to call me Chiohan? But you kept calling me Yua. Forehead. Yi Fan really forgot about this matter. But I don't think I agreed to it. But it's really not polite to keep calling you all the time. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, Chiohan? Hey! Kang Chiohan responded in a sweet tone, smiling happily. At this time, Yi Fan couldn't help but become a little interested in Kang Chiohan. Normally, he is cute and adorable, but when he is talking to others, he is ruthless and his words are sharp. The strong contrast makes her even more charming. By the way, Yi Fan, can you promise to do me a favor? Just when Yi Fan was in deep thought, Kang Chiohan spoke, with an embarrassed look on his face, and his face became even redder. What's the matter? Pretend to be my boyfriend. Kang Chiohan blushed. Pretending to be your boyfriend? Yi Fan looked at her strangely. Well, you're the only single person among the friends I know, so you must help me. Kang Chiohan explained, It's like this, an uncle of mine named Yi recently found his long-lost son. My dad has a good relationship with that uncle named Yi, and he's very happy. So, the two of them decided to arrange a blind date between me and that uncle's son. All you have to do is go with me to meet Uncle Yi's son during the blind date. Then tell him you're my boyfriend. Uncle Yi? Yi Fan muttered to himself, feeling something was wrong inside. His surname is Yi, and he found his long-lost son. Could it be that? Is your uncle called Yi Tianhong? Kang Chiohan was surprised. How did you know Yi Fan? Yi Fan was about to explain when a voice interrupted their conversation. Chiohan, I heard that you and your boyfriend beat Zhang Hao into the hospital? The voice is strong and full of majesty. Kang Chiohan looked ahead in surprise, and said in a bewildered tone, Dad. Why are you here? Why am I here? Zhang Tianxiong almost had a heart attack when he heard the news. Tell me, why am I here? Kang Chiohan thought to himself that this was not good, and that his father might have come to call him to task. He immediately took the responsibility and said, This is not Yi Fan's fault. It's all because of me. Yi Fan? Kang Huayang was stunned when he heard the name, but when he walked up to take a look, he was immediately happy. My dear nephew, it turns out that my daughter's boyfriend is you. Chapter 28, Love Grows Over Time, please recommend. My dear nephew, you are even more handsome in person than in the photo. He is indeed a handsome man with an elegant figure. It makes me a little jealous of old Yi. His children are so outstanding. Kang Huayang patted Yi Fan's shoulder with his big hand, and the light in his eyes was like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked, the more he liked him. Then he seemed to remember something and said, Look at me, I'm so confused that I even forgot to introduce it to you. I am Chiohan's father, my name is Kang Huayang, and I have been friends with your father for many years. Kang Huayang? Yi Fan was stunned, then reacted immediately. Wow, isn't this big guy the founder of Xinhua Mobile? A big-name figure who pushed domestic mobile phones to a climax. You hit me well this time. I've wanted to beat up that bastard named Zhang for a long time. He looks like a scum. My dear nephew, you have helped me vent my anger. Yi Fan and Kang Chiohan were both confused by his words. A man who was inexplicably mistaken for Kang Chiohan's boyfriend. One of them couldn't believe that Yi Fan was the son of Uncle Yi. Moreover, Kang Huayang's expression changed too quickly. When he came, he had a dark face and looked aggressive. But now, there was nothing but admiration in the eyes when looking at Yi Fan. All the aura in his body seemed to disappear. The two looked at each other, their eyes subconsciously looking at each other. The moment their eyes met, Kang Chiohan's face instantly turned red with shame and she turned her head away like a frightened deer. Seeing this situation, Yi Fan knew that this girl must have fallen in love with him. 100% certainty, no need to use the eye of insight. Although Yi Fan had some feelings for Kong Chiohan, it was far from the level of love between a man and a woman. After all, even including today, we have only met twice. Girl, you are developing too fast. Yi Fan complained in his heart. Maybe this is the trouble of handsome guys. These women are all greedy for my body, they are so dirty. When Kong Huayang saw his daughter's shy expression, he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Originally, this girl was very unhappy about letting Yi Fan go on a blind date, but now she understands her father's vision. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. If this scene continues, it might be the bridal chamber. He quickly explained, Uncle Kong, please don't misunderstand me. Chiohan and I have only met twice, and we haven't reached the level of boyfriend and girlfriend yet. When Kong Chiohan heard Yi Fan's words, the blush on her face disappeared for the most part, and she realized that they were indeed not boyfriend and girlfriend. He lowered his head, and a hint of resentment flashed across his eyes. Kong Huayang was stunned for a moment, then looked at his daughter who lowered her head. He seemed to have noticed something and laughed. It's okay, it's okay. Feelings are something that will develop naturally. As we interact with each other more, we will fall in love with each other over time. Our two families are not far from each other, so there are plenty of opportunities. Kong Huayang is indeed an old fox who has lived for decades. Not only did his words not embarrass his daughter, but they also gave Yi Fan a way out. Kong Huayang patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and said, you young people should go and do your things first. I won't bother you. You don't have to worry about Zhang Hao. Leave everything to your Uncle Kong. You two can continue eating. After saying that, he turned and left. After Kong Huayang left, the atmosphere at the scene did not improve, but became even more awkward. At this time, Yi Fan said, I'm going to the Love Orphanage in the eastern suburbs later, do you want to go with me? Hearing this, Kong Chiohan was stunned and asked in confusion, Yi Fan, why are you going to the orphanage? Yi Fan smiled bitterly and said, didn't you say before that your Uncle Yi's son had been lost for many years and was only recently found? Kong Chiohan suddenly realized, and said with an apologetic look in his eyes, I'm sorry, Yi Fan, It's okay. Yi Fan waved his hands and said with a smile, it's not a painful thing. Although I don't know how I ended up in the orphanage, the Love Orphanage did bring me warmth and provided me with a place to shelter from the wind and rain. This is my luck. Although it is a time travel, Yi Fan in this world is actually himself in the parallel world. The fusion of their memories allowed Yi Fan to empathize with them. Although I have left the orphanage now, I can never forget this kindness. What's more, I have money now, so it's time to go back and visit. Okay, I'll go too. But when are we leaving? How about we ask the kitchen to bring 2 more dishes first, and then we can eat and leave? Yi Fan scratched his head and said awkwardly. Physical strengthening is ongoing and also consumes energy. Secretly touching his belly, Yi Fan found that his abdominal muscles seemed to be firmer and his strength seemed to be stronger. Kong Chiohan. If she didn't know a little about Yi Tianhong's character, she would have thought that Yi Fan had been starved by his father for several days. Feeling Kong Chiohan's surprised gaze, Yi Fan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, I have been exercising a lot these days, so I get hungry easily. It's okay, it's normal for men to eat more, it gives them more strength. Kong Chiohan waved his hands and took the initiative to ease Yi Fan's embarrassment. The Love Orphanage is located in the eastern suburbs of Shanghai. In a first-tier city like Shanghai, even in the suburbs, there are many houses and buildings, just like a small city. The outer walls of the orphanage are somewhat old, giving people a sense of being worn out by the passage of decades. But when you walk inside, you will find that it is not as old-fashioned as you imagined. The road is flat and there is a small playground. The houses are not dilapidated but very clean and the windows are all made of glass. This orphanage has taken in batches of homeless children. The orphans have endured hardships themselves and left hope for the children. After Yi Fan went to college, he rarely came back. However, the money he sends every month proves his original intention. The children here are relatively young, so they are relatively unfamiliar with him. The arrival of Yi Fan and Kong Chiohan naturally attracted the children's attention. When Yi Fan saw these children, he smiled with a nostalgic look on his face. He probably saw the volunteers look like this before. Taking Kong Chiohan with him, Yi Fan quickly walked towards the dean's office. Perhaps the noise from the children playing outside was too loud, so the door of the dean's office was closed. I knocked on the door, and an old voice came from inside, Who is it? Come in. Yi Fan turned the doorknob and opened the door. What caught my eye was an old lady in her 60s, wearing reading glasses and holding a pen, writing something on the table. This is the second director of the orphanage. The first was her husband. Director, I'm Yifan, one of the orphans that the orphanage used to take in. No one knows how many people have come in and out of the orphanage, and it is impossible for the director to remember everyone's name clearly. In addition, as I get older and my memory declines, I can't remember people anymore. Yifan? The dean put down the book and was a little dazed. Yifan knew that she was thinking. After a moment, he suddenly said, I remember you, Xiao Yi. You sent me money a few days ago. Yifan smiled and nodded. At that time, he had not broken up with Bai Shui yet. The dean's grandmother looked at Kong Qiuhan next to Yifan, and after thinking carefully for a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't remember this girl. The words sounded a little lonely. Yifan explained with a smile, her name is Kong Qiuhan, and she didn't grow up in an orphanage. No. The old lady nodded, that must be Xiao Ye's girlfriend. She's so pretty, and a perfect match for Xiao Yi. Kong Qiuhan blushed, and Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do so many people think Kong Qiuhan is his girlfriend today? Yifan explained, no, just friends. This time I came here, not only to see you, but also to bring you some money. Yifan smiled and took off the backpack he was carrying. After unzipping the bag, Yifan turned it over. Suddenly, stacks of red $100 bills fell out, creating a huge visual impact. Chapter 29 Enthusiastic Citizens Seeking Recommendation Vote. Not only the dean's grandmother was shocked by the scene, but even Kong Qiuhan was shocked. Kong Qiuhan blinked her beautiful big eyes. She thought the things in the bag were books, or something else, but she never thought it was money. Except for some elderly people, who would spend so much money in a school bag nowadays. Wouldn't it be nice if it was stored in the card? Xiao Yi. I remember you seem to be in college, where do you get so much money? Don't exhaust yourself by working too many part-time jobs. The 2 storefronts left by my old man can still support the needs of the orphanage. If it were an ordinary old grandmother, she would probably think that her grandson was committing robbery. After all, he is still a student, so it is a bit abnormal to take out so much money at once. But the dean didn't think about it at all. Instead, she thought that Yifan was doing many part-time jobs at the same time. Yifan knew where the 2 storefronts were. They were no more than 500 meters away from the orphanage, so the location was not very good. To say that it can be supported is an exaggeration. If it weren't for the money donated by people like Yifan who have left the orphanage and even started working, the orphanage might not have survived until now. After all, this orphanage is not a public one, but a private one. Yifan explained, this money is not earned from a part-time job. Ah? The director's grandmother was a little overwhelmed. Actually, Grandma, there's something I haven't had time to tell you yet. I have found my biological father. He is very rich. He said that in order to thank you and the orphanage, he would send 30,000 yuan to the orphanage every month. Yi Tianhong didn't say this, but Yifan had no other excuse. And with Yifan's current financial ability, he can give more. But given the director's grandmother's personality, she would definitely not ask for so much and would definitely not accept it. Maybe they won't even accept 30,000 per month. Sure enough, the director spoke up, 30,000? That's too much, too much. Such a small orphanage doesn't need so much money. You don't need so much. 1 or 2,000 will be enough. Then, 10,000 per month. Xiao Yi, listen to me. Just 2,000 yuan, no more. If you really need it, I will call you. Oh, right. The director's grandmother seemed to have thought of something at this time. Xiao Yi, can you help me later? Yifan was stunned and said seriously, you tell me. Is it possible that our orphanage is going to be demolished? When Yifan heard this, some online novel plots instantly came to his mind. No. The dean's grandmother looked at Yifan with some confusion, not understanding why he asked that. Explained, I just want you to persuade Xiulan not to lose faith in life. I remember she is a few years older than you. You should know each other. Sister Xiulan? She used to love to take me out to play, so of course I know her, but isn't she married? When it comes to this name, Yifan still has a deep impression of it. However, Sister Xiulan got married when he was in his 3rd year of high school, in a small village far away. Although he never came back, he would sometimes send some money. Yes, she got married. The director's grandmother nodded. But her life was very hard. Her husband died last month and left her a house and an orchard. With all these, her life is not bad, but the only thing that makes her life bad is her husband's younger brother. Xiulan's husband's brother is a second-rate person. He does not work properly all day long. He also likes gambling and is in debt. After Xiulan's husband died, he set his sights on the house and orchard. He quarrels every 3 days and makes a scene every 5 days. It's clear that he wants his brother's inheritance. He even brings people to throw stones and smash windows at night. Xiulan and her 2 children haven't had a good night's sleep for many days. The children can't even go to school. Sigh. Then the other people in the village don't care about it either? Yi Fan was a little bit unbelievable. Alas! That small village only helps relatives and not the people. Besides, her husband's brother still owes money to other people in the village, so no one will help a person with a different surname. Have you tried calling the police? I called the police, but they behaved well when the police arrived, but started to make trouble again when the police left. I just couldn't find any evidence. Even plainclothes police won't be able to do anything. After all, everyone in this small village knows each other. Poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. This is simply too much. Yifan clenched his fists, veins popping out. Dean Grandma, don't worry, I will seek justice for Sister Xiulan. I just want you to persuade her. At worst, you can just not stay there. Xiao Yi, don't do anything stupid. Don't worry, Grandma, I know what I'm doing. It would be too stupid to just rush up and hit someone, and it is not something a cultured person would do, unless absolutely necessary. Wouldn't it be stupid not to use the ready-made advantages? Yifan is not the kind of person who acts directly and aggressively when faced with problems. Hello, who is this? Yi Tianhong. Old Yi. How come you have time to call me? Aren't you very busy as the richest man? The office of the director of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Zhang Wei recognized the voice on the phone and started to tease in a relaxed tone. No matter how busy I am, I have to uphold justice. Yi Tianhong also spoke in a rather relaxed tone. In order to find his son, he has established personal relationships with many police officials over the years. And Zhang Wei is the one with the best relationship among these personal friends. Upholding justice? What the hell are you talking about? Yi Tianhong chuckled and said, I won't argue with you anymore, let's get down to business. I have a caring citizen who reported that. Yi Tianhong told Zhang Wei what his son had told him. After hearing this, Zhang Wei frowned slightly. Gambling in groups? Are you suspected of endangering the lives and property of others? Old Ji, how do you know this? Ha, that enthusiastic citizen is my son. Yi Tianhong laughed. Zhang Wei. Damn those enthusiastic citizens. This is clearly the father helping his son. But then he was startled. He hurriedly asked, have you found your son? Well, I found it. I'll talk to you about the details later. Although this incident didn't happen on your territory, Lao Zhang, your words are definitely more effective than mine. I'll leave this matter to you, Lao Zhang. Is there any evidence? Have. I will send you the location, personnel, and witnesses of their gambling later. You don't have to worry about that. You are too skillful. Ha, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Zhang Wei. He shouldn't have asked that. We shouldn't give this pretentious person the opportunity to show off. Chapter 30 Autumn Wind Sweeping Fallen Leaves, please recommend. There is a village called Lijia in Yuzhou Province. There are 2 brothers in Lijia village. The eldest is called Li Yun and the younger is called Li Long. The family conditions of the 2 brothers were not very good, but the eldest brother was calm and intelligent, and had a particularly hard-working character, so his living conditions were getting better and better. The second child is a volatile person who likes to stir up trouble and is not someone who can settle down. In addition, he liked to hang out with gangsters and scoundrels, and he was in debt at the age of 20. Li Yun had been helping his brother at first, but he found that the more he helped Li Long, the more of a jerk Li Long became. Not only did he fail to pull his legs out of the quagmire, but he got deeper and deeper into it. Li Yun had no choice but to decide not to help his brother for the time being, letting him suffer enough and learn his lesson. But what he didn't expect was that by waiting like this, he would never have the chance to see Li Long reform and become a new man. The next day, when he was going down the mountain, he slipped and fell to his death. It was raining heavily that day. a leisure place in Lidon town. Lier, why did you come so late today? A pockmarked man who was sitting at the door watching the wind saw a regular customer coming and asked happily. Don't mention it. I stayed up late last night and smashed the windows. I just woke up now. Li Long brushed his hair in a somewhat showy manner and said unhappily. Hey, your sister-in-law hasn't relented yet? You have to pay back the 2,000 yuan you owe us quickly, otherwise our Mr. Lu will not be polite to you. Don't worry, I'll sell the inheritance left by my brother, and even if I split it in half with my sister-in-law, it will be enough for me. Are you still worried about having no money? It's only a matter of time. I won't say any more. I'll go in and gamble a few times and win back what I lost yesterday with interest. I think I'm going to have good luck today. Hey, Lier, wait a minute. Ma Zi hurriedly called Li Long. What's the matter? Li Long looked back in confusion. My boss Lu has something he wants me to tell you. Isn't your sister-in-law pretty and charming? Mr. Lu said that if you can create an opportunity for Mr. Lu to have an in-depth discussion with you, he can waive the 2,000 yuan for you. What? Li Long couldn't believe it and exclaimed. That's my sister-in-law, my brother's wife. How dare you let me do such a thing? It costs more. What? Ma Zi was stunned. When he heard Li Long's first words, he thought there was no hope. Unexpectedly. He is indeed worse than a beast, he. The pockmarked man showed a smug and obscene smile and said, How much? You know Mr. Lu's temper. What I did was illegal, so doubling the salary shouldn't be too much, right? Li Long touched his nose and chuckled. When talking about his sister-in-law, Li Long thought of her plump figure, big watery eyes and her small mouth as tempting and delicious as a cherry. For no apparent reason, a surge of evil fire rose from within the body. Don't think about it anymore, or you'll get embarrassed. Ma Zi thought about it for a while and said, Okay, considering our friendship, I will ask Mr. Lu to raise the price for you. Thank you, Brother Motzi. By the way, you have to prepare the medicine for yourselves. It's better to use effective medicine. I won't be responsible if you wake up. It has nothing to do with me. I know, let's go in. Ma Zi looked outside and waved his hand casually, motioning Li Long to go in. Okay. Li Long was not unhappy when he was ignored after the discussion. Instead, he was thinking about which store to go to after gambling to relieve his anger. At this moment, the man with pockmarked face was also very happy in his heart. He turned out to be a little punk who had never seen the world. He saved another 2,000 yuan. Whatever he saves, it will be his. But he was happy too early. In less than a minute, 2 plainclothes policemen subdued him in an instant, leaving him no time to react. By the time Ma Zi reacted, his hands had been cuffed, his face was pressed against the ground, and his mouth was covered. At the same time, a cold voice came from above his head, Don't make a sound. You are disrupting law enforcement and committing an even greater crime. Only then did Ma Zi realize who had subdued him. He felt so hopeless that he couldn't even feel the warmth of the sunlight. At the same time, a large group of uniformed police officers arrived, passed by Ma Zi, and rushed into a leisure place in an orderly manner. Ma Zi took a quick glance and saw that the uniforms of those policemen were different from ordinary ones. Not only did they hold guns, but there was also a special on their arms. Ma Zi was dumbfounded. Isn't this a special police officer? Is it necessary to mobilize such a force in such a small place? Looking at the situation, no one can escape. Ma Zi felt a little bloating, as it would be nice to suffer together. Soon, all the people inside were taken away. The whole process was a clean experience. To describe it with an idiom, it is the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The scene was handled before the onlookers had time to gather around. At the same time, Lijia village. Xiulan was sitting at the doorstep of her home, holding her 2-year-old daughter who had fallen asleep, and staring blankly at the rice fields in front of the door. What we have been experiencing these days is simply a series of disasters. First, her husband died unexpectedly, and then her brother-in-law made a fuss and demanded a share of the inheritance. She naturally knew her brother-in-law's character, and she could suppress him when her husband was around. My husband is no longer with us, so according to my brother-in-law's character, he will not divide the family property. He will definitely take as much as he can and not keep a single cent. She had a low level of education and could only write those common words. When faced with such a thing, she could only call the police and could not think of any other solution. But Li Long was clever and played the game well, so the police came several times, openly and secretly, but they couldn't get any evidence. She had no choice but to call the director's grandmother to complain. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. The ringtones are built into the phone, and she doesn't know how to set them. Xiulan picked up the phone and saw that it was a call with no notes. After thinking about it, I clicked the answer button. Hello, is this Sister Xiulan? You are Xiao Yi? Xiulan listened to the familiar yet unfamiliar voice on the other end of the phone with a bit of disbelief, and almost woke up the child in her arms. Sister Xiulan, it's me, Yi Fan. Sister Xiulan, why didn't you call me for all these years? Yi Fan didn't expect that Sister Xiulan knew who he was as soon as she heard his voice. After all, they hadn't seen each other for many years. I don't have your phone number. Yi Fan was stunned, then patted his forehead. It seemed to be true. At that time, he didn't have money to buy a mobile phone, and Xiulan was working outside, so they basically never met. I found out that she was married from the director's grandmother. Yi Fan didn't give a red envelope, but Sister Xiulan gave him one. If Xiulan hadn't called the Dean's grandmother this time, Yi Fan might not have known her cell phone number. When Xiulan heard the familiar voice on the other end of the line, her emotions suddenly broke down. Tears and cries all released from the body. It's like a dam that has burst, and it's out of control. This time, Yi Fan was completely uneasy. Although Xiulan entered the orphanage later than Yi Fan, she was much older than Yi Fan. Yi Fan had never heard Sister Xiulan cry. I was even more furious in my heart. These people, who were worse than pigs and dogs, actually made Sister Xiulan cry so sadly. If I didn't give them serious sentences, I would be doing a disservice to the sin they had committed. I quickly comforted her. Sister Xiulan, don't cry. You are crying so sadly that I want to cry too. Little Leaf, you don't know. I know, Sister Xiulan. The director has told me everything. Hearing this, Xiulan cried even more sadly. Yi Fan explained, don't worry, Sister Xiulan, after today, you will never see the brother-in-law who harassed you again. Ah. Tears were still rolling down Xiulan's face, but she was stunned when she heard this. They have all been arrested by the police, including the people from the gambling house that Li Long often visited, and the owner of the gambling house. And the evidence is irrefutable. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be living behind bars for decades to come. If more charges are uncovered, it may take longer. Ha ha. Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer at last. Come out? I'm afraid it's impossible. Chapter 31 Beautiful Anchor, please recommend. In the end, Yi Fan left all the 42,000 yuan to the orphanage. Appeal to their emotions and enlighten them with reason. Tell the director to use the money to buy daily necessities, school supplies, and sports equipment for the children, and then buy at least one new piece of clothing every year. It's not that I can only buy one, it's mainly because the director's grandmother doesn't want to. In her words, these are children without parents. If they don't suffer the hardships they deserve, how will they adapt to society in the future? After all, no one would help them by then. As for Sister Xiulan, Yi Fan asked her to sell all the inheritance left by her husband and then move to another place to live a good life. It's better not to stay in a village like that where there is no kindness. After sending Kong Xiuhan home, he took a taxi to the school. In the car, Yi Fan looked at the time. It was 5:41. Several people in their dormitory had made an appointment to have dinner together in the evening. Because Lin Feng didn't return to school until after 2 o'clock this afternoon, the three of them wanted to pay for Lin Feng's meal to help him vent his emotions. However, Yi Fan got out of the taxi and had just walked a few steps when he was approached by a girl. Hello, handsome guy. A beautiful girl with a sweet look came over, holding a selfie stick in her left hand, and blocked Yi Fan's way. He sniffed, and a faint fragrance that belonged only to the girl in front of him came with the breeze. It doesn't have a pungent feeling, but is very soft, making people want to smell it more. From experience, I know this isn't the scent of perfume or shower gel, it's body odor. Yi Fan couldn't help but take a closer look at the beauty in front of him. She had an oval face of an oriental beauty, her pretty face was fair and rosy, her skin was so delicate that no pores were visible at all, and her black and smooth hair was draped down to her waist. Moving your eyes, even though the beauty is wearing a pink sports short-sleeved shirt, it can't cover up the light of the 36D headlights. Even with Yi Fan's character, he couldn't help but stay here for half a second longer. Well, only half a second really. Moving your eyes downward, you can see her beautiful legs, which are wearing a pair of knee-length denim shorts and are exposed to the air. They are round and slender, making people want to play with them. Although the description seemed long, it only took less than a second. While Yifan was looking at the beauty in front of him, the beauty was also looking at him with a wanton look. Lin Euro is a foodie anchor. The reason why she can become a foodie anchor is not because she can eat, but because she knows how to eat, and more importantly, because she is beautiful. Well, the last one is the point. But Lin Euro really knows how to eat. Her tongue is very sensitive. Basically, no matter whether something is delicious or not, she can tell you why it is delicious or why it is not delicious. She is like a food critic. This time she was planning to go to a restaurant where she had already made a reservation for dinner. Since the restaurant was not far away, she turned on the live broadcast and walked there. But what she didn't expect was that not long after she opened the live broadcast room, the audience in the room saw through her screen a super handsome guy who had just got off a taxi. The barrage of comments that emerged instantly naturally attracted her attention, and at the same time she also saw the appearance of the handsome guy behind her through the screen. It's simply against the will of heaven. His looks can definitely beat those popular young idols in seconds. And he is a handsome guy who is not effeminate but full of masculinity. Her feet moved faster than her brain and she trotted straight to the front of the super handsome young man. After observing closely, she felt that the young man in front of her was even more handsome. His smooth, fair face was handsome with sharp edges, and his eyes beneath his sword-like eyebrows contained infinite depth, making people want to find out more. Wow! What a stunning beauty! And she, Lin Euro, happened to meet him. On a planet with 60 to 70 billion people living on it, it is such a fate that you and I meet. With such a 1 in several billion chance, how can we not add each other as WeChat friends? Girl, your focus is on your breasts. No, it's the last sentence. Beauty, are you live streaming? Yifan looked at the mobile phone at the front of Lin Euro's selfie stick with some curiosity. Yes, I am a live streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans. You have now entered my live broadcast room. You probably wouldn't mind, right? Lin Euro asked the last sentence tentatively. Only then did she realize that no matter how handsome this young man was, she still didn't know whether he was willing to go on a live broadcast. If this handsome young man doesn't want to, the chances of adding him on WeChat will be slim, not to mention in the future, even now. Even though Lin Euro is a beauty. After all, how could a guy with such a good appearance not have any beautiful women around him? Yifan glanced at Lin Euro's mobile phone interface, and dense barrages filled the entire screen. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Over 100,000 fans, that's more than Yi Shiling's fans. He smiled softly. It's okay, but I still have things to do. If you don't have anything to do, please get out of the way. Hey, little brother, wait a moment. Seeing that the handsome guy was about to leave, Lin Euro couldn't help but get anxious and quickly reached out to stop him. Is there anything else? Yifan asked puzzledly. Brother, add me on WeChat. After all, the chance of meeting each other is only 1 in billions. Yifan. Then, over the past 20 years, I have had this 1 in billions chance and fate with countless people. This pickup is too hardcore. Seeing Yifan hesitate, Lin Euro couldn't help but get anxious, and said coquettishly, little brother, just pretend to agree. I still have hundreds of thousands of fans watching. Please give me some face, please. Lin Euro looks pitiful. Just pretending? Yifan nodded, okay then. He took out his cell phone, entered the unlocked password, and then pretended to hand it over, signaling Lin Euro to do the same quickly. But who would have thought that Lin Euro would actually say, brother, your phone hasn't entered the WeChat interface yet, how can I scan the WeChat QR code? Yifan? Didn't you say it was just for show? It really sweeps. Little brother, you just agreed, and there are hundreds of thousands of fans in my live broadcast room as witnesses. In fact, she has just started broadcasting for a short time, so she doesn't have hundreds of thousands of fans. She needs a certain amount of buffer time. After all, not all fans live in the live broadcast room and come to watch the live broadcast as soon as there is news. But because it was displayed in full screen, Yifan didn't know how many people were in her live broadcast room. And I did agree to it just now, even though I was tricked. Lin Euro smiled triumphantly at first, but when she saw Yifan's gaze moving towards her, she immediately started to feel aggrieved. Well, appearance is justice, beauty, you win. At worst, you won T-Pass. You tricked me, and I will trick you too. Yifan opened the WeChat QR code and asked Lin Euro to scan it. Lin Euro happily scanned Yifan's WeChat QR code with the phone that answered the call. Hearing the ding sound, Yifan said, "Okay, since WeChat has been added, I will leave first." "Hey, little brother, you haven't agreed yet, click agree first." Chapter 32 Misunderstanding, please recommend. Yifan. This woman is really sharp. Forget it, just add it. There are so many beauties on WeChat, so this one tea make a difference. But this beauty's body fragrance is really special and smells really good. After clicking on the friend's approval, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. It's so annoying to be approached by a girl as soon as I got out of the taxi. Maybe this is the trouble of being a handsome guy. Unexpectedly, the beautiful anchor stopped him again. So what? Yifan was helpless. This woman must be relying on him. Little brother, what's your name? I'll make a note of your WeChat. Yifan. Wow, little brother, your name is so nice. I know it's the name of the protagonist right away. Yifan. Do you still read novels? Yes. In novels, anyone with the word fan in their name is either the protagonist or a powerful character. And your last name is Yi, little brother. It's definitely the name of a protagonist. Yifan couldn't help but become interested. It seemed that this beautiful girl really liked reading novels and even knew this kind of joke. I couldn't help but smile and said, "Thank you for your kind words. I'll leave first. My friends are waiting for me to have dinner with them." Yifan was about to leave when Lin Euro said in a hurry, "Hey, little brother, I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Lin Euro. Please change the note on your phone too." Seeing Yifan had changed the note, Lin Euro's eyes flashed with cunning. "By the way, little brother, I just heard you say you were going to a dinner party. Are you from around here?" "No, I'm a student at Fudan University, and I came to the school to have dinner with my classmates." "Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Is he also such a good student?" "He was admitted to a prestigious university like Fudan." "It's okay, but Euro, you are a little younger than me. Are you also in college?" Being called little brother left and right by a beauty of Lin Euro's level and being praised by her with a lot of compliments, even Yifan couldn't help but feel inexplicably refreshed, so he took the initiative to ask a question. "I'm a freshman, but I'm not as good as you, brother. I enrolled in the Magic City Academy of Fine Arts and am an art student." Yifan smiled and said, "You are too modest. I know the Magic City Academy of Fine Arts. It is ranked among the best in the country." "Little brother, you only said it's okay after you were admitted to a prestigious university like Fudan. How can I dare to show off?" The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. No, I am deeply traumatized. What did I see when I entered the live broadcast room? I saw Chang Wei there. I said it wrong. I saw two big shots bragging here. Fudan University is okay? Sorry, I am the one who got hit hard in the end. No, I should say that I took all the damage by myself. I'm so jealous. It's fine that you two are so good looking, but you're also both top students. How can I live like this?" Lin Euro habitually glanced at the mobile phone used for live broadcasting and couldn't help but chuckled. "Brother Yifan, everyone in my live broadcast room is saying that we are just bragging about each other for business." Yifan came to his senses and realized that what he said just now was indeed a bit pretentious, but he was telling the truth. I couldn't help but smile, without explaining, and said, "Then I'll leave first, my classmates are still waiting for me." "Lin Euro? Is my attractiveness so poor?" This was the first time in my 19-year-old life that I took the initiative to approach a boy. "Are you so disrespectful?" Woo. Lin Euro felt a little sad and frustrated. However, she was not one to give up so easily, and quickly said, "Since you are a student of Fudan University, the food at the place where you are having dinner should be very good. I'm a food blogger and I want to learn about the local delicacies." Yifan was immediately surprised. He looked at her flat belly and asked in confusion, "Can you be a food broadcaster with your small body? Can you fit in it?" I don't rely on quantity to be a food broadcaster, I rely on my talent." Lin Euro smiled proudly. "My tongue is very powerful. I can taste the flavor of food in detail and then describe it. Some high-end restaurants will specially invite me to their restaurants to taste their new dishes. As long as I say something is delicious, it will usually become a bestseller. That's really amazing." Yifan praised. "This is what a gourmet should be." Then, he smiled and said, "You've asked the right person. People who are not around here usually don't know. The restaurant where my classmates and I had dinner was called Ko Lai Fu Restaurant, located in an alley on Dongyu Road. Not only were the prices affordable, but the owner's cooking skills were also exceptionally good. If my classmate hadn't reserved a seat in the morning, we might not have been able to get a seat. It's so popular. Oh? Lin Euro raised her eyebrows with great interest and said with a smile, "Business is so good? Then why don't you take me with you, little brother? How about we split the bill for the meal?" Ah. We are having a class reunion. Yi Fan couldn't help but touch his forehead. If Lin Euro hadn't said something that made him feel more favorable, he would have refused directly. But the meaning revealed in the words is very obvious, that is, it is inappropriate. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Brother Yi, is this your girlfriend?" Yi Fan turned his head and saw Lin Feng walking towards him with a teasing look on his face. Lin Feng looked at the two people in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Yi is Brother Yi. Not long after they broke up, he found a more beautiful girl. He is indeed worthy of being the #1 handsome boy at Fudan University. At the same time, I felt relieved. I almost said the word "new" just now. Fortunately, I kept my mouth shut. Otherwise it would be a serious sin. But why is this beauty, whose looks can even surpass Snow White, holding a selfie stick? Due to the angle, I can't see the image on the phone screen. Yi Fan quickly explained, "A phone, don't talk nonsense. Lin Euro and I just met, and she is a host. You will cause trouble for her if you say that." He had encountered this situation once before, so he quickly explained. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then he showed an expression that said, "I understand. I know each other's name as soon as I met them." Who would believe that I didn't have any idea? However, Brother Yi probably wants to not make too much noise so that he can slowly break down the defenses of this beauty and take his time. Yi Fan was stunned. What does this expression mean? At this time, Lin Euro said, "Are you Yi Fan's classmate?" When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately deepened his thoughts and felt that what he thought was indeed correct. The two of them knew each other's names when they just met. If both of them were not interested, no one would believe it. He winked meaningfully at Yi Fan, then smiled and said to Lin Euro, "Yes." Then he said, "Beauty, let me tell you, Brother Yi is a very loyal and righteous man. He will be a good man in the future." Chapter 33 Brain Supplement, Second Update, Please recommend votes. Yi Fan touched his cheek with his hand and sighed helplessly. This guy Lin Feng must be wrong. No wonder he made that expression. Given the situation, I guess he wouldn't believe me even if I explained it again. Yi Fan changed the subject and asked, "A Feng, why are you here? Why don't you go sit in the restaurant?" Lin Feng pointed to a small shop over there and said, "You didn't have lunch, and Ko Lai Fu can't serve food for a while, so I took her to the shop over here to buy some food. Is your girlfriend here too?" Yi Fan knew that his girlfriend's name was Zhang Xiyu, and asked in surprise. "Yes. In fact, after she heard what I said yesterday, she immediately drove to the hospital where my dad was lying, and stayed with me the whole time. I didn't expect this either." My tears immediately flowed, I was so moved. As Lin Feng spoke, his smile became even brighter, but his eyes were a little red. Obviously, thinking about this incident touched his tears again. Yi Fan's expression was also somewhat moved. He took a step forward, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and comforted him. "A friend in need is a friend indeed. Your girlfriend can come and accompany you immediately during this period of time. She really is sincere to you. You must be nice to others in the future. If she's jealous, then she's jealous. It means she likes you. Unlike me, there's not even one jealous person. Brother Yi, aren't you almost pregnant? I see that you two are progressing very quickly. Are you both in love at first sight?" When Yi Fan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and he pulled his hand back from Lin Feng's shoulder. This kid has a really scary imagination. I have never seen such a powerful imagination before. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to have thought of something. He quickly opened the data panel and quickly browsed his data. Name, Yi Fan. Age, 21. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 96. Props, 1, physical strengthening 3 hours remaining. Skills, 1, Eye of Insight can view target information 2. Game Master master various games and become a top Game Master 3. World-class fighting level, 4. Super swimming ability swimming speed increased by 300%, breath holding time can reach up to 4 hours. Really? He finally understood why Kong Huayang first praised him for being more handsome than in the photo, and now a beautiful anchor came to chat with him. His appearance has increased by 3 points. Generally speaking, those with a face value of over 90 points are basically rare handsome men and beautiful women. His current appearance is 96, no wonder he is so popular. Yi Fan now suddenly understood why Lin Yuro came to chat with him. For a handsome man like him, it was not Lin Yuro's fault. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too handsome. But why did he suddenly gain 3 points of beauty? This is very unreasonable. Generally speaking, the higher your appearance, the more difficult it is to improve. After all, it is determined by nature. Unless through acquired exercise and plastic surgery. But I'm afraid no one else can do it except God to make his face so handsome. At this time, Yi Fan thought of the body strengthening. Apart from this, there seems to be no other reason. Physical enhancement may not just mean improving physical fitness, it may also include appearance. On the other side, Lin Yuro naturally also heard Lin Feng's words. Her little face turned red in an instant, her big eyes were watery and no one knew what she was thinking. The audience in the live broadcast room not only heard it, but also saw it. The comments started to go crazy. Fuck, my Euro is having sex. No, Euro, you are mine, don't think about other men, no. Hey, Euro, are you blushing now? I blushed the first time I saw Brother Yi Fan. Indeed, Brother Yi Fan is so handsome. If I were there, I would just hold his head and kiss him. 1 kiss is a bonus, 2 kisses are huge, and 3 kisses would make me ecstatic right on the spot. Sisters, will you laugh at me if I tell you that I have been vomiting and having diarrhea in the toilet? Fuck, the old driver started the car, I was caught off guard. I know what to do in a second. I'm not a pure little fairy anymore. Fortunately, Lin Yuro didn't see the comments in the live broadcast room, otherwise she would have been even more embarrassed. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, Lin Feng scratched his head, not knowing what he had done wrong. I could only smile and say, Miss, are you really the anchor? Well, eating broadcast is not about being a big eater. It's about tasting food like a gourmet and then talking about the characteristics of the food. Oh? So the young lady came to the university town to find food? Right. Then I want to recommend you a good place. Not only is the food good and cheap, but the owner's cooking skills are also very good. Is it the Ko Lai Fu restaurant? The blush on Lin Yuro's face had faded a lot by then. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she spoke tentatively. Hey, little sister, you actually knew that? Have you been here before? Lin Yuro lifted her hair and said, No, it was mainly because I heard from Brother Yi Fan just now. Oh, in that case, why don't you come eat with us, so that you can taste the delicious food from the alleys of the university town? Lin Feng said with a smile, then looked at Yi Fan and signaled with his eyes, Brother, I can only help you up to this point. Yi Fan? It only takes a few seconds for you to invite others to attend your dormitory reunion? Bro, you really are. Yi Fan scratched his chin with his fingers and said helplessly, Isn't this a dormitory party? It's inappropriate. Lin Feng almost jumped up when he heard this. Brother Yi, how come your EQ has dropped after a breakup? I'm arranging opportunities for you, and you still care about this? He quickly said, It's okay, you can bring your family members, no, I mean you can bring your girlfriends. Since we have met, it is fate, and we are friends. It's normal for friends to have a meal and talk about their feelings. Yi Fan was helpless, she is the anchor, do you want to show your face in front of the camera, or do they want to show their faces in front of the camera? Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Yi, so you are worried about this matter. It's okay. I'll call those two and tell them. With the character of Lao Zhao and Lao Xia, they will agree without hesitation. After all, this is related to the normal development of Brother Yi's next relationship, so how could he not agree? Yi Fan. You are okay, but I am busy. Although Lin Yuro does have big breasts, no, it's long legs, which is not right either, it's also that she has body odor, which is still not right. But the key point is, I have already declined once just now. If I agree to this, wouldn't it prove that I am a casual person? Chapter 34, My little brother is so awesome, please recommend. What's going on over there? At this moment, Lin Yuro, who was broadcasting live on the side, suddenly pointed to the opposite side and said in a surprised tone. At the entrance of a small supermarket 400 meters away, there were 2 sturdy men wearing vests, with tattoos on their arms and holding bottles of wine in their hands. In front of the 2 sturdy men stood a pretty girl holding a few bags of snacks. The two strong men were talking to the girl excitedly. The girl wanted to leave, but she couldn't. Basically, wherever she went, the two strong men followed. Cherish Jade. Yifan and Lin Feng also looked over, but what they didn't expect was that Lin Feng shouted as soon as he saw it, and then ran over quickly. Fuck. Yifan couldn't help but swear and ran over quickly. This doesn't look right. They are holding bottles of wine, obviously they are two drunks. The most important thing is that this is his brother's girlfriend. How can he let them meet her? Because his physical fitness was enhanced by the system, he ran very fast and surpassed Lin Feng before he could react. Lin Euro was also stunned by this situation. Brother Yifan was so fast. Get out of here, damn it. Seeing that one of the burly men with a tiger head tattoo on his arm wanted to reach out and touch Zhang Shiyu's face, Yifan roared and pushed him away. Bang. Boom. The burly man with the tiger head tattoo was knocked to the ground and rubbed on the ground for a meter. Ah. It hurts. Some parts of the strong man's clothes were worn out, and he was wearing a vest, so his arms were bloody. The sudden pain sobered him up immediately. But the physical pain prevented him from standing up. He held his dislocated arm and groaned in pain. Who the hell are you? How dare you bump into my brother? Another sturdy man with a leopard head embroidered on his arm was also startled by the sudden situation. When he saw that the person who bumped into his brother was a handsome, not too strong pretty boy, he couldn't bear it anymore and walked towards him with a bad tone. You dare to touch my brother's woman and ask me what to do? Seeing the leopard-headed burly man walking towards him with a ferocious look on his face, Yifan snorted coldly, without any sign of weakness, and his attitude was very tough. To be honest, this isn't the first time he's been in a fight since he grew up in an orphanage. When I was a child, because I was too handsome and had no parents, I was bullied at school twice. But Yifan's character is, if you are kind to me, I will be even kinder to you. If you want to bully me, I will bite off a piece of your flesh even if I cry. Later, after those two incidents of school bullying, no one dared to bully Yifan anymore. They all knew that Yifan was a wolf cub and should not be provoked. From then on, Yifan knew that he must not be timid but must be ruthless to those who wanted to bully him. Of course, being bullied and being bullied are two different concepts. When Yifan was working part-time, he also encountered customers with weird or bad tempers, and he was indeed offended a lot, but Yifan could still tolerate that kind of customers. Because, we have to live. Moreover, the other party did not take any action, he just vented his anger with words. Who the hell do I touch? It's none of your business, you little white face. Just looking at the tattoo on the sturdy man's arm, you can tell that he is not someone you want to mess with. With the effect of alcohol, he looks even more ferocious. I have no control over you? Do you know that you have committed the crime of harassment? What's more, even if any other woman was harassed by you today, I would intervene. Yifan replied in a tough tone, then asked Zhang Shiyu who was standing next to him gently, Are you okay? Who are you? Zhang Shiyu spoke hesitantly. Shiyu, are you okay? Lin Feng panted, grabbed Zhang Shiyu's shoulders and asked hurriedly. It's okay. Those two guys were about to do something to me, but this guy came to my rescue. Zhang Shiyu held Lin Feng's face, kissed him, and then spoke softly. Yifan, thank you so much. Lin Feng also hurriedly expressed his gratitude. You guys are so shameless. I'm talking to you and you kiss me. You don't take me, Lin Chong, seriously. At this time, the burly man with a leopard head tattoo was unhappy. The girl he just wanted to tease kissed another man so quickly. Was she treating him as if he didn't exist? Brother Yifan, you ran so fast just now, are you injured? Lin Euro also ran over and looked at Yifan with worry. She almost screamed out when she saw Yifan knock a 1.9 meter tall burly man directly away. Although Yifan was not too short in comparison, the burly man was really strong. As a result, he was knocked away by Yifan as if he was just bloated. After falling to the ground, he groaned in pain and couldn't get up. The visual impact was really incredible. Before Yifan could speak, the strong man named Lin Chong suddenly became unhappy and shouted angrily, I'm still standing here, don't you think I'm a human being? Thinking about it, he became even angrier and punched Yifan directly on the right cheek. Small. Before Lin Euro could even finish her reminder, she saw a scene she had never expected to appear before her. Yifan took a big step forward, and then punched the strong man in the stomach even faster. Puff! Bang! The sturdy man was knocked to the ground by Yifan's punch, and he vomited a foul-smelling substance. In addition to food and wine, there was even blood. Everyone was surprised. Everyone couldn't believe it. What did they just see? Yifan, who looked rather thin, knocked down a sturdy man over 1.9 meters tall with just one punch, and the man had no ability to fight back at all. Is this a martial arts film? It's so magical, so shocking, and so powerful. Although Lin Euro had taken the phone off the selfie stick, she knew something was wrong over there, so she kept the camera facing the scene. This also feasted the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, and at the same time deeply shocked them. Fuck, this Yifan has learned martial arts, right? This guy is a real master. Although he only used 2 moves from beginning to end, each one was more shocking than the last. What kind of monster power is this? Although Brother Yifan looks tall and strong, he is quite thin in comparison. I didn't expect that he could defeat one with just one move. My mom just asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. I explained to her that foreigners might really think that Chinese people know Kung Fu. Who says this must be Chinese Kung Fu? Why can't it be karate, judo, or something like that? You know shit. Do you know what a killing skill is? What a special move is? In ancient times, knights and swordsmen could go out and travel the world after mastering a special move. Although this special move is not as mysterious as in martial arts novels, it is a real special move that can only be mastered after years of hard practice or even more than 10 years. That's how the name of guarding the house came from. And the 2 moves of little brother Yifan are so fast and powerful, they really look like special moves that have been practiced for many years. Chapter 35 is on fire, please recommend. In an instant, except for the 2 people who fell to the ground groaning in pain, everyone else was shocked. Yi, brother Yi, you are so awesome. Lin Feng's words were hesitant and intermittent at first, and when he spoke the last sentence, his voice was so high that it broke. It seemed that only in this way could he express the shock in his heart. There was an inexplicable light flashing in Lin Euro's eyes at this moment, and she was simply admiring him so much in her heart. Although she was not the one being rescued this time, it still couldn't stop her from having a good impression of Brother Yifan. It's just so cool. Appa. Male god. Lin Euro discovered that Brother Yifan could perfectly play the male lead in the romance novels she read. It is simply an existence that breaks through the dimensional wall. Tall, handsome, gentle, polite, neither humble nor arrogant, and can fight. Wow! How can there be men with so many advantages in this world? Yifan looked at the 2 people who fell to the ground, snorted coldly, then turned around and looked at Lin Euro. Lin Euro, when you were broadcasting live just now, were you facing the scene? At this time, Yifan remembered that they had a host who was broadcasting live here, so he asked quickly. If Lin Euro had been recording the scene into the live broadcast room, it would be easier to explain when the police came. We've recorded it. We've been recording it all the time. Don't worry, little brother Yifan. There are so many of us who can prove that you were acting in self-defense and that you were the one who attacked from behind. Attack from behind? Lin Euro realized something was wrong after she said it. Although it was indeed Yifan who attacked later, he was able to punch the sturdy man even faster. It's just horrible. No, how could Brother Yifan be scary? He is so handsome and he fights bad guys, so he should be said to be very powerful. At this time, the owner of the small supermarket also ran out and said in an admiring tone. Don't worry, young man. There is a camera at the entrance of my store. The scene of your beating, no, your counterattack just now was recorded by my camera. Young hero? Yifan looked strange. What the hell is this name? Don't you know it's the 21st century now? Seeing that all the evidence was complete, Yifan did not hesitate and immediately took out his cell phone to call the police and ambulance. Although it was already after get-off work, the police cars and ambulance arrived very quickly. Since there were both witnesses and physical evidence, it was very easy to collect evidence. In addition, the 2 tattooed men had criminal records before. After briefly questioning Yifan, the police car accompanied the ambulance and left. Although these 2 tattooed men spoiled the mood a bit, the dinner party still had to go on. The final exams are not far away, and this meal may be the last gathering of this semester. Zhang Xiyu, who was standing with Lin Feng, hurried forward to express her gratitude after learning that Yifan was the classmate who lent money to Lin Feng's father to pay for medical expenses. Including this time, this is the second time Yifan has helped Lin Feng. Although it was Zhang Xiyu who came forward to thank him, Lin Feng was naturally more grateful to Yifan, but he did not say it out loud, because Xiyu had said it, and that was enough. When this incident happened, Zhang Xiyu was able to come, and Lin Feng's mother was very supportive of her, almost calling her daughter-in-law in person. Lin Feng brought Xiyu to the dinner party with the intention of letting his girlfriend meet some of his good brothers. This would make Xiyu feel more at ease, and maybe she would even calm down a little bit. Yifan was just about to ask Lin Feng to leave when he caught a glimpse of Lin Yuro standing nearby out of the corner of his eye. After a moment of contemplation, he walked over with a gentle expression. This time, if the supermarket owner didn't have the camera, the best physical evidence would be to replay the footage from Lin Yuro's live broadcast room. And Lin Yuro was able to point the camera at the scene at the first opportunity. No matter what the purpose was, the result was good. Thinking about it, Yifan said, "Lin Yuro, didn't you say before that you wanted to go to Ko Lai Fu restaurant to taste the dishes? There must be no seats now, why don't you come with us for dinner? Just slap me in the face, it doesn't matter this time." Hearing this, Lin Yuro blushed and smiled brightly. She couldn't believe it and asked, "Really? Yifan? What's going on? I really have to ask, is what he said so hard to understand?" "Real. Hee, let's go then." At the same time, the footage of Yifan's fight went viral online. Even Lin Yuro herself didn't know that when Yifan rushed over, the popularity of her live broadcast room increased rapidly. Until Yifan knocked down the two strong men, the number of viewers in her live broadcast room soared from the initial 80,000 to 1.34 million. The edited fight clips went viral on the internet and soon became the #1 trending search topic. All of a sudden, not only foreigners living in China were exclaiming that the Chinese knew Kung Fu. Even the Chinese people who grew up in the local area said that they had learned a lot. Yifan was unaware of all this. "Olji, why did you guys come so late? You didn't even answer the phone." Seeing Yifan finally coming, Zhao Lei couldn't help but say, "Hey, who is this beautiful lady?" Xiaoyu noticed Lin Yuro hiding at the very back and asked in confusion. Lin Yuro looked a little embarrassed when she heard this. "Alas, it's all because I was tempted by the beauty just now and let my taste buds follow my five senses. Now that I'm here, I realize that it is indeed inappropriate." Before this, Lin Yuro had put away her mobile phone and stopped live streaming. The reason, of course, is that you have to go to the police station to record your statement, which may be very late. As for why Lin Yuro did this? Because eating with a live broadcast room, especially eating with others, is indeed inappropriate, and the atmosphere will probably be even more awkward. Maybe you can't even say anything to brag or make jokes. As for the loss of income? Lin Yuro said, "When it comes to beauty, we'll give in. Don't want this stinky money anymore. At worst, I can just extend the live broadcast time a little bit to make up for it." Lin Feng came up and said with a smile, "This is our brother Ye's new friend, her name is Lin Yuro, you know her." Especially when he said the last sentence, his expression was playful. Zhao Lei and Xiaoyu understood instantly and said meaningfully, "Oh." This made Lin Yuro's face even redder. Zhang Xiyu quickly nudged Lin Feng with her elbow and signaled with her eyes. Lin Feng understood what was being said through their eyes. He glanced at the shy Lin Yuro from the corner of his eye, then quickly stepped forward and waved to Zhao Lei and Xiaoyu. They gathered together and whispered a few words. "Don't scare me, you guys. Give me some time to adapt." It's true that Brother Yi has only known that beautiful girl named Lin Yuro for a short time, but that beautiful girl still has feelings for Brother Yi. There may be a chance for them to be together in the future, but it's not that time yet. So, don't be too deliberate in your expression and words. Just treat her as an ordinary friend of Brother Yi. If something unexpected happens in the future and the two of them don't want to be together, or if they get together and then break up, Brother Yi won't be too embarrassed. Understand? Understand. The two of them nodded quickly. Chapter 36 Opportunity, please recommend. 7:30 p.m. Star Language Entertainment. At this time, the lights were still on and people were busy. Yi Yayan was sitting in the boss chair at this time, listening to the content on the other end of the phone, and humming softly from time to time. After a few minutes, she hung up the phone, walked out of the office, and said to the employees outside, "All personnel above the supervisor level should go to the conference room for a meeting immediately. Hurry! As for other staff, they can go home now. Overtime pay will be calculated at 1.5 times their normal salary, and the company will reimburse taxi fares." Like a queen, when Yi Yayan was speaking, there was no noise outside, as if the air was frozen for a moment. Because there were two new employees joining today, Yi Yayan was afraid that there were things they didn't know, so she explained it in more detail. After finishing speaking, Yi Yayan walked towards the meeting room. Day. The crisp sound of high heels made Yi Yayan look even more noble and cool. In less than 3 minutes, the conference room was full of people. It's not that the office is too small, but there are only so many seats left. Yi Yayan crossed her slender fingers and placed them on the table. After glancing around, she spoke lightly. Currently, people in the United States have confirmed the authenticity of the incident. Tell us what you think. A woman sitting second from Yi Yayan's lower left said. Gu Shaoqing must go for this matter. He is now the most famous and handsome male star in our company. If not him, who else can go? There is no better candidate than this. At this time, a man sitting opposite her said, not appropriate. Chen Fangfang frowned slightly when she heard this, and said in a bad tone, what do you think, Manager Lu? Lu Kai was not angry, and said calmly. As the world's largest family, the Roths family's information has spread around the world. No one wants to miss this opportunity. And for us, just relying on Gu Shaoqing is not enough. Let's not talk about Gu Shaoqing's traffic, which has only just started to rise. In fact, that little traffic has no effect on this matter at all, unless the young lady from the Rasta family happens to be a fan of Gu Shaoqing. But I don't think any of you would think that's impossible, especially that beautiful lady lover. Moreover, when it comes to handsome male celebrities, there are several new generation male celebrities in China who are comparable to him. Chen Fangfang snorted coldly, you said so much, but it's the same as if you didn't say anything. At this point in time, will other companies still borrow artists? They are not fools and will not miss such a good opportunity. As an opportunity to get in touch with the Rost family, even if the hope is slim, others will not give up. Manager Chen, you may not have understood what I meant. Lu Kai smiled. What I really want to express is that we don't have to limit our focus to idle male stars. We can broaden our horizons and focus on all good-looking young men. After all, the fundamental purpose of this time is to select a man that the young lady of the Rasta family is satisfied with, or a man who is acceptable to her. Rely on her looks to change her sexual orientation. And this time, in order to get the opportunity to compete for the Rost family, she has agreed to this matter. In the end, she will definitely choose a young man to be her probationary boyfriend. This competition is fierce, but if you succeed, you will definitely have the opportunity to establish a relationship with the Rost family. Do you still think that Gu Shaoqing alone can accomplish this? Chen Fangfang wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Yi Yayan. Okay, if Manager Chen still wants to continue to push Gu Shaoqing, then there's no need to say anything more. Yi Yayan's words were calm, but revealed a firm tone. At the same time, I felt a little irritated. Does Chen Fangfang really think that no one knows about her and Gu Shaoqing's affair? If it wasn't for the fact that it was Gu Shaoqing who took the initiative to contact the old woman Chen Fangfang, and it was consensual, she would have fired Chen Fangfang long ago. Yi Yayan could not allow unspoken rules, but if both parties were willing, she didn't want to care. As for Chen Fangfang asking for resources for Gu Shaoqing? Sorry, I didn't give it to him because Chen Fangfang asked for it. It was because Yi Yayan felt that Gu Shaoqing had commercial value that she gave it to him. I wonder if Gu Shaoqing will collapse after knowing the truth. Anyway, Yi Yayan has no feelings for Gu Shaoqing. Since you want to climb into Chen Fangfang's bed, then go ahead. I won't care about these trivial matters. As long as you are valuable, that's all that matters. After hearing this, Chen Fangfang couldn't utter the words she had organized in her mind. Although Yi Yayan is 10 years younger than her, she is very ruthless and she really doesn't dare to act rashly. Seeing that Chen Fangfang had nothing to say, Yi Yayan couldn't help but flash a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Didn't you expect that Chen Fangfang is now so unworthy of being reused? Yeah, I guess her mind is on her young and handsome boyfriend. In this situation, if it weren't for the fact that Chen Fangfang was one of the first people to join her team, she would have wanted to fire Chen Fangfang. Let us take another look. If it really doesn't work, then replace it. You can like your young hunk, but you can't bring this emotion too much into your work. After looking around, Yi Yayan saw that no one else had anything to say, so he spoke. Good. Since you have no objections. I also agree with Manager Lu's point of view. Then let's adopt Manager Lu's opinion. Think about the plan carefully after you go back today. We only have 5 days to complete this task efficiently. I hope you won't let me down. The meeting is adjourned. It was already 9:30 when Yi Fan returned home. There was no one in the living room, even the 2 nannies had gone back to their rooms to rest. Feeling the urge to urinate, Yifan went straight to the toilet on the first floor before returning to his room. Because we were at the party due to exams and there were women involved, no one drank much alcohol and only a few of us drank 7 or 8 bottles of beer. Although Lin Euro hadn't drunk a drop of alcohol, Yifan still gave her a ride. It was indeed a bit dangerous at such a late hour, and she was so beautiful. I charged my dead phone, and as soon as I turned it on, the phone rang. Yifan looked at the note and found out that it was Yi Shirling who called. It's a bit strange. Why would I call him so late? The call was connected, and Yi Shirling's pleasant voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Yifan, you finally answered the phone. Why can't I get through? Can't get through? Maybe my phone is turned off. What's wrong? I was worried about you. Thank you Shirling for your concern. I'm already in the room now. Yifan felt a warm feeling in his heart. It was good to have someone care about him. Hey, why did you all come back so late today? I only came back 20 minutes earlier than you. By the way, Brother Yifan, we are going to have a live-stream chicken team competition tomorrow night on Shark Live. I am still short of a core player, why don't you come and help me? Chapter 37, The Appearance is Off the Charts, Second Update, Please Recommend. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, Divine Beauty, Riverside Garden Building Number 1. Damn it. Yifan's eyes suddenly widened. There were actually 2 rewards. This is the explosion rate again. Divine Beauty? What the hell is this? Yifan said he didn't understand. But Yifan still knew about Riverside Garden. Riverside Garden is located in the core area of Lujiazui, the Magic City. It is a rare riverside location, facing the Huangpu River, and has a first-line river view. Building number 1 is the one closest to the river view and has the highest price, with an average price of 160,000 per square meter. The most important thing is that since it was built not long ago, the 4 buildings of Riverside Garden have just started to be officially sold. It is very likely that all the houses in this building are his. It is worth mentioning that there is no pre-sale system in this parallel world. This building suddenly became his. Yifan immediately felt so happy. Compared to those somewhat unrealistic shares, fixed assets are better. They give you peace of mind. This is a concept that is deeply ingrained in the Chinese people. Just then, Yifan's cell phone rang. Yifan answered the phone, and a very respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Yifan, Mr. Yi? Who are you? When they heard Yifan's voice, they were obviously stunned for a moment. Mr. Ye's voice sounds very young. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Manager Liu from the sales department of Binjiang Garden. The property certificate for Binjiang Garden Building Number 1 that you purchased has been issued. Would you like to come and get it now? Or should we bring it to you? Can you still send it over? Yifan was a little surprised. But when I think about the fact that what I bought was not a house but a building, I feel relieved. Yes, Mr. Yi, we can send all the property certificates and keys to you. Manager Liu quickly said in a respectful tone. He was almost scared to death when he learned that a big client had directly bought a building. Just the fact that he can easily buy a building in a place like Shanghai with high housing prices shows that he is definitely an extraordinary person. What's more, this mysterious Mr. Yi bought building number 1 in Binjiang Garden. It's simply so terrifying. In all his years in the industry, this was the first time he had seen such a wealthy customer. After Yifan pondered for a moment, he said, No need to send it to me, I'd better come and get it myself. It would be too ostentatious to send it over. If Yi Shirling and the others asked about it, it would be difficult for Yifan to explain. Okay, then what time will Mr. Yi come over? We can also prepare tea for you. No need for tea. I'm going to come get it at 4 this afternoon. Anyway, there is only one class this afternoon. After Yifan got the property certificate and keys, he went to the bank to rent a safe to keep them. Okay, then our entire sales department at Riverside Garden would like to welcome Mr. Yi. Mr. Ye's arrival will surely bring glory to our humble place. Bring glory to your humble home? Yifan curled the corners of his mouth. So many property certificates were indeed quite impressive. The kind that glitters with gold. It also exudes an attractive smell of money. After hanging up the phone, Yifan washed up and hurried downstairs to have breakfast. This phone call did take up some time. As a good student, how could I be late for class? Do you still want the qualification for guaranteed admission to graduate school? Even if he doesn't want to be admitted to graduate school, Yifan still wants his image as a top student. When he was going downstairs, he happened to meet Yi Shirling, who was coming up to call him. After just a glance at each other, Yi Shirling's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. My heart beat faster and my heart was pounding. The beautiful face was covered with blushes. OMG! Brother Yifan is so handsome. Seems even more handsome than before. What an amazing beauty. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint, inexplicable fragrance around Brother Yifan. Very light, but smells good. His temperament is like that of a god walking out of a classical painting, gentle and elegant. It is also like a banished immortal who fell into the mortal world, otherworldly and elegant. Ah! I really want to take off Brother Yifan's clothes and find out what's going on. He is even more abstinent than the abstinent male god. I'm afraid he is of the immortal type. I really want to. No, I can't. How could I have such an idea? Woo woo woo. I am guilty. Woo woo woo. Why is Yifan my brother? How great it would be if we were not related by blood. Yifan was also stunned when he saw this and quickly opened the system panel. Name, Yifan. Age, 21. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, divine appearance. Your appearance is off the charts. Props, none. Skills, 1, Eye of Insight, can view target information. 2. Game Master, master various games and become a top Game Master. 3. World-class fighting level, 4. Super swimming ability, swimming speed increased by 300%, breath holding time can reach up to 4 hours. Oh shit. I see. My looks are off the charts. Wouldn't this make my already troubled life even worse? Wouldn't it make my already troublesome problem even more troublesome? Well. My damn charm that has nowhere to go. But. Yifan glanced at Yi Shirling, who had come back to her senses, with a strange expression. Could it be that she? No way? No way. It can't be orthopedics. It must be that my stunning looks and temperament are too amazing. Once Sister Shirling gets used to it a little, it shouldn't be like this anymore. Although he thought so, Yifan was still a little worried. Eye of Insight activated. Target, Yi Shirling. Age, 19. Height, 169 centimeters. Appearance, 99. Personality, kind, simple, face obsessed, fake brother obsessed, homebuddy. Favorability, 89. Hint, the other person likes others to praise her for her beauty, but she doesn't like boys who she doesn't like to be around her. No wonder I always thought Yi Shirling was so beautiful. It turns out her appearance is as high as 99 points. This is the most handsome person Yifan has seen so far. Even if she were placed in ancient times, she would be able to surpass the 4 beauties. But fake brother control? It seems a bit bad. I guess I need to guide Sister Shirling's thinking a little bit in the future. After going downstairs, Yifan found that Yi Yan, who should have been at home for breakfast at this time, was gone. After asking Yi Shirling, I found out that there was an urgent matter in her company. The other side. Riverside Garden Real Estate Sales Department. Manager Lu put his cell phone into his trouser pocket, looked up at the sky, and was stunned for a few seconds before sighing. My God, do you think all rich people are so awesome? You can buy a building whenever you want. It would be great if this much money was mine. I have worked hard for almost half my life, and I still live in a rented house. After venting his emotions, Manager Lu straightened his clothes, turned around and walked into the sales office. He said loudly, except for the staff who are discussing business and accompanying the viewing of the house, all other staff in the sales department should gather here immediately. The main reason why Manager Lu dared to speak so loudly was that there were no guests here at the moment, and the guests who had already gone to view the house. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Manager Lu coughed a few times and said, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a very wealthy boss might come. That boss is the rich man who bought an entire building that you all have been very curious about. Even though he said he would come at 4 p.m., the time for a big boss like that is definitely full of variables. It could be earlier or later. So, in order to maintain the image of our Wancher real estate, you all need to be more alert. Especially those who smoke and eat betel nuts, quit smoking today and eat more chewing gum. Did you understand? Yes. Chapter 38 The Godly Rich is So Handsome, Update 1, please vote for recommendation. Yifan arrived very punctually, 10 minutes early. After getting off the taxi and walking more than 100 meters, Yifan entered the sales office of Binjiang Garden. Considering that there were too many things and it was difficult to carry them with his hands, Yifan also brought over the school bag that he used to carry money last time. Just after walking a few steps in, a tall, graceful, and smiling waitress came up. At this moment, her face was flushed and her eyes were full of autumn water. There's no way, the handsome guy in front of me is just too handsome. What's the point of being so handsome? The young man in front of me is so handsome that he looks like an immortal. He asked softly, "Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a house, or do you want to learn more about the property?" The smile is gentle, and although it is polite, it still gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Maybe this is affinity. Yifan curled his lips and said calmly, "No, I am not here to buy a house, nor to learn about the property information." Hearing this, the receptionist was stunned. "Then what are you here for?" "I'm here to get the property deed and keys." "Get the property certificate and keys? Really?" The staff member's eyes widened, and she covered her lips with her delicate hands, and asked in surprise, You are Mr. Yi? Oh my god. Could it really be that wealthy Mr. Yi? But isn't Mr. Yi a big boss? How come you are so young? And still so handsome? Could it be that I've been reading too many CEO novels recently and have traveled into a novel? He has a head of sunny and handsome messy hair, a face as angular as a sculpture, black eyes that contain infinite depth, and an ethereal and otherworldly temperament exuding from his whole body. The well-proportioned waitress couldn't help but think that if the handsome guy in front of her put on ancient costume or hanfu, his so-called peerless elegance would be just like this. For a moment, the waitress's eyes were fixed in a daze. Hey. What's wrong with you, beautiful?" Seeing that she was staring in a trance, Yifan quickly waved his hand in front of her eyes. At the same time, I smiled bitterly in my heart. Alas! It really made matters worse. It makes me feel like a human aphrodisiac. Can't you consider my feelings? My damn charm. Sir, I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. You are so handsome that I accidentally. Yifan waved his hands and said helplessly, "It's okay, I can understand, it's mainly my fault." The receptionist. I was speechless. "I'm Yifan. I've agreed with your manager Lu before. I'm here to get the property certificates and keys. Please take me there." A batch of real estate certificates. This tone. As expected, it's that rich man. But he is so young, so he shouldn't be a big boss, right? Could he be a rich kid from some top wealthy family? Thinking in her mind, she quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Yi, please follow me." Seeing Yifan being led into the manager's office, the rest of the staff were immediately in an uproar. Especially the women, who instantly turned into millions of ducks, chattering incessantly. Wow! That's the big boss who bought a building? So handsome. He's definitely not the boss, but some rich second generation from a wealthy family. However, he is really handsome. It doesn't matter if he's a second generation or a boss, as long as he's rich and handsome, if he falls in love with me. What the hell? How could a rich man of this level be interested in someone as flat as you? If he really likes someone, he should like someone like me who has curvy figure. What are you talking about, you big cow? I'm just saying you're a flat-chested girl, what's wrong with that? I'm a cow and I'm proud of it, do you have one? Manager's office. Manager Lu had waited for a long time for Mr. Yi, but he didn't see him, so he wanted to go back to the office and make a pot of tea. But he never expected that just as he picked up a cup of brewed tea, there was a knock on the office door. Boom, boom, boom. Manager Lu, Mr. Yi is here. Manager Lu almost shook off the tea he was holding. I glanced at the time on the computer and felt bitter. A few minutes earlier or later would be fine. He is really thirsty and wants to come in and have some tea. I hope Mr. Yi doesn't get the wrong idea. Don't blame him. Faced with this wealthy tycoon who bought a building casually, Manager Lu couldn't help but think too much. After all, anyone who can sit in his position is bound to have more thoughts. He hurriedly said, "What are you still standing there for? Let Mr. Yi in quickly." How can we let Mr. Yi stay outside the door? The door opened, Manager Lu stood up and looked over, and was stunned. Is this so young? Which family's second generation? No wonder the voice sounds so young, at this age he must be in college. Also, it's okay that you're rich, but why are you so handsome? How should a man like him, who is neither handsome nor rich, face life? It was agreed that I would be fucked by the strong woman in life. In life, you can't just let someone go just because he is handsome. Manager Lou felt so depressed that he wanted to cry, but his face was full of smiles. Reprimanding the well-built waitress, you actually let Mr. Yi wait outside, and the office door was not locked. Then, he said to Yi Fan respectfully, "Are you Mr. Yi Fan Yi?" Hello Mr. Yi, I guessed you would come now, so I specially prepared tea for you. Although this tea may be too common for a rich person like you, it is a treasure for me. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Manager Lou took out a new cup, scalded it with tea water, and then poured a new cup of tea. This cup is new and has never been used before. Please drink your tea. Yi Fan thanked him, reached out to take the small and exquisite ceramic teacup, and took a sip. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad. If I hadn't lived in the Yi family for several days, this tea would really be good. Manager Lou, please bring the things over." Manager Lou quickly opened the lid of the wooden box on the table. Suddenly, the rows of red books attracted the attention of Yi Fan and the female receptionist. The pile of keys next to it is not so conspicuous. Female receptionist, it smells good, it's the smell of money, I want it so much. Manager Lou, oh, damn capitalism. I want it too. Yi Fan, alas, my body, which was already overwhelmed, has to take on another identity. Manager Lou's tone became more respectful. "Mr. Yi, I need to see your ID card one last time to make sure I didn't give it to the wrong person. Please forgive me." Yi Fan smiled generously, "It's okay. After all, this matter was mentioned on the phone." After checking the information again, Manager Lou said, "How about I ask someone to move the box to your car?" Yi Fan was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "I took a taxi here." The other two were stunned for a moment, but they reacted soon. Manager Lou said quickly, "I really admire you for your high quality. You are so rich but you still take a taxi. You must be an environmentalist at first glance." Yi Fan? I haven't even taken the driving test yet. Chapter 39, Pretending to be Awesome, second update, please vote for recommendation. Under Manager Lou's respectful gaze and behavior, Yi Fan walked out of the office door. The backpack behind him was obviously bulging and heavy, and he was also holding 2 handbags given to him by Manager Lou. There's no way, Yi Fan didn't think it through after all. Building number 1 of Binjiang Garden has 3 elevators and 2 households, with a total of 44 floors and an average area of 466 square meters per household. In other words, there are a total of 88 property certificates for this building. Yi Fan got 88 property certificates and 176 keys with 1 spare set. Although the backpack that Yi Fan bought casually from the roadside was relatively large, it was not enough to hold so many things. So I had to ask Manager Lou for 2 handbags, and only then could I fit everything in. In the eyes of all the staff, the things in this rich man's backpack and bag are n times more valuable than the same weight of gold. At this moment, how much they wanted the rich man to say something. "This stuff is too heavy, let me share some with you." But it's just a thought. "Mr. Yi, why don't you let me ask someone to help you carry it? Don't tire yourself out." Manager Lou accompanied Yi Fan out. He looked at Yi Fan carrying so many things with some trepidation, fearing that he had not entertained him well enough. "It's okay. Some people always have to bear some necessary pressure and burden." Manager Lou. Others. "Hey! Is that Yaoling? There's a show-off here, take him away quickly." Yaoling, to what extent is this pretentious? Everyone, he is the kind of guy who casually buys a building in Shanghai and calls it an indispensable burden. Yaoling, oh, by the way, what was your previous sentence? Everyone, is Yao Yao a spirit? Here. Yaoling, no. Do blind sound. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. "Yi Fan? It's really you, Yi Fan. I thought I had mistaken you. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you become more and more like a pretty boy." Yi Fan frowned slightly when he saw the person coming. He knew this person. He was a classmate from the next class in high school, named Shizhendua. When I was in high school, I was a little gangster in school. I was good at smoking, drinking, and perming my hair. Moreover, they had a feud. When he was in school, Shizhendua confessed his love to the most beautiful girl in his class. But the class beauty flatly refused and said, "If you were 1/10 as handsome as Yi Fan, I would agree. He regarded this incident as a great humiliation. 1/10 as handsome? Is the labor relationship so bad? But he really didn't dare to cause trouble for Yi Fan. After all, he was in that circle of small gangsters and knew something about Yi Fan. Two guys who were more powerful than him wanted to bully Yi Fan when he was in junior high school, but they were scared away. How could Shi Zhendua dare to do that? Yi Fan heard that he went out to work after graduating from high school, and he didn't expect to meet him here today. Although the other party had a smile on his face, Yi Fan could feel the hostility in his words. After all, pretty boy is not a nice word. Shi Zhendua naturally noticed the backpack and 2 handbags Yi Fan was carrying. Especially when he looked at Yi Fan's backpack, contempt was revealed in his eyes. A Jordan backpack with a ping-pong paddle? There's something. The seams were not cut cleanly, leaving a long piece of thread. If it wasn't a fake brand, Shi Zhendua would have eaten the school bag. When he thought of his current position, Shi Zhendua couldn't help but feel the urge to slap someone in the face and show off. I may not be as good looking as you, but I may be richer than you now. However, in order to avoid being slapped in the face, he still asked cautiously. Student Yi, where are you working now? No, I'm still in school and I haven't even done an internship yet, let alone a high-level position. Shi Zhendua smiled even more, his tone already somewhat uncontrollably proud, and asked, Are you here to buy a house? When Yi Fan heard this, he looked at the other person's expression and vaguely understood something. He replied, Nothing, just came to get something. What? What do I have to tell you? Yi Fan sneered. Shi Zhendua felt a little embarrassed. After all, there was more than one person at the scene. Trying to maintain her smile, she said, You can tell me. I forgot to tell you that I am now the regional manager of Jinlong Property Management. My main area of responsibility is Riverside Garden. Tell me, maybe I can help you. Help? Yi Fan sneered. Not necessarily. However, with Shi Zhendua's ability, he could actually become the regional manager of Jinlong Property, which he had not expected. If facing other people, Shi Zhendua would not dare to speak in such a contemptuous tone. But who is Yi Fan? Just a nobody born in an orphanage. In such a first-class city, if you don't have connections, even if you have good academic performance, it will be difficult to survive. This is only Shi Zhendua's opinion. Faced with this little guy who knows everything about him and has no background at all, should Shi Zhendua be afraid? Does not exist. Yi Fan, you are not here to visit, are you? Shi Zhendua seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile. How could an orphan like Yi Fan have something to come here to get? It must be an excuse. I didn't want to lose face in front of my old classmate, so I came up with this excuse. Oh. It's a bit abominable. I was almost fooled. This is not a place you can come visit. Do you know how high the average house price is here? Over 100,000. If you accidentally bump into a luxury car while walking, it will be enough to make you pay for it for the rest of your life. Thank you for your kindness. By the way, do you have a car? Yi Fan smiled. Yes, what's wrong? Shi Zhendua was a little confused. Then why don't I just bump into your car? That way I can pay it back, right? Ha ha. Shi Zhendua reacted quickly. Yi Fan is saying that his car is cheap. At this time, Manager Lu also noticed the discord between the two, frowned, and asked Shi Zhendua. Are you the regional manager that Jinlong Property Management just sent over? Yes, you are. I'm Manager Lu from Wanshur Group, who is in charge of the sales of Binjiang Garden Real Estate. Shi Zhendua's eyes widened immediately, and he quickly greeted him, Hello. I didn't expect you to be Manager Lu. Nice to meet you. My uncle is the vice president of Jinlong Property. He transferred me here because of my outstanding abilities. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future. Wanshur Group is the developer responsible for the development of Riverside Garden and the second largest real estate group in China. If he, as a regional manager, wants to stay here for a long time, the other party's opinion is still very important. I don't dare to take care of you. Manager Lu said sarcastically, since your uncle is the vice president of Jinlong Property, that's good. I will directly inform your Jinlong Group that we are going to change the property management company of Binjiang Garden. No, it should be that our Wanshur Group doesn't want to cooperate with Jinlong Property anymore. What? Shi Zhendua's eyes suddenly widened and he was dumbfounded. What is going on? How can you change it just like that? I didn't tell him in advance. I knew I could never work with your company again when your company dared to hire someone as frivolous as you as a regional manager. Why? I didn't do anything, why is it brought down on me? If it was because of him that Wanchur Group stopped cooperating with Jinlong Property Company, his uncle would skin him alive. Because you are disrespectful to our group's distinguished guests, this is enough. Disrespect? Yi Fan? Yi Fan is a distinguished guest of your group? Manager Liu, don't be fooled. He is just an orphan. How can he afford to be a distinguished guest? Good boy, you actually dared to call Mr. Yi an orphan. Security guard, kick him out now. Yi Fan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Didn't you just ask me what I came to get? I'm telling you right now, I'm here to get the property certificates for all the households in building 1 of Binjiang Garden. In an instant, Shizhenduo's face turned pale. How is this possible? That SA building in Riverside Garden. How could Yi Fan be so rich? Could he be a rich second generation who came out to experience life? Or did you suddenly inherit billions from a distant relative? Anyway, no matter what, Shizhenduo knew that he might not be able to survive in Shanghai. Not to mention his uncle, even the president of the Jinlong Group might want to beat him to death. Chapter 43 Houses to support him. First update, please recommend. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, I am your most favorite Weiwei. Today, as usual, I am looking for passers-by on the street to conduct random interviews. In the commercial plaza, a beautiful woman was talking to herself on her cell phone. Amid the strange looks from people around her, Li Weiwei forced herself not to care and tried hard to suppress her inner shyness. Li Weiwei is 23 years old this year. She is a native of Shanghai and just graduated from college. She is currently interning at a newspaper. In fact, with her excellent academic performance, she originally had the opportunity to intern at Shanghai TV station. But because I was too shy, I did not perform well in the interview and was rejected. Although the newspaper where she is currently interning is quite good, she knows that she must change her personality. I won't say too much, as long as you can ask the questions you want to ask fluently during the interview. For this reason, she shared her troubles with a close friend during a casual chat. Then the best friend suggested that she work part-time as a host. Li Weiwei thought about it and felt that this method was really feasible, so she quickly searched the internet for relevant knowledge. The final decision was to choose street interviews as the subject of the live broadcast. This direction can best train her character. Moreover, she feels that there is a huge market for this kind of subject matter. She has been live streaming for a month now, and she feels that her personality has improved significantly. I used to be hesitant to muster up the courage to visit others, but now it's become more normal. The number of daily viewers has also increased from 1 or 2 cats and kittens to more than 2,000 daily online viewers. As a newcomer, it is amazing to get so many viewers in just 1 month. You have to know that she is still in internship and cannot broadcast every day. Even her best friend admired Li Weiwei's ability to attract fans, and she sighed at the time and said, "If you have good looks, you can really do whatever you want." I'm so envious. Since the live broadcast room had just been opened not long ago, there were only about a dozen people. Li Weiwei continued to speak into the camera of her mobile phone. Do you see the big shopping mall behind me and the banks next to it? I believe many friends who are familiar with Shanghai already know where I live stream, right? Yes, I am currently doing a street interview at Tianyuan Commercial Plaza in Magic City. The theme of our street interview today is, if you have 3 houses in Shanghai, will you still work? Okay, let's go find some people who seem easy to talk to and interview them. Li Weiwei turned her gaze away from the camera and scanned the surroundings with her beautiful eyes, searching for the target she wanted to visit. She must look kind. If she looks too fierce, she probably won't have the courage to ask questions. Look carefully at the passers-by. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. There was an electric current surging in my heart, and a tingling sensation swept through my whole body. I saw a young man getting out of the car from the roadside and walking towards the bank. But that little brother's looks are just too amazing. No traffic star is worthy of mentioning the word traffic in front of him. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but his temperament is also outstanding. Standing in the crowd, even if you don't look at her face, she is so dazzling. Li Weiwei retracted her gaze and quickly said to the fans in the live broadcast room, "Wow, I saw a handsome guy. He's so handsome, the kind of handsome guy you can't forget after just one look." Suddenly, the live broadcast room barrage appeared. "Stinky Weiwei, since there is a handsome guy, why are you still pointing the camera at yourself? This fairy wants to see the handsome guy." Xiao Weiwei, stop keeping us on suspense and quickly point the camera at the handsome guy. Then why don't you go interview him quickly so I can see how handsome he is? If he's really handsome and doesn't have a house yet, then tell him that I'll give him 3 houses in Shanghai to support him. Li Weiwei was stunned when she saw the last comment, and then she felt envious. 3 apartments in Shanghai are very expensive. Her family only has 2 houses in Shanghai, one for her parents to live in, and the other one is left for Li Weiwei as a wedding house. Just as I was thinking about it, my phone suddenly vibrated. Li Weiwei looked at the phone screen and her eyes widened. I saw that the big guy who just boasted in the live broadcast room that he would spend 3 houses to support a handsome guy actually sent 6 rockets in a row. 1 rocket costs 10,000 renminbi, and 6, that is 60,000 renminbi. According to the 50-50 split in the agreement, she earned 30,000 yuan instantly. It seems that what this big guy said may be true. However, even though she earned 30,000 yuan instantly, why did she feel a little jealous? Sure enough, all the good cabbages were. Although she was thinking sourly in her heart, her hands were very honest as she pointed the camera at the young man who was so handsome to the point of being heartbreaking. Thanks to lonely female president for sending the 6 big rockets. At the same time, he walked quickly towards the young man's location. It will be difficult to visit him if the young man walks into the bank later. You can't go inside the bank to visit, or you'll probably be kicked out by the security guards. Hello, handsome guy, I am a host doing street interviews. Would you like to be interviewed by me? The beautiful anchor blinked her big eyes and said pitifully. Yi Fan was stunned. Why was he so popular with the female anchor? I was approached by Lin Euro as soon as I got off the taxi yesterday, and today I met a good-looking female anchor. But I have plenty of time now and nothing to do. Then he said cheerfully, what do you want to ask? Thank you, little brother. Li Weiwei's face flushed and she said thank you very cutely. Although it is summer now, Li Weiwei can feel the spring breeze. I thought it was very handsome before I looked at it closely. Now that I've walked closer to take a look, I can hardly suppress my excitement. She secretly glanced at the screen in the live broadcast room and found that all the comments were praising the appearance of the young man in front of her. Even if there were some sour comments, they quickly disappeared in the ocean of comments. Moreover, the big guy who just gave her 6 rockets is now giving her again. I have already blasted 16 rockets in a row. Every time I blast a rocket, I will say, quick, remember to tell me that I want to raise him. Li Weiwei suddenly felt that these rockets were like salt sprinkled on her wounds. Woo woo woo. How could you get such a handsome and elegant boy by such materialistic means? Can't you give a little hope to a single guy like us with little money? I hope this fairy-like little brother can resist the temptation of money. My dear brother, the first question I want to ask is, are you a student now, or have you already started working? Student, currently a junior. Oh. Then would you mind telling me which school you are studying in? Maybe it was because she was facing the handsome guy, but Li Weiwei found that her speaking speed became much more fluent, without any stuttering, and she suddenly had more questions to ask. Fudan. Wow, you were able to get into such a prestigious school, so your academic performance must be very good. It's okay. I basically get a scholarship every school year. Chapter 41, Normal Ass, Second Update, please recommend votes. Li Weiwei. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Live broadcast room. 666 A handsome guy with the attributes of a top student. Love it. Little Weiwei probably has 10,000 alpacas running through her heart right now. As we all know, grass is both a noun and a verb, but for such a handsome boy, I can use both at the same time. He drove away as soon as there was a disagreement, catching us off guard. Li Weiwei took a quick look at the content in the live broadcast room and almost burst out laughing. These repressed girls, I never see them driving normally, but today they can't help themselves after meeting such a handsome guy? Well, I can't stand it any longer. Li Weiwei smiled and continued to ask, brother, if you have 3 houses in Magic City, will you continue to study and pursue further studies? 3 houses? Yi Fan asked puzzledly. Yes, 3 houses. Li Weiwei is full of expectations, hoping that this handsome and outstanding young man can persist in his spiritual pursuits, so that she will have hope. If the young man chose 3 houses, I could only tell him with tears in my eyes about the rich lady's intention to support him. Yi Fan glanced at the red book in the handbag, then smiled and said, yes. This time, Li Weiwei was really surprised. He asked excitedly, why is your tone so firm, little brother? Could it be that this young man has taken a fancy to her? That's right, I'm no less pretty than anyone else, and when I'm with this little brother, we're a perfect match. However, if you are officially in a relationship, you have to be careful. For a handsome guy like this, even if he doesn't actively flirt with flowers and plants will come to him on their own initiative. Because, I have a house. You have a house? Are you a local? Li Weiwei was happy. If this young man had a house, then the next generation would not have to worry about housing, and she could even have more children. Local population? I guess so. At this time, the two bags that Jifan was holding in his left and right hand seemed unable to bear the weight that did not belong to them, and they leaked from the bottom. Suddenly, red books with large gold-plated characters fell out, along with a lot of keys. Li Weiwei's eyes widened instantly, because she saw the big gold-plated words on the red books. House ownership certificate. Yifan was stunned, then sighed. Sure enough, this kind of paper handbag is not sturdy, but it is the only one Manager Liu has. However, the bank is not far away. There is also a shopping mall nearby where you can buy a suitcase directly. Live broadcast room. Fuck, is it my eyes that are blurry or is there something wrong with the screen? There are so many property deeds. Is this guy a real estate agent? Have you ever seen a real estate agent produce so many property certificates? There are at least 20 or 30 of them, and there are also keys. No wonder this guy has such a firm tone and a resolute attitude. If I had so many property deeds and was still studying, I would also like to experience college life. After all, there are so many beautiful girls in college. The live broadcast room is now in complete chaos. However, the rich woman who had previously said that she would support Yifan with 3 houses remains silent. Would someone who owns so many property certificates still look down on her 3 houses? Now we can only wait and see whether these property certificates belong to this handsome guy. Li Weiwei no longer cared about what was happening in the live broadcast room. Stunned, she asked, "Are these all yours?" Yifan sighed, "Yes, the house title deed was just approved today." "How many copies does this have?" "Not much, just 1 building." "Waterfuck. A building?" No wonder his tone was so firm just now. "I have completely lost my pursuit for material life. Even if you only collect rent from a building, you can be considered a rich man. Moreover, it is impossible for a tycoon who can buy a building to have no spare money. When material life is not a worry, people will naturally start to pursue spiritual needs." Li Weiwei stuck out her tongue, licked her dry lips, and said, "But didn't you just say you were still in school? How can I afford to buy a building? By the way, is this building in the Magic City?" The questions came one after another, representing Li Weiwei's heart that had been restless for a long time. Yifan said in a gentle tone, "As for why I can afford to buy a building now, I don't want to answer the question. This involves personal issues." "Well, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. You might think I'm kidding you. As for whether I am in the Magic City, I can tell you very clearly that I am." Hiss. Li Weiwei couldn't help but gasp. A building in Shanghai is so terrifying. Sudden. Li Weiwei caught a glimpse of an open real estate certificate lying on the ground out of the corner of her eye. A place name in it made her exclaim, "Building number 1, Binjiang Garden?" Because the fonts were relatively large, Li Weiwei saw them at a glance. As a local who grew up in Shanghai, how could she not know where Riverside Garden is? Located in the core area of Lujiazui, a rare riverside location, directly facing the Huangpu River, with first-line river views. To put it simply, it is a high-end residential area with an excellent location. Since it was officially launched recently, she also got a rough idea of the price. "I heard the average price starts at 150,000. Building number 1 has the best location, so the average price is estimated to be at least 160,000. Because of Li Weiwei's exclamation, not only some passers-by around her heard it, but also the audience in her live broadcast room heard it. 190,000 people immediately contributed their huge army of bullet screens. The number of people increased by the super rocket. There were those who questioned, those who envied, and those who said it was hype. Many people also said that they recognized Yifan as the man from that night. The man who subdued 2 burly men with just 2 moves. "Oh, by the way, I remember that building 1 of Riverside Garden seems to have 44 floors, right? There are 2 households on each floor, so there should be 88 property certificates. And you said it was just approved, little brother. Could it be that the things you are carrying on your back are also the property deeds?" Yifan smiled slightly and said, "Yeah, isn't this a very normal thing? The backpack couldn't hold all the things, so I put them in a bag, and the bag ended up breaking. Alas, maybe this is the trouble of having too many houses." Yifan bent down, picked up the house deeds scattered on the ground and piled them together. Li Weiwei, I am speechless. Listen, is this human language? Still normal? What normal person would walk around with so many property certificates? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? The value of these red books cannot be described as being made of gold. Not worthy. By the way, beautiful lady, can you help me buy a suitcase in the mall? No, buy me a roll of tape. The bottom of the bag is just torn, so I can seal it with a big circle of transparent tape. Chapter 42 Candidates, first update, please recommend. Mr. Yi, please take a look at this video. A woman in a black business suit opened the door of Yi Yayan's office, her tone very urgent. Oh? Yi Yayan uttered a light exclamation, then stretched out her beautiful white arm and took the secretary's cell phone. This is? Covering her mouth with her delicate hands, Yi Yayan looked at the scene on the screen in disbelief. The video starts with Lin Euro taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with a boy who looks very fairy-like. The video didn't end until he defeated two burly men with just 2 moves. Although the light was not very good, Yi Yayan could roughly see the handsome guy's appearance. Isn't this her younger brother? Why does Yifan look more handsome? It seems like we have only been apart for a day or two. How could such a thought arise in my mind? And even through the screen, Yi Yayan could feel Yifan's elegance. Especially the last punch, it was so sharp and fast that it felt like watching a martial arts movie. Mr. Yi, swipe left again, there is another video. Yi Yayan was stunned when she heard this, then she slid her finger lightly to the left. The lighting in this video is much brighter than the previous video, which is the video of Li Weiwei interviewing Yifan. Since there was no large movement shake and the light was much more sufficient, Yi Yayan could feel her brother's appearance more intuitively. It seems, it's not that he feels more handsome, but he is indeed more handsome. The next moment, the 2 handbags Yifan was holding in the video opened up, and red books with large gold embossed characters came into close contact with the ground. Yi Yayan? How come Yifan has so many property deeds? Could it be that his dad gave it to him secretly? There was a gleam in Yi Yayan's eyes, revealing a thoughtful look. However, as the video progressed, she felt that her previous guess might not be correct. Because she heard Li Weiwei's exclamation. Building 1, Riverside Garden? How is this possible? Yi Yayan spoke the words subconsciously, as if she was talking to herself, or as if she was asking her secretary. But the secretary would not miss this opportunity to show off, and quickly handed the documents he had sorted out to Yi Yayan. Mr. Yi, I didn't believe these 2 videos when I saw them before. I thought they were just hyped by those internet celebrity companies. But after I finished my investigation, I found out that Building 1 of Riverside Garden had indeed been purchased by someone, and I also found out that the person's name was Yifan. Then I looked up the name of the person in the video and found that his name was also Yifan. But since there are no photos for comparison, we cannot be 100% sure that these 2 Yifans are the same person. In fact, it is almost certain at this point, but the secretary naturally did not dare to say it for sure. These matters still need to be judged by the boss. Yi Yayan took the document and read it for 3 minutes before asking, "Have you found out the source of funds for the person who bought the building?" The secretary replied, "We haven't found anything about this yet. After all, this kind of thing is difficult to investigate, and we don't have any clues at all." Well, then you should pay more attention to the source of funds behind this. Yes. By the way, are these 2 videos popular now? Where did you download them? It's very popular. It's going crazy online. Even the top 5 hot searches are about him. I recorded these 2 videos on Weibo. The top 5 trending searches? Well, like a rich woman who wants to use 3 houses to support this mysterious ancient martial arts heir named Yifan. In terms of the appearance and financial resources of a domineering president. Okay, stop talking. I'll go and see it myself later. Yi Yayan waved her hand, stopping the secretary from talking. Then the purpose of showing me these 2 videos is to get him to contact the young lady from the Rasta family. Although these words seemed to be questions, Yi Yayan already knew what was going on in her mind and was just stating them. Yes. This guy named Yifan is so handsome that it is no problem for him to crush all the young handsome guys in the country. There is no one in the whole world who is so handsome. Moreover, he seems to have an otherworldly aura, as if bringing the word celestial being closer to reality. This is what it means to be a peerless beauty. Yi Yayan was in deep thought and did not refute the secretary's words. She believed that any woman would feel touched when seeing Yi Fan. Of course, this feeling doesn't mean that you fall in love with someone all of a sudden. Rather, it is all women's praise and yearning for this kind of handsome man. As for what I yearn for, I can't say. Although falling in love at first sight is based on lust, it is not enough to immediately bombard the city gates. There is something I need to tell you. Yi Yayan pointed at the man on the phone screen and said, Yi Fan is my brother. Ah? The secretary's eyes widened. What's going on? Yes, they all have the surname Yi. Then why did Ms. Yi ask me to investigate the source of her brother's funds? Shouldn't she be the one who knows best? Could it be that I have been dragged into the infighting among the wealthy families? Otherwise, how could Ms. Yi not know the source of funds for her brother to buy the house? However, I have never heard Mr. Yi or the big boss mention Yi Fan. I only heard that there is a second young lady. So is Yi Fan Appa the older brother or the younger brother? The boss genes are so strong. I thought Mr. Yi was already handsome enough, but I didn't expect that this younger brother who suddenly appeared would be so handsome. The secretary asked tentatively, so Mr. Yi doesn't want your brother to have contact with the young lady from the Rasta family? Yi Yayan rubbed her brows with her pink and slender fingers, and after thinking for a moment, she said, That's not what I meant. I'll talk to him about the details after I get home. Let's put this matter to an end for now. Judging from this incident, her younger brother is far from being as simple as she thought. It is amazing that someone who grew up in an orphanage and has not even graduated from college can afford an apartment in Shanghai. As a result, Yi Fan's action directly broke common sense. That is building number 1 in Binjian Garden, not some building in a remote suburb. Even Yi Yayan doesn't have the financial resources at the moment. Although contacting the Rost family is an opportunity, if Yi Fan has ulterior motives, because this opportunity can go directly to the board of directors, then Yi Fan will be the one who benefits the most. Yi Yayan was not afraid that Yi Fan would compete for the family property, but she was afraid that Yi Fan would hide too deeply and use too sinister means. This is an opportunity to test it out. The secretary asked, Do you want to investigate the source of funds? Yi Yayan, check. This kind of thing is full of too many uncertainties, so it must be thoroughly investigated, otherwise Yi Yayan will not feel at ease. Yi Yayan spoke again, By the way, don't make this matter public for now. I mean that Yi Fan is my brother. Okay. The secretary answered respectfully, but in his heart he was complaining, Is this the relationship between a wealthy sister and a brother? It's a bit complicated. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Event, Second Update, Please recommend. Brother Yi Fan, you are famous. In the taxi, Yi Fan, who had just deposited the house deed and keys in the bank safe and was about to return, received a call from Yi Shirling. What do you mean? Explain it in detail. Yi Fan asked doubtfully. You're really popular online now. Go check Weibo. The top 5 trending searches are all about you. By the way, brother Yi Fan, how come you have so many property deeds, and they're for building one in Binjian Garden? Did you sign with an internet celebrity company? Did the company hype you up? Yi Shirling suddenly turned into a problem baby, making Yi Fan's thoughts a little confused. He quickly said, Wait a minute, I'll check online first, and then hung up the phone. Without waiting for Yi Shirling to reply, Yi Fan hung up the phone. When Yi Fan heard about building number 1 in Riverside Garden, he had some understanding. But what he couldn't imagine was why he would become so popular on the internet and why the top 5 trending searches on Weibo were all related to him. Isn't Li Weiwei a small anchor? I secretly watched her live broadcast room at that time, and there were only a dozen people there. How come I became so popular? With many doubts, Yi Fan opened Weibo. Then he saw the first video that Weibo automatically pushed to him, which was the video of Li Weiwei interviewing him. I felt something was wrong instantly. Why are there as many as 110,000 likes? How long has it been? Less than an hour. This is too fucking horrible. Wasn't he it agreed that we would be the little anchor? I took another look at the hot search interface and found that some of the hot searches were really related to him. But, when did a rich woman say she wanted to support me with 3 houses? I had no idea. What about the inheritor of ancient martial arts? I have only improved my physical fitness and can punch faster. Have you ever seen ancient martial arts that can only bump and punch? Yi Fan even had some doubts as to whether Li Weiwei had spent money to hire some internet trolls to create hype. It's okay to hire internet trolls to stir up hype, but it's wrong for you to involve me. In this way, my property deeds will be exposed to the world. Good looks plus wealth will make my already extraordinary life even more extraordinary, which is like adding insult to injury. When they arrived at the destination, Yi Fan paid the money, got out of the car, and walked into the mid-levels Bay Villa area under the envious gaze of the driver. Yi Shiling didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so she had been waiting for Yi Fan in the living room. Seeing Yi Fan coming in, he quickly stood up and waved his mobile phone. The video playing on the phone was the one Yi Fan had seen in the taxi. Brother Yi Fan, you have become an internet celebrity now, even more popular than me. Yi Shiling walked over with a grin on her face, then reached out and pulled Yi Fan to sit on the sofa. The problem is that I don't want to be an internet celebrity. Yi Fan spread his hands helplessly. Don't want to be one? Yi Shiling's eyes widened. Then brother Yi Fan, you didn't sign a contract with an internet celebrity company? No, why do you think so? Yi Fan asked doubtfully. Because you are so angry right now. If I didn't believe you, I would have thought he was lying to me if it was someone else. After all, this level of popularity is really scary. At this moment, Yi Shiling suddenly looked at Yi Fan's face carefully and then responded, I know. What did you know? Yi Fan asked hurriedly. Because you're so handsome. There are all kinds of young handsome guys in the country right now, and your looks are so good that they can easily beat those young handsome guys, so those women who are obsessed with looks have directly hyped up your popularity to the current level. Well, I can't say I'm hyped. I should say I'm attracted to you. The more I look at you, the more fascinated I become. The more fascinated I become, the more I want to search for everything about you. Then, you become famous. Yi Shiling's pink fingers were tied up with her hair, and she analyzed it very clearly. By the way, since you said that the company didn't hype you up, doesn't that mean you really have so many property deeds? And it's building one of Riverside Garden? Yi Shiling reacted and looked at Yi Fan with her mouth slightly open, shocked. If this is true, it would be even more shocking than her brother becoming a hot topic. Even the eldest sister doesn't have such abundant funds. Rich and inhumane. Yi Fan touched his nose, not knowing how to answer. If he had known that his interview would have such a big impact, he would definitely not have continued. It's nothing that the video of me upholding justice is circulating on the internet. But the problem is, I don't know how to explain this inhumane video. Even if they say it was sent by the system, no one would believe it. If someone had told him that he had a system when there was no system at the beginning, Yi Fan would have guessed that this person would have been crazy. Still the kind that is hopeless. System, is there any solution? Yi Fan called the system in his mind. System. Shit, no reaction at all. Yi Fan pondered for a few seconds and said with some embarrassment, it's true, but there is a very bizarre story behind it? What story? Yi Shiling immediately became interested. She grabbed Yi Fan's arm and shook it, showing her curiosity. I have been reading online novels for 3 years. I believe I can understand any story no matter how bizarre it is. Yi Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard this. But you can't laugh at this time, laughing will make the already unreal story even more unreal. I sorted out the story I just made up in my mind. He said solemnly, one morning more than a month ago, when I was passing by an alley, I found an old man with gray hair lying in the corner. I felt sorry for him, so I went up to him and asked him why he was lying there. The old man didn't reply to my question, but pointed to a noodle shop 200 meters away and said he was hungry and wanted to have a bowl of beef noodles. I felt sorry for him at the time, so I ordered him a bowl of beef noodles. He told me while eating that he had been lying here for more than 2 hours. Many people passed by, but no one came to ask him why he was lying here, and no one wanted to help him. Then he took out a document and told me it was a property purchase agreement. He had a terminal illness and no descendants, so he gave me the contract. And you accepted it? After all, as a book lover with 3 years of experience in reading online articles, I didn't doubt the authenticity of the content too much. Although I didn't know whether it was true or not, I definitely couldn't accept it. I wanted to refuse, but the old man insisted on giving it to me. How could I? At this moment, a man in a black suit who was in charge of security at the door walked to the door of the hall, interrupted Yi Fan and said, Master Yi, there's a courier at the door who just brought you something. Yi Fan walked over puzzledly and took the thing. Then when he opened it, he was dumbfounded. The express package contained an exquisitely crafted paper box, and the thing inside the box was the house purchase agreement that Yifan mentioned. Damn it, I made it up. What is going on? Chapter 44 Request, First Update for Recommendation. Yi Shirling also hurried over to join in the fun. The little girl saw the information on the courier, and a pleasant voice came into Yifan's ears. Sender Qinhan? Brother Yifan, is Qinhan the old man you helped? Yifan. How would I know? He is completely confused now. How can he know who it is? Yifan looked at the contents of the agreement carefully and was speechless for a long time. There is indeed a paragraph in it that writes about Mr. Qinhan suffering from a terminal illness and then transferring the building to Yifan. But, what kind of magical operation is this? Could it be that I have awakened some incredible skill so that anything I say can come true? System, what is going on? The building was given by the system, and the system must be the one that knows best why this agreement appears here. After all, Yifan just said that he met this old man more than a month ago. At that time, he himself didn't know that he would live in the mid-levels Bay Villa, let alone the old man in the story he made up knew it. This is a function of the system automatically improving the rationality of the host's reward. Please rest assured, host. The system finally spoke. Even though it is a cold electronic synthesized sound, it sounds so comfortable. I finally feel at ease. He was not afraid that the story he had just made up would be exposed, but he was mainly afraid that something unexpected would happen. Putting the things on the coffee table, Yifan smiled at Yi Shirling. Do you believe it now? Well, actually, I already believed it. Sometimes, the real world is even more illogical than the online world. Yi Shirling showed a sweet smile, but in Yifan's eyes, it was indeed silly and cute. Fool, I really lied to you. But even if I tell you the truth, you won't believe it, so it's better not to say it. Yifan smiled dotingly and reached out to rub her little head. Yi Shirling didn't resist. Instead, she felt very happy, but she didn't dare to show it. Woo woo woo. It's just this comfortable feeling. This is the second time that Brother Yifan has done this. I'm so happy. Yifan also felt very comfortable, smooth and soft, and the touch was very good. He touched Yi Shirling's head a few times, and suddenly remembered something, so he stopped what he was doing. He smiled gently at Yi Shirling. Sister Shirling, I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if you can help me. At this time, Yifan remembered that he needed to do some relevant identification. Although Yi Shirling felt a little disappointed that Yifan's hand had left her head, she nodded happily when she heard Yifan's request. Brother Yifan, what favor can you give me? I'll give it a try. Can you please pull out a hair for me? And pull out a hair from my elder sister as well. Pull it out? Yi Shirling's eyes widened. Why do you have to pull it out? Can't you just cut it off? Don't you even ask me what it's for? Yifan did not answer her, but asked in confusion. This girl's focus is wrong. Doesn't she even ask me why I want her and my elder sister's hair? Why? Yi Shirling asked. Yifan. Well, this girl probably didn't expect this. Yifan, it's only one day until Saturday, so I want to put our hair into a lucky bag and go to the city god temple in Magic City to pray for blessings. As for why you have to pull out Big Sister's hair, isn't it more convenient for you? I've only been in this family for a few days. If I pull it out, Big Sister might get disgusted with me. But you are different. You can pretend that your hair is tangled by accident, and then pull it casually. Maybe your hair will be pulled out without your sister even feeling any pain. Then why don't I just explain it directly to my elder sister? Why keep it so mysterious? Yi Shirling asked, puzzled. I've heard people say that the best way to pray is to make the person not even know that they are being prayed for, just like making a birthday wish that can't be spoken out loud. If I didn't need your help with this matter, I might not even tell you. Yifan explained seriously. If Yi Shirling's character wasn't naive to begin with and she wasn't very fond of him, if it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so easily deceived. This couldn't help but make Yifan feel a little guilty. But this matter will not harm her, so just let it go. Then why do you have to pull it out? It will hurt. Yi Shirling touched her beautiful hair, and a pitiful expression appeared on her beautiful little face, which made people want to pity her. Because if it's cut, it might have a bad connotation. The main thing is that if it is cut off, the detection effect will not be that accurate. This is the information Yifan found on Baidu before. In fact, pulling out a hair doesn't hurt at all. If you don't believe me, try it. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, he swiftly pulled out a strand of Yi Shiling's hair. Ah, it hurts, brother, you are lying. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said embarrassedly, well, I thought it didn't hurt, but it only hurt for a while. It doesn't hurt now. It doesn't hurt now, but I feel like if I pull big sister's hair, I'll get beaten. Don't worry, you won't be beaten as long as you don't do it on purpose. Seeing Yi Shiling's doubtful look, Yi Fan continued, at worst, you can tell her about praying for blessings. Then, not only will she not blame you, but she will be very happy. After hearing this, Yi Shiling nodded her head. Brother Yi Fan, I have helped you so much, you must perform well tonight and lead my team to the top 3. Yi Fan said, how can this be considered as helping me? This is a matter of helping everyone. I am not praying for just myself. Act out your role fully and be serious in your tone. Yi Shiling suddenly realized and quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, it's okay. Of course, I will definitely let your team get the top 3 tonight, or even first place. Yi Shiling smiled bitterly and shook her head, I don't expect to be the first place, third place is good enough, as long as I am in the top 3, I will get a trophy and a certificate. The other side. Yi Yan sat in the office, thought about it, and felt that she should tell her father about this matter. This matter not only concerns the group, but also involves my family. If I act without my father's consent, it will definitely not be good. After thinking about it, she picked up her phone and called her father. Hey, Yan, what's going on? No matter what time it is, Yi Tianhong's voice is always so deep and powerful, giving people an incomparable sense of comfort and security. Can't I come to you, Dad, if I'm fine? Really? Yi Yan rarely acted coquettishly. There was laughter on the other end of the phone. Huh, I didn't know you were such a girl, but from your tone I knew you had something to talk to me about. Yi Tianhong couldn't help but smile. Although Yan was a calm girl, the habits she had developed since childhood were not so easy to change. Chapter 45 Conversation, Second Update, Please Recommend. After listening to what his eldest daughter said, Yi Tianhong was silent for a moment before he said, Xiaofan's attitude towards this matter is my attitude. If he doesn't want to do this, you must not force him. Yi Yan smiled bitterly, Dad, what are you saying? I am also a sister after all. How can I force my brother to do such a thing? Yi Tianhong smiled and said, Of course I believe you. I just want to remind you that in the face of interests, you must adhere to the bottom line of family affection. At 6:15 in the afternoon, Yi Yan returned home. As soon as I entered the hall, I heard Yi Shiling's voice. No, I obviously didn't want to go down here. I went down to the wrong place. Then Yi Fan's helpless voice, No way, you have regretted this game countless times, do we still want to have dinner? Eat, why are you in such a hurry? Eat later. Yi Shiling said coquettishly, Brother, please let me regret my move just once, just for the last time. A true man should never regret his actions. I'm a little woman. Then, how about I surrender? I admit defeat, that's fine. No, it will seem like you lost to me on purpose. I want to defeat you with my strength. Strength means taking 2 steps and regretting 1 step? I'm your sister, you have to love me. Okay, it hurts, just keep regretting it, I'll see when you get hungry. In the living room, Yi Fan and Yi Shiling were playing chess on the table. Yi Shiling's coquettishness and naughtiness, as well as Yi Fan's pampering and helplessness, are like a beautiful painting that comes into view. Little sister, when did your relationship with Yi Fan become so good? It's so good that even her elder sister is a little jealous. She knew that her younger sister was not the unreasonable person, but the fact that she could act like a spoiled brat in front of Yi Fan already proved their relationship. Sister, you're back so early today? Yi Shiling noticed the movement and asked casually. When there's nothing to do at the company, don't I always come back around this time? Yi Yan chuckled, looked at the movement in the kitchen, and then said to the two of them, Stop playing chess and come over to eat. Let's talk about it after I win. Yi Shiling responded. You are such a bad chess player, you still want to win? As soon as I walked in, I heard someone want to regret his move. Come over and eat quickly. You are not hungry, but Xiaofan is. The eldest sister's momentum and majesty are still there after all. Yi Shiling said to Yi Fan reluctantly, Brother Yi Fan, let's go over and have dinner first. I'll compete with you after dinner. After saying that, Yi Shiling made 2 very childish gestures, as if she was holding a sword in her hand. Seeing the 2 people coming to the table, Yi Yan said lightly, That won't work. I still have something to discuss with Yi Fan after dinner. What are you talking about? Yi Shiling's eyes widened, and Yifan also looked over in confusion. I won't tell you about this for now. Yi Yayan took a sip of tea and did not explain to Yi Shiling. After dinner, Yi Yayan pulled Yifan into her room and did not let Yi Shiling in. Sister, you are so mysterious, what do you want to discuss with me? It was the first time that Yifan entered Yi Yayan's room. While looking around, he also asked his own questions. I have to say that the female president's room is much tidier than that female student Yi Shiling's room. Although there is a nanny who comes to clean the room every day, as soon as Yi Shiling enters the room, it becomes a mess within minutes. Yi Yayan pointed to a chair beside her and said, sit down first. Then he took out his phone, played the video and handed it to Yifan, saying, you are very popular on the internet now. The little anchor who interviewed you on the street gained more than 100,000 followers. Yifan took a quick look and returned the phone. In front of Yi Yayan's surprised eyes, he slowly said, I already know about this matter. Sister, you want to ask me about the property certificate, right? Yi Yayan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, I wonder if it's convenient for me to talk about this matter. Yifan, convenient. Then he repeated the story he had told Yi Shiling before. Yi Yayan had a weird look on her face, as if saying, are you kidding me? Yifan had expected this and handed over the document in his hand. Yi Yayan took the document without knowing what was going on and read it carefully. Qin Hand? Yi Yayan opened her delicate lips slightly and said the name. Yifan was stunned and asked, Sister, do you know this person? Yes, he is an entrepreneur in Shanghai. Although his scale is not large, his reputation is quite good. Yifan didn't expect that there really was such a person. He was stunned and could only sigh that the system was awesome. However, Yifan was not very interested in Qin Hand. Seeing that the matter had been explained, he said, since I have explained it clearly to you, I will go back to my room first, okay? Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Seeing Yifan was about to get up, Yi Yayan hurriedly stopped him. Then he said, actually, the thing I just asked you is not an important matter. I haven't said what I really want to say yet. Yifan was stunned, then sat down again. Do you know the Rost family? Yi Yayan asked. Yifan was stunned at first, then said, I've heard of it before. Yi Yayan had a reason for asking this. A few years ago, all kinds of magical stories about the Rost family suddenly spread in the financial circles in the United States. But as far as she knew, these things were actually means used by the Rost family's competitors and were a conspiracy theory. But the occurrence of this incident also made the Rost family famous, spread the family legend to the whole world, and let the world know about the existence of this behemoth. Yifan also knew about it at that time. The current head of the Rosted family has a daughter named Minina Rosted. She's a very beautiful woman, but likes, also beautiful women. Although Minina is the daughter of the head of the family and his only child, there are several other people who can compete for the position of successor. Because Minina likes the same sex, she is not qualified to be the heir, but Minina really wants to be the heir. For this reason, her father discussed with her and asked her to choose a man to be her boyfriend first, at least to ensure that the competition quota would not be lost in vain. But Minina's sexual orientation was already clear. She couldn't allow an ordinary-looking man to be her boyfriend even for acting. So her father sent a message to the whole world to help her find a boyfriend. After Yi Yayan finished speaking, she took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. Yifan was now somewhat stunned, and said in disbelief, so, sister, you want me to be Minina's boyfriend? Well, that's what I mean, but the choice is yours. I am mainly saying this to make a request. But sexual orientation is not something that can be easily changed, so you don't have to worry about it becoming real. It may just be a relationship in name only. When the election is successful or unsuccessful, there will be no relationship between you and her even in name only. And Minina is really beautiful. If you don't believe me, I can show you a photo. As Yi Yayan spoke, she found a photo from her phone gallery and handed the phone to Yifan. Chapter 46, Sense of Identity, First Update, Please Recommend. Yifan took the phone and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. The girl in the photo is wearing a Greek-style light blue chiffon dress with an ocean heart pendant hanging around her white neck. Her thick, slightly curly golden hair is draped around her waist. Her tranquil blue eyes are as deep as the ocean, and like a lake on the plateau, without any impurities. Yi Yayan chuckled, how is it, does it look good? Yifan returned the call and nodded, she is indeed beautiful. It's no wonder that a beautiful woman like her who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth doesn't even want to settle for a fake boyfriend. If Yifan hadn't seen beauties like Yi Shirling every day, he would probably have fallen in love at first sight. He just used the eye of insight and found that Minina's appearance was as high as 98. With this level of appearance, it is actually difficult for normal people to tell who is more beautiful. So, although Yi Shirling is more beautiful, it is hard to say who is more beautiful. We can only say that they each have their own merits. How about it? Are you interested? If you join, I think it will be a crushing victory. Yi Yayan raised her eyebrows, but in fact she had something else to say. If Miss Minina saw Yifan, she might really change her sexual orientation. After all, Yifan's appearance and temperament are so great. Any woman who has met Yifan once will feel that other men are inferior. Yi Yayan doesn't even know why she has such thoughts. Yifan pondered for a moment and said nothing. In fact, he was not very interested in this matter, even though the other party was a top beauty. But Yi Yayan seems to be very interested in this matter. The reason why Yi Yayan is so interested is probably because this matter can connect with the Rost family, and the benefits to be gained at that time will only be more, not less. You should know that the Roosevelt family's business is spread all over the world, and they can even control the president's election with just a flick of their hand. Even the two parties in the United States have the shadow of this family. If this opportunity is seized well, it will be of great help to the Yi family in entering the international market. Although the Yi family is engaged in import and export trade, it only opens a small hole in the international market. Sister, do you really want me to go? Yifan showed a smile. Well, actually my dad also wants to seize this opportunity, but he said that your meaning is his meaning. If you don't want to, no one can force you. Yi Yayan said truthfully. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Minina was really beautiful, she really wouldn't have thought of letting Yifan go. Although she was wary of Yifan, she didn't hate her younger brother. If there was a fire pit ahead, she would not push her loved ones in according to her personality. There are indeed some contradictions, but human nature is inherently contradictory. The so-called human nature is good or evil is inherently one-sided. Then sister, aren't you afraid that I will perform well this time and then tell our dad that I want to study in the company? Hearing this, Yi Yayan's pupils shrank slightly, her expression was stunned, and even her breathing paused. It took several seconds before she exhaled. Unexpectedly, before she could even try, Yifan had already said what she had been thinking before. As for the meaning of going to a company to study, that is a matter of opinion. However, since Yifan had made it clear, there was no need for her to test him further and she could just ask directly. After all, the other party has already said this, he must have guessed what she was thinking. Why, brother, don't you want to? Yi Yayan's lips curled up into a smile. Although my father is a very shrewd businessman, he still has the traditional idea of favoring boys over girls. If you want to go, you can just ask my father directly. He will definitely be happy to agree. He. Yifan felt a little amused. His elder sister was trying to get him to talk directly. If Yifan really had this idea, he might be very happy, but he really didn't have this idea. It's only been a few days since I got the system, and my net worth has surpassed yours, a female CEO. If another year or two passes, I'm afraid I'll be the richest man in the world. Why bother with all the intrigue when you can make money by doing nothing? Besides, we are not interested in money, as long as it is enough. Ha, sister, you don't have to try to trick me. I'll just be frank. I have no idea about Tianhong Group. The money I have now is enough for me to live a luxurious life without worrying about food and clothing. Why should I go through this pain of managing a company? Why be a second-generation rich who is under great pressure when you can be a first-generation rich who lives a carefree life? Yi Yayan was stunned when he heard this. This kid was quite arrogant and even dared to say that he had no idea about Tianhong Group. However, why do I secretly envy the tone of this boy's voice? Although I am a little envious, Yifan's pretentious look really makes me want to beat him up. It is indeed a bit infuriating. You are quite arrogant, but no matter what you think, I hope you can show your intentions. After all, I don't want to hurt my family because of the struggle for power, especially Shirling. She is really close to you now. I hope you don't use any means to hurt her. Yi Yayan's words made her own thoughts clear. She would definitely fight for it, and she had no objection to Yifan fighting for it, but the means had to be made clear and could not hurt her family. If Yi Yayan really hated Yifan for coming to compete for the family property, she wouldn't have had nearly 70 points of favorability at the beginning. Yifan smiled and said, okay, I'll agree to this matter. I mean contacting Minina. As for whether I will take this opportunity to fight for power and profit in the group, you can rest assured. Let time prove everything. By the way, I agreed to this not because of Min and his beauty, but for you. I treat you as my sister and to eliminate the gap between us. Yifan smiled, then stood up and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, if this matter is not urgent, it is better to wait until I finish the exam. After all, in this school, without the scores of a top student like me, other students will lose their fighting spirit. The corner of Yi Yan's eye twitched, and she could no longer bear it. She took 2 steps forward and pinched Yifan's cheek with her straight and slender fingers like onions. You stinky little brother, why do you say things that make me want to beat you up? Yi Yan pinched her brother's handsome face full of collagen, with a smile between her brows. As she spoke, she pinched it back and forth. It feels great. There is also a sense of satisfaction, because what he is pinching is not only his own brother, but also the male god who is loved by countless women on the internet. I wonder how these women would feel if they knew that they were pinching their dream husbands like this. After leaving the room, Yifan rubbed his left cheek. It was so painful. Faced with such a handsome brother, the sister really has the guts to do that. Yifan rubbed his face and chuckled. In fact, if he hid, there was no way Yi Yan would be able to succeed with his speed. Yifan didn't have time to use the Eye of Insight just now, but the elder sister's favorability should have increased a lot. Otherwise, with her personality, how could she possibly do such an intimate thing? Chapter 47 Quality Plaza, second update, please recommend. 4th floor. Entertainment Lounge. Yi Shirling entered the live broadcast room a few minutes late as usual. I thought the fans in the live broadcast room would unanimously ask her to apologize, but I didn't expect the situation this time to be a little different. Although there were still many comments asking her to apologize, there were also some who requested to meet Yifan, or to ask Yi Shirling to bring Yifan to the live broadcast. Yi Shirling's heart moved, and she opened the mobile browser and searched using Yifan's name as the keyword. Seeing the messages one after another, Yi Shirling said to herself, as expected. It turned out to be clear enough. As Yifan became an internet celebrity, some of his identities were also revealed. For example, the super academic master of Fudan University and the brother of Chubby Ying Bao, a well-known anchor on the Shark live streaming platform. Yi Shirling put down her phone, looked at the barrage on the computer, and couldn't help but snort in dissatisfaction in her heart. You bunch of female hooligans who are only interested in men because of their looks, my brother is a man you will never get. However, even if you feel a little uncomfortable in your heart, you still have to comfort yourself. Said, don't worry, I invited my brother to the anchor team competition on Shark Live today. Didn't you guys say before that I have poor skills and must be the last one? This time, my brother is here. I will definitely be able to make it into the top 3. Looking at the various comments in the live broadcast room, some expressing belief and some not, Yi Shirling was too lazy to explain and directly opened the game. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play the game first to practice my skills so that I won't be unable to keep up with the speed when I go to loot the game later. At the same time, the live broadcast room of Aliyang, the top chicken player on Shark Live. Shocked. A well-known anchor opened a fake account to bully newbies again. Aliyang, stop bullying people today and be serious. Yeah, the live broadcast chicken team competition will start soon. If you bully the newcomers like this, you will ruin your game. The above person is wrong. With Aliyang's skills, does he need to practice his touch? It's fun to watch, but I still feel like it's missing something. It's definitely a little less interesting. I'm just wondering how Liang's opponent died and what kind of death it was. It's not exciting anymore. It's just a sense of satisfaction. Aliyang just killed someone and then looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. He smiled and said, don't be impatient, brothers. We are just having some appetizers before the game. You can rest assured for today's team competition. The players I invited are some old acquaintances. Tao Dao, Longo, and Xiaoshui from the NG team, so you can rest assured. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard the names Aliyang said, they immediately became excited. Wow, today is quite interesting. Before retiring, Aliyang was the captain of the NG team, and the names he mentioned were all teammates he had played with before. Others are hosting team competitions, but Aliyang directly formed a professional team. How can other anchors play? Although these viewers keep saying that they don't want to see the bullying of weak players, the bullying of weak players also depends on the situation. It is something that people welcome to see other anchors on the Shark Live streaming platform being bullied. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was filled with comments like, NG awesome. NG awesome. NG awesome. Brother, you are finally here. When Yi Shirling saw the door open and Yi Fan walked in, she quickly complained. What's wrong? The game hasn't started yet. Yi Fan said with a smile. I boasted that I would definitely be in the top 3. If you had come later, let alone the top 3, I would probably have been in the third from the bottom. After hearing the conversation between the two, the fans in the live broadcast room became excited. They were worried that Ing Bao's skills might fail, and Ing Bao's brother never showed up. Now that I'm here, I can finally feel relieved. At least with Yi Fan around, Ing Bao won't be abused. And those female fans became even more excited, with a sea of barrages of comments flooding in, directly filling the screen. Little brother Yi Fan. Handsome Yi. Appa. Husband. Owner. Yi Fan was also confused. He could accept the first few names, but the last one was too much. Do you like role-playing? Yi Shirling originally wanted to ask her elder sister what exactly she and Yi Fan talked about, but due to the live broadcast room, she did not ask in the end. Brother Yi Fan, I have logged in for you. It's already the main interface of PUBG. Now the screen is off. Just move the mouse and it will light up. Come sit down. Yi Fan sat down, then shook the mouse, and the computer screen lit up automatically. He had indeed entered the main interface of the chicken game, and even the team had been formed. Yi Fan only had to wait for the game to begin. Brother Yi Fan, there are a total of 25 teams in this team competition, with 4 people in each team. The other 2 people on my team are both skilled anchors. One is called Strawberry Jam and the other is called Passerby Prince. The other 2 people also hurriedly greeted him. Strawberry Jam said happily, Hello, Brother Yi Fan, I like you so much, I'm your little fangirl. Strawberry Jam is naturally a female anchor. Her voice sounds soft and cute, but I don't know what she looks like. Passerby Gongzi is also a female anchor, but her voice is a little colder. Hello, my name is Passerby Gongzi, please give me your guidance. After hearing this, Yi Shirling explained in Yi Fan's ear, this passerby is a bit introverted, and I don't know how to greet him, but once we get to know each other, he can say anything naughty. In a room. The female anchor known as the Passerby Prince blushed when she heard what Yi Shirling said. As the camera was on, this scene was also seen by fans in the live broadcast room, and immediately all kinds of teasing remarks were made. Quality Plaza. Since the people who came in this time were all from a specific room and most of them were anchors from Shark Live, the quality square was relatively decent this time, except that occasionally someone said a swear word. Alian looked at the map and found that there was an airport on this route. He immediately said in the full channel, who's going to fight at the airport? Let's fight to the death. Others followed up the conversation. What a shitty gun. Who are you trying to bully? I don't even know that you invited those NG guys to help you. That's right. We don't have much tacit understanding when compared to the guys from your professional team. They are simply crazy. That's what they say, and it's indeed true. Hearing these clever words from the anchors, Alian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. For this group of people, it is very satisfying. Because to him, these words meant, your team is too strong, how can we beat you? Chapter 48, Hang Up and Hang Up, one more update for recommendation. Feeling very proud, Alian couldn't help but continue, Ingbao, why don't you follow us in your team? I will try my best to ensure that you are in the top 3. Like many men, Alian fell in love with Yi Shirling after hearing her charming voice. He even came to Yi Shirling's live broadcast room many times to give gifts or team up to play games together. Even though Yi Shirling doesn't show her face, a girl with such a nice voice must be pretty. From the thoughts of a otaku named Alian. If Yi Fan knew what he was thinking, he would probably say to him earnestly, young man, you haven't met the right person yet. If you meet the right person, you will probably immediately want to fly into outer space on a rocket. However, Yi Shirling did not reply. Alian was stunned for a moment, then continued to shout in the channel, Ingbao, Ingbao? Oh, it seems that Ingbao doesn't want you to lead the team. She's probably afraid that you'll cause the team to fail. Alian didn't wait for Yi Shirling's voice, but instead waited for a teasing male voice. Alian sneered, are you afraid that I will lead the team to collapse? Even if I retire, I am still better than a piece of trash like you. Zetone, if you have the guts, let's have a battle at the airport and see which team collapses first. The comments in Alian's live broadcast room suddenly surged. Zitong, this dog coin is here to make a name for itself again. What kind of person is he? Yeah, others retire and become technical anchors, but he is different. He is an anchor, but I don't know if he has any skills. Calling him a technical anchor is too flattering. He is just a troll who relies on trolling others to gain attention. If I were the administrator at Shark Live, I would definitely ban this bastard. It lowers the overall quality of humanity. You told me to go to the airport and I would do it. Who do you think you are? Zitong was not willing to be outdone in words, but he really didn't dare to go to the airport to fight with Alyang's team. Not to mention that Alyang had brought in 3 professional players who had not yet retired. Just comparing his skills with Alyang's, he simply couldn't beat him. When professional players retire, their strengths are also divided into different levels. It doesn't mean that you are awesome and can beat others just because you retire as a professional player. Former professional players like Zitong were actually members of a small team before they retired. Naturally, their strength cannot be very strong, and if they were strong, they would not be able to stay in a small team forever. After retiring, he naturally became unknown, but he didn't want to go out to work, so he started working in the live broadcast industry. However, he is not a famous professional player, and few people watch his live broadcast. After much thought, I decided to become a troll. I'll criticize whoever is more famous. But many viewers like to watch this kind of thing, and gradually, Zitong became a somewhat famous anchor. At this time, Strawberry Jam from Yi Shirling's team explained, Alyang, I'm sorry, Ingbao is busy now, so she didn't hear what you said. Hearing this, Alyang was too lazy to argue with the mad dog, and said with a smile, it's okay, I wonder what Ingbao is busy with now. The game will start in half a minute. Strawberry Jam, Ingbao's brother, was afraid that if she performed too well, people would think she was cheating, so he asked Ingbao to set up a live broadcast window, screen, and keyboard in her live broadcast room. Before Alyang could say anything, Zitong, who had found the right opportunity, spoke up. Mistakenly thought he was using cheats? He thought he had my skills. He has no shame. It will be embarrassing if he dies first. Looking at the gifts in the live broadcast room, Zitong sneered, but her face was full of smiles. These dogs only know that I'm a mad dog, but don't they know that it takes strength for a mad dog to bark? As long as you have money, it doesn't matter if you talk a lot of shit. Who cares if you have a bad reputation? Yi Shirling had just finished the live broadcast for Yi Fan on the screen and heard this sentence when she put on her headphones. How could he bear this? He immediately cursed back, weak? I can admit it if you say I'm weak, but I can't stand it if you say my brother is weak. If you have the guts, wait for me to bring down my gun and let you know that if you don't have the strength, don't come out and bite people. The fans in Yi Shirling's live broadcast room were immediately surprised. In their impression, although Ingbao is sometimes naughty, she still has a good personality and they have never seen her fall out with any anchor. Judging from Ingbao's tone this time, she was really angry. Suddenly, the fans in the live broadcast room also became angry. This Zitong dog coin, why bully any other anchor, but has to bully Ingbao? This is absolutely unbearable. Immediately, barrages of comments were issued. Zitong Gubi actually dared to bully Ingbao. I'm going to go over and swipe the screen to curse. Let's go too. Instead of being a good person, I want to be a dog. Since Zitong wants to be a dog, let's go and scold him so badly that he won't even recognize himself as a dog. Zitong felt that Yi Shirling's declaration of war was not false at all. How could he not know Yi Shirling's gaming skills? It was simply super delicious. As for that Strawberry Jam and that passerby gentleman, their level was only slightly better, just a little above the average. It is no exaggeration to say that Zitong can fight against 3 opponents alone. As for Yi Shirling's brother, Zitong said that she didn't need to worry at all. If her sister was so unskilled, then her brother wouldn't necessarily be that good either. Besides, PUBG masters are not cabbages sold on the street, it's hard to just happen to meet them. He immediately responded, okay, since you want a gun, then I will satisfy you. Come to Peace City to see you. Choosing Peace City also means that Zitong is still relatively rational and doesn't want to be slapped in the face later. If Yi Shirling's brother is really an expert, there are so many houses in Peace City, can you find my steel gun? Ha ha. Zitong was lying on the gaming chair, a mocking smile on his face. Do you really think that I, Zitong, am not smart enough? I am so cautious that even I am afraid of myself. But he had just been feeling proud for 2 seconds when he suddenly discovered that his live broadcast room was being manipulated. Countless pianists were there frantically cursing his ancestors, but the fans in his live broadcast room had no intention of fighting back. Instead, many of them joined in the cursing. Damn it! Zitong was immediately annoyed by the barrage of comments and instinctively wanted to curse back, but when he saw the screen full of greetings, he knew that he would definitely not be able to win the curse, so he quickly closed the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, so as not to be annoyed. No doubt, they must be fans of Yi Shiling's live broadcast room. After all, most of them carry the words helping Bao get revenge. I sneered in my heart. Scold me? Okay, I will let you know what technology and strength are soon. Seeing Yi Shiling's somewhat angry expression, Yifan smiled and said, just ignore him. After all, you can't reason with a dog. Yi Shiling was instantly amused. When she heard the first half of the sentence, she thought Brother Yifan was coming to comfort him, but she didn't expect that he was scolding him. Yifan stared at the screen. He was not angry at what Zitong said. Instead, he felt happy in his heart. He just used the Eye of Insight on the screen and found that the Eye of Insight could directly view the buildings in the game as their most basic model states. In other words, after he used the Eye of Insight, it was equivalent to turning on the perspective cheat. He was already very abnormal because he had the skills of a gaming master, and now he is cheating and is no longer a human being. Chapter 49 Ban, Happy May Day, First Update. City. As soon as Yifan landed, he discovered through his Eye of Insight that there were some good things in the building next to him. 98K, 8x scope, Scar L, red dot. Yifan rushed in and picked up these things. Looking at the gun in his hand, Yifan instantly became inflated. With such equipment at the beginning of the game, who would dare to show off in front of him? The audience in Yi Shiling's live broadcast room were also stunned. I just entered a random building and picked up all the equipment. Not only the 98K, but even the 8x scope. What kind of luck is this? As expected, people with good looks usually have good luck. I'm so jealous. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. Since Yifan had the habit of closing the door on his own initiative, and there was no sound of footsteps, the person outside saw that the door was closed and walked in happily. But he was dumbfounded when he saw the scene inside. There was not only one person inside, but this person also had a gun in his hand. I didn't dare to hesitate and just turned around and left. I kept repeating in my heart, brother, sorry to bother you, you can't see me, you can't see me. But he didn't get away after all. He was shot in the head by Yifan and fell to the ground. He was shot again and was shot directly in the head. The audience in Yi Shiling's live broadcast room were all stunned, and even Yi Shiling looked over in surprise. He said in surprise, brother, you just killed someone? How long has it been since we landed? She had only picked up a pistol and was searching for supplies honestly, but Yifan ended up getting the head directly. I'm lucky. Someone came to my door on his own initiative and insisted on giving me food. I must accept it. Otherwise, it would be too rude. Yi Shiling. What kind of magical logic is this? I feel inexplicably envious. I also want to be as polite as this, but my strength does not allow it. But when she saw the equipment on Yifan, she couldn't help but be even more surprised. 98K, Scar L? Brother, you are so lucky. I only picked up a broken pistol, but you have both equipments. I'm not afraid of having bad gaming skills, I'm just afraid of having bad gaming skills and bad luck. Yi Shiling currently has a deep understanding of this, she has both of these. That's right. Yi Shiling seemed to have thought of something at this time, and asked quickly, brother, you are holding a 98K in your hand now, and it is not equipped with a scope. Could it be that you just shot the man down with a single shot using the 98K's machine gun? Because the distance was relatively close, she only heard 2 gunshots, so it was no wonder she asked this question. Well, it's a routine operation. Since you don't have a gun, come to my side. I have an S686 and a Thompson. Wow, you're so lucky, bro. It's not that I'm lucky, it's that you're unlucky. You only found a pistol in Peace City. After installing the 8-fold scope on the 98K and the red dot on the Scar L, Yifan continued to use the metaphysical plug-in to check the surrounding resources and enemies. Yo! At this time, Yifan saw a character model on the second floor of the house opposite. Seeing that the other party was about to jump out of the window on the left, Yifan hurried to the right position and set up his gun. Jump! Bang! The moment the man opposite jumped out of the window, he was knocked down by a bullet. He fell to the ground with a dazed look on his face. If this were a solo game, I would probably become a box spirit. Zitong. Fuck, what happened just now? He immediately shouted, his face full of disbelief. He had barely jumped out when he was knocked down. Could it be that this person had been waiting for a long time? Adon, throw a cigarette over to save me, the other party should be across from me. Before he could finish his words, another distinctive 98K gunshot was heard, and it went straight into the box. He quickly opened the death replay. Suddenly, 1,000 horses galloped through my heart. He was actually ambushed, and the opponent had only ambushed him a second earlier. Zitong instantly felt that he was being targeted. After making a casual report, Zitong took a look at the game ID of the person who killed him. I am Handsome Yi. Damn, why does this ID seem so attractive to people? Oh, right. He then realized that he seemed to have seen this person's ID just now. ISNT this. Ing Bao's brother? Damn, I really have no place to put my face now. He was just mocking the other party for being a loser, but now he was shot in the head by the other party. I feel like I've been slapped in the face. Now I can only hope that the fans in the live broadcast room don't recognize who the other person is. As he wished, fans in his live broadcast room did not recognize this ID, but fans in other live broadcast rooms recognized it. Just like the fans in Yi Shiling's live broadcast room. They had just witnessed this scene, and some of them knew Zitong's ID, so they quickly went to his live broadcast room to lead the pace. Isn't Zitong Dogecoin very good at bragging? How does it feel to be shot in the head by Ingbao brother? Zitong, I am offended. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't stop me from saying that Zitong is a loser. That scene just now was really appetizing. Ingbao's brother shot her with 2 bullets. I felt like I had finished all my food for the day. I hate this kind of bastard who has no strength but still talks nonsense. Now I've been slapped in the face, it feels good. You're a former professional player. That's a bit of an insult to the title. I feel like I can teach you a lesson. Zitong, damn it. Am I weak? It's funny. The other party was just lucky and happened to block someone. He quickly explained, what happened just now was largely due to luck. Don't worry, even if I'm not here, my team still has a chance to make it into the top 3. Just as he finished speaking, another gunshot was heard, and Adong, who had rushed over and was about to enter the house, was shot down by the 98K. Zitong. Is it that strong? Suddenly, there were more mocking comments in his live broadcast room. But Zitong didn't care about that. He quickly said to the other 2 people, why don't you guys just stop coming here and leave Peace City as soon as possible? Although Adong is not dead, he probably won't be able to come back from this situation. It is better to survive and get into the top 3. Adong? I feel like I can still be saved, don't go. But Adong was just a small anchor, and the other 2 listened to Zitong more, so they drove away quickly and prepared to go jungle. Places with lots of big houses like this are really dangerous. The fans in Zitong's live broadcast room were immediately unhappy. Zitong, what are you afraid of, Dogcoin? Give up, give up. I'd better go to Ingbao's live broadcast room to watch her brother show off his skills. He's so cowardly that it makes me uncomfortable. Zitong, I'm fucking dead and you still blame me for being a coward? Is there any justice in this world? Do you understand strategic retreat? Zitong was just about to mock these fans when he suddenly found that his live broadcast room was blocked. What? Before he could question, his cell phone rang. As soon as the call was connected, the cold words of manager Lu of Shark Live were heard directly from the other end. Because your quality is too low, our platform is ready to ban you. Just as Zitong was about to ask a question, the call was hung up. Zitong? So funny. My low quality has been around for a long time. Why haven't I seen any response from your platform before? Why are you blocking my account now? Chapter 50 A Thunder Show, second update, please recommend. After hanging up the phone, manager Lu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his cheeks. Just now, he heard a staff member come to report that a host was calling Yi Shiling's brother shameless. I was so scared that cold sweat broke out immediately. Although he didn't know when Yi Shiling got a brother, he couldn't help but pay attention as long as he was related to the big boss. After all, when you work for someone else, you don't even have time to curry favor with him, so why would you want to dislike your boss? They immediately announced that they would ban the person named Zitong. In order to take credit, manager Lu even called personally to inform Zitong that she had been banned from the platform. Yifan naturally didn't know all this. After all, the other party had only been sealed for a short time. You guys go ahead and loot the loot. I'll drive the car over. After Yifan killed the enemy in the building opposite, he marked a point and let the other 3 people in the team go and loot the loot. Now that he has fully equipped his guns, and has plenty of bullets and medicine, he doesn't even have the interest to loot. Aha! Several people responded quickly, their faces full of excitement. Especially Strawberry Jam and Passerby Prince were so happy. They finally experienced the feeling that Yi Shiling described. With the protection of the great god Yifan, they all had an illusion that the other anchors were bad. The audience in Yi Shiling's live broadcast room also felt the same way. They finally understood why Yi Shiling said that she wanted to practice her speed in looting. Isn't this just a loot grabbing game? Don't you know that playing games like this is soulless? We want to do this too. There is no harm without comparison. They had been watching in the live broadcast room to see how Yi Shiling would die and what place she could hold on to. Now everyone is guessing how many people Yifan can kill, and whether he will be the first or second. The reason why I didn't directly guess the first place is because there is also Aliang. At least they brought 3 professional players, while Yifan brought 2 burdens. With only 2 burdens, the strength of Passerby Young Master is still quite good. Yi Shiling saw Yifan driving the car over. After getting in the car, she turned to Yifan, who was sitting on the computer desk next to her, and said, "Brother, why do I feel that your skills are stronger today?" It was as if he had the ability to predict the future and knew exactly where the enemies and dangers were. Yifan smiled slightly. "My consciousness is stronger." Now he finally understood why so many people liked to cheat. It really felt good to torture others. His skills were already top-notch, and with the help of his metaphysical clairvoyance, he left Yi Shiling and the others without even a chance to die. However, being beaten like this really made him feel a little embarrassed. After all, he has the skills to abuse others, and he also has metaphysical clairvoyance, which makes him seem a bit inhuman. Well, this time it was just because I wanted to ensure that my sister made it into the top 3. I won't do this again in the future. Please forgive me. Yifan crushed a Voldemort to death in the bushes and repented in his heart. At this moment, Yi Shiling glanced at the live broadcast room barrage on her phone and immediately exclaimed, "Zitong's live broadcast room has been blocked." After saying that, he blinked at Yifan. Yifan understood what Yi Shiling meant by blinking. This means that it might be the administrator of the Shark live streaming platform who took action. After all, Yi Tianhong had originally instructed the platform to pay extra attention to Yi Shiling's live broadcast room. However, Yifan didn't pay too much attention to this matter. He was just a clown who relied on his low quality to attract attention. If he put too much thought into it, it would be a disgrace and not worth it at all. While driving, suddenly bullets came at them, hitting the car with a bang. Strawberry Jam and Yi Shiling's health bars were reduced by 1/6. Yifan saw a low slope nearby, so he quickly drove the car to the slope, got out of the car and drank a bottle of energy drink. Although he was not hit by the bullet just now, he wanted to fight back, so he replenished some energy first. Aliang, the sound of the car has stopped. I guess the other party is hiding and preparing to counterattack us. Tao Tao used a 6-fold scope to take a look at the other party's situation and spoke. Yo, although we don't know who the other party is, your courage is commendable. The wolf dog also said happily. The other party probably doesn't know that we are NG, so they are so brave. Xiao Shui said. Then let's let the other side know who we are and prepare for a fight. Aliang glanced at the situation nearby and spoke. It's no wonder they are so arrogant. The main reason is that they have 3 professional players and 1 former professional player, so they have the capital to be arrogant. And they only say this, but they are still very cautious in their actions. Yifan said to the other 3 people, "You guys shoot here to attract some attention. I will go around from the left and shoot them later." Yi Shiling immediately exclaimed, "Brother, are you going alone? I feel like there are at least 2 people on the other side. It's too risky." Strawberry Jam said worriedly, "How about we just drive away?" Yifan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I think I can give it a try. Besides, there are only 13 of us now. With the skills of Passerby Young Master, you can get into the top 3 if you just stay alive for a while. When you guys fire to attract fire, don't send all 3 of you. Leave 1 to help your teammates." Yi Shiling. Strawberry Jam. Passerby. This statement makes me feel a little offended. However, you are a great god and you are awesome, but my skills are not good enough, so I can only accept it. Yi Shiling's live studio was immediately delighted. Don't go all in, leave one to help your teammates. How afraid is Yingbao's brother that the three of them will be defeated together? Although this sentence made me laugh, it was too reckless for him to rush over alone. Damn it, if I had this skill, I would definitely be crazier than him. Master Yi is awesome, go ahead and beat them. If you have the skills, why don't you act crazy? People who don't know would think you are afraid of him. After Yi Fan gave the instructions, he went around to the left. The opponent's field of vision is higher, so the only way to avoid being discovered is by going around from the left. When the distance got closer, Yi Fan changed from squatting to crawling. Keep crawling on the ground until you reach the reverse slope. At this time, he could already see the figure of his opponent, but the opponent was still fighting with Yi Shiling and the other three, and his attention was not on this side. Yi Fan was cautious enough and had been crawling on the ground the whole time. Not only did he block the view, but he also made no sound. At this moment, even if NG was more cautious, he would not have been discovered. Yi Fan stopped his action. He now had three choices. One was to take out the Scar L and attack directly, the second was to throw a grenade, and the third was to throw a grenade first and then shoot with a gun. Yi Fan chose the third method and threw a bomb directly. Then when he stood up and prepared to attack with Scar L, all four opponents turned into box spirits. Yi Fan. Is this how you cooperate? Looks like I have to add a chicken drumstick to your lunchboxes. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy. Fuck, what the hell did I see? 4 heads for 1 thunderbolt. Awesome, damn. 1 man and 1 thunder, a direct show of genius. Fuck, this is a magical operation. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? This scene really feels like a natural show. Allian live broadcast room. Fuck, what kind of idiot is this guy? 1 mine blew up 4 boxes. What a show. What a show. Shocking. 4 NG pros were killed by a grenade. NG, this thunder made our heads buzz. The 4 NG guys were really confused. A bomb directly turned all 4 of them into box spirits. They felt like they were going crazy. I even feel like there is a shadow in my heart. Chapter 51 Worry, 3rd update, please recommend. Wow, these 4 boxes are so fat. Strawberry Jam licked the bun happily and made a sound of surprise. Yi Shiling glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room and said with a strange expression, these 4 people are Alliang and NG's 3 active professional players. How can they not be fat? WH. What? The young man who was usually quiet on the street couldn't help but scream in surprise. Alliang and the 3 active players who are NG? How is this possible? Just now she heard Yi Fan say that he was killed directly by a bomb. If this is really the way to die, it would be too miserable for a professional player. Really, you can pay attention to the comments in your live broadcast room, or go to Alliang's live broadcast room to have a look. Ever since Alliang and his 4 companions were killed by a bomb, Alliang's live broadcast room has suddenly attracted many viewers who came to watch the joke. The passerby couldn't help but mutter to himself, then they must have been traumatized. I guess, maybe. Yi Shiling replied with a smile. Wow. Strawberry Jam suddenly exclaimed, Yingbao, your brother is really amazing. Not only did he completely defeat the 4 NGs, but he also only used 1 bomb. If I were to do this, I would probably be able to brag about it for a year. After defeating the powerful enemy of Alliang's team, Yi Fan led the 3 anchors to win the chicken as expected. When Yi Shiling saw the words good luck, we'll eat chicken tonight appearing on the screen, her little face flushed with excitement. He shouted to the fans in the live broadcast room in a very rude manner, ha ha ha, I actually won the chicken dinner in the anchor team competition. Woohoo, I'm so happy. Live broadcast room barrage. Please add the word men, thank you. Yingbao's brother, what do you mean you ate the chicken? It was obviously me who ate the chicken, and you guys just ate the chickens but. Ha, a loot-licking maniac dares to say that he has won the game? Pour a basin of cold water on me, and ask Yingbao to check the number of people he has killed. He only has 1 person. Honestly, what's wrong with a head? It's already a great honor for my Yingbao to not die this time. Dog head smile. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Yi Shiling pretended to be angry and said, what nonsense are you haters talking about? I did win the game, and I won it based on my own ability. If you have the ability, you can find a brother as good as him, lila lila tongue sticking out sound effect. Watching Yi Shirling friendlily interacting with fans in the live broadcast room, Yifan smiled and said, "Okay, now that the mission is completed, I will go back to my room to rest. You should also go back to your room and rest quickly." Ah? He just left. Yi Shirling asked in surprise. "The game is over and I'm still not leaving?" Yifan said unhappily. "Okay then, I'll broadcast a few more games and then go back to my room to rest," Yi Shirling said helplessly. Early in the morning, Yifan opened his eyes as the alarm on his cell phone rang. Yifan went to the bathroom to solve the problem of draining water from the reservoir. After washing her hands at the sink, she looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, where did this handsome guy come from? He's so handsome. How can other men live and face life with confidence?" After washing up, Yifan opened the system panel. Sign in. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, photographic memory. Seeing this reward, Yifan was quite happy. This skill is very practical. It's a pity that there is only one sign in reward today. In order to have better luck today, he specially washed up before signing in. Sure enough, the so-called good luck from bathing and burning incense is nothing more than psychological comfort. Speaking of luck, Yifan suddenly thought of the lottery ticket he had bought before. He remembered that he bought the lottery ticket on Wednesday, and today is Friday, so the prize draw should be held tomorrow. Although Yifan now has a considerable fortune, this sense of unknown excitement is still quite attractive. Yifan went downstairs early today. When he reached the first floor, neither Yi Shirling nor Yi Yayan were there. As for Yi Tianhong, "I have been living and eating in the company these days, and it seems like I am busy with a big project." Of course, don't think that just because Yi Tianhong lives in the company, his living conditions are difficult. In fact, the company's accommodation environment is not much worse than home. After a few minutes, Yi Shirling came down. "Brother, good morning." "Good morning, have you finished the task I asked you to help with yesterday?" Yi Shirling was stunned for a moment, then she thought of something and said quickly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely handle it no matter who I am. For this matter, I even slept with my elder sister last night." Yifan looked strange when he heard this. Had a nap? This statement is too likely to trigger other people's imaginations. Yi Shirling didn't think there was anything wrong with the words. After all, it wasn't the first time she slept with her elder sister. "The things are in my room now. Didn't you say you were going to the city god temple to pray tomorrow? I'll go with you." Yifan was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and said with a smile, "Okay. I didn't expect Yi Shirling to have such a plan. But it doesn't matter, just treat it as a full performance. By the way, brother, what did the elder sister discuss with you last night? It was so mysterious." Seeing that her elder sister had not come down yet, Yi Shirling bravely asked. Yifan drank a sip of warm milk and said with a smile, "It's nothing, actually." "You just want me to pretend to be someone's boyfriend? Pretending to be a boyfriend? It was my elder sister who came to discuss this with you in person." "Whose boyfriend did she ask you to pretend to be?" When she heard that brother Yifan was going to pretend to be someone else's boyfriend, although she felt a little uncomfortable, she still asked out of curiosity. "Minina Rosted. Minina Rost? Could she be from the Rost family, the world's top tycoon?" Yi Shirling quickly thought of that family. After all, this was something Yi Yayan came to discuss with Yifan in person. Yi Shirling couldn't think of anything else that could have attracted such attention except the person from the Rost family. "Yes, it's the Rost family," Yifan said affirmatively. "Will you guys turn your fake play into reality? I've read some novels before, and there are plots like this in them." Yi Shirling also took a sip of the milk, but couldn't taste anything, so she asked with some concern. "How is that possible? You don't know that although Minina is beautiful, she is a very beautiful woman, but the other party also likes beautiful women." "What?" Hearing this, Yi Shirling was a little dumbfounded. What does it mean to be a beautiful woman and like beautiful women? Could it be that the lilies are blooming? Chapter 52, The Liar is Cowardly, 4th update, please recommend. At noon, Yifan hosted several roommates for a meal at a small restaurant near the school. In fact, Yifan originally wanted to invite them to eat at Ko Lai Fu, but there was no way because he failed to grab a seat. Just as Yifan and his companions were about to enter the restaurant, they suddenly heard someone outside shouting, "I hit someone! I hit someone!" Several people were stunned when they heard this, and then looked over. I saw a BMW parked on the side of the road, and in front of the BMW, an old woman with gray hair was lying. Seeing this, Yifan hurried over. If this really happened to this old man, it would be terrible. For an old man of this age, even a small bump or bruise would be a big deal. Seeing the excitement here, most of the passers-by nearby stopped and turned around to come here. At this time, a beautiful woman with a rather cool look came out from the driver's seat. He looked down at the old woman lying on the ground and said coldly, "Get up quickly." Such cold words naturally stunned the crowd. Someone couldn't help but say, "You look pretty, but how can you be so heartless? You knocked the old lady to the ground, and you asked her to get up quickly?" Yifan was stunned when he saw the elegant female car owner coming out, and then he shouted, "Zhang Hanxue, what happened?" Zhang Hanxue was also startled when she saw Yifan coming over, then she reacted and said, "I didn't hit her, she just fell down in front of my car all of a sudden." This time his tone was not as cold as before, as if he was afraid that Yifan would misunderstand. Yifan naturally believed Zhang Hanxue more, and quickly used his eye of insight to check the old woman lying on the ground, unable to get up. Eye of insight activated. Target, Zhao Hongxia. Age, 69. Height, 155 centimeters. Personality, stingy, likes to lie, and is greedy for small gains. Favorability, stranger. Hint, the other party is performing a fraudulent behavior. Damn it! When Yifan saw the data, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's totally disrespectful to the elderly. Why not do anything else but have to commit fraud? Isn't this sending negative energy to society? At this time, he used the data eye to look at the guy who first shouted that he had hit someone. I was so angry that I laughed. Good, they are in the same group, and he is the son of the old woman lying on the ground. Seeing Zhang Hanxue looking at him nervously, Yifan couldn't help but comfort her, "I believe you." These 4 short and powerful words immediately reached Zhang Hanxue's heart, and she was deeply moved. I didn't expect that even though Yifan and I had been in a cold war for so long, he was still so nice to me. I feel so ashamed. However, if Yifan could hear Zhang Hanxue's thoughts at this time, he would definitely be extremely surprised. Cold War? He had no idea that there was a Cold War between them. At this moment, the middle-aged man who spoke first became unhappy. Some said angrily, "Hey, how can you talk like that, young man? Can't you see that this old man is already down? And you still say you believe it?" Yifan took 2 steps forward and said with some amusement, "Knocked someone down? Do you think there is no surveillance here?" The middle-aged man was stunned and startled at first, but then he reacted and realized that he had checked the nearby terrain before taking action. How could there be surveillance around? This kid is playing tricks on him. He must be a friend of the beautiful girl with a cool temperament in front of him. Especially when he saw his old mother was a little scared and had some slight movements, the middle-aged man quickly spoke. "How is that possible? Which eye of yours saw any camera nearby? There isn't one." Yifan's smile widened when he heard this, and he said, "Since we know there are no surveillance cameras nearby, how can we prove that it was my classmate who hit the car?" The middle-aged man was stunned. The other party's thinking was a little special. While thinking, he quickly replied, "Why can't I prove it? My mother." As soon as he said this, the middle-aged man realized that he seemed to have let something slip, and quickly stopped talking. Yifan smiled and said, "Everyone heard it just now, right? This guy just called this old man who was lying on the ground and feeling the weight of the earth, Mom. I think the meaning of this expression should be clear, it was a gang crime." The middle-aged man quickly responded, "I just guessed that you would use this method to slander me, so I pretended not to know my mother." Although this explanation was a bit far-fetched, it did leave the people watching around a little confused. Mother and son committing a crime? My goodness, this fraud technique is getting better and better. Oh my god, I almost got fooled just now. Yifan snorted coldly, "I slander you? This matter is easy to judge. I will call the police first, and then accompany you to the hospital. Don't worry, I'll pay for the medical expenses." The middle-aged man suddenly panicked. Shouldn't he tell the doctor about the medical expenses, and then take the initiative to act as a caring citizen and send his old mother back home? As a result, this pretty boy first found out their mother-son relationship and then actually called the police. To be honest, wouldn't a normal person be panicked when faced with this situation? Why is this pretty boy so calm? The middle-aged man bluffed and said, "You have to think it through. Going to the hospital will cost at least more than 20,000 yuan. Add my mother's labor fee, mental damages, emotional compensation, and other losses. I'm afraid 30,000 yuan is the ideal amount. The middle-aged man now can only bluff and inflate the medical expenses very high, so that they should settle it privately. Yifan spread his hands and said, I have plenty of money. It doesn't matter if you want tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, I'm happy to pay it. But what if it's fake? I'm sorry, but you violated the Public Security Administration punishment law. Then you will have to stay in a detention center. Oh, and you will also be fined. The middle-aged man suddenly panicked and picked up his old mother who was lying on the ground. Then he said to Yifan, you are simply going too far. You haven't sent my mother to the hospital yet. Isn't this murder? There is no justice and no fairness. In that case, I can only take my mother to the hospital first. Yifan quickly stretched out his hand to stop them, saying, the police car and ambulance will be here soon. I think they will be much faster than you taking a taxi. Chapter 53 Yifan's talent, please recommend. If you tell me not to leave, then I won't leave. Will you be responsible if something goes wrong? This middle-aged man has already stopped talking about whether to pay compensation or not. If the police come, he will be invited to have tea and chat. I'm leaving now, you can't hold me here. The middle-aged man still had some strength. He picked up the old mother and turned away. At this moment, a pair of warm hands grabbed his shoulders, preventing him from taking a single step forward. The owner of this hand is Yifan. After all, he has undergone physical enhancement. If he wanted to, he could even lift this middle-aged man up. Fuck! The middle-aged man was startled. This pretty boy looked pale and thin, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The hand holding his shoulder was like a pair of iron pliers, which made it impossible for him to move. The middle-aged man lowered his body, trying to get rid of Yifan's big hand. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to do this, Yifan caught him in front of him. Letting go of his hand, Yifan laughed and said, Uncle, don't be in a hurry to leave. Can't you hear the sirens getting closer? You will be able to go to where you are going soon. Hearing this, the middle-aged man became even more anxious. He exerted force and slammed his shoulder directly towards Yifan. Yifan was delighted and slightly moved half a body distance away. The middle-aged man hit nothing and fell to the ground along with his old mother. Ouch! Gangzi is trying to kill me by making me fall like this. After falling to the ground, she first screamed in pain, then stood up slowly and couldn't help but scold her son. When the other onlookers saw this scene, they immediately started talking excitedly. Many people mocked the two for colluding to commit fraud, saying they were shameless and disrespectful to the elderly. The scene was very lively for a while. After hearing what the people around her said, Zhao Hongxia realized that something was wrong. She suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The middle-aged man who fell to the ground looked at his mother with some anger. Now I can't even cover up my lies. He wants to escape now, but he can't. Not to mention the many people watching around, just that handsome pretty boy is not someone who was easy to deal with. The sirens gradually approached, stopping a few meters away from the crowd, and then two policemen got out of the car. After Yifan and Zhang Hanxue explained the situation to the two policemen briefly questioned the onlookers and then took the mother and son away. Yifan, thank you. Zhang Hanxue looked at the person in front of her with complicated eyes. For some reason, she even felt that Yifan was more handsome than before. When this thought came to her mind, her pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she cursed herself in her heart. Zhang Hanxue, you are really hopeless. You are so beautiful, are you afraid of not having a boyfriend? Why do I feel something for him as soon as I see him? Zhang Hanxue thought that she felt Yifan was more handsome just because of her psychological effect. In fact, Yifan was really more handsome. Yifan naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He smiled and took a few steps forward. We are all friends, there is no need to be polite. Friend? Hearing Yifan's words, Zhang Hanxue gritted her teeth. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm so beautiful and there are many men chasing after me. How can I care so much about this straight guy? Yifan looked at her car and said with a smile, are you going home for lunch? Yifan knew that Zhang Hanxue was a rich and beautiful woman, so he was not surprised that she bought a new car. Zhang Hanxue just hummed lightly, a little coldly. Yifan was used to Zhang Hanxue's temperament, and continued to smile, why don't you come eat with us? There will be more people to chat with, and it will relieve the negative emotions brought about by what happened just now. Good. John Hanshue was indeed stunned when the words came out of his mouth. I clearly wanted to refuse, so why did I agree? Oh, forget it, just agree to it, it's just a meal anyway. Although there were many things going on in her mind, John Hanshue's face remained cool. Seeing this, several people in the dormitory couldn't help but admire him. This school hunk is the school hunk. He knows any good-looking girl he meets, and it's so easy to pick her up. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt that Ji-fan was not worth it. He had so many good resources around him, but why did he blindly choose Bai Shui as his first love? Although Yi-fan and John Hanshue have known each other for several years and are considered good friends, some people in the dormitory don't know about it. As Yi-fan walked, he couldn't help but sigh that time flies. When they were freshmen, he and Jiang Hanshue joined the same department of the student union, and now they are both about to enter their senior year. As he was thinking, he suddenly had an inspiration and quickly took out his mobile phone to record the inspiration at the moment. His movements were skillful, as if he had experienced this before. This swift movement immediately startled Jiang Hanshue. He quickly asked, Yi-fan, what are you doing? Yi-fan said without turning his head, suddenly, inspiration came to me. I have to write down these lyrics. Lyrics? Jiang Hanshue let out a light exclamation and wanted to ask something, but when she saw the situation in front of her, she decided not to ask for the time being. Lin Feng laughed and said, Brother Yi is a famous musical talent at Fudan University. Beautiful girl, don't you know this? Jiang Hanshue also reacted at this time, and it seemed to be true. She was also attracted by her looks and fell in love with her talent. But how could the arrogant girl take the initiative to confess her feelings? She was thinking of waiting for Yi-fan to confess his feelings. But unexpectedly, not long after, Yi-fan was actually pursued by a girl named Bai Shui. This incident makes me angry every time I think about it. After sitting down, Yi-fan finished recording in less than a minute and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly said, Brother Yi, give me your phone quickly so I can see the lyrics you wrote. Yi-fan smiled and handed over the phone. Lin Feng quickly took the phone and started looking at it. Zhao Lei and Xiaoyu, who were sitting next to Lin Feng, couldn't help but stretch their necks and look over curiously. Lin Feng whispered. The breeze blows the memories of youth. What can't be taken away are the bitter and painful memories. When we were young, we always wanted to grow up. As we grow up, we are a little afraid. The throbbing of youth is destined to be only remembered. Stored deep in the mind. If one day I recall. Like the aroma of old wine. Brother Yi, you are awesome. Including this song, you have created 3 songs. After returning the phone, Lin Feng praised with a grin. Zhao Lei opened a bottle of beer with a bottle opener and said with a smile, Come on, old Yi, how can we miss a glass of ice-cold beer at this moment? Let's clink glasses and let me taste your talent. Yi-fan laughed and said, Thank you for the compliment. Xiaoyu said, How can I be left out of this kind of thing? Fill it up for me too. Lin Feng, and me, too. After clinking glasses and drinking, Lin Feng asked again, By the way, what is the name of the song? How about our youth? Yi-fan pondered for a moment and said with a gentle smile. Yes, it fits the meaning of the lyrics. At this time, Jiang Hanshue couldn't help but exclaimed, It turns out that you write the lyrics first when writing a song. Yi-fan smiled and explained, No, most singers write the music first and then match the lyrics. But it may also be related to my personal habits. I like to write the lyrics first, and then slowly tune the instrument to find the most suitable tone and chord for the lyrics. Chapter 54 Fan's Rebellion, please recommend. Although Yi-fan has the ability to remember everything he sees, his memory has been greatly improved. But inspiration is fleeting, and I feel like I just let it flow. If I rely on my memory, I can only remember most of it. To be honest, Jiang Hanshue was really shocked by Yi-fan. Although I was surprised when I learned that Yi-fan had composed 2 songs, there was still some distance between them. But this time, I witnessed Yi-fan writing a song with my own eyes. This very impactful scene was very shocking. He is handsome, talented, and a top student. No wonder I have feelings for him. Unfortunately, he is a straight man. It is said that girls should be reserved. Now that you are single again, why don't you come and pursue me? Do you want me to take the initiative to pursue you? Jiang Hanshue was thinking in a tangled and complicated manner. After dinner and an elective class in the afternoon, Yifan took a taxi to his eldest sister's company, Xingyu Entertainment. This is what Yi Yian said last night, asking Yifan to go to her company today when he is free to take a set of artistic photos. The purpose of taking photos was naturally to show them to Minina. To be honest, Yifan thought that he was so handsome that he didn't need to do anything fancy. He could just take a few photos with his mobile phone, and he didn't need to use beauty filters. This is not because Yifan is narcissistic, but when one's looks reach his level, these seemingly narcissistic words become facts. With his looks, even if he is dating several girls at the same time, people will not say he is a scumbag, but will say that Yifan has given these beauties a home. Skinny. However, this behavior of taking photos specifically for Minina to see made Yifan feel like he was being forced by his family elders to go on a blind date. Although it was fake, Yifan had a bad feeling for some reason. Yifan didn't take this feeling to heart. He just thought it was his own imagination that created this feeling. Sitting in the taxi and looking at the scenery outside the window, Yifan was also thinking about whether the results of the hair identification he sent to the hospital for examination in the morning had come out. Normally, this kind of appraisal would take about a week, but there was no other way, as Yifan had the money now. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology money. Yifan used his money power to shorten this long time to just a few hours. The hospital even assured him that the results would be out today. Alas, the life of rich people is indeed so boring and tasteless. Xingyu Entertainment, the company managed by Yi Yian, is located in office building number 1 of Tianhong Commercial Plaza. The 22nd and 23rd floors of office building number 1 are all offices of Xingyu Entertainment. After paying the money, Yifan, who had just got off the car, was attracted by the scene in front of him. What's going on? Why is it so lively? Yifan looked at the female students gathered at the entrance of office building number 1 and couldn't help muttering to himself. The youngest of these female students is only 15 or 16 years old, while the oldest are 19 or 20 years old. Yifan was wondering, are these 15 or 16-year-olds not attending classes? Although today is Friday, I am not an elementary school student and I have to finish school early in the afternoon. It is impossible for junior and senior high schools to finish school so early. Could it be that he skipped classes? But why are they gathering here? Just when Yifan was puzzled, a large group of people walked out of the door of office building number 1. The most conspicuous one in the middle of the crowd seems to be a popular young actor. How could it not be conspicuous? A group of people who looked like security guards and bodyguards were surrounding a man in a white suit. Yifan had some impression of the man in the white suit. He was indeed a star. He had seen this man's face on TV before, but he could not remember his name. When they saw the man in the white suit coming out, the group of female students suddenly went crazy, some screaming and exclaiming. Ah, Gu Shaoqing is so handsome. My male god, you finally came out, I love you. Gu Shaoqing, look here. The picture on my t-shirt is of you. Ah, my handsome man, your looks are unmatched. I want to lick you. Yifan was still a long distance away from the group of people, but the high decibel noise still made him a little annoyed. At this time he also understood that this group of female students came here to chase stars. But this is too crazy. Yifan even felt that if it weren't for the security guards and bodyguards stopping them, these women would really rush over to lick Gu Shaoqing. It's really scary. It's no wonder that so many young handsome men need so many bodyguards. If no one is on guard, they will probably be attacked directly by fans. Yifan didn't dare to enter the office building at this time. He could only stand in a cool place nearby. But sometimes, trouble will come to you just because you want to avoid it. Gu Shaoqing waved to his fans while walking with a smile, and it seemed that he was walking in the direction of Yifan. Yifan had a face full of question marks. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly looked behind him. No wonder, this is the direction of the road. Seeing this, Yifan hurriedly walked away, preparing to avoid this group of people. But as they were walking, a passerby suddenly pointed at Yifan and said, "Wow, you are Yifan Appa, you are even more handsome than in the video." The girl is about 25 or 26 years old. Although she has a fangirling expression on her face, her behavior is still relatively restrained. "Appa, can you please sign an autograph for me and then take a photo together?" Before Yifan could say anything, the legions next to him immediately became unhappy. This old woman actually dared to say that other men are handsome in front of their idol. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I walked forward to argue with him and take a look at how ugly this man was. Then, the few Gu Shaoqing fans who first saw Yi Fan's face were immediately stunned. Oh shit! What a divine beauty! It's so handsome! Moreover, there seems to be an ethereal and free-spirited aura around her, which makes people unable to help but keep looking at her. You're so handsome, Appa. Are you a new celebrity? She is simply a fairy-like beauty. Why do I suddenly feel that Gu Shaoqing is not handsome anymore? Yi Fan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. These women looked at him as if they were hungry wolves seeing a little white rabbit, and they were almost drooling. And you guys betrayed me too quickly. Just now you were calling Gu Shaoqing Appa and my Prince Charming affectionately, but the next moment you were calling him by his name. Chapter 55, Remarks on the Release. I received a notice from the editor today saying that it will be on the shelves tomorrow at noon. To be honest, I was quite confused at the time. After all, the number of words in each chapter was not that large, and I didn't have any drafts saved. However, since it is going to be put on the shelves, let us act cute and ask for subscriptions. Oh, happy face, oh. I hope that you, my fellow readers who like this book, can support Fishbone. After all, human beings have to live. I originally wanted to take the provincial exam this year, but due to well-known reasons, the exam time was postponed. By now in previous years, the written examination for the Hunan provincial examination would have been completed, but this year even the notification of the examination time has not been issued. At present, Fishbone can be said to be in a state of unemployment. If this book does well, UCI also wants to write books full-time. After all, in a small 4th or 5th tier city like mine, an income of more than 3,000 yuan a month is normal. But as for what the results will be, I myself have no idea. Because the collections on QQ Reading are really not very reliable and are very watery. Moreover, I was quite nervous because the editor asked me to put the product on the shelves so early. Generally, products that are put on the shelves early seem to be unpopular. Once again, I beg everyone to support you sure. If you really can't, please give a first order to support it, that is, the chapters that will be put on the shelves on the same day. The specific results will depend on everyone. I hope those who are capable can support it. Thank you very much. Chapter 55. What about the unwavering commitment you promised? Please vote for recommendation. The commotion here was quite loud, and the other fans also looked over. But just seeing his back makes me feel he is so handsome. A few younger fans couldn't resist their curiosity and were about to go over to take a look, but were stopped by older fans. What's wrong with you guys? You're just strangers. No matter how handsome you are, can you be as handsome as Shaoqing? Don't learn from that group of people, they are all fake fans. We must stand firmly by Shaoqing's side. At this time, Yi Fan over there was a little scared because he was surrounded. He pointed at Gu Shaoqing over there and said, "Your idol is about to get on the bus, why don't you go and catch up with him?" When he pointed, his face was naturally towards Gu Shaoqing and most of the fans. When the 20-year-old female fan was about to continue talking to a few younger female fans, she suddenly saw Yi Fan turning around. Then, I was instantly stunned by her godlike beauty. Fuck, that's really handsome. She couldn't understand why there were such handsome men in the world. Instantly, she felt her heart beating. This feeling is a little different from the admiration I have for Gu Shaoqing. Her face flushed and she felt like she was in love. She quickly rushed out of the fan group and joined the crowd on Yi Fan's side. The other younger female fans? What's going on? Didn't you say that you would stand firmly by Shaoqing Appa's side? But why did you go there? Don't take us with you. Gu Shaoqing, who was originally preparing to get on the car, stopped at this time because he heard noise behind him. Although he was very curious, he still pretended to look indifferent and looked back. Then he was stunned. Damn, what is going on? In his sight, the originally huge fan club was reduced to half its size, and the number of members was still decreasing. Gu Shaoqing could no longer maintain his serious expression. He had only been in the industry for 2.5 years and had always been highly praised. How could he have experienced such a situation before? So what is the situation over there? Why did they all run there? What attracts you so much? Am I not your idol? At this time, a fan leader with a better figure said to Gu Shaoqing, "Shaoqing, please wait here for a while. I will go over to take a look at the situation. Of course, if there is something urgent, please go first. I can handle these things." Gu Shaoqing glanced at the paparazzi hiding in the corner with cameras, smiled and nodded, "Okay, then go ahead. I'll wait here." If this matter doesn't have a result, Gu Shaoqing really wouldn't dare to leave. It's not just because the paparazzi were there filming, but also because something was wrong with this matter. At this time, he also heard the fans who ran over there, shouting words like so handsome, godlike appearance, so elegant and so on. I couldn't help but have a dark thought in my mind: could it be that a competitor of the company is causing trouble? After waiting for several minutes, Gu Shaoqing still didn't see the fan leader come back, and he became even more annoyed. He said to the female assistant, "Go over and see what's going on." The other side. Yi Fan looked at the increasing number of female hooligans in front of him, and his heart felt cold. "You guys can just look, don't squeeze me. Damn, whose hand is touching my butt? Damn, here comes another person pinching his butt, that's too much." Suddenly, he felt as if there was a hand around his waist trying to reach into his pants, and he exploded immediately. Damn, that's too much. He didn't care whether he would hurt these people or not. He identified a direction, pushed these women away with force, and ran towards office building number 1 without looking back. I was a little out of breath while running. Ever since his body was strengthened, Yi Fan no longer experiences the feeling of panting while running. These women are really scary. They all look like quiet girls, but their hands are also naughty. If Yi Fan wasn't tall enough and wasn't standing on tiptoe, he would have been hurt on his face. Seeing Yi Fan coming in, the security guard originally wanted Yi Fan to register and ask him what he was doing there. But after seeing the group of women behind Yi Fan, he quickly said to Yi Fan, "Little brother, hurry up, I will hold you." The security guard mistook Yi Fan for an artist from Xingyu Entertainment. Yi Fan thanked him and pressed the elevator up button without even turning his head. I was lucky enough that there happened to be an elevator on the first floor, so the door opened directly. After entering the elevator, Yi Fan quickly pressed the number 23 button, and then pressed the door closing button frantically. Only when he saw the door closed and moving upwards did Yi Fan breathe a sigh of relief. If I hadn't undergone systematic body strengthening before, I would have let those female hooligans take advantage of me today. When Yi Fan thought of the hand that almost reached into his pants, he felt a chill on his back. Luckily I not only wore jeans today, but also a belt, otherwise it would have been a big loss. Yi Fan sighed, muttered to himself, and was also filled with fear. They soon arrived at the 23rd floor. Yi Fan first tidied his clothes a little before walking out of the elevator. As soon as I came out, I felt a cool breeze, which was extremely comfortable. When you walk in, you will see that the decoration is very exquisite. The woman sitting at the front desk, preparing to touch up her makeup, saw someone coming and immediately asked, "Hello, sir, who are you looking for?" When the receptionist saw Yi Fan, her eyes lit up immediately. "Is this the company's new artist? He's so handsome." Yi Fan was still a little scared at first, but when he saw that the girl at the front desk didn't do anything excessive, he felt relieved. He said gently, "I'm here to see your boss." The girl at the front desk smiled and asked gently, "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" If you don't have an appointment, even if you are an artist of the company, you can't just come to Mr. Yi casually. Yi Fan was stunned. This girl mistook him for an artist from Xingyu Entertainment. He quickly explained, "I am not an artist of your company, I am your boss's younger brother." Brother? The receptionist's eyes widened immediately, and she realized the inappropriateness of her words. Then he quickly explained, "No, I mean the boss's brother? If this is really the boss's brother, then based on what I just said, if Mr. Yi knew it, I would probably reach absolute zero." "Yes." Yi Fan nodded, "Go and tell your boss that Yi Fan is here." Yi Fan was afraid that there were some restrictions on her position, so he added, "Of course, if it's inconvenient for you to call, I can call my eldest sister directly." There was no way the receptionist would let Yi Fan call his sister in person, it was part of her job. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No need to call, I'll go to Mr. Yi's office and inform him." "Okay." Yi Fan nodded again, "Then I'll trouble you." "No trouble." The lady at the front desk kept smiling and admired in her heart, "What kind of magical genes does Mr. Yi's family have? The girls are pretty and the boys are handsome." At the same time, I had a little thought in my mind, if I can be favored by this handsome rich boy, I will not only be happy, but also very sexually happy. With other thoughts in mind, the receptionist knocked on the door of the president's office. "Come in." A slightly cold voice came from behind the door. The receptionist opened the door and said to Yi Yayan, who was reading a document inside, "Boss, your brother Yi Fan has come to the company." Yi Yayan was stunned when he heard this, put down the documents in his hand, and said quickly, "Hurry up and ask him to come in." Chapter 56. Your brother is popular again, please recommend. As the weather was hot, Gu Shaoqing got in the car and waited for news. The assistant came back jogging, panting, and saying, I heard that the reason those fans went there was because of a very handsome guy. I heard? Tell me how handsome he can be. Gu Shaoqing frowned slightly, his tone very dissatisfied. After just 1 minute, you told me you just heard it. Shaoqing, there's nothing we can do. There are too many people. We can't squeeze in even if we want to. Besides, the handsome guy just now broke out of the blockade of those crazy women and ran into Tianhong No. 1 office building at a very fast speed. Hearing this, Gu Shaoqing muttered to himself, how did he run into office building No. 1? Didn't the security guard stop him? Could it be that he is a new artist recruited by the company? But if he was a new artist hired by the company, how could I not know about it? Glancing at the somewhat uneasy assistant, Gu Shaoqing waved his hand impatiently and said, hurry up and get in the car. You've already wasted quite a bit of time. Go contact the people at the company and ask about the situation. The assistant nodded quickly, okay. By the way. Gu Shaoqing frowned and said, in the future, you can't call other people handsome guy in front of me. Do you understand? I understand. The young assistant nodded quickly and took out his cell phone to contact someone at the company. Gu Shaoqing lay in his seat with his hands folded, looking at the scenery outside the window, waiting for the result. After a brief inquiry, the assistant hung up the phone and said to Gu Shaoqing, the company hasn't signed any new artists recently, nor has it added any particularly handsome trainees. Well, let's do this for now. You tell Wu Bing about this matter and ask him to pay attention to the relevant information. Wu Bing is Gu Shaoqing's agent. Okay. The assistant responded. The word art sounds very elegant and generally represents humanity's pursuit of beauty. Taking artistic photos means covering up the shortcomings, beautifying the advantages, and making the photos look better. Wang Dalong is the person who took the artistic photos of Yifan. Yi Yayan personally led Yifan to meet Wang Dalong, and then introduced, this is the person you are taking pictures with today. Wang Dalong was shocked when he saw Yifan's appearance. Damn, you are so good looking and you still take artistic photos? Are you kidding me? After confirming with Yi Yayan again, Wang Dalong couldn't help but mutter to himself, this is very difficult. It feels like there is no room for improvement. Yifan was very pleased to hear this. He spread his hands and said to Yi Yayan, sister, I told you there's no need to shoot. All the professionals said so. Yi Yayan pinched Yifan's cheek and said fiercely, I told you to be arrogant, just treat it as completing the task, and take the photo quickly. Yi Yayan found that she liked pinching Yifan's face more and more. She felt that the touch was so good. His skin was so good that even she, a woman, was envious. But it didn't feel feminine at all. Yi Yayan couldn't help but think, if her younger brother debuted as a star, he would probably become the traffic king who crushed all other traffic stars. Yifan discovered that since the conversation last night, Yi Yayan had indeed become much more friendly to him, and they even had a normal feeling of siblings, but she suddenly seemed to like pinching her face. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. When Wang Dalong heard this, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Boss Yi, is this your brother? Well, what's wrong, doesn't it look like that? Yi Yayan released the hand that was pinching Yifan's cheek and questioned in a cold tone. No. Wang Dalong waved his hands quickly, I'm just marveling at the beauty of your family. Alas, Director Yi is beautiful, but her personality is so cold. Although Wang Dalong said it was difficult to shoot at the beginning, the shooting went surprisingly smoothly. No matter which posture or angle, there is no flaw. Time passed so quickly that Yi Yayan even felt that the other party was just doing things perfunctorily. However, after checking the photos in Wang Dalong's camera, Yi Yayan dismissed this idea because the photos were indeed good. Not long after Yifan finished taking the artistic photos, he left. At this moment, Yi Yayan's secretary suddenly knocked on the door of Yi Yayan's office. Come in. Hearing Yi Yayan's voice, the secretary quickly opened the door and walked into the office, closing the door behind him. Then he walked to Yi Yayan's desk and said, Boss Yi, your brother is in trouble again. Yi Yayan frowned slightly when she heard this, then raised her head and asked, why? What happened? Yifan has only been gone for a few minutes, and there's already noise again? The secretary took out his cell phone, handed it to Yi Yayan, and said. Just a few minutes ago, when Gu Shaoqing was about to leave the company for the airport, he happened to run into Yifan. Then the group of female fans followed his facial features with their eyes. They didn't even plan to see Gu Shaoqing off to the car, but went to watch your brother instead. Yi Yayan was looking at her cell phone while listening to her secretary. Her brows not only did not relax, but became even more furrowed. I was wondering why he was a little disheveled and had messy hair when he came over, and he was actually surrounded by Gu Shaoqing's fans. How could she not know what Gu Shaoqing's fans were like? They are all a bunch of people who are obsessed with looks and whose values are dictated by their facial features. With no security personnel around, and being surrounded by such a group of fans, I'm afraid he must have been molested a lot. It was good enough that I could stand in front of her with my clothes not torn. Although Yi Yayan had no romantic feelings for her younger brother, she still felt very unhappy. This is like your own cabbage being eaten by other people's pigs. How can you be happy? However, although she was unhappy with Gu Shaoqing's fans, she really couldn't vent her anger. After all, he is not a subordinate. As for Gu Shaoqing, he is at least the second biggest victim. This is probably the first time in the entertainment industry that fans ignore their idols and instead watch others. Yi Yayan didn't even need to read the entertainment reports to know that many people use this incident to tease and mock Gu Shaoqing. Although my younger brother is the biggest victim, but tracing back to the source, it is still my younger brother's fault, because he is so handsome. When Yi Yayan thought about this, she also found it a little funny, but her character couldn't collapse, so she didn't laugh and her face remained calm. However, she couldn't help feeling a little upset that Yi Fan didn't tell her, his sister, about this matter. After all, I'm so close to him now, but he hasn't shown any appreciation. Alas, it seems that I have one more excuse to continue pinching my brother's face. Well, let's not worry about this for now. Based on Gu Shaoqing's personality, he should have asked the company about this matter, right? The secretary replied, yes. Then Yi Fan's identity has not been revealed, right? No, I told the receptionist at the beginning not to tell anyone that Yi Fan is your brother. Yi Yayan sighed, that's good, so that those women who seek hidden rules won't target him. The secretary also nodded, indeed. Yi Fan's appearance and temperament are fascinating enough. If he is also a rich young man, I'm afraid that group of girls would be attracted to him. After all, who doesn't want happiness and sexual satisfaction? Chapter 57 Appraisal Results, please vote for recommendation. Not long after Yi Fan left Xingyu Entertainment, he received a call from the hospital, saying that the identification results were out. This made Yi Fan very excited, and he took a taxi directly to the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is your appraisal report. Yi Fan reached out to take it, then sat down and looked at it carefully. Just as he looked at it, his brows began to frown, and the frown grew deeper and deeper. After reading it, he looked up at the doctor and said in a low voice, that is to say, the DNA similarity of the first test result can prove that she and I are related by blood, but I have no blood relationship with the owner of the second DNA? My understanding should be correct, right? The middle-aged doctor said, that's right. Oh my god. This discovery is quite big. Asking Yi Shirling to get her elder sister's hair was just to make the results more comparable. After all, Yi Tianhong hadn't been home for a few days and couldn't get her hair. But what I didn't expect was that just from this comparison, I could find something out. The first identification result Yi Fan saw was from Yi Fan and Yi Yayan, and the second was from Yi Fan and Yi Shirling. In other words, Yi Shirling has no blood relationship with him or Yi Yayan. Yi Yayan and Yi Fan are related by blood. Now Yi Fan thought about what he said when he first met Yi Tianhong, and he couldn't help but have some guesses. Could it be that Yi Shirling is the child of someone else's family? Come to think of it, if a family loses a child, they would probably have another child to serve as a support for their missing child. But there is a greater possibility, which is to adopt other children to express this feeling. However, there is no rush to make a final judgment on who is the other person's child. After all, there is no Yi Tianhong's DNA as a reference. Alas, originally Yi Fan was going to do the appraisal for himself, but he didn't expect that he would end up doing the appraisal for Yi Shirling. Yi Fan made up his mind that Yi Shirling must not know about this, otherwise no matter what the result was, it would make her sad. Yi Yayan couldn't know either. After all, the more mouths one more person has, the greater the risk that the news would reach Yi Shirling's ears. What a shitty result. I wouldn't have done the appraisal if I had known this earlier. He collected the two identification results, put them into the backpack he brought with him, then turned and left. When Yi Fan returned home, he was stunned as soon as he entered the hall. Xiao Han? Why are you here? The person sitting on the sofa was Kong Xiaohan. Kong Xiaohan was originally playing with his phone. He was also startled when he heard the voice. He quickly stood up and said, "Yifan, you are out of class. I was pulled here by my dad. He is talking to your dad in the study room now." But when she looked at Yifan, she was stunned. Maybe I've gone crazy after not seeing him for a few days. Why does Yifan seem even more handsome? No, it feels like he is more handsome now. Could it be that I really fell in love with Yifan, which is why I have this feeling? Thinking of this, Kong Chiohan's little face turned red instantly. Yifan felt Kong Chiohan's burning gaze inside in his heart. His own damn charm would only return to normal once the girl got used to it. Your dad is here too? What is going on? The dad brought his daughter along to discuss something and left her alone in the living room. I heard from them that we would have dinner together later, so they asked me to come over. Yifan put his school bag on the sofa beside him, then picked up the teapot on the coffee table, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed 1 cup to Kong Chiohan. Come, have some tea. Since you are here at home, you are a guest after all, so you still need to observe the proper etiquette. Kong Chiohan had actually already drunk a glass before, but when he saw that it was Yifan who handed it to him, he didn't say anything and drank another glass. Yifan glanced at Kong Chiohan's phone screen and said, "Are you playing games? Is this Tian Kupeo?" Well, Yifan, have you played it too? Yes. Actually, I played it before I traveled through time, and that was when I was in high school. He still remembers that this parkour game was very popular at that time, but then it gradually declined. Oh, then let's have a PK. It's no fun playing alone. Yifan. It sounds like PK can become a 2-player game, but it's still that each player plays separately, and the scores are just counted at the end to decide the winner. Okay then, wait till I download the game. Forehead. Didn't you say you've played this game? Still want to download? Is it because you got tired of playing it and uninstalled it? The Yi family's Wi-Fi speed was quite fast, and the download was completed in no time. Yifan opened the game. Although the name of the game was the same as the world before he traveled through time, and the gameplay was almost the same, some details and characters were still different. Kong Chiohan took a look at Yifan's mobile phone screen and was immediately surprised. She just thought Yifan had uninstalled the game, but when she saw this account, it was actually a novice account. Could it be a small one? Kong Chiohan didn't have time to think about it anymore because Yifan's PK invitation had already been sent. Yifan, please don't bully me. I'm a very newbie. Kong Chiohan said with a smile. Actually, I don't really know how to do it. Yifan said modestly. But Kong Chiohan thought Yifan was telling the truth, so he smiled and said, "Then let's see who falls first while we play the game, hee hee." Yifan smiled and said, "Okay." Kong Chiohan was indeed being modest when he said that he wasn't very good, but he wasn't that good either, probably just above average. Although Yifan had the powerful skill of a gaming master and could defeat her completely, that would be a bit too rude. Besides, the other party was a girl, so he naturally couldn't be so cruel. After several rounds of PK, Yifan controlled the results between the two sides very well, with some wins and some losses. In this game, you can definitely lose if you want to, but not everyone can win. However, Yifan can make himself lose if he wants to lose, and win if he wants to win. Sure enough, this kind of game can no longer reflect my level? Or is it that the other party is really too weak? Oh, it seems Chiohan and Xiaofan get along very well. At this time, Kong Huayan and Yi Tianhong came over, and Kong Huayan laughed. Chiohan and I are friends who have met several times, so naturally we can still chat. Yi Tianhong said, "Xiaofan, Chiohan is really bored staying here alone, why don't you go shopping with her and come back for dinner at 5:30? Good man, now Yifan finally understood that these two were intentionally trying to bring them together. Chapter 58 Shopping, first update, please vote. Upon hearing this, Kong Chiohan looked at Yifan expectantly. Yifan felt a headache when he saw the situation. He had just come back from wandering outside for a while, so naturally he had no interest in going shopping again. But there was nothing I could do. The three of them all seemed to agree. If I said I didn't want to go, it would be too low of EQ. Although it won't make them lose face, the atmosphere will definitely be awkward. Oh well. Kong Chiohan's eyes suddenly curved into crescents, revealing a smile. Yi Tianhong also laughed and said, if that's the case, then let Aching send a driver to accompany you." He smiled, as if he had thought of something, and then said, "Of course, I'll just accompany you in the car, I won't get off to disturb you." After saying this, the two old men smiled at each other in an indecent manner, which made Kong Chiohan blush. But even though her face was blushing, the smile on her face could not be hidden. She could now naturally feel the intention of the two elders to bring them together. Under the escort of a special car, Yifan and Kong Chiohan arrived at Xingyuan Commercial Street. Although it is called a street, it is far more than just a street. It sells almost all kinds of brands of goods, some expensive and some relatively cheap. It can be regarded as a very famous commercial street in Shanghai. After finding a parking lot and parking the car, Yifan and Kong Chiohan got out of the car. The driver did as Yi Tianhong said and stayed in the car waiting for them to come back. Walking into the commercial street, Yifan said to Kong Chiohan, who was a little shy and timid, "Just tell me what you want to buy. Although you are definitely not short of money, I will reimburse you." This is indeed true. After Yifan agreed to take Kong Chiohan shopping, Yi Tianhong pulled Yifan aside and prepared to give Yifan another card. But Yifan couldn't accept it and refused. At that time, Yi Tianhong thought the amount was too little, so he quickly said that there were more than 8 million in the card, and if he still felt it was not enough, he would give him another one. Listen, this is such an inhumane statement. It's just a card with more than 8 million in it. If you still say it's not enough, I'll give you another one. This is just a simple stroll, not buying a car. Yifan immediately said that he didn't need it because the money on the previous card had not been used up yet. Seeing that his son didn't want it, Yi Tianhong added that if the expenses were too high, he could come back to get reimbursed. If there was not enough money in the card, he could just call him and ask him to transfer the money. Of course, Yifan now owns a building in Binjiang Garden, so how could he possibly ask Yi Tianhong to reimburse him? You should know that in the past 2 days, some people have been asking Yifan about the house, wanting to buy a house from Yifan, and there are quite a lot of people like this. Hearing this, Kong Chiohan covered his mouth and chuckled, then said, "Ha, okay. But I don't lack anything, let's go shopping." Yifan smiled and said, "How can that be possible? We will go back empty-handed later, and they might think I am stingy." Kong Chiohan said, "Okay then, but since you want to buy it for me, I'll buy you some clothes later, too. Otherwise, I'll feel bad." Yifan smiled and said, "Okay, let's go in." It has to be said that women have a natural interest in shopping. Even if Kong Chiohan didn't buy anything, he would look at it carefully and ask the shopping guide detailed questions. The salesgirl thought the customer wanted to buy something and looked very happy. But when the two left the store, what was left was the young lady's face full of resentment. After visiting several stores in succession, Yifan couldn't help but say, "Chiohan, if you want to buy it, just buy it. I still have this little money." Kong Chiohan looked surprised. "I haven't come across anything I want to buy yet." Yifan. "Then why are you asking so carefully? I thought those were what you wanted to buy." Kong Chiohan chuckled and said, "No, I'm just asking this because I'm experiencing the fun of shopping." Shopping fun? Isn't the fun of shopping about buying, and buying? How come it has become a question now? Sure enough, children from wealthy families are different. However, it is probably because they really have no shortage of things and don't have a strong desire to shop. Kong Chiohan continued, "There is a men's clothing store up ahead. Why don't we go see if there are any clothes that suit you? You haven't even bought it yet, but you're buying it for me? That's not a good idea." Yifan scratched his head. "It's okay, there's no need to be so picky about it." Kong Chiohan explained with a smile. Well, since that's what has been said, what else can Yifan do? He can only agree with Kong Chiohan and walk towards the men's clothing store. I didn't pay attention to it just now, but now I've walked closer and taken a look at the sign. I see that it is a luxury brand, and a world-class luxury brand at that, Versace. However, now that I'm at the door of the store, how can I not go in and take a look? "Hello, sir, ma'am, welcome." As soon as Yifan and his companion entered the store, the shopping guide greeted them with a smile and a gentle tone. The store was relatively quiet. Apart from Yifan and Kong Chiohan, there was only one shopping guide. After all, it is a world-class luxury brand, and now is neither a good time for shopping nor a holiday, so it is naturally quiet. The shopping guide was also stunned when she saw Yifan's appearance. She sighed in her heart, but she said to Kong Chiohan with a smile on her face, "Is this gentleman your boyfriend?" "Miss, you are so discerning and lucky." This statement was a compliment to both of them. Kong Chiohan's face flushed, and her expression became a little shy. She said, "No, we are friends." "Oh, I understand." The salesgirl showed a meaningful expression. Who would believe that handsome men and beautiful women of the same age come to a clothing store without some hidden agenda? But it is also possible that the relationship between the two has not been confirmed yet. Thinking of this, the shopping guide's eyes lit up and she looked at Yifan with a slightly flushed face. If a man with this kind of looks and temperament is really her friend, even if she hasn't reached that stage yet, she would have to take him in first. Ah. When Kong Chiohan saw the salesgirl's meaningful expression in words, she couldn't help but blush even more. But I was secretly delighted in my heart. Why do these people think that brother Yifan and I are in a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship? Are they really that compatible? So happy. You have a good eye. Kong Chiohan made up her mind that she must buy a piece of clothing for little brother Yifan in this store later. Chapter 59, One Move to Knock Down, Second Update, Please Recommend. What new models have been released in your store this year? Kong Chiohan looked at the shopping guide girl. Some. The shopping guide quickly answered, then led the two to a place and pointed at the khaki windbreaker hanging on the shelf and said, "A new model from our Versace collection for March. This trench coat is made from premium cotton gabardine and features classic details like epaulets and a vivid Versace print on the flat pockets and waistband. As for the style, it is based on the British style, with some innovative details added. It gives people a sunny, confident and mature feeling when worn. It is especially perfect for a handsome man like you." The icing on the cake? With brother Yifan's looks and figure, how could wearing this windbreaker be the icing on the cake? He looks good even without clothes on. Kong Chiohan was thinking something sarcastic in his heart, but naturally he didn't dare to show it. Said to Yifan, "Brother Yifan, come and try this dress." Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's so hot, why did you buy me a windbreaker? It won't be long before autumn comes, and the weather will turn cooler. Besides, if I buy it now, I'll always be able to wear it someday." Forehead. Fortunately, the store was air-conditioned, so it wasn't that hot. Yifan took the clothes handed to him by the salesgirl and put them on. Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. This sentence only applies to ordinary people. For Yifan, it doesn't matter what kind of clothes he wears, he still looks so handsome. There's nothing you can do about it, people with good looks are just so willful. The shopping guide praised, "You are simply a clothes rack. With your figure, height, and appearance, you can handle any kind of clothes." Kong Chiohan also nodded in agreement. "It looks good. Pack this dress." The shopping guide girl immediately smiled happily. Although the man of her dreams was someone else's, the sales were hers. When Yifan heard this, he quickly asked, "How much is this windbreaker?" Before the shopping guide could even open her mouth to speak, Kong Chiohan replied, "Not much, only about 18,000. Yifan. Well, are rich people just so plain? Shopping guide lady. Only 18,000? As expected, I am a poor bastard, and I can't understand the feeling of only 18,000 yuan. Yes, I don't feel any lemon at all, not at all, woo woo woo." Yifan had just taken off his clothes and handed them to the shopping guide when Kong Chiohan, who was standing beside him, pulled Yifan to another place. "Most of the clothes hanging here are short-sleeved shirts and other light clothes." Seeing that the shopping guide was still packing, Kong Chiohan took the clothes off the hanger himself. Holding a white t-shirt, he said to Yifan, "Try this one." Yifan took it and put it on directly. Kong Chiohan was dumbfounded. "Yifan, when you try on clothes, why don't you take off the shirt you are wearing? This will affect the effect of the clothes. The script shouldn't be like this. Brother Yifan should take off his shirt and then put on this t-shirt. This way, he could take a good look at his beautifully defined abdominal muscles." But unexpectedly, Yifan didn't even take off his clothes. Yifan smiled and said, "It's okay. I have a good figure anyway, so one more piece of clothing won't affect me." Kong Chiohan. "You have to take it off because you have a good figure. How can I see it if you don't?" After trying on 3 more pieces of clothing and a pair of pants, the two finally walked out of the store. "Well, you've already spent more than 40,000 yuan on me this time. If you don't buy me some clothes, I'll lose face." Yifan, carrying a lot of bags, said to Kong Chiohan jokingly. Kong Chiohan smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to the store over there and take a look." The two of them walked, chatting and laughing with each other, and they were quite harmonious. And at this moment, a high-pitched scream unique to women pierced the sky. "Ah! Someone is snatching the bag, catch him quickly." When Yifan heard the voice, his face changed and he quickly turned around to look over. I saw a motorcycle coming more than 100 meters behind me, and further behind me a woman was shouting at the motorcycle. Seeing the motorcycle getting closer and closer, Yifan could clearly see that the person driving the motorcycle was holding a women's bag in his hand. Seeing that the motorcycle was only more than 20 meters away from Yifan pulled Kong Chiohan back a few steps, then took a few steps forward, jumped up, and kicked the motorcycle from the right side. The kick hit the motorcyclist directly in the body. The powerful force transmitted from Yifan's foot immediately made the motorcycle and the people on it uncontrollable. The person was kicked off directly. Because of Yifan's strength and the fact that no one stepped on the accelerator, the motorcycle slid 3 or 4 meters to the left front and then stopped. Ah, it hurts. The motorcycle thief who was kicked to the ground groaned in pain. Seeing this, Yifan took out his cell phone and called the police. Kong Chiohan hurried to Yifan and asked nervously, "Brother Yifan, are you okay?" A pair of beautiful big eyes glanced at Yifan worriedly. Yifan comforted him, "It's okay, those who are injured are already lying on the ground." As he said this, he glanced at the car thief lying on the ground. Kong Chiohan said in an obvious crying tone, "Why are you so impulsive? He's the one driving the car, and you dared to kick him. It's great that you jumped high, but you're risking your life." Yifan was stunned. This was the first time Kong Chiohan spoke to him so loudly in all the days they met. But he didn't dislike it at all. Instead, he felt warm in his heart. Patting her little head, Yifan said softly, "Okay, don't worry, I'm fine now. And it's not like I kicked it from the front of the motorcycle." In fact, Yifan felt that he could knock the car thief down by kicking him from the front, but he really didn't dare to take the risk. After all, he just had his body strengthened, not turned into a Superman. Being touched on the head by Yifan's warm big hand, Kong Chiohan's face flushed, and she didn't care to blame him. She just said in a gentle tone, "Next time you encounter such a thing, you must not be so reckless. At worst, call the police." That being said, Kong Chiohan became even more agitated when he thought of Yifan's flying kick just now. That scene just now was so handsome, so cool, so righteous, and so safe. At this time, the woman whose bag was robbed ran over. After seeing Yifan's appearance, she was stunned for a while, then she said with a blushing face, "This handsome guy, thank you so much, your move just now was so handsome, can I add WeChat to get to know you?" Yifan. Kong Chiohan. I helped you to get justice, but you were attracted to me. Shouldn't I just say thank you and then go get my bag back? At this time, Yifan saw the person behind the woman and was stunned. "Shiling, why are you here?" Yes, it's Yi Shiling. Although Yi Shiling wore makeup that concealed her appearance, Yifan had seen her before, so he recognized her at a glance. The woman whose bag was robbed was also stunned. She turned around and said to Yi Shiling, "Wow, Shiling, you actually know this handsome man? You're hiding it well enough. If you don't want to use such a good resource, at least introduce it to me." Obviously the two knew each other. Chapter 60 He is your brother, first update, please recommend. Yi Shiling blushed instantly. Xian, you don't talk nonsense. What do you mean I'll give it to you without you needing it? This word use is too weird. It's okay to say this between best friends, but how can you say such ambiguous words in front of my brother? Li Xian also realized the problem in her words at this time. With an awkward smile, he quickly changed his words. "Handsome guy, that's not what I meant." Yifan? What do you mean? I don't understand what you are saying. At this time, a woman standing next to Li Xian looked at Yifan and asked in surprise, "Are you Yifan?" Yes, it must be our Fudan University's #1 school idol Yifan. I didn't expect that he is even more handsome and elegant in person than in the photo. Li Xian was also stunned when she heard it. She stared at Yifan's face blankly, and then she reacted. It's really true. No wonder I didn't recognize him before. He is indeed much more handsome than the photos circulating on the school forum. Those who uploaded the photos are really something. Can't they be more professional when taking candid photos? Yifan was stunned. He didn't expect that the two people in front of him were both from Fudan University, and it seemed that they were from the same campus as Yi Shiling, and even in the same department. Yifan asked Yi Shiling, "Are these two your classmates?" Yi Shiling nodded, her little face flushed, feeling embarrassed about the behavior of her two best friends. But at this moment, she suddenly noticed Kong Chiohan standing beside her. He asked in confusion and surprise, "Sister Chiohan, why are you here?" Both families lived in the mid-levels Bay Villa area and were in the same social circle. In addition, the elders of both sides had a friendly relationship, so it was natural that they knew each other. It was not surprising to see Kong Chiohan appear. But it is a bit intriguing that she appeared in the same place as her brother, and they were very close to each other, as if they had a good relationship. My brother has only been home for a short time, how come he got to know Kong Chiohan? Could it be that Kong Chiohan has a crush on his brother? Or are they currently dating? The more Yi Shirling thought about it, the more upset she felt, and the more irritated she became. Kong Chiohan and Yi Shirling are relatively familiar friends, which can be seen from the relationship between the two families. In addition, from the last time Kong Huayang introduced a blind date to her, Kong Chiohan also knew that Yi Fan was Yi Shirling's brother. At the same time, she had also seen Yi Shirling's makeup. But what made her feel something was wrong was that the way this little girl looked at her was a little strange. She couldn't tell what was wrong, but she just felt it was wrong. Maybe it was a woman's sixth sense. Although she was confused, she still replied with a smile, "Your brother and I are here shopping." Yi Shirling said in disbelief, "Are you boyfriend and girlfriend now?" Kong Chiohan blushed, lifted her hair, and said shyly, No, it hasn't come to that yet." Upon hearing this, Yi Shirling felt inexplicably relieved. However, she noticed Kong Chiohan's tone. "Not quite there yet? Why do I feel like there's a hidden meaning in your tone that you want to go that far?" At this time, Yi Shirling's two best friends were also excited and said in disbelief, "Shirling, Yi Nanshan is actually your brother? Is he your biological brother or your cousin?" "Dear." Yi Shirling replied helplessly. Yi Fan had a strange look on his face. Fortunately, no one asked him, otherwise he really didn't know how to answer. "Wow, are you so happy? I also want to be the male god's sister." "Yeah, I think so too. I envy you, Shirling. It makes me happy just thinking about it." Li Xianxian and Yang Xiaoxiao were full of envy. Yi Shirling sighed secretly in her heart, "No, you don't want to, just like I don't want to either. If you really became brother Yi Fan's sister, you would know that the thoughts in your mind are just thoughts. It's like a person who is short of water sees a water source in the desert, runs over excitedly to drink the water, but finds that the water is not drinkable." Soon, the police car arrived. Two policemen came down, one of whom Yi Fan felt looked familiar. Seeing this, Yi Fan walked forward to answer, feeling like he was very familiar with the situation. The middle-aged police officer who Yi Fan felt looked familiar was also stunned when he saw Yi Fan walking towards him. An old policeman like him has a very good memory, and coupled with Yi Fan's outstanding appearance, it is natural that he will never forget him. Some people said with a smile, "Why, you called the police again?" Yi Fan touched his nose a little embarrassedly and smiled bitterly, "I don't want to either. I don't want to cause trouble, but I can't not do anything to help others." Ha ha. The middle-aged policeman was immediately amused. Who was so blind this time that he encountered a good citizen like you who was brave enough to do something righteous? Yi Fan pointed at the motorcycle thief who was still lying on the ground and said, "Look, he's lying right there." The middle-aged policeman was immediately shocked and asked, "Did he fall off a motorcycle?" "Right. How did you do that?" With his quick eyes and feet, and his high jump, he was kicked down with one kick. After the police car left, Yi Shirling's two best friends still wanted to go shopping with Yi Fan. Kong Chiohan almost frowned. Yi Fan did not agree either. The enthusiasm of Yi Shirling's two best friends was a bit too much. Besides, they didn't even know each other, so why bother? In an estate in the United States. "Stephanie, what photos of stinky men did those guys who were led by the nose by the interests send today?" The woman lazily lying on the sofa was wearing a white dress, with her round and slender legs exposed, which made people inexplicably moved. Even when she is lying down, her curvy and hot body cannot be concealed, but instead it makes it more prominent. She exudes an alluring charm all over her body, making people unable to help but imagine how delicious the body beneath her clothes is, as if every movement can arouse a man's primitive instinct. Coupled with her beautiful and delicate face, she will definitely make almost all men fall in love with her. But the problem is that she likes women, and beautiful women at that. Stephanie sat on the sofa, to the left of Menina, then opened her laptop, looked at Menina, and said meaningfully, "Ms. Menina, I received quite a few photos in my email today." "Oh?" Menina sat up, her back off the sofa, picked up the bottle of red wine on the small table in front of her, and poured some into the highball glass next to her. She took a sip of red wine with her bright red sexy lips before saying, "Then today will be even more annoying." The annoying time refers to the time spent looking at the photos of those men. Stephanie chuckled and said, "Who knows, maybe today's time will make your troubles disappear." Chapter 61 I Want Him, second update, please recommend. A look of surprise appeared on Menina's beautiful face. Then he pinched Stephanie's chin with his long, beautiful fingers and said meaningfully, "Is there a surprise in today's photo?" Ha ha. Stephanie chuckled and opened a document. I have sorted out the photos. Please take a look at them yourself, Miss Menina. The surprise is among them. Menina put down the goblet with her right hand and took the laptop directly from Stephanie's lap. A pair of beautiful big eyes showed some excitement. Judging from Stephanie's expression, it was obvious that at least one of the photos in there would satisfy her. To be honest, she was a little tired of looking at pictures of men she was not interested in at all every day. What's more, the conflicts of interest involved made her feel even more uncomfortable. After looking through a dozen photos, Menina lost her patience. Because most of these photos were similar to the ones sent before, and none of them could arouse her interest at all. Even though a few of them were of much better quality than last time, with Stephanie around, she was no longer interested in them. She said in a complaining tone, "Dear Stephanie, please tell me where the surprise is hidden. If I keep looking at these photos, I will feel even more disgusted." Stephanie said, "Okay then, Miss Menina, just open the last photo. I believe you will definitely be satisfied." I put his photo at the end because his looks can crush these men. Even I would be moved when I see his photo, as if I smell the scent of love. But I think since he sent the photo to you, I definitely won't have that chance. Menina smiled charmingly. "Don't worry, you will have this opportunity. After all, I am just looking for a fake boyfriend so that I can get the qualification to compete. This is well known. So, how can I?" Menina's voice stopped abruptly. Because she saw the photo that Stephanie placed at the back, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Oh! Oh my God! How could such a handsome man appear in this world? It's like he's the reincarnation of Apollo, the sun god in ancient Greek mythology, and he represents the adjective handsome. It's like Narcissus, who was so handsome that he didn't care about any other women. He only admired his own reflection in the water, and was finally killed by his own handsomeness. Even though Menina likes women, she couldn't help but feel her heart fluttering when she saw this photo. Even though she has no interest in men, she can't help but secrete hormones in her body when she sees such a handsome man. Menina suddenly understood something. Maybe I don't just like women, to be more precise, I like outstanding looks. Menina quickly said to Stephanie, "Dear Stephanie, I believe you can guess that I would be interested in him, so you must have prepared his information, right?" Stephanie couldn't help but smile again as she looked at Miss Menina's excitement. As Menina's personal assistant, if Stephanie didn't like men and had sex with men, she would probably be talking to Menina in bed right now, so she was naturally fully prepared. Yes, Stephanie has feelings for Menina. Although she has normal sexual orientation, Menina is beautiful, and more importantly, the Rost family is rich. Even if Menina did not get the inheritance right, she would still be a rich lady, and the pocket money she received every month would be enough for her little assistant to envy, not to mention that Menina also controlled several listed companies and was worth at least tens of billions. But there was no way, Menina didn't like touching women who had done sex with men, even if they were beautiful women like Stephanie. In fact, she was a little unsure whether this Oriental man named Yifan could conquer Menina. Although Yifan was indeed good-looking and the most handsome man she had ever seen, he was still a man at heart. But unexpectedly, Menina fell in love with this man at first sight when she saw Yifan's photo. However, there was no confirmation before coming. But she had already sorted out all the information of the men in the photos, except that Yifan's information was placed in a separate folder. Stephanie took the laptop and tapped her finger on the laptop's touchpad, opening a folder. Then opened the document in the file. Suddenly, Yifan's information jumped into view. It took Menina several minutes to finish reading the information. She said to Stephanie with a very satisfied look on her face, "You did a great job. Your salary will be doubled this month." The information inside was so detailed that it even listed what Yifan liked to eat and what color he liked. How could she not praise him? Stephanie smiled but said nothing. In fact, she was not the one who provided this extremely detailed information. Instead, she asked Yi Yan the first thing she did after seeing Yifan's photo. Even if Miss Menina doesn't need it in the future, she can still use it. He is so handsome, it would be a waste of resources if he didn't have sex with her. But since Miss Menina fell in love with Yifan, her little thoughts were naturally buried. Compared to the men who have not yet succeeded, Stephanie is more concerned about the benefits that are currently in her hands. Losing both the lady and the army is not her idea. I don't need to look at the others, I'll just choose him. Menina licked her fiery red sexy lips. There was even a vague thought in her heart, I want to get him. The idea is so simple and direct. Stephanie raised the corner of her mouth slightly and raised her eyebrows. Ms. Menina, why don't you consider it? Maybe there are other better candidates. Minina lazily lay down on the sofa again, lifted her hair, and pursed her lips in a somewhat seductive way. Leave all the other better candidates for group sex to you. I just like this one. Stephanie was stunned when she heard this, and said helplessly, I don't like group sex, it's easy to get sick. Although the men in the photos are handsome, I'm not that hungry. Minina laughed and said, Stephanie, I was just kidding. But if you like any of these men, I can help you. Stephanie smiled and said, You have already chosen my favorite one. Minina spread her hands, I'm so sorry. Stephanie smiled as expected and said, Well, Miss Minina, since you are ready to accept a man, why don't you let me stay with you tonight? I know a lot of positions. Minina's tone was slightly cold, no. The men who engage in mutual sports with you are messy, unless they are all men with good looks like him. Minina pointed at Yifan's photo. But we all know that this is impossible. Even for me, this is the first time I have seen such a handsome man. Chapter 62 Yi Shiling's favorability, seeking recommendation vote. Night. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Yifan wrapped himself in a bath towel before walking out. The bathroom is attached to the room, so there is no need for any embarrassing situations. He walked to the sofa and sat for a while, looked at the school bag on the sofa, picked it up, unzipped it, and prepared to take out the 2 identification results and burn them. Moreover, in order to prevent some unexpected situations, he planned to burn it on the sink and flush it away directly after it turned into ashes. Yi Tianhong definitely knew the truth of the matter. Judging from what Yi Tianhong said at the time, he definitely didn't want to tell anyone else. Yifan had the same idea, and he didn't want anyone else to know. If Yi Shirling knew that she was not her biological child, or if Yi Yayan knew that she was not her biological child, they would definitely be sad and unable to accept the reality. But after reaching into the school bag and touching it a few times, Yifan was dumbfounded. Why can't I touch it? There is only this much space in a school bag, how is it possible that I can't find it? There is nothing else in there except those 2 appraisal reports. Without even bothering to touch it, he simply opened the main pocket of the backpack and took a look inside. But this sight left him dumbfounded. Why is there nothing in there? Where is my appraisal report? Could it be that I didn't put it in the main pocket of my backpack, but in other secondary pockets? Yifan quickly checked the 2 side pockets of his school bag. The result, nothing. Oh my god, could someone have taken something from my bag? That would be terrible if that were the case. Judging from Yi Tianhong's attitude towards him, Yifan was actually 90% sure that he and Yi Yayan were biological children, while Yi Shirling was adopted. After all, the fact that Yi Tianhong spent huge amounts of money and resources to find him already pointed to this point. But if other people knew about this, who knows what they would think of Yi Shirling? And if it gets out, it will be even worse. Yifan forced himself to calm down, his mind working quickly, trying to figure out who took the 2 things. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yifan stood up reflexively and walked towards the door. The person knocking on the door at this time, could it be the person who took his things? Yifan opened the door without even asking. However, when he saw the person in front of the door, he was stunned. Sister Shirling, why are you knocking on my door so late? Didn't I say I wouldn't play games with you live today? Yi Shirling's expression was a little complicated at this time. She opened her mouth and said hesitantly, I want to ask you something. Yifan didn't notice that Yi Shirling didn't even call him brother at this time. What's the matter? Yifan was a little confused and asked doubtfully. Is this stuff real? Under Yifan's somewhat incredulous gaze, Yi Shirling took out the 2 documents written in black and white. At this time, Yi Shirling plucked up her courage, looked up at Yifan, her eyes full of complexity. Yifan was shocked. This. He took the thing from Yi Shirling's hand, which was exactly the 2 appraisal reports from Yifan. Yifan pursed his lips, which suddenly became dry, and said in a complicated tone, Sister Shirling, you saw it all. At this moment, his handsome face was full of self-blame. He shouldn't have done this appraisal just to satisfy his curiosity. In the end, it was Yi Shirling who was hurt. Yi Shirling just hummed softly, her voice was flat and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. But Yifan felt that this might be because Yi Shirling was too sad and even rejected him in her heart. With a bitter taste in his mouth, he said, It's fake, Brother Yifan, can you please not lie to me? Although Yi Shirling's voice was not loud, the emotions contained in her tone were very complex. Why do you think I'm lying to you? It has the hospital's name and seal on it. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Yi Fan. It seems I really forgot about this. Since you already know this is true, why bother asking me? I don't know why. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have secretly gone to the hospital for an examination just to satisfy my curiosity. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. This was caused by me secretly looking through your bag. Also, although I was a little sad, I wasn't as sad as I expected. An indescribable strangeness appeared in Yi Shiling's beautiful eyes. Why? Yi Fan was a little confused. Then he realized that there was something wrong with what he said. It was a good thing that Shiling was not sad. He actually asked why. Damn it. He quickly explained, no, I mean. The words were incoherent, and Yi Fan's thoughts seemed to be filled with paste and he couldn't think straight. No need to explain. In fact, I am still very glad that you, brother Yi Fan, were able to secretly go to the hospital to make this identification result. Otherwise, I might have been kept in the dark for the rest of my life. Although that would save me a lot of trouble, it would still make me feel unwilling and I would never be able to face my true thoughts. Thank you, brother Yi Fan. After Yi Shiling finished speaking, she took a half step forward and hugged Yi Fan tightly, with half of her delicate face pressed against Yi Fan's chest. After feeling the softness against his upper body, Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and then he was a little shocked. This soft touch was not Yi Shiling's face, but something even softer. Since it is summer now, Yi Shiling is naturally wearing cooler clothes. In addition, he was only wearing a bath towel, mainly around his lower body, while only about 1/3 of his upper body was covered, which made the soft touch feel even more appropriate. Sister Shiling, you. Don't talk, let me hold you for a while. Ah. Yi Shiling's ethereal and soft voice surprised Yi Fan a little. However, although there is no blood relationship, she is still his sister after all. Yi Fan sighed softly and stopped talking. However, although he did not speak, Yi Fan still activated the Eye of Insight on Yi Shiling. Target, Yi Shiling. Age, 19. Height, 169 centimeters. Appearance, 99. Personality, kind, simple, face obsessed, fake brother obsessed, homebody. Favorability, 92. Hint, the other party's favorability towards the host has exceeded 90, and he has developed a strong love for the host. System, what does this love emotion of over 90 favorability mean? Yi Fan called the system in his heart. System, among the complex emotions of human beings, the overall overview can be divided into 3 aspects: family affection, love, and friendship. And when the target person's favorability towards you reaches 90 or above, it means that you have reached a new level in these 3 aspects. If love reaches this point, it can be summarized as wishing to be a pair of wings in the sky and a pair of branches on the ground. Originally, Yi Fan did not have a deep understanding of these favorability levels, but after hearing the system's explanation, he suddenly realized how high Yi Shiling's favorability level of 89 towards him was. Chapter 63 Thoughts, Seeking Recommendation Votes? Yi Shiling put her ear against brother Yi Fan's chest, feeling his heartbeat quicken, and couldn't help feeling satisfied. She noticed Yi Fan's school bag while eating. She has a small appetite, so she eats faster. After eating, she lies on the sofa to rest. It was at that time that she secretly opened Yi Fan's school bag, looked through and took away the 2 appraisal result reports. Originally, she was indeed a little hesitant and confused. After all, the impact of this incident was extremely great. But after being sad, she suddenly realized something. If there was no blood relationship between her and brother Yi Fan, then she wouldn't have to suppress her inner thoughts. When she thought of this, her thoughts instantly expanded, immediately diluting the previous sadness and confusion. I was confused for a long time. Finally, she mustered up the courage to ask Yi Fan, and at the same time, vent her emotions. At least, it was enough to have someone to share the burden with her. Her beautiful cheek was pressed against Yi Fan's strong and fragrant chest. Her delicate hands were touching Yi Fan's strong and powerful back, and Yi Shiling was stroking it lightly with her fingertips. Suddenly, the thoughts in my mind became a little too extreme. I really want to hold him and sleep together. Just sleep literally, don't think too much. But this idea is still somewhat unrealistic. Yi Shiling was clearly aware of this. After a long time, she reluctantly let go of Yi Fan's arms. Then, with a slightly shy and conflicted look, she said, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and you promised me that you would go to the city god temple with me. But since you are not going to worship the city god, there is no need to go. So, you have to play with me for a day tomorrow to make up for my emotional trauma." "No, You have to play with me whenever you are free in the future. Yi Fan. At this moment, he looked at Yi Shiling with a complicated expression. If it weren't for the eye of insight, Yi Fan might have really believed what Yi Shiling said. But, refuse? Yi Fan really didn't want to. This matter was originally caused by Yi Fan himself, so he naturally felt guilty. Given his personality, he would naturally try to compensate as much as possible. But he also knew. What Yi Shiling said about healing emotional trauma may be just one of the reasons. The most important point was that she didn't say it. But this is what she must have been thinking in her heart to date. For some reason, he felt somewhat excited. If the system could not check his favorability towards the target person, he would really like to see his favorability towards Yi Shiling. Thinking in his heart, Yi Fan nodded and said, "Okay, if I'm free tomorrow, I'll play with you for a day." "Okay, then it's settled." Yi Shiling said in a tender voice, "Don't use something unexpected as an excuse when the time comes." Yi Fan smiled and said gently, "Don't worry, unless there is something really wrong, I won't make something up." After seeing Yi Shiling off, Yi Fan closed the door, burned the 2 appraisal reports, and then flushed the remaining ashes down the sewer. I lay in bed, turned off the lights, and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Until late at night, that is, midnight. Yi Fan opened the system panel and asked, "Is it already 24 o'clock? "Yes, host, would you like to sign in?" Yi Fan hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Sign in." Sign in successfully, sign in reward, top car god mastering car skills, and having perfect control over all cars. Yi Fan, who was lying on the bed, was stunned when he saw the sign in reward. I didn't expect to get a skill related to cars. I guess I need to find some time to get a driver's license. This skill is also very practical. No, every time the system produces something, it is always of the highest quality. Others first enroll in a driving school to learn how to drive and then take the test. Once you have this skill, you only need to register with a driving school and take the exam directly. It will be easy to pass the second and third subjects. As for the theoretical exams for subjects 1 and 4, that depends on the skill of having a photographic memory. With the skill of never forgetting a thing, wouldn't it be easy for him to remember those questions? As the night grew darker, Yi Fan finally felt sleepy and fell asleep. The night is quiet and sleepless. The next day, the morning light was bright and beautiful. Yi Fan slept very late yesterday, and Yi Shiling slept even later than him. Even Yi Yayan was a little surprised. Why didn't these two come to have breakfast this morning? Could it be that I was too lazy on Saturday? She originally wanted to have a good chat with Yi Fan about Minina, but she didn't expect Yi Fan to not get up. However, she was quite understanding of their lazy sleeping habits. After all, she had had such thoughts when she was a student, so she did not wake them up. Just then, Yi Yayan's secretary sent her a message. "Mr. Yi, the 2 songs composed by your brother are currently very popular on the internet." When Yi Yayan saw this message, she almost choked on her coffee. What is going on here? The younger brother that the secretary was referring to was naturally Yi Fan. After all, Yi Yayan only had this one younger brother. But when will Yi Fan start composing songs? Still popular on the internet? She immediately edited the information and prepared to ask her secretary. But then she deleted the question she wanted to ask. If she asked others about her brother's affairs, wouldn't it be embarrassing for her? Yi Yayan opened the Weibo on her mobile phone and searched it herself. It was indeed as the secretary said, the top of Weibo's hot search list was Yi Fan and his 2 music works. I always believe. Old Street Alley. Yi Yayan moved her sweet lips slightly and said the titles of these 2 songs. She slid her fingertips and saw the videos of Yi Fan as 2 songs. Yi Yayan clicked on it with curiosity in her eyes. This is a venue similar to a gymnasium. Although the pixels are not very clear, Yi Yayan can still roughly tell that the scene in the video should be an event being held. There was a person on the stage at this time, and the person standing on the stage was Yi Fan. After Yi Fan bowed to the audience, he took a breath and then started playing the guitar, a somewhat shabby guitar that Yi Yayan had never seen before. The singing voice rang out, reaching our ears, stirring our emotions. The first song was Old Street Alley. Dim light. Street alley. The thin figure has a pair of hungry, skinny. The young soul has no one to rely on. I am alone in the deep of the old alley. I feel like this is all I can rely on. The loneliness deep in my heart is like this old street alley. Only a few pedestrians passed by. The second song is I Always Believe. Even if I suffer, I will bear it alone. No one told. No one saw my miserable state. That's fine. At least I always insist. Is it painful? But that's life. I still remember the dreams we talked about when we were young. What a distant hope. Lived into reality. Early morning. Feel the sunshine. Feel the temperature rising. So, I always believe. Even in the sunshine. It started to rain. You can still see the rainbow after all. I always believe. Even if I fall into endless darkness, there will always be a day when the light will shine. Chapter 64, Life is as Lonely as Snow, please recommend. The first song, Streets and Old Alleys, is a folk song. The overall lyrics and music have a poetic sense of vicissitudes and sadness, and Yifan's singing expresses the feelings of sadness, loneliness, confusion, and comfort. The second song, I Always Believe, is an inspirational pop song. The ups and downs of emotions are like a story, telling the story of a person who has experienced setbacks and hardships but always has firm beliefs and hope. After hearing this, Yi Yayan's face was filled with incredible shock. These two songs were actually written by Yifan? This is so amazing. Both songs are excellent in terms of lyrics and composition. It was so good that even her elder sister couldn't believe it. But she had never heard of these two songs. The internet also gave the time when Yifan sang these two songs in the video. It was at Fudan University's New Year's Eve party 2 years ago, when Yifan was a freshman. At this time, Yifan walked down yawning. Yi Yayan noticed it, his expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Brother, can you write songs?" "Ah." Yifan scratched his head and asked in surprise, "Sister, how did you know? You really can write." Yi Yayan's beautiful eyes sparkled. "The two songs you sang at the New Year's Eve party when you were a freshman have become internet hits." Freshman New Year's Eve party? Yifan instantly knew which two songs they were. He quickly quickened his pace and trotted down, asking, "Why is the song I sang 2 years ago suddenly so popular on the internet?" 2 years ago, how long has it been? I don't know. Maybe it was because your fans dug it out after you became famous. Yi Yayan looked at Yifan and explained with a smile. Forehead. Yifan was speechless. They are really good at translating. I never thought that a song I wrote for fun would become an internet hit one day. It's amazing. Yifan sat down, drank a sip of warm soy milk, looked at the screen of his mobile phone, and said in surprise, "These two songs were actually written when he was in high school. My original intention of creating the work was to write for my own enjoyment. I didn't have any big goals. I just wanted to write down my emotions and feelings. When he wrote these two songs, or even when he was singing them, he never thought that they would become popular one day." Yi Yayan smiled and said, "Gold will always shine, it's just a matter of time. I listened to both of your songs. They really evoke people's emotions and are very catchy. Even the CEO of an entertainment company like me was surprised. And you sing very well, with perfect pitch and a beautiful voice. Your stage performance skills are first rate, and you express the emotions in the song perfectly. Did you write the lyrics and music for these two songs by yourself?" "Yes." Yifan nodded. "Write the lyrics first, and then try to compose the music by yourself." "Of course, I didn't learn it completely by myself. I taught myself for a few months, and then a very talented music teacher in our school learned about my situation. He introduced me to this field and taught me music theory, chord writing, and piano and guitar playing. Without his help, I really wouldn't have been able to write these melodies, or even if I could write them, I would have had to learn them on my own for a long time." Yi Yayan was listening attentively. She didn't expect that her younger brother had such an interesting past. "Oh? With your looks and musical talent, wouldn't it have been more promising for you to apply directly to an art school? Why did you apply to Fudan University's Foreign Languages Department?" "Sister, do you think I don't want to apply to art school?" Yifan sighed deeply and explained, "But studying art costs money. Even if I was admitted to those famous art schools, my high school wouldn't give me a scholarship. I can't afford the annual tuition alone, let alone other expenses." Yi Yayan smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, Yifan, I took it for granted." "It's okay." Yifan waved his hand and smiled. "If I hadn't been involved in the art exam, I wouldn't have known it would cost so much. By the way, Minina has sent a message, and as expected, she chose you." Looking at Yi Fan's appearance and temperament that were like a banished immortal, Yi Yian couldn't help but admire him secretly. Sure enough, even a woman like Min Nina, who is only interested in women, likes those with good looks. The announcement made by Min Nina's father stated that the date for selecting the candidate is 1 month away. But only a few days have passed and they announced it was over. And all this was completed within 24 hours after Yi Fan sent the photos. Obviously, Yi Fan's outstanding appearance made Min Nina completely uninterested in even looking at the photos of the people behind him. However, I wonder if Miss Min Nina will fall in love with Yi Fan. He is so handsome, maybe he can really straighten Min Nina out. You really chose me. Yi Fan sighed. Has his appearance reached such a horrible level? You have to know that this time the head of the Rasta family, Min and his father, is selecting people from all over the world. Less than 24 hours after her photo was sent, she was directly selected. For some reason, I feel a bit like a lone warrior seeking to defeat the enemy. Life is as lonely as snow. If they don't choose you, then they must be blind. Yi Yian said happily. It's not that exaggerated. Yi Fan said modestly. No exaggeration, this is the truth. Yi Yian continued, they have already asked you to go over there. When are you free? You can go over there and meet Miss Min Nina. How long will it take? Yi Fan asked. It's hard to say when. If Miss Min Nina likes you, she might take you out for a tour, so the time is uncertain. Forehead. Yi Fan suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a big pit. Seeing Yi Fan's look, Yi Yian was also amused and quickly comforted him. Don't worry, it will definitely not take more than a month. I can guarantee you that. No matter how much Miss Min Nina is interested in you and how much she wants you to stay, as long as you don't agree, you can only stay in the United States for a month and then come back. Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said, since the specific time I will stay in the United States is uncertain, I'd better wait until I finish my final exams. How many days do you have left for the exam? 3 days. At this time, Yi Shirling took the elevator down and saw the two chatting. She said, Sister, what are you talking about? You look so happy? Nothing, I just asked Yi Fan how long the exam would take. Yi Yian smiled and said to Yi Shirling, today you two get up later than the other. Come and have breakfast quickly. When Yi Shirling heard this, a few blushes appeared on her beautiful cheeks, but it was not obvious and Yi Yian did not notice it. Chapter 65, Nip the Danger in the Bud, first update, please recommend. Yi Yian ate first and left first, leaving Yi Fan and Yi Shirling behind. After taking a sip of warm milk, Yi Shirling raised her head slightly, glanced at Yi Fan, and said softly, Yi Fan, you promised me yesterday that you would play with me today, you can't go back on your word. Yi Fan frowned when he heard this, and said in a serious tone, call me brother. This girl, really? Ever since I saw the 2 appraisal results last night, I have been calling you brother less and less often. Especially now, he actually calls him by his name. Day after day, I don't know what I'm thinking. Even if it's just a disguise, they have to do it, as if they are afraid that others don't know that they are not siblings. Yi Shirling's face turned slightly red, and she said crisply, Brother Yi Fan. After she called out this, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Although she was still calling him brother, it felt like the meaning had changed. After hearing this, Yi Fan didn't feel anything strange. He nodded and continued to eat breakfast. He scooped a spoonful of smooth and tender tofu pudding, ate it, and then said, Of course I keep my word. Where do you want to go today? Tianhong Commercial Plaza. Yi Shirling said with a sly look in her eyes. Tianhong Commercial Plaza? Yi Fan exclaimed. Naturally, he also knew the name of Tianhong Commercial Plaza. That is the largest phenomenal shopping mall and the largest giant shopping mall in Shanghai. The 250,000 square meter flagship commercial space brings together multiple main business formats such as department stores, supermarkets, KTVs, fashion apparel, and special food. The indoor pedestrian street includes more than 100 well-known domestic and foreign fashion brands. As the name suggests, this largest commercial center in Magic City was built by Tianhong Group. The rent collected from the shops here alone is a huge sum of money every year. How did you think of going there to play? Yi Fan asked puzzledly. Although Tianhong Commercial Plaza has places to eat, drink and have fun, it definitely has fewer attractions than a dedicated amusement park. By the way, how many clothes did Sister Chiohan buy you yesterday? Yi Shirling answered the question irrelevantly. 5 pieces of clothing? What's wrong? Yi Fan wondered. It's nothing. How many clothes did you buy for Sister Chiohan? Yi Shiling continued to ask. 6 items. Yi Fan replied. Oh, then you must buy me more than 10 pieces of clothing today. Yi Shiling said in a soft voice. I saw that both nannies were not around. Yi Fan lowered his voice and said, Shiling, are you jealous? Jealous? How is that possible? Yi Shiling immediately got furious, and stood up with a red face, supporting herself on the table with her hands. Her bulging chest fluctuated even more due to her rapid breathing. Yi Shiling's action was completely out of anxiety. Did my brother notice something? Why did he say I was jealous? Could it be that he noticed that I liked him? What should I do? If he really knew, would he keep his distance from me? If this were true, Yi Shiling would feel like crying. But after a few seconds, Yi Shiling came to her senses. How could I have such a big reaction? This is bad. I hope Brother Yi Fan doesn't make too many associations. She still didn't understand what Brother Yi Fan's attitude was towards this kind of thing. What if she revealed it too early and made Brother Yi Fan resist and worry? Hey, sit down and have breakfast. I was just saying this casually. Is it necessary to have such a big reaction? With such a big reaction, Yi Fan began to doubt whether she was really jealous. But it shouldn't be that serious. Kong Chiohan and I were just shopping for clothes normally, we weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if Yi Shiling likes him, she shouldn't be so jealous. Okay, then let's go to Tianhong Commercial Plaza. Sitting down again, Yi Shiling immediately smiled happily when she saw that Brother Yi Fan agreed. An hour later. Forehead. Why aren't you wearing makeup that would lower your looks today? Looking at the beautiful Yi Shiling dressed in front of him, Yi Fan's lips were slightly dry. He swallowed unconsciously and asked curiously. Shopping is not like going to school, so of course you have to dress up nicely. Yi Shiling said with a smile. At the same time, I was complaining in my heart, you are so handsome, if I still put on ugly makeup, wouldn't it give those coquettish and slutty girls an opportunity? I dress so beautifully, I don't believe any woman would have the confidence to approach you. The best thing to do is to nip danger in the bud. It's quite rare. She even wore some light makeup today. Yi Fan smiled but didn't think much about it. At this time, a driver drove over and stopped in front of the two people. It is a relatively low-key BMW, worth only a few $100,000. Yi Fan opened the back door of the car, let Yi Shiling get in first, and then he got in himself. Tianhong Commercial Plaza. After getting off the car, Yi Shiling and Yi Fan walked side by side for a few steps, and then she suddenly took Yi Fan's left hand. Yi Fan was also stunned when he felt a soft little hand suddenly appear in his hand. He subconsciously wanted to pull his hand out, but after seeing Yi Shiling's expression, he finally didn't pull it out. At this moment, Yi Shiling's cheeks were so red that it seemed like steam was coming out of them. She was extremely nervous and even felt a little regretful in her heart. Just now she really had a sudden thought and shook her hand, and she didn't know what was wrong with her brain. At the same time, she was very nervous, fearing that Brother Yi Fan would just pull his hand away and leave. The most sensible thing to do would have been for her to hold Yi Fan's hand, then naturally take it away and pretend nothing had happened. This way, even if the situation is still a little awkward, it won't be said out loud. But after holding Yi Fan's hand, she didn't want to let go. She just wanted to hold it like this, and her mind was like a mess and she couldn't think straight. After waiting for several seconds, she found that her right hand did not lose the warm big hand, so she dared to secretly raise her head and look at Brother Yi Fan next to her. Seeing Brother Yi Fan's nonchalant expression, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, her hands tightened a little, and her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. It felt as if an electric current was running through my body, and a strange feeling spread from my heart. There was a very beautiful smile on Yi Shiling's lips. Seeing an ice cream shop in front of them, Yi Shiling said cheerfully, Brother Yi Fan, shall we go buy some ice cream? Okay. Yi Fan looked at a shop in front of him that said Turkish ice cream and responded. Welcome, what flavor of ice cream would you like? It is quite consistent with the name of the store. The person who served the two people was a man with a Western face. He spoke Chinese with a strange accent but still fluently. This ice cream shop is not very big, and the ice cream making machine is right at the door, so both of them stood outside. Chapter 66 Young Master Lu wants to show off, second update, please recommend. Yi Shiling glanced at the list of ice cream styles and prices and said, I want the strawberry flavor. What flavor do you want, brother? Vanilla flavor. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. After responding, the foreign uncle started making it. Beautiful lady, here is your ice cream, please take it. Yeah. Yi Shirling responded, then went forward to take it, but only got an ice cream cone, and the real ice cream was taken back to her by the store owner like a juggler. This was not the first time Yi Shirling had bought something from this store, so she naturally knew the characteristics of this store, but Yi Fan didn't know. When the shopkeeper gave Yi Shirling ice cream for the second time, Yi Fan reached out before Yi Shirling even started to take it. The ice cream was taken away directly by Yi Fan. Come back to your senses. The Western-looking shop owner and Yi Shirling were both dumbfounded. Under the stunned gaze of the shop owner, Yi Shirling clapped her hands happily and said happily, "Wow, brother Yi Fan, you are so awesome. This is the first time I have seen someone snatch ice cream from a shop owner." The two couples who were clapping their hands behind Yi Fan and his friend couldn't help but applaud and praise. Only then did Yi Fan realize that this might be the feature of this store. Everyone else looked as if they were used to it. When the second ice cream, which was Yi Fan's, was ready, Yi Fan originally wanted to cooperate with the store owner's methods. But Yi Shirling said excitedly, "Brother Yi Fan, try again this time and see if you can grab the ice cream in one go." Perhaps it was because Yi Fan received praise from a beauty like Yi Shirling that the foreign uncle's mentality was a little unbalanced, and he also said, "You can come and try, I guarantee that you won't succeed this time." The couple behind him also joined in the fun and shouted. Seeing the foreign uncle cautiously handing over the ice cream, Yi Fan just smiled and took action instantly. Before the foreign uncle could react, he had already got the ice cream. The foreign uncle was immediately surprised and couldn't help but praise him. "You are so fast, how can you do it so fast?" Yi Fan did not answer, but took out the money and said, "I'll give you a chance to see if you can get the money." Before Yi Fan could finish his words, the foreign uncle laughed happily, then quickly reached out and grabbed the money. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. He moved his hand slightly to the side, making it impossible for the foreign uncle to grab it. After several attempts, the foreign uncle panted a little, waved his hands, smiled bitterly and said, "Kind sir, please give me the money quickly, I really can't get it." It immediately amused several people. Yi Fan didn't want to embarrass this foreign uncle, so he handed the money to him and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Here you go." The foreign uncle took the money and immediately smiled happily. After walking a short distance away, Yi Shirling recalled what had just happened and immediately laughed again. He said to Yi Fan, "Hee, I guess that foreign uncle who sells Turkish ice cream would never have thought in his life that his way of making a living was easily cracked by others, and he almost couldn't get the money. Brother, how on earth did you do that? Quick eyes and quick hands. So simple?" Yi Shirling couldn't believe it. "Simple, are you that fast?" Yi Fan laughed happily. The two of them were walking and laughing, and with their good looks, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Hey! You stinky man, who are you looking at?" A woman grabbed her boyfriend's ear and said viciously. The man felt pain, but his tone did not soften as usual, and he said firmly, "You are allowed to see the face of that handsome guy, but I can't even see the profile of that beautiful woman, right?" The woman was confident and said angrily, "You are just quibbling. I'm making excuses? It's obviously you who's making excuses. Ah, you didn't even apologize to me. I want to break up with you. If we break up, we break up. The next one will be better, the next one will be more obedient, the next one will be prettier. You, break up if you want to, humph." Snort. Yi Fan and Yi Shirling didn't know yet that their passing by caused a conflict between a couple and led to their breakup. Brother Feng, that person's back looks so familiar. A beautiful woman with a hot body and a beauty score of about 80 points said to Lu Yufeng next to her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yufeng stopped groping the beautiful woman's body and looked forward. The hot beauty immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that this young man with kidney deficiency Lu had such a fetish. He even touched her inside her clothes and pants while walking on the street. I walked very carefully along the way, afraid that others would notice. Even though she was thick-skinned, she couldn't stand this. Moreover, women are at a greater disadvantage at such moments, so they can only speak to divert Lu Yufeng's attention and stop him from messing around like this. Although it's almost noon now, something will happen sooner or later. Yi Fan? Lu Yufeng looked in the direction the hot beauty was pointing and was immediately surprised. Yi Fan? Could he be the hunk in our school? The hot beauty exclaimed. School prince? Do you think Yi Fan is more handsome than me? Lu Yufeng's tone was a little angry. No. Brother Feng, you are also the most handsome boy in our school. That Yi Fan is not as handsome as you. The beauty answered enthusiastically, while at the same time slandering in her heart, you are so handsome, you dare to compare your looks with the handsome guy of Yi University, it's simply ridiculous. After hearing this, Lu Yufeng felt that the girl he had just found was quite honest. Yes, this Yi Fan is not as handsome as me. Why is he the #1 handsome boy in Fudan University and I am not? These people are really blind. The hot beauty complained in her heart, if you can become the most handsome boy in Fudan University with your looks, then others are blind. Lu Yufeng naturally had no idea what his new girlfriend was thinking. He glanced at Yi Fan's back for a few seconds, then looked at the beautiful woman holding Yi Fan's hand, with a hint of interest in his eyes. This girl has such a beautiful figure, her back is simply perfect, I think her face should be pretty good too. He said in an excited tone, come on, let's follow him and see what he and the beautiful woman next to him are going to do. He had some thoughts in his mind at this time. This guy Yi Fan actually dared to say in front of so many people that Lu Yufeng had kidney deficiency. Lu Yufeng had remembered the loss of face. Today, he actually saw Yi Fan bringing a woman to Tianhong Commercial Plaza for shopping, which gave Lu Yufeng a chance to save his face. How could he not know Yi Fan's background? He grew up in an orphanage and recently seemed to have found his biological parents, who turned out to be the older brother of his favorite anchor named Ing Bao. Judging from Yi Fan's age, her sister is at least college age. But he has become a game anchor at such a young age. I think no matter how good his family conditions are, they can't be better than Lu Yufeng's family. Even with this, you dare to come to Tianhong Commercial Plaza? I want to see what you can afford. What if you can't afford it? Hey. Then let me buy it for the girl next to you. I have won the heart of that beauty and I can go back and have fun with her. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yi Fan's female companion must be beautiful. Not pretty, no hair at all. But when he got closer and heard Yi Shiling's voice, he was stunned. Why does this voice sound like Ing Bao's voice? Chapter 67 Stunning, first update, please recommend. He quickly grabbed the hand of the girl next to him and trotted closer to Yi Fan and the other man. This time, I could hear it more clearly. Fuck, it's really Ing Bao's voice. Lu Yufeng spoke in a low voice, so no one else heard it, but the hot girl next to him did hear it. He quickly asked, Ing Bao? Who is she? Is she worthy of being so excited, young Master Lu? Game anchor, chubby Ing Bao. Li Qingqing immediately understood what was going on. It turned out to be the gaming host with a nice voice but very bad at playing games. Li Qingqing is not a fan of Ing Bao, the reason why she knows chubby Ing Bao is because after a few interactions, I got to know this anchor and realized that Lu Yufeng liked this anchor named Ing Bao very much. Lu Yufeng saw Yi Shiling pulling Yi Fan into a men's clothing brand flagship store. His little eyes rolled around a few times, and he leaned close to Li Qingqing's ear and whispered, Can you do it well? Yes, don't worry, young Master Lu. The gold digger scene is just instinct for me. Didn't you ask me to buy you some clothes? Why did you take me to the men's clothing store first? Yi Fan took a look at the various men's clothing in the store and said to Yi Shiling with a wry smile, Am I that kind of person? How can I let you, my brother, buy clothes for me alone? Brother, since you promised to buy me clothes, I must buy you some too. Yi Shiling looked at Yi Fan with a smile, her expression playful, and her naturally beautiful face made Yi Fan a little dazed. Welcome. The shopping guide in the store looked at the two golden boys and girls who walked into the store, and while saying polite words, she was full of admiration in her heart. Where is the suit section? I want to buy him a suit. Yi Shiling asked the shopping guide. Okay, sir and madam, please follow me. It's in the innermost area on the left. The shopping guide girl extended her hand and led the two people over. Just then, a surprised voice sounded. Ahaha, Yi Fan? I didn't expect that I could run into our Fudan University's campus hunky by chance while just strolling around the street. I didn't expect that our Yi University campus hunk could actually afford to visit a men's clothing store of this international luxury brand. You're just looking but not buying, right? There was a hint of unconcealable pride in those sarcastic words. Financial resources are the most important thing he has, but Yi Fan doesn't have it. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly, turned around, and saw Lu Yufeng's face with deep dark circles under his eyes, indicating kidney deficiency. Whether I can afford it or not, I don't need you to talk nonsense with your kidney deficient face. You. Lu Yufeng was immediately enraged, his blood boiling, his face flushed red, and he glared at Yifan fiercely with his small eyes with dark circles under them. Unexpectedly, Yifan's sharp words hit his sore spot as soon as he opened his mouth. Is it possible? This is a big question, as it concerns a man's dignity. Yifan is trampling on the dignity of young Master Lu, how can he not be angry? Li Qingqing also tried hard to suppress her smile when she heard this. Having engaged in mutual sex with Lu Yufeng several times, she naturally knew that Lu Yufeng was not good in that aspect. She was with Lu Yufeng for money, for the maintenance fee Lu Yufeng gave her every day and the luxury goods he bought for her when he was in a good mood. But I know it in my heart, but it is very different from telling others. At this time, Lu Yufeng glanced at Li Qingqing, who was trying hard to hold back her smile, feeling a little unhappy, and signaled with his eyes. Li Qingqing received the signal and thought about what Lu Yufeng had just said to her. Even though she didn't want to say these words to Yida, the school hunk, she had to say them. Young Master Lu is right. Didn't our school hunky grow up in an orphanage? I heard that he works part-time whenever he has free time. With such a low financial situation, how dare he come to Anima, a world-class luxury menswear store? Especially because I heard recently that the girlfriend of our Yi University's campus hunk, the most beautiful girl in the department, ran off with a rich man. His financial situation can't even satisfy his own girlfriend, and he has the confidence to stand in an Armani brand store? Lu Yufeng added, "Oh, you don't know, our Yida campus hunk has found a home recently, and his sister is actually a famous anchor on the Shark Live platform, Ing Bao. I guess the money came from his sister Ing Bao. How could someone be so shameless as to take his own sister's money?" Li Qingqing covered her lips with one hand and said in exaggerated surprise, "Girl, you have to be careful. You have to be wary of people like this who even take their own sister's money." Lu Yufeng pretended not to recognize Yi Shirling as Ing Bao, and spoke to Yi Shirling in a kind manner. Li Qingqing looked at Yi Shirling's back and said earnestly, "Yes, yes. Unlike our Lu Xiao, who is not only handsome but also rich. Yesterday, he not only gave me a bag worth 12,000 yuan, but also spent 50,000 yuan to buy me a set of branded clothes. Look, I'm wearing it. It's so comfortable." At this time, Yi Shirling turned around, her face was cold and her eyes were filled with rage. These two people are not done yet, right? They dare to slander brother Yifan like this, they must be looking for death. When Lu Yufeng saw Yi Shirling's extremely beautiful face, he was stunned. This stunning beauty has exceeded his original expectations. Oh my god! There is such a beauty in this world. This might be a fairy that has fallen into the human world. Her face is stunning and extraordinary, with an ethereal air. Her skin is whiter than snow, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. When she looks around, she has a kind of elegant and fairy-like temperament, which makes people captivated and ashamed of themselves. Yi Shirling's figure is even more graceful, like a piece of carefully sculpted and polished mutton fat jade, without the slightest impurity. She is simply beautiful to the core. Lu Yufeng had no intention of comparing Li Qingqing and Yi Shirling at all. Whether in terms of appearance, temperament, or figure, Yi Shirling simply crushes the other one. Although she was as cold as ice at this moment, she looked even more stunning and incomparable, making people unable to look away. Not only Lu Yufeng was stunned, even the woman Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare in a daze. It is truly the most beautiful thing in the world. Lu Yufeng's heart was burning with anger as he watched. His dirty thoughts at this moment could be described in one sentence. Chapter 68. I'll show you a unique skill of slapping your face. Second update, please recommend. Yi Shirling said to Li Qingqing with a cold face, "Clothes only look good when worn by people. A beast like you doesn't deserve to wear clothes." Then she added, "I am the anchor sister of brother Yifan. Don't say that brother Yifan has never spent my money. Even if he has, it is not something you two scum can slander. It's my money, I'll spend it on whoever I want, it has nothing to do with you two ugly bastards. You." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's face turned pale and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. This girl is so beautiful, it's amazing. But you actually dare to call her a beast. It's outrageous. When Lu Yufeng heard Yi Shirling's sharp words, he was also stunned, but he was not very angry. Who says Yi Shirling is beautiful? Being scolded by a fairy like Yi Shirling, I feel comfortable enough, how can I be angry? Lu Yufeng said happily, "So you are Ing Bao, you are really beautiful. But what I just said, although a little hard to hear, still makes sense. Don't go shopping with your brother. Come with me. I, young Master Lu, will pay for all your spending today." Hearing what Lu Xiao said, Li Qingqing was also stunned. How come Lu Xiao was not angry at all, but was so generous instead? My heart suddenly felt sour. You don't have to pay for it, you kidney-deficient young man. We can still afford this little money. If you are really rich, Master Lu, you should go to Korea for plastic surgery. Otherwise, it would be a bit polluting to go shopping in your dignified state. Yifan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Lu Yufeng immediately became angry. It didn't matter if the little fairy scolded him, but it was very unpleasant when you, Yifan, scolded me. I'm so handsome, do I need plastic surgery? What a joke. The shopping guide lady next to me covered her mouth and laughed when she heard this. Besides, don't I, Lu Yufeng, know your financial situation? It's ridiculous that you can afford to pay the bill. Hee hee. A sneer appeared on Yifan's face. I can crush you to death with just a real estate certificate. To be honest, no one dares to tell Yifan that he has no money. The building in Riverside Garden alone is worth more than 7 billion renminbi, not to mention 30% of LVMH Group and all the shares of Marvel Enterprises. If the company is not listed, you can own 100% of the shares. Although Marvel Enterprises' current market value is estimated to be only $630 million, it is a precious company. After the official release of Iron Man 1, its market valuation will at least double. Moreover, Marvel owns many well-known IPs, and the money-making methods of these IPs can be seen from previous lives. When Yifan has sufficient liquidity in the future, he will naturally let these IPs appear on the screen. It is worth mentioning that in this world, the copyright of Spider-Man still belongs to Marvel and has not yet been made into a movie. Iron Man 1 can be said to be the first real movie produced by Marvel Studios in this world to hit the screen. These shares and industries combined are worth at least tens of billions of dollars. Oh, isn't this Mr. Yi? I'm so lucky today. I can actually meet Mr. Yi while shopping with my wife. At this moment, a middle-aged male voice that sounded extremely surprised came from the door. Yifan looked over and saw a middle-aged man coming towards him with a smile on his face. It was Manager Lu who had given Yifan the property certificate that day. When Manager Lu saw Yifan, a wealthy man, how could he miss the opportunity to say hello and get to know him? He took his middle-aged wife and went to greet him enthusiastically. Mr. Yi is here shopping with his female companion today, right? I guess the stunning woman next to you is Mr. Yi's girlfriend, right? They are so lucky. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty. They are a perfect match made in heaven. When Yi Shirling heard this, she was immediately overjoyed and a happy smile appeared on her pretty little face. This uncle is really good at talking and he really knows how to tell the truth. Yifan was about to explain, but Yi Shirling quickly said, Hello, who are you? Ha, my name is Lu Bing, and I'm the general manager of the sales department of Binjiang Garden. I got to know Mr. Yi because he bought Binjiang Garden Building Number 1. Yi Shirling smiled and said, Nice to meet you. Manager Lu introduced to his wife, This Mr. Yi is not an ordinary person. He bought the most expensive building in Binjiang Garden. You know, when Mr. Yi came to get the property certificate that day, my jaw almost dropped to the ground. He is so young and handsome. At this time, Lu Yufeng also recognized Manager Lu. Manager Lu is his cousin. Although he is not as financially wealthy as his family, he has a wide network of contacts and is a person worth making friends with. At this time, Lu Yufeng said in disbelief, Uncle Lu, did you recognize the wrong person? How could Yifan afford a building in Binjiang Garden? Don't blame Lu Yufeng for not believing it. Not to mention a building in Binjiang Garden, even a few houses are worth his father's wealth. Uncle Lu actually said that Yifan bought a building in Binjiang Garden, and it was the most expensive one. How could Lu Yufeng believe it? It's too fake. Yifan has been an orphan since childhood. Even if he has found a home now, he would not have the ability to buy a building. Manager Lu was also a little surprised to see Lu Yufeng. His attention was just focused on Yifan, and he didn't really notice this cousin. He was very happy to see his nephew greeting him, but when he heard his nephew's next words, his whole face turned pale and ashen. This kid is really ignorant and fearless. It's okay to say that he recognized the wrong person, but it's not okay to say that Mr. Yi couldn't afford to buy a building. Who are you looking down on? Do you think you can question a wealthy man like Mr. Yi? Wrong. At this time, Manager Lu noticed the way his cousin addressed Mr. Yi. Lu Yufeng actually called Mr. Yi Yifan. Manager Lu naturally knew Yifan's real name, but how did his cousin know Mr. Yi's name? Could it be that we know each other? Thinking of this, Manager Lu's sullen face suddenly turned back into a friendly smile. Ah Feng, do you know Mr. Yi? Lu Yufeng sneered immediately. I know him, of course I know him. It is precisely because I know him that I know his background. That's why I said you have the wrong person. Although Yi Fan is the most handsome boy in our school, he grew up in an orphanage. Although he has found his parents recently, it is impossible for him to be able to buy a building as you said. This kind of person can't even afford a house in the outer 8th ring of Shanghai, so how can he possibly afford a building in Binjiang Garden? I guess he's only trying to save face by coming to this brand's flagship store to look at clothes, or he's using his sister's money. What you said just now was so exaggerated that if you didn't know, you would think this kid was the son of Yi Tianhong, the richest man in China. Although they both have the surname Yi, they have different fates, ha. Upon hearing what his cousin said, Manager Lu's originally friendly expression suddenly turned grim. Did I recognize the wrong person? Even if I mistake you, a poor fellow, I will never mistake Mr. Yi. Lu Yufeng, what you said is simply ridiculous. Just then, 6 security guards walked into the store. Excuse me, who are Mr. Yi and Miss Yi? Yi Shirling waved her hand quickly and said, We are. Hurry up and throw these 2 pieces of trash out. They are disgusting and leaving them here is simply polluting the environment. Upon hearing this, the 6 tall and strong security guards looked in the direction Yi Shirling pointed, and immediately stretched their limbs, ready to drag the 2 away. These 2 are their boss's, the boss's son and daughter. That's right, the owner of this property is Yi Tianhong. To be more precise, Yi Tianhong is the largest shareholder of this property company. The 2 children of the big boss are the most powerful second-generation rich people in China. It seems that these 2 trashes have really disgusted these 2 most powerful second-generation rich people, so those of them who are working here naturally have to do as they are told. Hey, what do you guys want to do? You want to throw me, young Master Lu, out? Do you know who my father is? My father is the CEO of Tianyu Properties, and he has a partnership with your Tianhong Group. From Tianyu Property? Are you still cooperating with Tianhong Group? Yi Shirling sneered. It seems that not only do I have to throw you away, but I also have to have a good talk with my father about whether we should change the property management company for the cooperation between Tianhong Group and Tianyu Property Management. Brother Yi Fan, please help me with this matter. Dad listens to you the most. Once you take action, I guess Dad won't say a word. There are thousands of properties in the world, so it's not difficult to find another one. Lu Yufeng was really stunned this time, his eyes widened, and he quickly asked, Is your father Yi Tianhong? Of course, why else do you think I could call so many security guards? We are being provoked again and again by such eye-catching things like you on our own territory. Do you really think we are made of clay and anyone can step on us? Oh shit. Lu Yufeng felt like he was in a state of exhaustion, his entire spirit and energy seemed to dim in an instant. What the hell did I do and what shit did I say? I, an ordinary rich second generation, was actually showing off in front of 2 of the top rich second generations in China. I'm so pretentious that I'm like an elephant's leg. As happy as Lu Yufeng felt in mocking before, he feels as much regret now. The most important point is that he actually said that he was the son of the president of Tianyu Property. This is such a bummer. It's a good thing to do. I don't know what kind of person Yi Tianhong is. If he is really a man who loves his children very much. I'm afraid it's really possible that our cooperation with Tianyu Properties will end. After all, there are so many property management companies across the country, and Tianyu was able to win the election thanks to their connections. Lu Yufeng begged quickly. If his arm had not been supported by the security guard, he would have rushed to the 2 men and knelt down. Anyway, he was not a particularly dignified person, and this was not the first time he had to kneel down. I was joking with you too. Really joking. If you don't believe me, watch me show you my unique skill of slapping someone in the face. I slap. After all, the security guard only held his arms, so he could still do close-range activities. Lu Xiao was seen using both hands to slap himself in the face, left and right, in a very orderly manner. The sound on the face was a snapping sound. The most important thing is that everyone feels that this guy's movements are so skillful. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. He was a wolf mine and he was ruthless when he took action. But how could Yi Fan be fooled by the appearance before him? Even if Lu Yufeng's face hurt so much from being slapped now, it still can't change his nature as a scum. With such a scumbag son, it seems very likely that his father is not a good person either. In that case, I might as well briefly mention this matter to my dad. Yi Fan snorted coldly, hurry up and take it away, or it will be cold if you don't leave now. Seeing that Lu Yufeng wanted to say something, Yi Fan waved his hand and said, goodbye, I won't see you off. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he ignored Lu Yufeng and Li Qingqing and turned to Yi Shiling and said with a smile, did you call these security guards? The girl looked proud, of course. I have the phone number of the general manager of the property department of Tianhong Commercial Plaza. At this time, Manager Lu, who was standing there in a daze, also reacted and said in a daze, so you two are the son and daughter of Mr. Yi, the richest man. To be honest, Lu Yufeng is my cousin, but his family tradition is not strict, and such a wasteful thing came out of him. I am really ashamed. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that Manager Lu would actually tell him about his relationship with Lu Yufeng. He couldn't help but feel a little favorable towards Manager Lu. Although he is smooth, he is also real and sincere. He quickly said, Manager Lu, don't be ashamed. Every family has its own problems. Chapter 69, Face Turned Green, please recommend. Without the annoying flies buzzing around, Yi Fan and Yi Shiling could finally shop in peace. Come on, Shiling. I've already bought 6 suits. Don't buy any more. Are you going to buy enough suits for me to last a week? Yes, I just want you, brother Yi Fan, to wear a different suit every week. Come on, brother Yi Fan. Try this burgundy suit. I think it's pretty good. Put it on, put it on. It's the last set I have. Okay, this is the last one you said. Seeing Yi Shiling's playful look, Yi Fan sighed and agreed. If before he just suspected that Yi Shiling was jealous of Kong Qiuhan, now he is completely sure. This girl, really? Seeing that all 7 suits had been packed, Yi Shiling asked, how much was the total? Ms. Yi, the total is 318,000. Hearing this number, Yi Fan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly said, let me pay. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed over the bank card and said, swipe the card. Yi Shiling immediately became unhappy. Before the shopping guide girl received the card, she took the card from Yi Fan's hand. She said in a very dissatisfied tone, brother Yi Fan, how could you do this? Didn't we agree before that I would buy clothes for you? Isn't this too expensive? Yi Fan said with a wry smile. I don't care. Anyway, I agreed to buy it for you. This. Yi Fan scratched his head. At worst you can just buy me a few more clothes later. If you insist on paying, I'll be really angry. As if she felt that what she said was not serious enough, Yi Shiling added, it's the kind that is hard to coax. Seeing Yi Shiling with her hands on her waist, looking innocent, Yi Fan nodded and said, okay, you pay, okay? Okay. Yi Shiling then smiled. As for the shopping guide lady who was there as a background board, although she knew that they were siblings, she always had the illusion that she was eating dog food. It seems that he has been single for too long, and everything he sees is a scene of dog food. I can't go on like this. Sooner or later I'll be fed up with all the inexplicable dog food. I have to find a boyfriend quickly. As if she had won a victory, Yi Shiling paid the money with a smile on her face. Then he said to the salesgirl, put these here first, someone will come and pick them up later. As for who will pick it up, of course it's the driver who brought them here. The shopping guide was not surprised at all. It was unthinkable that rich people would carry so many bags by themselves. Even if there is, it's not much. After walking out of the store, Yi Shiling took Yi Fan to walk around and have fun. Obviously, Yi Shiling is quite familiar with this place. After walking around for a while, Yi Shiling's eyes lit up. She stretched out her pink and slender fingers, pointed forward, and said to Yi Fan, brother Yi Fan, let's go to that building over there to play. The second floor there is an arcade with many fun projects. All right. As soon as they reached the second floor, Yi Shiling was attracted by a row of claw machines and quickly pulled Yi Fan over. Yi Fan also looked helpless. It turned out that girls were very interested in this kind of furry toy. Yi Shiling bought 200 yuan worth of game coins from the owner of the claw machine and started playing with great interest. Yi Shiling is still very interested in playing the claw machine, but she has only played it once or twice, both times with her bestie. Now that I'm here with brother Yi Fan, how can I miss this favorite activity? She was naturally not coveting the dolls in the claw machine. After all, with her conditions, she could have as many as she wanted. What she enjoyed was the joy she felt when she grabbed something, although she had only experienced this feeling once. Because it is really hard to catch. The only time she was lucky. It was $5 a time, but because I failed so quickly, it didn't take long before the $200 was all gone. Seeing Yi Shirling looking somewhat dejected, Yi Fan also found it funny. She was the one who came here to play with great enthusiasm before, but now she was the one who returned disappointed. Yi Shirling was quite self-controlled. After seeing that the 200 yuan was swallowed up by the claw machine in a short time, she decided not to continue playing. I'm not lucky today. Let us try again another day. I can't keep making fun of myself by letting brother Yi Fan laugh at me. It was obviously okay to be laughed at by her bestie when she was playing the claw machine before, but in front of her brother Yi Fan, Yi Shirling always wanted to show her best side. Brother, let's go and play other games. You're not going to play anymore? Weren't you in high spirits just now? Yi Fan said with a smile. Why are you laughing at me? Yi Shirling pretended to be pitiful. Oh, I didn't expect you to find out. Yi Fan said with a smile. Brother Yi Fan, you. Yi Fan directly pulled Yi Shirling in front of the claw machine owner and said, Boss, give me another 50 yuan. He said to Yi Shirling, who was a little puzzled, I want to play too. Although we could laugh at the joke, we certainly couldn't let Yi Shirling go home disappointed. The owner of the claw machine was smiling happily. He had been watching the two of them. Every man knew the reason and how fast these two people consumed coins. He smiled and said, Hey young man, why don't you change a little? I see your girlfriend hasn't had enough fun yet. When Yi Shirling saw that the boss actually thought of her as Yi Fan's brother's girlfriend, her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. Before Yi Fan could speak, Yi Shirling said, Boss, another 200. The boss was happy. That's great. Seeing you are so forthright, I will give you an extra 10 yuan. These two people don't seem to be short of money. If you serve them well, you might be able to earn more. This is like giving a little benefit as bait and casting a long line to catch a big fish. Upon hearing this, Yi Shirling immediately smiled and jumped up happily, saying happily, Okay, thank you, boss. Yi Fan stood aside, squinting his eyes and smiling. He just activated the Eye of Insight on a whim, and based on the prompts from the Eye of Insight, he knew the boss's little thoughts. I thought to myself, I'll show you how a small fish transforms into a shark later. Brother Yi Fan, which machine do you want to play on? Yi Shirling asked in a soft voice, holding Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan carried a snakeskin bag containing 210 coins and said with a smile, Go to Unit 35. There are not only plush dolls in Unit 35, but also 5 Apple mobile phones. With the natural skills of a gaming expert, Yi Fan had already figured out some of the tricks of this machine when Yi Shirling was playing. Although I can't be crazy and win every time, I am still confident that I can win more than half of the time. The owner of the claw machine just watched with a very happy smile on his face, and looked at Yi Fan and the other man as if he was looking at two fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But it didn't take long for his smile to disappear. Because he saw that the young man, after failing twice, actually made the latest model of Apple phone. What the hell? It must be fake. The claw machine owner's face immediately turned green. His machine was naturally tampered with, and the position of the mobile phone was also placed quite cleverly, but he didn't expect that Yi Fan could actually make an Apple phone. Chapter 70, Fake Apple, Catch Big Fish, Please Recommend. After taking the Apple phone box handed over by Yi Fan, Yi Shirling immediately opened the package with great interest. Hey, why can't this phone be turned on? Yi Shirling pressed the power button for a long time, but the screen didn't light up. Let me take a look. Yi Fan's face changed slightly and he took the phone from Yi Shirling. This looks like a fake. Yi Fan played with it for a while and continued, It looks like a high-end imitation model. It's much lighter than a normal Apple phone. I guess it's not even a knockoff. Yi Shirling has never used an Apple phone, so she doesn't know its weight, but Yi Fan's ex-girlfriend liked it the most, so Yi Fan knows it better. Yi Shirling immediately became angry and said angrily, How can you cheat people with fake goods? This is against the law, don't you know? The claw machine owner thought to himself that this was terrible. The reason why his face turned green before was not only because he was surprised that Yi Fan could get an Apple phone, but also the most important point was that this phone was indeed fake. He really didn't expect that someone could actually make this phone. If it was someone else, it would be fine and could be dealt with by just fooling around. But you can tell at a glance that these two people's appearance, temperament and dress are not from ordinary families. The claw machine owner quickly apologized and said, I never said this thing was a real Apple phone before. It was all your subjective imagination. If you two still feel unsatisfied, how about I return all the money you spent before? Yes, that's how he copes. A full refund is only 400 yuan, while an Apple phone costs several thousand. It's such a good deal. If you feel angry, the worst that can happen is that I don't want your money. If I don't want your money, you won't make a fuss, right? Yi Shirling said angrily, is this a matter of money? The serious point of this problem is that you actually deceived the customer. How dare you do such a thing in Tianhong Commercial Plaza? I wonder if you were so bold or just blinded by profit. Yi Fan's expression turned a little unfriendly. After all, this place had some relationship with him. He didn't expect that such a black-hearted businessman would appear here. People who come here to shop generally have relatively good economic conditions, and the owner of this claw machine dares to sell fake items so blatantly. Is he not afraid of people causing trouble for him, or is he relying on something? The claw machine owner was also a little impatient. I have made it very clear. I did not explicitly write that this must be a real Apple phone. This is just your imagination. How can you say that I deceived you? Yi Shirling was almost laughing out of anger. This guy still had no remorse at all and spoke so confidently. The packaging on your phone model is based on the latest model of Apple phones. It is exactly the same, and you still say you are not deceiving consumers. Well, since you refuse to admit it, I have no choice but to call the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to come over. The shop owner panicked immediately, and said in a weak tone, I say, little girl, why are you so unreasonable? What do you mean I refuse to admit it? No one said that this must be an Apple phone. The shop owner held on to this point as if it was his only lifeline. Seeing that Yi Shirling was already dialing, the shop owner became anxious and quickly reached out to grab Yi Shirling's phone. But he failed, as Yi Fan grabbed his hand directly, then twisted the shop owner's hand, causing him to feel pain instantly. Lian said, let go, my hand is going to break. Yi Fan did not let go immediately, but instead gave a look to Yi Shirling, who was still a little frightened, and asked her to call the Industrial and Commercial Bureau quickly. Yi Shirling not only called the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, but also called the police and the person in charge of Tianhong Commercial Plaza. The first person to arrive was Lu Rinjia, the person in charge of Tianhong Commercial Plaza. A manager sent by Tianhong Group. Since Yi Shirling had briefly explained the situation when she called, Lu Rinjia understood it. He glanced at the claw machine owner casually, then said to Yi Shirling, you must be Miss Yi, you are indeed as beautiful as a fairy. Yi Shirling didn't waste time talking to him and said directly, I have already explained the situation. You are currently the general manager here. What do you think? Lu Rinjia clapped his hands and said, this is definitely an act of deceiving consumers. I will put this person on Tianhong Group's blacklist and actively cooperate with the relevant departments in the investigation. Second uncle, you have to plead for me. Second uncle? Yi Fan's mouth twitched slightly. It turns out that you are his biggest backer. Excuse me, who are you? Lu Rinjia asked instead of answering Yi Fan's question. He is my brother. Yi Shirling said angrily. This damn guy is really bureaucratic. Even if it is an ordinary customer, he should answer first instead of asking about identity. Yi Fan also frowned. His intuition told him that Lu Rinjia was not a good person either. Eye of Insight activated. Target, Lu Rinjia. Age, 48. Height, 174 centimeters. Personality, greedy for small gains, clever, calm, fickle, bullies the weak and fears the strong, deceives superiors and hides the truth from subordinates. Favorability, 10 disgust. Hint, the other party takes 3/10 of the profit from the claw machine. Goodness, no wonder. Moreover, the other party's favorability has reached the level of disgust. Although he did not show anything on the surface, he was still dissatisfied with the behavior of Yi Fan and the others. Lu Rinjia was immediately surprised. He didn't expect that the boss actually had a son. He had never heard of him before. He thought he was too low-key. But the more people like to keep a low profile, the harder they are to deal with and the more stable they are. Lu Rinjia ignored the fool who called him second uncle, and his expression did not change at all, as if he was really a person with a clear conscience and no fear of being distorted by his own shadow. Yi Fan secretly admired him. What a character he was. If the shop owner wasn't so stupid, he would really ignore the person in charge named Lu Rinjia. I am indeed this man's second uncle, but I have never protected him or helped him commit atrocities. I am not afraid of the company's investigation. Yi Shirling didn't expect this person to admit it so quickly. She thought he really had nothing to do with this matter, so she quickly said, "Okay, we believe it. Okay, let's check it out. I'll mention it to my elder sister when the time comes." Yi Fan spoke before Yi Shirling finished her words. This girl is still too naive. However, if she knew that Lu Rinjia took a 30% share, she would not think so. Hearing this, Lu Rinjia's face twitched slightly. It wasn't obvious, but Yi Fan still noticed it. He smiled and said, "Don't panic. Lu Rinjia, Mr. Yi, you are joking. I am not panicking at all. As long as you have done nothing wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door." Yi Fan's smile became even wider. This guy is really awesome. With this level of talent, it would be a waste of talent if he didn't play the role of billion-dollar director Zhao Dahanin in The Name of Life. Yi Fan continued with a smile, "Okay, then when the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the police come, I will briefly mention to them that you took 30% of the share of these claw machines, and then let the group and relevant departments investigate why the claw machine owner dared to openly sell fake goods." Hearing this, Lu Rinjia could no longer keep a straight face. How did this person know about the 3/10 share? Could it be that they had already done the research and coming here to play the claw machine was just a natural move? This is really the wolf cub born by Yi Tianhong, so cruel. He was scared now. Because he really didn't check it. Chapter 71 Yi Shirling's Little Thoughts, please recommend. What? Is there such a thing? Yi Yayan, who was sitting in the office processing documents, frowned when she heard the words on the other end of the phone, and her pretty face was full of anger. The person on the other end of the phone was Yi Fan. Yi Yayan rubbed his eyebrows. Yi Fan continued, "Not only is the Apple phone on sale, the owner of that store is related to Lu Rinjia, the general manager of Tianhong Commercial Plaza in Modu. Relationship? That doesn't mean anything, but I will ask someone to investigate it carefully." Yi Yayan said. "Sister, they are not only relatives, I just used Lu Rinjia's words to say that he owns 3/10 of the profit of this claw machine store. Maybe I was lucky and my guess was too accurate." Lu Rinjia revealed his weakness immediately. It is very likely that he was the one providing protection for the owner of the claw machine. Besides, I suspect that this person in charge may have other illegal sources of profit. You can check it out, too. Okay, although I have a say in the group, I still need to talk to Dad about this matter. Well, okay, I'll hang up first. Seeing that the call was hung up, Yi Yayan did not hesitate, but directly called Yi Tianhong. "Hey, Yayan, what's going on?" Since it was working hours now, Yi Tianhong went straight to the point. "Dad, aren't the people in charge of Tianhong commercial plazas across the country forbidden to have any profit dealings with merchants?" Yi Yayan naturally knew this. She just raised this question first to lead to the following text. Why, what did you find out?" As if he had thought of something, he laughed and said, "Ha, my daughter's ability is outstanding." "Are you talking about the person in charge of Tianhong Commercial Plaza in Magic City?" Yi Yayan was surprised and asked, "Dad, do you know? It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that Yi Fan had called his father first? No, that's not logical. Could it be that girl Shirling who beat him?" When Yi Yayan was spreading his speculation, Yi Tianhong took the initiative to explain the reason. "Our group's internal supervision department found that Lu Rinjia was suspicious last week. At present, all the supporting documents have been prepared. All that's left is to call the police to arrest him. What I didn't expect was that Yen, you also found out about it. This really surprises me, ha." Amid Yi Tianhong's hearty laughter, Yi Yayan was silent for a moment before saying, "This is not something I found out. It was Yi Fan." Yi Yayan told Yi Tianhong the general outline of the matter. Yi Tianhong was silent for a moment, then he smiled with satisfaction and said happily, "This kid is really bold and careful, and his thinking is active. How could ordinary people think of using this trick to get Lu Rinjia's reaction?" Yi Yayan felt very strange. When she heard her father praising Yi Fan, she did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth without her knowing. Only then did she realize that the rift between her and Yi Fan had long disappeared. With a more relaxed smile on his face, Yi Yayan said, "Xiao Fan has already called the police. If it's convenient for you, please have someone go to the police station to provide evidence." "Yeah, okay." Seeing the two being taken away, Yi Shirling rubbed Yi Fan's waist with her pink fingers and said, "Brother Yi Fan, how did you know that Lu Rinjia took 3/10 of the profit share of the doll shop?" "I guess." "Guess? Yi Shirling showed an expression of obvious disbelief on her face. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Of course, the truth cannot be told to her. It was really just a guess. I just randomly gave a range, but I didn't expect that Lu Rinjia would be included in it. Afterwards, Yi Shirling took Yi Fan for a walk again. Although this incident affected my mood a little, being able to go shopping with brother Yi Fan was obviously a more enjoyable thing. The two of them then tried almost all the games in the arcade, which was very exciting. Tianhong Commercial Plaza is very large, and the two of them continued shopping until 6:30 in the evening. Yi Shirling held Yi Fan's hand and looked at the countless passers-by, feeling that the day had been very fulfilling. How are you, Shirling? Did you enjoy your shopping today? Yi Fan felt the gentle evening breeze and felt refreshed both physically and mentally. He smiled at Yi Shirling beside him. Well, thank you brother Yi Fan for accompanying me for the whole day today. I am very happy. Yi Shirling's eyes curved into crescents and she smiled. The bright smile seems to be the most beautiful painting, attracting the attention of passers-by. Boom! A slightly dull sound was heard, followed by a man's cry of pain. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and the other person looked over. On the right side of the road, a man actually hit a lamppost on the side of the road. What made people laugh the most was that his face was looking towards Yi Shirling. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Look at how charming you are. If this happened in ancient times, even Su Daji couldn't compare to you." Yi Shirling blushed when she heard this and said shyly, "How can it be so exaggerated?" "Ha, I'm not exaggerating at all, it's clearly the truth." "That?" Yi Shirling hesitated and said only one word. "What?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Nothing?" Yi Shirling said with a smile. What she wanted to ask just now was, "Can my charm seduce you?" But their relationship had not reached that stage yet. Yi Shirling did not dare to say this out loud, so she rationally stopped talking. Saying this now would only make things difficult for brother Yi Fan, and it's possible that they might become estranged from each other. Yi Shirling sighed sadly in her heart, looking melancholy. Yi Fan didn't know what the girl was thinking at the moment. He touched his pocket and suddenly felt a piece of paper. When he took it out and looked at it, he was immediately shocked and said, "Oh no, I almost forgot about this." "What's up?" Yi Shirling asked first, then she saw the piece of paper in Yi Fan's hand, took a look, and asked in surprise, "Lottery ticket?" "Yes." Yi Fan replied, "This is a lottery ticket I bought 3 days ago. Let's go to the lottery store later to ask if there is any winner." "Ah?" Yi Shirling covered her mouth and laughed, "Brother, do you really think you can win the prize?" Yi Fan also found it a little funny and said, "You don't believe it?" "Don't believe it?" "I don't really believe it, but I've bought it so there has to be some result." Go ahead then." The lottery shop that Yi Fan went to was the one near the gate of Fudan University, which was also the place where he bought the lottery ticket at that time. Yi Fan remembered that this lottery shop usually closed at around 7 o'clock, but he didn't know if he remembered it correctly. And it's only 6:35 now, we should be able to make it, right? Chapter 72 Grandpa, please recommend. There are a lot of mosquitoes in summer. The lottery shop owner lit a plate of mosquito coils and sat on a chair nearby. With his head supported by his hands, he tilted his head to look at the winning numbers displayed on the screen. From the previous complexity to the current dullness, I feel a sense of emptiness in my heart. He felt that he should take some time to worship the Taoist gods because some things were too metaphysical. 3 days ago, a special guest came to his shop. I bought a bunch of scratch tickets, and I won one every time I scratched one. After this customer distributed the remaining scratch tickets to others, no one else won a single lottery ticket except the one he got. And that one was because that customer had touched it. It's absolutely weird. At that time, the mysterious guest bought a lottery ticket before leaving. At that time, he accidentally saw the numbers on the lottery ticket and secretly wrote them down. Then when I saw the winning numbers today, I was stunned. The first prize, 20 million RMB. This is not Japanese yen, nor is it Zimbabwean dollar, but real RMB. The lottery shop owner almost had a heart attack at that time. Oh my god, this is so fake. It's just so horrible. It's so terrifying. For the first time, the lottery shop owner felt that the world was so unreal. Is it possible that there really are so-called protagonists in this world? Is there really such a thing as a son of luck? Yi Fan and Yi Shirling got out of the car. After taking a look at the door of the lottery shop, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not closed, otherwise he would have made a wasted trip. Pulling Yi Shirling into the store, I saw the lottery shop owner with an untidy beard and a beer belly looking at the display screen on the wall with a blank look on his face. What is shown on the display screen are groups of numbers. No one knew what the lottery shop owner was thinking about. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice two people walked into the store. Yi Fan did not disturb the lottery shop owner's philosophical thinking. Instead, he checked the numbers on his lottery ticket, then looked at the display screen on the wall and found the numbers he wanted to see. Sure enough, it worked as expected. Yi Shirling glanced at the lottery ticket in Yi Fan's hand, then looked at the big screen, and looked at it several times. She covered her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother Yi Fan, I really won." Yi Shirling's voice broke the silence of the lottery shop. The owner of the lottery shop was frightened awake and stood up reflexively. Yi Fan touched Yi Shirling's head and said helplessly, "If people scare others, they will scare them to death." Yi Fan originally thought that it would be nothing once the lottery shop owner realized what was happening. But what was unexpected was that when the lottery shop owner saw Yi Fan, he was even more surprised, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Yi Fan sighed helplessly, "Although I know that I am very handsome, you don't need to look at me like a national treasure, right?" Yi Shirling rolled her eyes at her brother Yi Fan and covered her mouth with her hands to laugh. The lottery shop owner reacted at this time and came over enthusiastically. He said with a smile, "God of wealth?" "No, why are you here, little brother? I almost revealed the secret by accident. I hope the God of wealth won't blame me." "God of wealth?" Yi Shirling repeated the two Chinese characters, then secretly poked Yi Fan's waist and winked. Yi Fan was naturally aware of Yi Shirling's intention to laugh at her, so he patted her head and said to the owner of the lottery shop, "Hello, boss. I'm here to claim my prize." "Hello, welcome." The lottery shop owner spoke in an enthusiastic tone, and his smiling eyes made him look like an old fox. Then he glanced at Yi Shirling, who was standing next to him, and was even more amazed. When had he ever seen such a beautiful girl? It's like a fairy descending to earth. At the same time, he became more certain of his own guess that this kind of person was either a god from heaven, the protagonist, or the son of destiny. The boss explained, "However, you can't redeem the prize here, but you have to go to the lottery center to redeem it. And now it's almost 7 o'clock. It's obvious that the lottery center is closing time. It seems that I can only redeem the prize tomorrow." Yi Fan sighed, then turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, brother, wait a minute." When the lottery shop owner saw Yi Fan was about to leave, he hurried over and stopped the two of them. "What? Boss, do you want to get a piece of the pie?" Yi Fan smiled but didn't smile. He is not someone who is easy to bully. If this seemingly honest shop owner is blinded by greed and wants to rob, then he could only let the boss know why the flowers were so red. "Brother, you misunderstood. How could I be that kind of person? The lottery shop owner is already so old, how could he not see the look in Yi Fan's eyes?" He quickly said, "Brother, I am a law-abiding person. I would never do such a criminal thing." "Oh?" Yi Fan exclaimed softly. "As for me, I just want you to bless my statue." "No, that's wrong. I want you to touch it." When the lottery shop owner saw the two men stop, he quickly took a box from the counter and took out a wooden figure from it. Yi Fan had a strange look on his face, and Yi Shirling also covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Because the little wooden figure really looks 30% like Yi Fan. "Brother, you've won a 20 million jackpot, can you let me have a little bit of your luck? Just touch this wooden man a few times." The lottery shop owner had a look of eagerness on his face, which made Yi Fan feel a little scared. "Oh well." After saying that, he took the wooden man. "It's not a big deal, just help out if you can." After touching it for a few times, Yi Fan handed the wooden man over. "Well, it's done." The shop owner took the wooden man back as if he had found a treasure and placed it carefully in a box. Then he said to Yi Fan, "My benefactor, thank you so much." As he said this, he wanted to pull Yi Fan's hand. But Yi Fan would never let a man hold his hand, so he quickly stepped back and said sternly, "If you come closer to me, I might react and hurt you, so don't blame me for not warning you." The lottery shop owner hurriedly stopped, smiled awkwardly, and watched the two leave. After Yi Fan and the other person left, he quickly put the wooden man in his arms, turned off the power, locked the door and left the store. When he got home, he ignored his wife's stunned look. He placed the wooden man in his arms directly on the altar, then lit the incense and inserted it into the incense burner. Suddenly, the aroma of smoke filled the air. After leaving the lottery shop, he got into the car driven by the Yi family's special driver and security guard. Yi Shirling said with a sense of loss, "So, brother, you really won 20 million. Does it feel unreal?" "Well, it's so dreamy. I've been doing live broadcasts for so long, but I don't make that much money. This is what it means to make a living by your looks. I'm too handsome. Even God can't bear to see me living in such poverty." "You are the only one who is poor? You own a whole building in Binjiang Garden." "If you are poor, then I am so poor that I can't even afford to eat." Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. After the call was connected, Yi Tianhong's deep voice sounded. "Xiao Fan, why haven't you come back yet?" "I'm already on my way home." "What, Dad, do you need me for something?" "I have something to do." Yi Tianhong continued speaking instinctively, but soon noticed something strange. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Xiao Fan, you finally called me Dad, I'm very happy." After being moved, Yi Tianhong coughed, cleared his throat and said, "I have something to tell you. Your grandfather will come over tomorrow." "Grandfather?" Chapter 73 Yi Jinghong, updated, please recommend. Yi Tianhong had told him some things about this grandfather before. He is a famous calligraphy master and vice president of the National Calligraphy Association. Although he is retired now and only serves as an honorary president, his status is still there. Although Yi Tianhong had told him some things about this grandfather before, he had some idea in his mind. But when I heard that this strange grandfather was coming, I still felt a little nervous. Xiaofan, don't be nervous." Yi Tianhong noticed the nervousness in Yi Fan's tone, and then said jokingly, "I should be the one who was nervous." Hearing this, Yi Fan was stunned. "What does it mean? It's not like you haven't met your dad before, why are you so nervous?" Remember I told you I would take you to see your grandfather on his 65th birthday? Yi Fan has a good memory, so he naturally remembers it. I said this when I first met Yi Tianhong. Originally, it would have been more reasonable for me to take you to see him immediately. But, I also have a little thought of revenge. After all, your grandfather has been in a Cold War with me all these years. Although I understand, it's impossible and unreal to not have some emotions in my heart. That's why you let me meet him on my grandfather's 65th birthday. Yi Fan took over the conversation. He really didn't expect that the mature and steady business tycoon in the eyes of the world would actually have such a petty side. The reason why your grandfather came here suddenly this time is that he already knew that I had found you. I heard that if the high-speed rail security hadn't stopped him from passing, your grandfather would have wanted to come find me with a stick. Yi Fan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? Really? Since you knew you would be beaten, why didn't you tell Grandpa earlier? Instead, you had to wait until your 65th birthday to tell him. Now that we know it in advance, it feels great, right? Are you happy to be naughty? Didn't you ask your elder sister and younger sister to keep it a secret? How did Grandpa know about it in advance? Yi Fan asked curiously. He knew about this matter before. For this reason, Yi Shirling even complained about this matter in front of him. Do you still remember Zhang Wei? Yi Tianhong said unhappily. Remember, it's the chief of the Magic City Police Department. Although I only heard Yi Tianhong mention this person once, I still have an impression of him. Since Motu is a municipality directly under the central government, the organization of Zhang Wei, the police chief, is at the department level. It was his mother who leaked it to me. This old guy is really good at making trouble. Yi Tianhong gritted his teeth and said unhappily. Forehead. It was really difficult for Yi Fan to respond to this. After all, they were all elders. By the way, I heard that you went shopping with your younger sister today? Yi Tianhong said. Well, what's wrong? Have you bought any clothes? I bought it. That's good. Wear your most handsome outfit tomorrow and let your grandfather see how handsome my son is. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan. I didn't expect that Yi Tianhong has this side of his personality. However, after all, you were born by your grandfather. If you are so showy, it is because of the genes of the Yi family. There is no point in mocking you. My grandfather must be very happy to see that I look so outstanding. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your grandfather's name is Yi Jinghong. Return home. Yi Fan first played a few games with Yi Shirling, and then fell asleep. The next day, early morning. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, calligraphy master, god level massage technique. Yi Fan, who had just woken up, was immediately happy. Ha, good guy, the system wants him to please his grandfather. There is no need to talk about the skill of calligraphy master. Yi Jinghong is a calligraphy master. As for this god-level massage technique. As for the elderly, no matter how well they take care of themselves, they will still have some health problems to a greater or lesser extent. This god-level massage technique sounds quite impressive by name, but I don't know how effective it is. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Yi Fan went downstairs. After Yi Fan finished breakfast, Yi Tianhong also went downstairs. Ha, son, did you sleep well last night? Although your grandfather is quite strict with me, he is very kind to you grandchildren. He's so kind that I'm a little jealous, ha ha ha. So, you don't have to be too nervous today. It can be seen that Yi Tianhong is in a good mood today. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. He had just woken up and was in a good mood. But after hearing what you said, I felt a little nervous again. Well. A few minutes after Yi Tianhong went downstairs, Yi Shirling and Yi Yayan also came downstairs. Dad, when will Grandpa arrive? Yi Shirling took a sip of soy milk and asked. It should arrive around 10 o'clock in the morning. Yi Tianhong looked at the time on his watch. Oh, come to think of it, I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time. I'm afraid it's been more than half a year. Yi Shirling took a small bite of the bun and said. It's definitely been half a year. The last time I saw Grandpa was during the Chinese New Year. Yi Yayan said. Yi Shirling glanced at Yi Tianhong, then glanced at her elder sister out of the corner of her eye. Although I know that there is a high possibility that I am not my biological child, my feelings have not changed at all, and I don't feel unhappy at all. Alas, is it that my ability to accept things is really too strong? Or is my heart too big? Yi Shirling was thinking about it, and suddenly thought of something, and said, Grandpa has always refused to live with Dad because brother Yi Fan was not found. Now that he has been found, he should live with us, right? After she finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Tianhong and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he had no obvious expression. Yi Yayan smiled and said, although being angry with our father is part of the reason, the more important reason is that Grandpa likes living in the countryside. Besides, the rural environment is really nice, and living there is not a big deal. You know, although Grandpa is 65 years old now, his hair is still black. Even if he has white hair, there are only one or two. Isn't it because of his life in the countryside? Yi Shirling said, that's right, and my dad has specially sent people to the village, and my grandfather's family has 2 nannies, so even if something really happens, they can take care of it. Yi Yayan frowned and said, really? What unlucky words are you saying so early in the morning? Yi Shirling stuck out her tongue, I shouldn't have done that. I apologize. Oh, Shirling. Yi Yayan thought of something at this moment, the final exam is coming soon. How are you studying? Don't fail the exam. Yi Shirling immediately felt overwhelmed when she heard this. Talking about study at the dinner table was the last thing she wanted to do. He sighed helplessly and said, don't worry, sister. Although I do live broadcasts every day, I have never failed a test. Chapter 74, 18 Trees in Front of the Emperor, second update, please recommend. 9:53 in the morning. Someone came to the gate of the Yi family's villa. This is an old man, wearing a white Mao suit on the upper body and with black hair. If it weren't for the many wrinkles on his face and his old skin, no one would have mistaken him for an old man. The old man was not very tall, only about 1.78 meters, but he had an upright posture and did not look at all gloomy. Instead, he gave off a very calm and dignified aura. The old man stood at the door and did not immediately step into the gate guarded by several security guards. Instead, he took out a slightly old pocket watch from his pocket, opened it, and found a slightly yellowed photo inside. He murmured, a show, I think you must be in heaven, that's why I waited for my grandson to come home. After I see my grandson today, I think you will rest in peace. You are impatient and nosy. When you get to the underworld, don't rush to leave. Wait for me. You can also ask me if I have smoked in these years. I have really quit smoking these years. I really want you to say something harsh to me again. If you continue to smoke, I won't make breakfast for you. As he spoke, tears silently shed from his cloudy eyes. After all, I still miss you too much. After putting away the pocket watch, the old man walked in. None of the security guards guarding the gate wanted to stop the old man from entering, because they all knew that this was the boss's father, Yi Jinghong. Butler Ah Chung trotted over and said quickly, Grandpa, you're here. Although Ah Chang was the housekeeper of the Yi family, Yi Jinghong was not very familiar with him. He had only met him a few times and knew what he did. He nodded as a response to Ah Chang. Then he strode into the hall. Knowing that Yi Jinghong was coming, the Yi family gave him a high-level welcome. The four of them stayed at home and did not go out to play or socialize. Yi Fan and Yi Shiling were playing chess in the hall at this time. Yi Yayan was working in her room, while Yi Tianhong was sitting in the hall reading a book. Yi Jinghong's footsteps were so powerful that they immediately attracted the attention of several people. Yi Tianhong stood up quickly and said, "Dad, when did you get off the high-speed train? You didn't even inform me so that I could send someone to pick you up. I'm not old enough to have Alzheimer's disease yet, so I know how to get here." Yi Jinghong glanced at his son and spoke in a harsh and unpleasant tone. "Dad, you are such a jerk. As soon as you meet me, it's like there's a firecracker in your mouth, full of gunpowder." Yi Tianhong sighed helplessly. "If I didn't know that I couldn't bring the firewood stick from home, do you believe I would beat you right now?" Yi Tianhong. Yi Tianhong couldn't listen any longer and winked at his father, meaning, "There are younger generations here, so please give me some face." Although he had told Yi Fan about this before, there was still a big difference between saying it himself and telling it to others. Yi Jinghong snorted coldly and said nothing more. He looked at Yi Fan and the other person. "Ha, you are my eldest grandson, right? The one who looks so majestic and outstanding must be my eldest grandson. Who else can be so outstanding except my eldest grandson? I finally get to see my beloved grandson. I'm so happy." When Yi Jinghong saw Yi Fan, tears immediately filled his eyes, and the others were also deeply moved. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment and said, "Grandpa, have you seen my photo?" This grandpa found himself right away, as if he had seen his own photo. "I haven't seen it yet. If Xiaowei hadn't revealed it, I would still be kept in the dark by this rebellious son." After saying that, he instinctively glanced around to see if there was anything he could take from his son. Looking at this familiar action, Yi Tianhong's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, someone took away all the stick-shaped objects yesterday, even the rolling pin in the kitchen is gone. After finding no results, Yi Jinghong continued, "It seems that I was right. The genes of my Yi family are so excellent." Yi Fan was ashamed. He didn't know whether she was excellent or not, but this shameless and narcissistic look was exactly the same. "Dad, you've come a long way, you must be thirsty, come and have some tea." "Because you came today, I bought 100 grams of 18 trees of the Imperial Palace West Lake Longjing from a friend." He was really heartbroken. "Oh?" Yi Jinghong exclaimed in surprise. "This is good tea. You actually prepared something like this. I think you are kind enough to do this." Yi Jinghong pulled Yi Fan and Yi Shiling over, asked them to sit on the sofa, and then took the small porcelain jar handed over by Yi Tianhong. When I opened it, my eyes lit up, and then I smelled it. The fragrance was refreshing. "It's this color and this smell. It's not fake." Then he said to Yi Fan and Yi Shiling, "You are in for a treat today. This tea is not cheap. Although it is only about 100 grams, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Moreover, there is no market for it. The annual output is only 2 taels." Yi Tianhong added, "I bought it for 150,000 yuan. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly widened. "My goodness, 100 grams costs 50,000. To call it gold is an understatement. Compared to it, gold is probably not even a son. As the saying goes, it's hard to find a soulmate, and it's hard to find a mentor. This good tea needs someone who understands it. Your grandfather is a master of tea ceremony. He can make this tea bring out its true value." Yi Tianhong said these flattering words with a serious face. Soon, the tea was ready. The tea leaves are bright green in color, and the brewed tea has a fresh and elegant aroma. I took the teacup handed to me by my grandfather. Yi Fan blew a breath of cool air, then took a small sip, and immediately felt the taste was fresh and sweet. Even someone like Yi Fan, who doesn't know much about tea, can taste that this tea is more flavorful and has more feeling than the usual tea. Maybe, it has something to do with knowing the price of this tea. At this time, the elevator door opened. It was Yi Yayan who received the call and came down quickly. "Grandpa, I haven't seen you for half a year. You are still so energetic." As soon as the elevator door opened, Yi Yayan's voice and laughter came out. "Yan Yan, you are getting more and more beautiful. Do you have a girlfriend?" Yi Jinghong said with a smile. When Yi Yayan heard this, her smile froze. Yi Jinghong knew the answer when he saw her expression, and sighed helplessly. You are not young anymore, it's time to find a partner. I don't know how long I can live, so my hope of having a great-grandson lies in you. Grandpa, you can't say that. Isn't there Xiaofan? Xiaofan is so handsome, there is at least a whole street of girls chasing after him. Seeing that something was wrong, Yi Yian decisively pulled Yifan out. As for Yi Shiling? She is only 19 years old. You. Yi Jinghong sighed helplessly, but didn't say anything to urge her. By the way, today is an important day to see my good grandson. Tianhong, ask someone to make some delicious food. I will celebrate my birthday today. Yi Tianhong was immediately surprised. He quickly said, Isn't this a bit too hasty? You should at least hold a birthday party to add some joy. Joy? Seeing my grandson today is the greatest joy for me. Don't try to persuade me. If you do, I'll get angry with you. Seeing his father's stubborn temper, Yi Tianhong knew that the situation could not be reversed. But it is his 65th birthday after all, which is a short birthday. Why not hold a banquet and celebrate it properly? Grandpa, do you really want to celebrate your birthday in advance? Yi Fan was stunned. My dear grandson, please don't try to persuade me. I am happy to see you today. This is the greatest joy. Double happiness is naturally the best. Since you have made your decision, it is naturally difficult for me, as a junior, to say anything. How about I make you a bowl of longevity noodles? Hey, grandson, you can also make pasta? As expected of my grandson, he is amazing. Not long after Yifan went to the kitchen, he immediately realized something was wrong. Where did our rolling pin go? I can't find any. Chapter 75. Then I will show my ugliness. Please subscribe first. Please vote for the monthly ticket 15. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghong looked at his son and glared at him unhappily. Yi Tianhong touched his nose, smiled awkwardly, and then said, Maybe the nanny at home is going to get a new rolling pin and threw away the old ones. He said to a nanny, Xiao Zhang, go buy a rolling pin quickly. Okay, I'll go right away. Well, remember to buy a thinner one, so my son won't get tired while working. Okay. A few of them were chatting about family matters in the hall, while Yifan was busy making noodles in the kitchen. Soon it was 11 o'clock and the noodles were ready. Yifan scooped up the cooked noodles and put them into the bowl of beef soup. Then he heated up the oil in a pan and fried 2 eggs. After everything was ready, the bowl of longevity noodles was served. Taking the noodles cooked by his grandson, Yi Jinghong placed the bowl on the table, picked up a piece of noodles and said, Although I haven't tasted it yet, it's really not easy to knead the dough into a noodle in such a short time. Yes, although there is half a bowl of noodles in this bowl, it is all made up of one noodle without any breaks, which shows the chef's skill. This is called a continuous source of blessings and a long life. Grandpa, please try it quickly. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Yi Jinghong took a bite immediately, and when he recalled the taste, tears instantly flowed down his face. Yifan panicked and asked quickly, Grandpa, is this bowl of noodles not delicious? This shouldn't be the case. This isn't the first time he has made this kind of longevity noodles with just one noodle. Even if it's not as delicious as I imagined, it's not so bad that it makes me want to cry. Yi Jinghong took the tissue handed over by his grandson, wiped the corners of his eyes, and choked up and said, It's not unpalatable, it's too delicious. Yi Fan? It's so delicious. Why are you crying? I almost thought my cooking skills failed. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's because it's so delicious that I want to cry. If you are not good at cooking, it means that even if you live in an orphanage, your living conditions are still good and you have no worries about food and clothing. But my grandson, you are such a good cook, you must have suffered a lot. After all, good cooking skills must have taken a lot of time and effort to master. As for Yayan and Shiling, just ask them if they can cook. They probably only know how to make instant noodles. That's true. Yifan thought about the time when Yi Yayan had an accident while making noodles, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. Yi Shiling was indeed a newbie among newbies, and when she heard this, she had no ability to refute. But Yi Yayan had something to say, Grandpa, at least I can make fried tomato and eggs. Didn't I make it once during the Chinese New Year? Yi Jinghong was annoyed, how dare you say that? You put so much salt in it that it almost killed me. Do you really think I accidentally knocked over your dish? I knocked it over on purpose. Yi Yayan. So embarrassing. I really didn't think about it that way at the time. I didn't expect that the old man had knocked it over on purpose. She was still so proud of herself that she finally learned how to cook a dish. The noodles were delicious, but Yi Tianhong finished them with tears in his eyes. The scene was both touching and a little weird. People who don't know might think this is forcing an old man to eat noodles. Especially, this happened in the home of Yi Tianhong, the richest man in China. If outsiders knew about this, the UC Shock Department would probably publish an article tomorrow. Shocked. China's richest man, Yi Tianhong, actually forced an old man to do such a thing. After eating the noodles and drinking the soup, Yi Jinghong said, my dear grandson, I, an old man, actually forgot to bring a gift for our first meeting. I really don't act like a grandfather. Yi Fan waved his hand quickly and said, there's really no need for a gift. I'm already very happy that you're here. Oh, how can this be possible? How about this, I'll write a couplet for you. Even though it's not worth much, it at least represents my grandfather's thoughts. Yi Yan smiled and said, Yi Fan, don't really believe what Grandpa said. You should know that a copy of his calligraphy that was auctioned last year was sold at a high price of 1.38 million. Yi Fan was immediately shocked. 1,300,000 for a copy of calligraphy? That was too much. If calligraphy can be sold to this level, it is not just a simple sign of good calligraphy, but also a reflection of a person's fame. Otherwise, no matter how good your calligraphy is, if you are not famous, it will be worthless. Moreover, the prices of calligraphy and painting artworks like this usually increase after the person dies. It is very rare for a living calligrapher like this to be able to sell his works at such a high price. That's all thanks to their high regard for me. Plus, not many of my works have been circulated, so I got such a high price. I don't even think it's worth it. Yi Jinghong smiled, and although his words were in a humble tone, his expression could not help but be a little proud. Son, hurry up and serve with your pen and ink. Yi Tianhong was stunned. He almost heard what he heard as a family punishment, and his heart trembled. After reacting, he quickly said, okay, it's ready. After grinding the ink, Yi Jinghong wrote 4 big characters on the pressed fine rice paper. May all your wishes come true. The writing is subtle, and the style is vigorous and beautiful. It is really a good calligraphy. Yi Fan applauded. Yi Jinghong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Yi Fan with a complicated expression and said, grandson, you also know calligraphy? Ha ha. Yi Fan laughed, I know a thing or two. Can you write? A little bit. Although I have obtained the calligraphy master skill as a system reward, I still don't know how effective it will be. It's always good to be humble. Whether you know a little or two, it's good enough if you can take the initiative to get in touch with this subject. Write something about it and I'll give you some suggestions. Son, do you have any more rice paper? He said to Yi Tianhong. Yes. I know you will definitely show off in front of Xiaofan when you come, so I specially prepared a lot of rice paper. Yi Tianhong replied quickly. Hearing this, black lines appeared on Yi Jinghong's forehead. What do you mean by showing off in front of your grandchildren? I am cultivating my grandson's artistic accomplishment. You know nothing. Oh my God. If he hadn't cared about his son's reputation, Yi Jinghong really wanted to beat him with a rolling pin. Take the rice paper written by Yi Jinghong off the desk and replace it with new rice paper. Handing the brush to Yi Fan, Yi Jinghong smiled and said, don't be nervous when writing, just write as usual. I just want to see my grandson's handwriting. Yi Fan smiled slightly, then I will show you my ugliness. After saying this, he dipped the brush in ink and started writing quickly. Only 4 big characters were written, but they were completed in one go. Live as long as the southern mountains. Seeing these 4 words, Yi Jinghong was shocked. Yi Shiling, Yi Yan, and Yi Tianhong were also shocked. This. Yi Jinghong's face flushed and his tone was excited. Yi Fan was afraid when he saw this, fearing that the old man would get so excited that something bad would happen, so he quickly patted him on the back. After recovering from the shock, Yi Jinghong exclaimed, this calligraphy is so magical. It is impossible to write it without decades of hard practice. Xiaofan, how did you write such beautiful characters? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that you could write such beautiful characters at such a young age. I really can't believe that words with such spirit, such power, and such unique style can come out of your hand. This level is simply. Yi Jinghong wanted to say that the level of his writing was almost the same as his, or even better than what he wrote. But he was old and still in a high position, so there were some things he couldn't say after all. Chapter 76. I'm here to show off my grandson too. Second update, please subscribe first. Yi Jinghong asked in surprise, Xiaofan, tell grandpa, how long have you been practicing calligraphy? Yi Fan thought for a moment and gave a more conservative answer, about 10 years. 10 years? Yi Jinghong's fingers trembled as he continued in disbelief. Such achievements have been made in just 10 years. It's simply a miracle in the calligraphy world. With only 10 years of hard work, he can be comparable to Yi Jinghong in calligraphy, or even better than him. Isn't this a miracle? Yi Fan touched his nose. To be honest, he thought that 10 years was a conservative number, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big reaction from Yi Jinghong. Grandpa, are these 4 words written by brother Yi Fan really good? Although I think they look good, I can't tell what's good about them. Yi Shirling looked at the 4 words written by Yi Fan, and then compared them with the 4 words written by Yi Jinghong, her little face full of confusion. Yi Jinghong immediately became unhappy and pointed at the 4 words written by Yi Fan and said, "Look at the spirit, strength, and brushstrokes of these characters. Forget it. You don't understand calligraphy. I told you, girl, that you can't appreciate the charm of these characters." Yi Jinghong sighed slowly. Yi Shirling. Although I really can't taste it, please explain it more clearly. If you could explain it more clearly, maybe I would be able to taste something. At this time, Yi Tianhong spoke. Xiaofan's handwriting is indeed amazing, with a great style. To be able to write at this level at such a young age, anyone who knows calligraphy would probably be even more surprised and unbelievable than your grandfather. So, you 2 youngsters, there's no need to think your grandfather's reaction is exaggerated. This is already good enough. It was my fault for being so careless. Xiaofan has been home for quite some time, but I didn't even know how special he was. I am such a failure as a father. Hearing this, Yi Fan was also ashamed. If the system hadn't given me this skill today, even if you asked me questions till the end, you would never have known that I could write calligraphy. So, it's not that you failed, but the system's problem. Who asked it to give me such a skill today? Art does require talent, and talent determines the upper limit. But diligence is also indispensable, and it determines the lower limit. Even the calligrapher Wang Shiji, who started learning calligraphy from calligrapher Mrs. Wei at the age of 7, practiced hard for 20 years and only became famous at the age of 27. According to legend, Wang Shiji loved practicing calligraphy by the pond, so he dyed the water where he washed his brushes black, and people called it the ink pond. From this, we can see that even a figure at the level of the saint of calligraphy cannot do without years of accumulation. Yi Jinghong pondered for a moment, and an idea came to his mind. He said to Yi Fan, Xiaofan, with your talent, if you practice a little, you can at least become famous in the calligraphy world, even if you don't achieve great success. So, why don't you go back to the countryside with grandpa and practice calligraphy? Yi Fan hesitated to speak. Family members know their own business. This skill of his is a sign and reward. He is not a genius at all. Oh, forget it. You don't look like you want to do it. If that's the case, I can't force you. Yi Jinghong sighed deeply. Although he felt numerous regrets in his heart, he still respected his grandson's wishes. This kind of thing could not be forced. If you force it, you will only ruin this talent. However, not going back to the countryside with him to practice hard does not mean that Yi Fan's calligraphy skills will be wasted. Xiaofan, talent is something God has given you, but how far you can go depends on yourself. Your calligraphy is now comparable to that of an old man like me, but this is no reason to stand still. At your age, there is still a lot of room for development in the future, so you must stick to calligraphy. Okay, I understand, Grandpa. What Yi Jinghong said is correct. As the saying goes, 1 day of neglect will lead to 100 days of waste. Calligraphy is something that requires practice and hard work. Without diligent practice, even a famous calligrapher like Yi Jinghong will see his skills decline. Moreover, Yi Fan felt that his level had not yet reached its best. This is most likely because it was also his first time writing calligraphy. Although I have gained a lot of experience, memories, and even a sense of empathy. But it is still difficult to call this thing your own before you have mastered it. If the calligraphy master's true strength were to be brought into play, I wonder how my grandfather would react. Thinking of this, Yi Fan chuckled in his heart. By the way, dear grandson, please write a few more calligraphy pieces. Yi Jinghong seemed to have thought of something and said to Yi Fan, "Write a few more? Write 4 words too?" Although he didn't know why the old man asked him to write a few more, it was already within his ability, so he just agreed. I just don't know what form the old man wants him to write in. Well, don't write a few words, just write poems, write longer poems. Yi Jinghong thought for a while and said, "Good." Yi Fan responded and began to write. Looking east to Jieshur, I can see the vast ocean. This poem is Chow Chow's viewing the ocean and it is of decent length. This poem is also one of Yi Fan's favorites. It is very grand and vivid. Ha, Xiaofan, your majestic calligraphy is very suitable for Chow Chow's poem. Not bad, not bad. When Yi Jinghong saw his grandson's calligraphy, he couldn't help but express his praise. When calligraphy reaches a certain level, writing a piece of calligraphy becomes a physical activity, because it gathers the essence, energy and spirit, and requires the whole body's strength to write. But for someone with Yi Fan's physique, it's no big deal. Seeing that Yi Fan had finished writing, Yi Jinghong took the copybook and placed it somewhere else to wait for it to dry. Then he said, "Grandson, do you want to take a break before writing?" In fact, this is also a manifestation of Yi Jinghong's concern for his grandson. Although calligraphy is physically demanding, for young people, writing a dozen or 20 pieces is no big deal. Ha, no need to rest, it's not a big deal. Yi Fan smiled carefreely and continued writing. This time I wrote Li Bai's The Road to Shu is difficult. Li Bai is also one of Yi Fan's favorite poets. He liked his poems very much when he was a child and was often amazed at the immortal spirit and literary talent of this poet. Yi Fan wrote 5 sets of calligraphy for Yi Jinghong in a row before Yi Jinghong asked him to stop. After hearing Yi Jinghong call to stop, Yi Fan still wanted to continue writing. Because the more I write, the more fun I have. Yi Fan guessed that this might be related to proficiency. Because Yi Fan had only inherited some of the calligraphy master's abilities, and had not yet fully developed them. In the process of writing, you will naturally become more and more fluent, and your proficiency will increase, and naturally you will become more proficient in it. He himself could feel the improvement in his calligraphy skills. But there is no rush for this kind of thing, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yi Jinghong took the 5th copy of calligraphy written by Yi Fan and nodded with satisfaction. If he hadn't grown a beard, he might have touched it a few times. At this moment, he was very happy and wanted to take these 5 sets of calligraphy back to show that old man Lu Jingwen. He would probably be amazed by them. Then when the old man Lu Jingwen asked him which famous artist wrote this, he told the old man that it was his grandson's work. I guess the old guy's jaw dropped to the ground when he heard this. You like to show off your grandson, but your grandson's calligraphy is not even worthy of carrying shoes for my grandson. Thinking of this, Yi Jinghong felt secretly happy. In fact, if he hadn't just met his grandson, he would have been a little impatient to go back. I tell you to show off your grandson every day, so I will show off too. I promise to help you get rid of this bad habit of showing off your grandson. Chapter 77 Audrey's Phone Call, 3rd Update. In the evening, Yi Fan received a call from the other side of the ocean. Dear boss, I can't believe that our company's movie grossed over $10 million on the first day. The person who called was Audrey, now the CEO and executive president of Marvel. Iron Man? Yi Fan said slowly, looking at the night sky outside the window. Yes, our company has only filmed 1 movie so far. Audrey was still excited in her words. Calm down, Audrey, this is just the beginning. In the future, our IP movies will have even broader prospects. Yi Fan thought of the Marvel IPs from his previous life and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although Yi Fan's philosophy is that it is enough to have enough money, I believe no one would complain about having too much money. Even if the money is so much that it has become a string of numbers, I believe most people would like this number to get bigger and bigger. By the way, boss, since our movie has achieved initial success, should we also start developing peripheral products? Marvel was previously a comic book company, and is more familiar with making peripheral products than making movies. Of course, but there's no rush for this. Wait until the movie is finished and there's extra money, then you can do this. Why? Audrey asked in confusion. It's easy to make money by selling peripheral products. Why do we have to wait until the movie is over? As for peripheral products, I don't want other companies to make them. If possible, I would like to acquire a company that makes peripheral products, and then use the fame of our IP products to have a piece of the pie. I want to build a Marvel empire. Having lived in his previous life, he naturally knew how powerful the traffic of Marvel's IPs was. As long as he had sufficient initial capital, he would be able to make more money. Movies may be the main business, but the profits from peripheral products are also considerable. I understand, boss. I will pay attention to the company's situation in this area during this period. Well, I'll leave this matter to you, Audrey. Okay, don't worry. Boss, is there anything else you need me to do? If not, I won't disturb your rest. Because of the time difference, Audrey could guess that it was nighttime at her boss' place. Oh, there's one more thing. Send a photo of yourself to my email address later. Ah. Audrey's face instantly became excited, and she quickly responded, okay, I will definitely send my most beautiful photos to your email as soon as possible. Audrey was ecstatic. Did the handsome boss finally feel her charm and want to get to know her better? Being able to have sex with such a handsome boss, even just once, would be a very exciting and desirable thing. Forehead? Hearing the excitement on the other end of the phone, Yifan was puzzled. Did this guy misunderstand something? Explained, you are not imagining things, are you? I asked you to send a photo because I will be going to the United States in a few days, and I at least want to know what you look like. Otherwise, when the time comes, I won't even recognize you, so how can I find you? Ah. Audrey's enthusiasm was immediately extinguished as if a bucket of cold water was poured on her, and she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. This boss is so unsympathetic. Fortunately, Audrey didn't know the word straight man, otherwise she would have cursed in her heart, you stupid straight man. After hanging up the phone, Yifan snorted. No one knows what this foreign woman looks like, but she keeps lusting after his body day after day. Judging from the sound of it, he should be good looking, right? Walking to the desk in the room, Yifan opened the laptop that Yi Tianhong had bought for him. Not long after, an email arrived in my mailbox. When Yifan opened it, he was immediately surprised. As you can tell from the name of the email address, this was sent by Audrey, and there are 5 photos. That's right, although Yifan only asked her to send 1 photo, she sent 5. And all 5 of these are very beautiful. What surprised Yifan was not that the photo sent by Audrey was beautiful, but that the photo sent by Audrey looked very much like a deceased movie star. Audrey Hepburn. Moreover, it is not just a normal resemblance, but an extremely special resemblance, just like Audrey Hepburn herself, both in appearance and expression. She is really a beautiful CEO. No wonder she is so narcissistic, she really has the capital to do so. Although he was surprised by Audrey's appearance, Yifan didn't care much about it. Her appearance was about the same as Menina's, and Menina had a better figure than Audrey. Forehead. Yifan scratched his head, feeling as if he had become a little crazy. What do you mean? It's just like Menina. Menina's appearance is rare in the world. Well. As expected, as he became more handsome, his self-confidence also swelled. It's all Fish Liang's fault for giving me so much courage. Beep, beep, beep. There was a knock on the door, and then the door opened and a little head poked in. Brother Yifan, are you coming to play games live today? Yi Shirling asked crisply. Yifan frowned and said unhappily, it's almost the final exam, and you still have the mood to live stream and play games? He knew this guy's grades. Although he had never failed a course, he was always testing the edge of the safety line. Yi Shirling rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, how about you come with me to live stream 3 games, and I'll go review? Yifan said unhappily, it's as if you are helping me study. Yi Shirling is very smart, but she has a poor concentration and loves to play games. Reluctantly sighed, okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go, go. Yi Shirling was so happy that she quickly took Yifan's hand and left. However, just as Yi Shirling pulled Yifan out of the room, they met old man Yi Jinghong who had just come out. Shirling, why are you pulling your brother so excitedly? Asked the old man. I'm taking my brother to the library upstairs to read. Yi Shirling said this very quickly without blushing at all. Yifan. Okay, then let's go to the library upstairs to read. Yifan whispered beside Yi Shirling. Yi Shirling rolled her eyes at Yifan and secretly rubbed his waist with her fingers, expressing her dissatisfaction with a small gesture. Grandpa, why aren't you asleep yet so late? Yifan ignored the girl's actions and asked Yi Jinghong. I originally had a herniated disc in my lumbar spine, and it hurt quite a bit today. I plan to go out for a walk to relieve the pain. Yifan was shocked when he heard this. You also have lumbar disc herniation? It just so happens that I know a little bit about massage techniques, why not let me relieve your pain? Yi Shiling was surprised when she heard this. Brother, you also know how to massage? Yi Jinghong was also very surprised, and then he said happily, okay, let's try it, and let Grandpa enjoy the family happiness. Following Yi Fan and walking behind the old man, Yi Shiling asked curiously, Brother, is there anything else you don't know how to do? Yi Fan smiled and said, I don't know how to give birth to a child. Chapter 78 Awesome Skills, Subscription and Monthly Ticket Request. Get up early in the morning. Yi Jinghong felt extremely comfortable listening to the chirping of birds outside the window. The old man was not feeling comfortable because he heard the birds singing. How could he not have heard birds singing when he often lived in the countryside? The reason he felt comfortable was because his body was in better shape. My legs don't feel sore, my waist doesn't hurt, and even my spirit feels much better. He got out of bed, put on his slippers, stretched, and felt even better about his body, as if he was 10 or 20 years younger. The old man said to himself excitedly, wow, this guy is really amazing. Ever since his eldest grandson gave him a massage last night, not only did he no longer have the bad habit of waking up in the middle of the night, but he slept more soundly, and even some of his old ailments seemed to have been eradicated. It's simply magical and couldn't be more magical. This grandson is truly amazing. I didn't expect he has such a unique skill. With this unique skill, I can easily beat those massage masters. With a son who is the richest man in China, Yi Jinghong still has enough money for medical treatment. Over the years, he has also visited many so-called massage masters all over the country. I have tried all kinds of massage techniques, such as ancient massage, secret techniques, etc., which sound very sophisticated, but the actual effects are very limited. Not to mention a complete cure, even persisting for a year or two without a recurrence is not possible. And even when there is no relapse, the body can still feel that strange feeling. After Yi Fan's massage, he felt that he fell asleep not long after last night, and he slept very soundly and deeply. When he woke up in the morning, he felt like he had traveled back to the body of a man in his 40s. Not to mention any pain, soreness, or strange feeling, all of that is gone. After quickly washing up, Yi Jinghong went straight down the stairs. Yes, without even looking at the elevator, I just walked down the stairs. You know, Yi Jinghong not only suffers from chronic cold legs, but also has problems with his knee joints. So even in the countryside, I just enjoy the flowers, walk around with animals, practice calligraphy, and so on. There is no heavy or tiring work to do. But now, he walked down the stairs quickly without feeling any pain, his movements were smooth and natural, which surprised Yi Tianhong, who was having breakfast in the restaurant. Then he said happily, Hey, Dad, you saw your eldest grandson yesterday. Are you feeling better now? Originally Yi Tianhong was just joking, but unexpectedly, the old man actually responded. Yes, it was really after seeing my eldest grandson yesterday that my body got better. All my old ailments disappeared without a trace. Yi Tianhong stopped drinking porridge and was stunned. Then he shook his head and said with a smile, It seems that you are in a really good mood today. You even like to joke around. Yi Jinghong said seriously, Who is kidding you? I am telling the truth. Yi Tianhong, After hearing this, Yi Tianhong didn't know how to respond for a moment. Yi Jinghong glared at his son and said sternly, Don't disbelieve this. Xiao Fan gave me a massage for nearly an hour yesterday. It was very comfortable for me. Yi Jinghong shook his head, reminiscing about the past. After the massage, I took a shower and fell asleep not long after. I slept very soundly. When I woke up the next day, I felt younger and even more energetic. Yi Tianhong put down the bowl of porridge, with a look of disbelief on his face, and said, Why do I feel like what you are talking about is not the same as my fanner? I've never seen him know how to massage before? Yi Jinghong said unhappily, How dare you say that as a father? If Xiaofan hadn't shown off his talent yesterday, you wouldn't even know that he can write calligraphy, and that he writes so well. Hearing this, Yi Tianhong blushed and said awkwardly, Yes, I was really too busy these days and neglected it a little. I'm glad to know. The old man glared at his son unhappily, Make up for it in the future. By the way, where is Xiaofan? Did he go out? Yi Jinghong asked at this time. No. Yi Tianhong said, after breakfast, he took his sister to the study and supervised her review. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. In the past, Yi Yian was able to supervise Yi Shiling, and Yi Shiling's grades were also very good at that time. But ever since Yi Yian graduated from university and started to get busy with the group's affairs, she didn't have much time to take care of Yi Shiling, and Yi Shiling became lax. From having excellent grades to now just struggling to pass. It would have been fine if she had failed the exam, so I could have given her a severe scolding, but unfortunately she didn't fail. Fortunately, this time there is someone who can suppress her and supervise her well. Has Yayan gone to the company to get busy? Yi Jinghong continued to ask. Well, she has something to do with the company, so she'll go there first, Yi Tianhong said. At this time, Yi Fan, who was supervising Yi Shiling's study on the 4th floor, was reading a book in his hand, but he was actually looking at the system's attribute panel. He murmured softly, how about trying out the skill of being helpful? Being helpful was the reward he received for signing in this morning. Once used, it can help a person overcome difficulties. Just like now, if Yi Fan uses this skill on Yi Shiling who is studying at this time, she will be able to learn very efficiently, as if she had a cheat code. Because studying is the difficulty Yi Shiling is facing now. What is even more amazing is that if Yi Shiling's biggest problem right now is love, then this skill will make her love luck soar, and she will soon meet her true love, and the two of them will quickly fall in love and be inseparable. Of course, according to the person Yi Shiling likes at the moment, the person with whom she will quickly fall in love and become inseparable will be Yi Fan. Isn't this skill amazing? It's like making a wish to the god of wishes. But this skill also has limitations. As the name suggests, this skill can only be used on others and cannot be used on yourself. Furthermore, the person on whom the skill is used cannot know that his or her wish will come true. In other words, you can't let the other party know. Even if they get a little bit of information, it will be useless. It can only take effect if the other party is unaware of it. More importantly, this skill can only be used 5 times, it is a limited skill. Moreover, this skill does not mean that it can help people overcome difficulties without any reason. For example, if someone feels that the weather is too hot and wants the sun to disappear from the world forever, this is definitely impossible and is beyond their ability. As for other things, like the destruction of the world, I want to become Superman, etc., they are even more unacceptable. Yi Fan learned all of this by asking the system. Looking at Yi Shiling who was obviously restless, Yi Fan thought about it and decided to use this skill. He had never used this skill before because he was afraid that it might have some side effects. But after carefully querying the system, he felt relieved. After Yi Fan used this skill, Yi Shiling felt a sense of comfort all over her body, her mind instantly became active, and her attention became focused. Looking at Yi Shiling who was suddenly immersed in the ocean of knowledge and unable to extricate herself, Yi Fan could only exclaim in his heart, awesome. Chapter 79. A guy who is as famous as me, asking for monthly ticket subscription. 11 o'clock in the morning. Yi Jinghong received a call. Hey, old Ji, I heard you came to the Magic City recently? A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Judging from the voice, the person was about the same age as Yi Jinghong. Yi Jinghong immediately laughed and scolded, hey, you old man, from what you said, it seems that you are also in the Magic City? When Yi Jinghong heard what his old friend Lu Jingwen said, he knew that Lu Jingwen might be up to something bad and was waiting for him. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Jingwen revealed his purpose. Old Yi, my grandson just won the first prize in the Magic City calligraphy competition. Since you are also in Magic City, why don't you come and see my grandson's work? It is for this reason that I came all the way to the Magic City. Since you, a master as famous as me, are here, why not give me some pointers? Yi Jinghong snorted, you are so good, Lu Jingwen. Are you showing off your grandson again? Besides, he's even more arrogant than before. At least you didn't have the idea of showing off your grandson in front of me before, but now you want to show off your grandson face to face, right? Lu Jingwen immediately laughed out loud, what are you talking about, am I showing off to my grandson? I just want you to give some advice to my grandson. Besides, if you weren't in the Magic City, I wouldn't have asked you to come here. Oh, I see. You are being reserved because of your status as an old calligrapher, right? Okay, then it's okay for me to bring my grandson to your place, right? Just send me the address and I'll go right away. Don't refuse. Can you call it showing off when an old senior gives guidance to an outstanding junior? Yi Jinghong is smiling on the outside, but he is actually a traitor on the inside. This old guy really thinks that I, Yi Jinghong, am a fool. Doesn't he know that you are showing off your grandson? This is so much fun that it's being shown right in front of my house. Even if I'm a fool, I can tell. Okay, isn't it just to show off your grandson? My 2 granddaughters were not interested in calligraphy, so I had no one to show off to. But now I have a grandson who is very good at calligraphy. I called you Xian-sun, and originally wanted to cure your bad habit of showing off your grandson later. But since you are so anxious, let me, this piece of hot tofu, warm your mouth. Han's son? Humph. I have one too, and it's better than yours. What the hell, first place in the Magic City calligraphy competition? Ugh. With Xiaofan's talent and strength in calligraphy, winning the first place in the national calligraphy competition would be a piece of cake for him. He immediately replied, okay, I promise you. But you don't have to come to my son's place. I'll go directly to your son's place. You invited me over last time, so I know where it is. Okay, old Yi, you are quite straightforward. Hearing what Yi Jinghong said, Lu Jingwen was so happy that he slapped his thigh and said something of praise. Alright, don't I know your little tricks? Since you want me to appreciate and guide you, Lao Lu, I will bring a copy of the calligraphy to you when the time comes. Hearing that his little thoughts were exposed, Lu Jingwen didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, it was not the first time. Instead, he asked, oh, did you get the calligraphy of ancient masters? You look so happy. No, you will know when the time comes. Besides, I think you will not believe my answer after seeing this calligraphy. So, I'm also going to bring along the person who wrote this calligraphy. Lu Jingwen on the other end of the phone stroked his beard. His curiosity had been completely aroused by his old friend, and there was an inexplicable light in his eyes. He said, what you said is quite mysterious. Who wrote it to surprise me so much? I tell you, apart from the calligraphy of ancient masters, I would not be surprised at all if Zhang Jixin, the current #1 calligrapher, came with his calligraphy. Hey, Lao Lu, just wait and see. Yi Jinghong did not comment and just gave a strange laugh. But it aroused Lu Jingwen's curiosity even more. But Yi Jinghong ignored him and hung up the phone directly. Lu Jingwen, who was about to ask something, was stunned when he heard the phone being hung up. Then he laughed and said, oh my god, are you trying to be mysterious with him? However, since he was going to bring the owner of the calligraphy, who else could surprise him except Zhang Jixin, the #1 calligrapher today? He was just joking. If it was really the Mr. Mangzhu Zhang Jixin who came in person with his own calligraphy, he would definitely be surprised. However, since Old Ji has already said that it was not Zhang Jixin, then who else could it be? As the saying goes, there is no best in literature. Lu Jingwen's calligraphy achievements reached such a level that, apart from his ancestors who had passed away, among the living people of the time, he only admired Zhang Jixin. Literary men looked down on each other. Even though his friend Yi Jinghong was as famous as him, Lu Jingwen still didn't think his writing could be as good as his. Therefore, there was really nothing that could surprise him. After thinking fruitlessly, Lu Jingwen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this time, in the library on the 4th floor of the Yi family. Seeing that Yi Shiling was so immersed in her studies that she didn't even have time to talk to him, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. He is still very satisfied with Yi Shiling's current condition. Although today is Monday, neither of them happen to have classes. And most importantly, I have an exam tomorrow. Combined with the awesome skill of helping others, even if you try to do it at the last minute, you can probably get a pretty good effect. Seeing this, Yi Fan decided not to disturb her any further and sneaked out of the library on the 4th floor. But, as luck would have it, just as he closed the door, he ran into his grandfather Yi Jinghong who came to visit him. As soon as he closed the door and turned around, he saw an extra person in his sight, which almost scared Yi Fan. Yi Fan lowered his voice slightly and said, Grandpa, when did you come? There was not even a sound. I just got here. If you want to blame someone, you should blame your carpet for its excellent sound-absorbing effect. There is no sound at all. Yi Jinghong smiled and continued, did Shiling study hard? Yes, I saw that she was immersed in her studies, so I came out to avoid disturbing her. It's rare for Shiling to study hard, so I won't go in and disturb her. Yi Fan was delighted. It would be best if Yi Shiling was not disturbed at this moment. After all, he didn't know how long this state could last. Yi Jinghong continued, do you have classes this afternoon? If not, I'll take you to a friend's house to get acquainted with the place. Anyway, I heard that you have good grades, so you should have finished your review, right? I don't have any classes. Since you asked me to go and familiarize myself with the school, I must go. For me, taking an exam is a very simple matter. I don't need to worry about it at all. As long as I go, it's fine. Yi Jinghong was immediately happy. Hey, Xiaofan, you are just as confident as me. When I was in college, I was also as confident as you, but I also had the capital to be confident. At that time, my grades were among the best in the same major. The grandfather and grandson, who were both very confident in their academic performance, immediately laughed. Then, Yifan asked, "Grandpa, which family are you taking me to visit?" "My old friend, who is as famous as me in the calligraphy world, is a guy named Lu Jingwen." Chapter 80 Things That Make People Collapse. Please subscribe to Monthly Tickets. Lu Jingwen stood behind his grandson, stroked his beard and nodded, looking at Lu Onfeng, who was practicing calligraphy with great satisfaction. How could he not be satisfied? Among the several calligraphers with great reputation in the Chinese calligraphy world, he is the only one who has a grandson who is an excellent calligrapher. Especially this time, he was able to win the first place in the Magic City calligraphy competition at the age of 22. He is simply a genius. Thinking of this, he recalled the praise that Zhang Jixin, the current #1 calligrapher, gave to his grandson. This boy has the potential to be a pillar of support. Listen, this is the praise said by Zhang Jixin, a lay Buddhist from Mengzhu. Zhang Jixin said that my grandson would be able to serve as the backbone of the Chinese calligraphy community in the future. How could Lu Jingwen, a grandson showing maniac, not be satisfied? The main beam is naturally the thickest and strongest one. Maybe, in the future he can take over from Zhang Jixin and become the #1 in the Chinese calligraphy world. Now, I heard that my old friend Yi Jinghong was also coming to Shanghai. How could I miss this good opportunity to show off my grandson? If more famous people in the calligraphy world could praise his grandson would become more famous. Do you really think he is just showing off his grandson? As a grandfather, he is trying his best to pave the way for his grandson. At this moment, Lu Jingwen's old cell phone vibrated. He didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly walked out of the study and went to the balcony of the living room before answering the phone. "Good of you, old Lu. It was you who urged me to come here. It was also you who waited so long before answering my call. You are dreaming." Yi Jinghong's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "How can you not be so irritable? This old guy used all kinds of coaxing and persuading to get him here, but when he arrived at his neighborhood, he didn't answer the phone until so late at night." Although Lu Jingwen loves to show off his grandson, he still has a good temper and apologized immediately. "Old Ji, I'm so sorry. When your phone rang just now, I was in my grandson's study. In order not to disturb him, I had to run to the balcony to answer your call." Yi Jinghong was naturally not an unreasonable person. He was just complaining when he said that before. "I reluctantly accept this reason." Lu Jingwen smiled and continued, "Why, old Ji, you are at my door? Why don't you ring the doorbell? I'm at the neighborhood where your son lives, but I forgot the house number. Tell me quickly." "Ha ha." Lu Jingwen couldn't help but laugh again. "Building 1, Unit 1, Room 28003. Okay, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Yi Jinghong smiled and said to Yi Fan, "My dear grandson, you must remember what I said. When the time comes, you must pretend to be the strongest. I, your grandfather, have been boasting about my grandson for 5 whole years. This time, I want to get him back all at once. When you are asked to write calligraphy, you must not hold back and show your best." The more Yi Jinghong spoke, the more energetic he became, and the pride in his eyes was so obvious. "Okay," Yi Fan responded. This grandpa is quite unconventional in his way of speaking and even knows the word pretentious. Not long after, Lu Jingwen heard the doorbell ringing and quickly opened the door. The first face that caught his eye was his good friend, Yi Jinghong. But when he saw the man behind Yi Jinghong, he was stunned. Whose handsome boy is this? He is really good looking. It's a pity that he doesn't have a granddaughter, otherwise he could really introduce her to someone else. Yi Jinghong saw his old friend's confusion and introduced him with a proud expression, "Old Lu, this is my grandson Yi Fan. Isn't he handsome?" Lu Jingwen naturally noticed the smug look on his old friend's face. But he really couldn't refute it, and he exclaimed, "He is indeed a handsome man. If he were in ancient times, he would be a handsome young man in troubled times." However, why haven't I heard my old friend mention anything about his grandson before? Although he was confused, Lu Jingwen did not ask. Hearing Lu Jingwen's words, Yi Jinghong became even happier and called Yi Fan in. At this time, Lu Jingwen saw a piece of rice paper with ink stains in his old friend's hand and thought of what he had said before. Puzzled, he asked, "Old Yi, could it be that the calligraphy that surprised me was written by your grandson?" Yi Jinghong said proudly, "Of course, who else do you think it is?" "Why, that's surprising, isn't it?" "It's really surprising." Lu Jingwen did not object. He really hadn't thought of this. Yi Jinghong snorted, "Be prepared, there are more surprises to come." Lu Jingwen was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Old man Yi, what are you up to? Since I already know that this calligraphy was written by your grandson, I'm already surprised." "How can I be surprised again?" Yi Jinghong chuckled and said, "It's too early to say that. The best part is yet to come." Lu Jingwen was intrigued and quickly asked, "Oh? Then put this copybook on the table and let me see it?" "No hurry, no hurry." Yi Jinghong waved his hand. "Didn't you ask me to appreciate your grandson's calligraphy? Let's get down to business first." Although Lu Jingwen's curiosity was aroused, his grandson's affairs were obviously more important, so he quickly said, "That's right. I'll go call Afeng over right now." "Afeng?" Yi Fan complained in his heart. When he first heard this name, he immediately thought of Lin Feng. However, he knew Lin Feng's family, and it was impossible for him to have a grandfather who was a calligrapher. Not long after Yi Jinghong and his grandson sat on the sofa, Lu Jingwen brought Lu Anfeng over. Introducing him, "This is a famous master in the Chinese calligraphy world, Senior Yi Jinghong, the former vice president of the Chinese Calligraphy Association, and now the lifetime honorary president. And this person is the grandson of your predecessor Yi Jinghong. According to your grandfather Yi, his grandson is only 4 months younger than you and is currently 21 years old. Although they are only 4 months younger, because the timing of the card is better, one is 21 and the other is 22. Yi Fan was stunned when he saw the person coming, and then he asked, "Lu Anfeng?" The 3 people present were stunned. Lu Jingwen asked, "Xiao Fan, do you know my grandson?" Looking at the confused Lu Anfeng, Yi Fan explained, "We were in the same high school and the same grade, but in different classes. Besides, Feng helped me once when I was bullied at school." "Who are you?" Lu Anfeng asked hesitantly. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he didn't recognize Yi Fan. Yi Fan expressed his understanding. After all, he was getting more and more handsome now, even more handsome than when he was in high school. It was estimated that some of the little girls who admired him in high school might not recognize Yi Fan now. He explained, "I am Yi Fan, the one with the best academic performance and always ranked first in the grade." When Lu Anfeng heard the words number 1 in the grade, he immediately remembered who this person was. There is no way, it is because Yi Fan has always been the first in the grade, so he is always the second in the grade. There was one incident in particular that left the deepest impression on Lu Anfeng. That time, Yi Fan had a stomachache and missed an exam. He thought his chance had come. But what was unexpected was that even if Yi Fan missed one subject, the scores of other subjects added up were still 33 points ahead of Lu Anfeng. Isn't it infuriating? Lu Anfeng was completely devastated at that time. "As soon as I got home, I locked myself in the room and cried. I cried so much that I didn't even have dinner and fell asleep." Chapter 81 How is it possible? Subscribe for monthly tickets. Yi Fan didn't expect that he would meet this old classmate here. What I didn't expect was that this old classmate was actually good at calligraphy. I don't think I had ever heard of it when I was in high school. "So you are Yi Fan. When I heard that you didn't apply to those 2 top universities in Kyoto, I felt sorry for you. Especially since your scores were higher than those 2 universities, I felt even more sorry for you. Compared to the imperial capital, I'm more familiar with the magic capital and don't want to go somewhere that far away. In fact, it's not that it's far, but he is afraid that it will be difficult to find a part-time job." In Shanghai, he had already found a relatively high-paying part-time job as a tutor after graduating from high school, so he naturally didn't want to leave. "As for why you didn't do tutoring as a part-time job later? It's mainly because of something that happened. It was the 2nd semester of her freshman year, and that period was also when Bai Shui successfully pursued Yi Fan. One day, when Yi Fan and Bai Shui were shopping, they were seen by the high school girl that Yi Fan was tutoring at the time. Then he rushed up to Yi Fan and asked who this woman was. Yi Fan naturally answered that she was his girlfriend. But what Yi Fan didn't expect was that the senior high school girl actually cursed Bai Shui directly, saying that she was the third party or something like that. Yi Fan was completely confused at that time. He later found out that the high school girl had subconsciously regarded him as her boyfriend. She had even reached the point of being a yandere, and during Yi Fan's last tutoring session, he almost succeeded in drugging her. Fortunately, Yi Fan noticed that the taste of the tea was a bit strange at that time and did not drink it. After that, Yi Fan decided not to work as a tutor part-time anymore. Whether or not one loses his virginity is secondary. The most important thing is that his good looks will indeed make those mentally immature female high school students think about things they shouldn't think about. At this time, Yi Jinghong said angrily, Xiao Fan, when you were in high school, there were people who bullied you? Yi Fan smiled and said, he wanted to bully me, but I fought back. After that, he never bothered me again. Lu Onfeng also remembered this, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, I remember this, too. Although Yi Fan said I helped him that time, I didn't really help him. I just happened to see it and then shouted, teacher is here. Yi Fan smiled and said, in that case, although only a few students passing by saw it, you were the only one who shouted this sentence, so I still have to thank you. Although Lu Onfeng did not provide any useful help at that time, even those people who wanted to bully Yi Fan ignored what Lu Onfeng said. But just because he could shout out this sentence, Yi Fan will remember him for the rest of his life. He remembers grudges but also remembers favors. This is Yi Fan. After hearing what Yi Fan said, Yi Jinghong's eyes became a little kinder when he looked at Lu Onfeng. He said quickly, Old Lu, didn't you ask me to help appreciate Onfeng's calligraphy? Then bring it here quickly. Lu Jingwen was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. What he didn't expect was that his grandson could have a good relationship with Yi Jinghong because of this incident, and he was very happy. He naturally knew Yi Jinghong's temper, so he was showing goodwill by urging him to take Onfeng's letter. He nodded and said, okay, Onfeng, go get it quickly. Yeah. Lu Onfeng responded immediately. Soon, Lu Onfeng took out the calligraphy piece that won him first place in the competition and respectfully handed it to Grandpa Yi Jinghong. Having been with Lu Jingwen since he was a child, he naturally knew the importance of this old man in the calligraphy world. Naturally, he was very happy to be instructed by Yi Jinghong. Well, being able to write with such power at such a young age, it's no wonder that he won first place in the Magic City calligraphy competition. Although it's still a little childish, the style and characteristics have become a little more cohesive. Hearing his old friend's words, Lu Jingwen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling very proud and happy. It is more difficult to get praise from this guy than from Zhang Zhixin. It's just a pity. Yi Jinghong looked at the calligraphy, slowly let out a sigh, and spoke with a hint of regret. What a pity. Old Ji, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't stop talking halfway through. It's just a waste of time. Lu Jingwen glanced at Yi Jinghong with some dissatisfaction. Those involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see more clearly. What I regret is that your grandson cares too much about your writing style as a grandfather, and thus suppresses his own writing style, which makes the overall writing feel a bit stiff. Stiff feeling? Lu Jingwen murmured, then quickly took the calligraphy written by his grandson from his old friend and looked at it carefully. After a while, he said, Indeed, it is me as a grandfather who overlooked it. Lu Jingwen was slow to notice this point because he loved the person and loved everyone in him. The most important thing to pay attention to when practicing calligraphy is the strength and charm of the characters. But for the stiff second time, it is like facing a formidable enemy. Being stiff generally means imitation and having no opinions or attitudes of one's own. But Lu Onfeng had his own attitude and was overly concerned with his grandfather's calligraphy style, which led to some inappropriate coordination. It would be better if Lu Onfeng could combine the two into one, or take the essence and remove the dross. But Lu Onfeng's handwriting has already been fixed and is difficult to change. Is this a serious problem? Lu Onfeng took the rice paper from his grandfather's hand and looked carefully at the words he had written, but he didn't feel there was anything wrong. But these two old men who are very famous in the calligraphy world both showed serious and distressed expressions, which made Lu Onfeng realize the seriousness of the matter. Yi Jinghong sighed and said, It's neither difficult nor easy. The key lies in whether you can figure it out in the future. To put it in a more mysterious way, it's whether you can have an epiphany. Ah. Lu Onfeng was only a junior student after all, and he was suddenly at a loss. At this time, Yi Fan spoke, and Feng, have you always admired your grandfather since you were a child? Of course. Lu Onfeng looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Yi Fan smiled, stood up, walked to Lu Onfeng's side, pointed at one of the words he wrote and said, Through my observation just now, I roughly know your writing styles. Mr. Lu's writing style is grand and heroic, while your writing style, and Feng, should be graceful and elegant. But look at the left side of your word. Yi Fan explained in detail and incessantly, while Lu Jingwen's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. I whispered to my old friend, Does your grandson also know calligraphy? Yi Jinghong narrowed his eyes and laughed, Isn't this obvious? With the level of Xiaofan's explanation, any one of us wouldn't be able to explain it so well and in such detail. It's like looking at your grandson through a microscope. Hearing this, Lu Jingwen glanced at the piece of rice paper with ink stains in his old friend's hand. He whispered again, "Is this your grandson's work? Can you let me see it?" Yi Jinghong smiled proudly, "Go ahead, but I have to remind you in advance that even if you are surprised later, you have to control your volume." Yi Jinghong glanced at Lu Wanfeng and Yi Fan. Lu Jingwen naturally understood and nodded immediately. Even though the old friend had already given me some precautions beforehand. But when Lu Jingwen actually saw the handwriting of this calligraphy, he was still surprised. This. How could Xiaofan have written this? Without decades of practice, how could someone write such beautiful characters? Because he deliberately lowered his voice, Lu Jingwen's face turned red at this time and he could not believe his eyes. He even suspected at one point that Yi Jinghong lied on purpose to tease him. It's too unrealistic. Even if Yi Jinghong said that he wrote this character, Lu Jingwen would still believe it, even though the writing style was different from Yi Jinghong's. But it can be said that it was written by Yi Fan. This is too outrageous. Chapter 82 Enlightenment. Please subscribe to monthly tickets. Although he somewhat understood his friend's thoughts, Yi Jinghong was still very unhappy. He said with a fierce face, "Impossible? How can it be impossible? You allow your grandson to win the first place in the Magic City calligraphy competition, but you don't allow my grandson to write such beautiful characters? This is different." Lu Jingwen explained, "The nature of the two is different. You also know that the maximum age of contestants in the Magic City calligraphy competition cannot exceed 40 years old. Even if Ofeng won the first place in the competition, he is still within a certain range. A more reasonable range. But you said that the calligraphy in your hand was actually written by Xiaofan. The strength, and charm of the brushstrokes are so impressive that it's no exaggeration to say that it was written by a master." Yi Jinghong snorted coldly, "Look, how foresight I was before. I thought you wouldn't believe me, old Lu, so I brought Xiaofan here specially. Today I'll let you see what a genius is." The two old men were arguing with each other. On the other hand, Yi Fan explained everything to Lu Wanfeng in detail, and Lu Wanfeng listened attentively. In fact, with Lu Wanfeng's ability, he couldn't understand what Yi Fan said. If your ability is not at that level, you won't be able to understand even if it is explained in detail. But don't forget that Yi Fan also has the skill of helping others. Anyway, this skill is not of much use to Yi Fan, so it is better to use it to help those who show kindness to him. Listening to Yi Fan's witty words, Lu Wanfeng suddenly understood. Suddenly, everything became clear to me. The whole person seemed to be sublimated, as if the door to a new world had been opened. "Do you understand?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Yi Fan's smile was obviously very friendly, but Lu Wanfeng next to him felt as if an older teacher was asking him questions. "I have a general idea of what I am doing now. I feel like I have suddenly realized something. I still need to digest the details, but I feel like I have found the way forward for the future." Lu Wanfeng replied. At this moment, he looked at Yi Fan, with a complicated look in his eyes. At this time, although he was very grateful for Yi Fan's advice, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. "Back then, it was okay that you were better than me in studying. But now, my most proud calligraphy is not as good as yours." This. Lu Wanfeng considered himself to be excellent. He grew up in a scholarly family and his literary accomplishments were naturally far superior to those of ordinary people. But it was this Yi Fan. No matter how hard he tried, in the end, he found that he couldn't even catch up with Yi Fan. Even if you can see, it's very difficult and blurry. What kind of genius is this? Lu Wanfeng sighed inwardly. At the same time, I felt bitter. There is a sense of frustration. Yi Fan smiled, "I'm glad you understand. Now you can write another copy of the same calligraphy as before and show it to the two grandfathers." "Okay, I'll go get the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone." Lu Wanfeng nodded and hurried to the study to prepare things. "Oh, wait." His grandfather, Lu Jingwen, called him. Lu Wanfeng turned back in confusion, only to see Lu Jingwen saying, "Silly boy, why are you bringing pen, ink, paper, and inkstone? You can just write in the study." "Yeah, I was too excited." Lu Wanfeng slapped his head and suddenly realized. "Let's go over there and take a look together." Yi Jinghong also invited his grandson to go to the study. After Lu Wanfeng finished writing, he handed the finished product to his grandfather. Great, the level of these words and rhymes has obviously improved. This is simply amazing. Lu Jingwen looked at the calligraphy written by his grandson, his expression excited and radiant as he exclaimed in admiration. There is no harm without comparison. The comparison between before and after immediately makes the level of this calligraphy more evident. The current result was caused by just Yifan's advice. Lu Jingwen didn't care about his own reserve and said to Yifan, "Xiaofan, thank you so much. Your words have directly raised the ceiling of Ah Feng's future achievements in calligraphy." Yifan said politely, "You flatter me. I just told Feng some of my own ideas. The details are still his own understanding." Although the skill of helping others helped, it ultimately came down to Lu Jingwen's understanding. Of course, the skill of helping others has indeed improved Lu Jingwen's understanding. However, I don't know whether it is a long-term or short-term improvement. Xiaofan, you are too modest. Even a senior calligrapher like me cannot say what you said. By the way, your grandfather just told me that the calligraphy he was holding was written by you? Lu Jingwen pointed at the rice paper in Yi Jinghong's hand and said with a complicated expression. Although Yifan's words did reveal his extraordinary level, Lu Jingwen's many years of calligraphy experience still made him unbelievable. At this age, such calligraphy. If there really were such geniuses in this world, then how pale and powerless the diligence and hard work of these calligraphy masters would be. 10 years of hard work is equivalent to half of someone else's lifetime. No matter who it is, I think they won't be able to accept it calmly. The reason why Yi Jinghong accepted it so quickly was not only because he had seen Yifan right on the spot, but also because Yifan was his grandson. At this point, Yifan didn't want to pretend to be so arrogant. After all, he and Lu Onfeng knew each other. But you can't lie. I could only bite the bullet and answer, yes. Oh. Lu Onfeng sighed and felt empty in his heart. To be able to become a master of calligraphy today, one must have very high talent. But after working hard for most of their lives, they discovered that there were more talented young people who had reached their current level in just 10 years. How could they not feel uncomfortable in their hearts? Forget it, forget it. I am still obsessed after all. Every generation has its own talents, and everyone has his own destiny. I just can't let it go, and my state of mind has fallen into a low state. Lu Jingwen sighed and adjusted his mood a little. Lu Onfeng's interest was also aroused at this time. What kind of good handwriting did Yifan have to make his grandfather's tone so lonely? Driven by curiosity, he asked, "Senior Yi, can you show me the words written by Yifan?" Yi Jinghong looked at Lu Jingwen, and Lu Jingwen sighed and said, "Okay, let Afeng take a look." There's no need to worry about undermining his self-confidence. This kind of thing is only a matter of time. Although it would be a blow to Lu Onfeng, people always have to face reality. Lu Onfeng took it with curiosity and looked at it, then he was dumbfounded. How can the level be so good? Isn't Yifan a few months younger than me? Why does this force feel like it's decades stronger than his? Although he knew that Yifan's handwriting must be good, he didn't expect it to be so good. This is almost the same level as Yi Jinghong and his grandfather. Yifan, did you really write this? He asked the same question as his grandfather. Yifan smiled without saying anything, walked to Lu Onfeng's desk and wrote a word. Quiet. Lu Onfeng's eyes suddenly widened. It was true. Why was the gap between them so huge? Chapter 83 Invincible Skills, subscribe for monthly tickets. When Yifan left, Lu Onfeng was a little distraught. Today, for him, it was like riding a roller coaster, up and down. And all this was caused by Yifan. But not only could he not get angry, he had to say thank you respectfully and politely. Although Yifan had only been there for more than 2 hours, the impact he had on him was indeed lifelong. In the evening, during dinner time, Yifan came to the study to call Yi Shiling. "Shiling, let's go downstairs to eat." Although Yifan didn't want to disturb Yi Shiling at this time. But there was no way. Yi Shiling had just eaten a little in the morning and had not gone downstairs at noon. She only moved around when she went to the toilet. Wait, let me remember this grammar again. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This must be the first time that Yi Shiling studied so hard that she forgot to eat and sleep. Okay, hurry up then, I'll wait for you at the door. Yi Shiling walked out of the study room and saw Yifan. She happily took his hand and said, "Brother Yifan, do you know how hard I studied today? I wasn't so serious even when I took the college entrance examination." Yifan smiled and thought, as the instigator, how could I not know? But this certainly cannot be said. Yifan showed a surprised expression and said, I just heard from Aunt Zhang that you didn't have lunch today. Did you study in the study room all day? Of course. Yi Shirling immediately replied proudly. I feel like I'm learning very well today. Not only do I want to learn, but I also have a good memory and my brain works quickly. No, I think it's mainly because you want to study, so you feel that your study efficiency is particularly good today. I want to study? Yi Shirling asked herself. Maybe. If I could feel this way every day, I think I would really fall in love with learning. Yi Shirling smiled brightly. Then do your best. Yifan smiled and nodded. In fact, he didn't know how long this effect would last, but no matter how long it lasted, it would be a gain. In the elevator, Yi Shirling's eyes rolled around and she smiled slyly. Brother Yifan, if I do well in the exam this time, can you give me a reward? Reward? Yifan was puzzled. What reward do you want? Does this mean you agree? Don't regret it. Yi Shirling said with a smile. Why did I agree to your request? Yifan was also stunned. What I just said was that I wanted to ask you what kind of reward you want. I will decide based on your situation. I don't care, you have to reward me, Yi Shirling said coquettishly. Yifan also found it a little funny. It is said that women who act coquettishly have the best life, which is somewhat true. Seeing Yi Shirling act like a spoiled brat like that, his heart really melted. You have to speak first. Otherwise, if you ask me to pick the moon from the sky as a reward, I definitely can't do it. Woo! Yi Shirling frowned and thought. Yifan smiled bitterly and said, after all this time, you still haven't figured it out? I got it. Yi Shirling seemed to have thought of something. Will you accompany me to the movies next time? Next time? Yifan smiled and said, there is something I haven't told you yet. After I finish the exam, I may go to the United States. Yi Shirling's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Going to America? What are you going to America for? Travel? I want to go to America with you, too. It doesn't matter where I go, as long as I can stay with Brother Yifan, I'll be happy. Yifan briefly told him what his elder sister had told him to do. Min Aina? Fake boyfriend? Brother Yifan, how can you agree to my request? Just because you are handsome is not a good thing. Can't you send someone else? Because Yifan played games with her that time, she completely forgot that her elder sister had talked to Brother Yifan. It was because she forgot and didn't ask at that time that she only found out now. Don't worry. The more beautiful you are, the greater the responsibility. I am also considering the family. This is a good opportunity. As if thinking of Yi Shirling's worries, Yifan continued. Besides, that Min Aina has no interest in men. I will be back in a month at most. I can go to the movies with you then. But? Yi Shirling frowned worriedly. She was very worried whether Min Aina would really fall in love with Brother Yifan. After all, Brother Yifan is so handsome that even if Min Aina is crooked, he can probably straighten it. Moreover, I heard from Brother Yifan that the girl named Min Aina is also very beautiful. If she is not careful and Brother Yifan falls in love with that woman, what will she do? Just when we saw the light at the end of the tunnel, a new competitor showed up. Yi Shirling was very irritable at this time, even more irritable than when she was during her menstrual period. Then can I go with you, Brother Yifan? I also want to travel to the United States. Yifan could guess her little thoughts. He touched her hair and said, It's definitely not possible for us to go together. I don't think my elder sister would allow it. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. It just so happened that Yifan's words spread out. Yi Yayan looked up in confusion. What don't I allow? I want to go to America with Brother Yifan. Big sister, please agree. Yi Shirling no longer cared about her elder sister's dignity at this moment. She trotted over and acted coquettishly. Yi Yayan's originally easygoing expression suddenly turned serious. No, even if it's a play, we have to get into the role. How can I take you with me? I'm not making trouble. Yi Shirling muttered. This is not a matter of whether you mess up or not. If Xiaofan and Min Aina are really in a relationship, then it's okay for you to go. After all, you are his sister. But this is all fake, just a formality. If you go, Miss Min Aina will think it's for real and might even refuse to cooperate with us. Hearing that Yifan and Min Aina had to be a real couple before he could take her there, Yi Shirling frowned but didn't say anything. How could she possibly want this to be true? Tuesday. Early morning. Yifan went to the toilet to flush the toilet and entered the sign-in interface. Sign in successfully, sign in reward. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. When the host says this sentence completely, the target's gun will be empty, can be single or group. Seeing this sign in reward, Yifan, who was letting off some water, almost couldn't hold it back. There was a strange expression on his face, and he didn't know whether to laugh or scold. System, are you worried that I will be shot to death if I go to the United States? Yifan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As usual, the system did not respond to this question. Yifan really doesn't dislike this skill. After all, this skill is simply a magical skill. There is even a saying because of this skill. If the enemy does not deploy nuclear bombs, we will not deploy Yan Shuangying. The main reason was that Yifan didn't expect that this joke that had been played out in his previous life would actually become his skill. Moreover, there is no limit to the number of times this skill can be used. After several system check-ins, his close combat skills have become very powerful. The speed is even faster. But no matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than a bullet. With this skill, as long as Yifan speaks fast enough, he will feel invincible. Chapter 84 T-Girl, subscribe for monthly tickets. After breakfast, Yifan and Yi Shirling set off for school. In the car. Brother Yifan. Just as Yifan was looking at the scenery outside the window, Yi Shirling called out crisply. What's wrong? Yifan looked at Yi Shirling in confusion. It's the movie I told you about yesterday. Since you're going to the United States tomorrow, come with me to the movies after the exam. Yi Shirling said this in a tender voice, with a bright red complexion on her face, looking very adorable. Combined with the ray of sunlight that suddenly shone on Yi Shirling's face, she looked so beautiful and holy. Yifan's eyes became gentler, and he said with a smile. You, girl, can't forget about this. Is it okay? Yi Shirling asked coquettishly. After thinking about it, she felt that this sentence with a question mark could not express her strong desire, so she said. Brother Yifan, you must agree. Two soft and delicate hands grabbed Yifan's big hands and shook them. Yi Shirling's coquettish look was both cute and playful. Okay, I agree. Yifan replied with a smile. Yeah. Yi Shirling cheered immediately, with an especially charming smile on her face. The car was driving smoothly. What surprised Yifan was that the girl only took back one hand. There was another hand that was holding Yifan's hand just like before. Feeling the warmth and stiffness of Yi Shirling's hand, he was sure that this girl definitely had not forgotten that one of her hands was still in Yifan's palm. It must have been intentional. In fact, if the other hand didn't take it back, it would be too obvious and uncomfortable to sit, and I guess both hands would not leave. Yifan thought with some amusement in his heart that this girl was becoming more and more courageous. You know, there is a driver driving in front. This is not an extended version of the car, it's just an ordinary BMW worth more than 600,000 yuan. Through the rearview mirror, the driver can clearly see the situation behind. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the driver to sneak a peek behind him. After all, they are professionally trained bodyguards. But, even if you don't care about the driver's thoughts, are you bold enough to ignore my thoughts? To be honest, I am still your brother in name. Well, it seems like there is nothing wrong with a sister holding her brother's hand. Even if they were normal siblings, the brother probably wouldn't mind having such a beautiful sister holding her hand. Yi Shirling would occasionally steal glances at brother Yifan out of the corner of her eye, and when she saw that he noticed the hand she was holding, she suddenly felt very nervous. If she really just regarded Yifan as her biological brother, she naturally wouldn't be so nervous. But the problem is that she didn't treat Yifan as a brother, but as a secret crush. Their mindsets were different. This normal behavior between siblings seemed weird to Yi Shirling. Excited, nervous, secretly happy, excited. In short, Yi Shirling's mood is very complicated now. But when she saw that brother Yifan did not pull his hand away even though he noticed it, she couldn't help but feel relieved. This is her second attempt and it seems to be quite effective. But if you want to take a step further, it would be a little difficult. Yi Shirling's mind was in a mess. Although today is the final exam, many subjects have already been examined before. Yifan only needs to finish those subjects that require unified examinations today. Got off the bus and walked into the school. Since there was still some time before the exam, Yifan decided to stay in the dormitory first. Hello, Senior Yifan. Good. Hello, Senior Yifan. Good. Maybe this is the problem of being handsome. When walking on the street, the most unavoidable thing is the greetings of those extroverted junior high school girls. But in order to maintain his own image and not appear too arrogant, Yifan had to respond. Sure enough, sometimes being too handsome can also be a burden. Damn, my charm that has nowhere to go. After walking for a while, Yifan arrived downstairs of the dormitory building. Brothers, how's your review going? Yifan used his key to open the dormitory door, and when he looked inside, he saw a few hard-working young people sitting and reading. Brother Yi is here. Is Master Yi mocking us, a bunch of poor students? Our Master Yi is the calmest. He really has something in mind and is not panicking at all. After Yifan greeted them, the three of them responded enthusiastically. Everyone, pretend here, pretend as hard as you can. Do you really think I don't know that you are all playing the victim now, saying that you didn't do well in the exam? When the scores come out, none of you will fail the exam. Upon hearing this, Yifan also laughed and cursed. Although these three people looked pitiful, when the test results came out, they all passed by a long way. When several people heard this, they all laughed. It was only after they enrolled that they realized one thing: in such a prestigious school, no matter who says that their grades are bad or their academic performance is poor, they cannot believe it. There are no stupid people who can get into a prestigious university. Most of them are just modest people. According to a handsome guy named Ji who did not want to reveal his name, this good quality of humility was mostly formed in high school. At this time, Zhao Lei's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was a caller. He immediately answered the call with a smile, and the first words he said were, "Dear." The other two people in the dormitory didn't react much, but Yifan was shocked. Yifan wanted to ask something, but Zhao Lei had already walked out with the phone in his hand. Yifan could only ask in surprise, "Is Lao Zhao in love?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Yes." Yifan was even more surprised. "I haven't been to school or our dormitory for just one day, and such a serious thing happened?" He asked, "A girl from our school?" Hearing this, both of them laughed. Seeing that something was wrong, Yifan continued to guess, "A girl from another school?" Xiaoyu said, "Old Ji, stop guessing. Zhao Lei and his sweetheart are in an online relationship. They just met each other a few days ago." Online romance? Yifan laughed. "Old Zhao is so quick with this. The girl called me after just a few days of online romance. Xiaoyu, it was quite fast, and the girl even took the initiative to send me photos. She's quite a pretty girl." Lin Feng said, "She is beautiful, but I heard from Brother Zhao that the girl he is dating online comes from a poor family and can only make ends meet by selling tea leaves." "Tea girl?" Yifan shouted in surprise. "But I'm still not sure if it's one of those tea-selling girls on the internet who cheat people out of money." Lin Feng and Xiaoyu were stunned for a moment and asked, "What is a tea girl?" Yifan did not answer, but asked, "Has Lao Zhao been urging you to buy some tea recently?" The two were even more surprised. "My God, Old Ji, how did you know that? Didn't Lao Zhao say that he was afraid you'd become accustomed to drinking good tea, so he didn't plan to talk to you about this? Did he tell you again?" Chapter 85: The Lost Old Zhao. Subscribe for monthly tickets. The tea girl is a scam on the internet that uses selling tea as a means of defrauding money, and the image usually appears to be a woman. I wasn't sure before, but when I heard you say that Zhao Lei actually urged you to buy tea together, I knew that you were most likely deceived. You haven't tea officially bought it yet? No. The two of them shook their heads quickly. That's good. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. At least the money hasn't been cheated away by the other party. After a few minutes, Zhao Lei returned to the dormitory with a smile on his face. This reminded Yifan of the sentence, "Spring is here, and it's the mating season for animals." "Old Zhao, I heard that you met a tea seller online?" Zhao Lei's face turned red and he scratched his head. I didn't expect that you, Old Ji, would know it. I never thought that I, Zhao Lei, would have a day where a girl would confess her love to me." Yifan held his forehead with his hand. After hearing these words, he became even more convinced that the other party was a liar. Putting aside other things, Lao Zhao is not the kind of person who was good at chatting, so how could he possibly let the other party pursue him actively? Not to mention, Lao Zhao's looks are quite ordinary, so it's unlikely that he would be confessed to by a girl he's only been chatting with for a few days. "Old Zhao, don't you think this is a bit strange?" Yifan patiently and persuadingly. "Strange? Why is it strange?" Zhao Lei scratched his head. "Think about it, even if it's an online romance, After the relationship between the two parties is clear, will she ask for your photo? But I suppose she never even mentioned it? Zhao Lei was also stunned. It seems, it really wasn't mentioned. He hadn't noticed this before. Yi Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had calmed Zhao Lei down a little. In this kind of situation, because of preconceived notions, you can't just tell Zhao Lei that you've been cheated. If you say it directly, the chances of triggering a personality backlash are very high, and the chances of being listened to are very small. He has to realize that what is wrong and unreasonable is happening. Old Ji, how did you guess this? Old Zhao asked puzzledly. I recently read a post online about T-girls who cheated people. Based on your situation, I made a rough guess. But based on your current reaction, you may have encountered a T-girl of this nature. Yi Fan explained with a serious expression, at least making Zhao Lei feel that this was not a joke. Old Ji, are you saying that I was cheated? It is very possible. That's impossible. She hasn't cheated me of money. Even if I wanted to buy tea, it was because I felt sorry for her and offered to buy it for her. Despite Yi Fan's persuasion, Zhao Lei still felt that he had not been deceived. Preconceived ideas are indeed stubborn. That's easy. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Just ask her to send the address over and say you want to pick it up in person. As for her saying that there's no need to bother you to come, just ignore her and keep insisting on coming to pick it up in person. It's best to ask her to send a location. If she really is selling tea for her grandfather, then she will definitely give you the position after your repeated insistence. But if it's fake, she definitely won't dare to send you the location. If she gets impatient, she will probably just block and delete you. Seeing Zhao Lei's half-believing and half-doubting eyes, Yi Fan smiled bitterly and continued, if your online love object is really not a liar, I will buy all her tea directly. Zhao Lei opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise, buy all? Lin Feng and Xia Yu were also shocked, and it took them a moment to come to their senses. Lin Feng, brother Yi is awesome. Xia Yu, domineering, this is the evil power of money. I also want to be corrupted by this power. Zhao Lei said, Old Ji, you are not kidding, right? It's too generous to just say you've bought them all. Yi Fan smiled faintly, are you kidding? I can lend nothing more than 500,000 yuan for medical expenses without hesitation, and you still think I'm kidding? Joke. The pocket money that Yi Tianhong gave him at the beginning, plus the prize he won from the lottery later. At this time, the total amount of money in his bank card was more than 20 million, so it would be easy for him to buy the entire tea garden. Zhao Lei smacked his lips and said, No. What I want to say is that it's not worth it. At this time, he already believed 90% of Yi Fan's words, and the remaining 10% was based on the lucky mentality of better to be safe than sorry. After all, he hasn't even given away his first love yet. I really want it. Following Yi Fan's instructions, Zhao Lei patiently asked the tea girl to give him the address. At this moment, Zhao Lei really wanted his online love partner to reveal his address, so that at least it would prove that his first love was not given in vain. Moreover, it can help her. But, in the end, all my passion was wasted. At first, the tea girl replied that there was no need to trouble Zhao Lei to come over, and that he could just send it by express delivery directly. But after seeing that Zhao Lei insisted on coming to get it himself, he became annoyed and blocked him shortly after. After seeing the message you are no longer the other party's friend, sending message failed displayed on the screen. Zhao Lei cursed, damn it, he actually blocked me and deleted me as a friend. He didn't even want to take the goods when I took the initiative. It must be fake. You fucking Dogecoin scammer, you took advantage of my feelings for free. Zhao Lei sat on the stool, lowered his head, grabbed his hair, and felt extremely lost. This tea girl not only made him lose face in front of his roommates, but more importantly, she took advantage of his feelings for free. Moreover, he felt even more upset when he thought that if Yi Fan had not stopped it, his roommate's money might have been defrauded. Yi Fan patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder and consoled him, every failure is a learning experience. Just think of it as spending some emotion and buying a lesson. So what should we do now? Should we call the police? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. It's useless to call the police, right? I haven't been defrauded of any money. Xia Yu also commented. Yi Fan thought for a moment before saying, let's call the police. If the police can really find out something, it will be a good deed. After finishing the exam in the morning, Yi Fan took a nap in the dormitory at noon. Examinations are a bit exhausting. It's not that the questions are too difficult, but that they are too simple and I wrote them too quickly. As a result, I had nothing to do for the rest of the time, and I couldn't go out, so I could only check repeatedly. After checking, I would just stare blankly or start thinking about all sorts of random things. This may be one of the troubles of top students. The afternoon exam was still very easy to pass. Since I had promised Yi Shiling that I would accompany her to the movies, I did not have dinner with my roommate, but contacted Yi Shiling directly. "Hey, Shiling, have you eaten?" "No, I just finished the exam not long ago. I was thinking of calling you to talk about having dinner together." "Ha, that's a coincidence. I'm here to have dinner with you too. Brother Yifan, I know a restaurant with good food, why don't we go there?" "Where?" "East Lake Restaurant." Chapter 86 East Lake Restaurant, subscribe for monthly tickets. Donghu Restaurant is one of the most famous high-end restaurants in Shanghai. Located on the rooftop of 3 on the Bund, not only can you enjoy the beautiful Bund view, but its decoration is low-key and romantic. It is known as one of the most romantic view restaurants and is especially suitable for couples to dine on dates. Moreover, Donghu Restaurant only serves Chinese food. According to legend, the owner of this restaurant spent a huge amount of money to hire a master chef whose ancestors had been chefs in the imperial kitchen for generations and who could make many authentic and delicious imperial dishes. Yi Fan had only heard of the name because he had read related posts on the internet. Unexpectedly, today, Yi Shiling actually suggested going there for dinner, which actually satisfied Yi Fan's curiosity. When they arrived at the destination, they got off the car together and took the elevator up. The elevator door opened, Yi Shiling took Yi Fan's hand and walked out of the elevator. Yi Fan was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. "I saw the ground covered with colorful rose petals, which were not only beautiful but also had fragrance floating in the air, which was very artistic." Yi Shiling explained, in order to prevent the petals from being stepped on and affecting the appearance, as well as sticking to the guest's shoes, the petals on the carpet are soaked in special medicine, and the petals are replaced every 12 hours. After hearing Yi Shiling's explanation, Yi Fan was secretly amazed. No wonder it was known as one of the most romantic restaurants, with roses all over the floor. Although it is a high-end restaurant with high prices, Yi Fan saw that there were only a few seats empty and the business was very good. "Shiling, where should we sit?" Yi Fan asked. "That window seat over there, I've already reserved it." Yi Shiling smiled brightly, pointed to the window seat with an excellent view, and said. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had been wondering why no one was sitting in that seat with the best view. It turned out that it had been reserved by Sister Shiling a long time ago. Yi Shiling looked at her brother Yi Fan's dazed look, lifted a strand of hair scattered on her forehead, and explained with a smile. "You need to make reservations in advance when you come to Donghu Restaurant." "Okay." Yi Fan smiled immediately and ruffled Yi Shiling's hair with his big hands. "So you had planned this long ago?" Yi Shiling's face turned red, and she said embarrassedly, "It's not a plan, I just want to come here to have a meal with you, brother Yi Fan." Then he said coquettishly, "Brother Yi Fan, don't you want to have dinner with me here?" Yi Fan took Yi Shiling's hand and said as they walked, "Huh, girl, I was just kidding you." Not long after the two of them sat down, a good-looking and elegant waitress came over and said respectfully, "Sir, miss, what would you like to order?" Yi Shiling picked up the menu on the table, handed it to Yi Fan and said, "Brother Yi Fan, you choose first." Yi Fan handed over the menu and said, "This is my first time here, and I don't know what to order. But I can tell from your appearance that this is not your first time here, so you should order." "I won't order anything. Anyway, I'm not picky about food, and I can eat anything." While Yi Fan was talking, the beautiful waitress secretly took a peek and exclaimed in her heart, "I thought this handsome guy was really good looking when I saw him from a distance before, but I didn't expect that he would be even more handsome when I got closer. He is simply perfect from every angle. And judging by his dress and temperament, he must be the second generation of some wealthy family. Being favored by such a person, even if you are just a mistress, you will probably be very happy. What a pity. I have such a stunning beauty by my side. I'm afraid she won't even look at me." The beautiful waitress glanced at Yi Shiling, who was sitting opposite Yi Fan, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "You can eat them all?" Yi Shiling smiled. "You seem to be easy to feed. Then I'll order without hesitation. Beijing-style lobster, bird's nest in clear soup, braised shark's fin, abalone and original sauce, sweet and sour spare ribs, and braised beef and soy sauce. Well, some side dishes and desserts. Sour pickled cucumbers, steamed white jade Buddha's hand, sweet osmanthus lotus root, walnut sweet cheese. That's all." Oh, and don't forget the boiled cabbage I ordered in advance. Okay, please wait a moment. After the waiter took note, he turned and left. Hearing this, Yifan also looked at Yi Shiling with amusement. You said you didn't plan ahead and even reserved a dish in advance. Boiled cabbage is a famous dish. Although the name is simple, the preparation process is very complicated. Especially since he just glanced at the menu and it said, this dish needs to be ordered 2 days in advance. Yi Shiling's face turned red, and she couldn't find the words to refute for a moment, so she could only look at Yifan with her beautiful big eyes. Yifan was defeated and waved his hands, saying, forget it, I won't say anything. It's my fault. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes full of tenderness and love, I think any man would be defeated. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Since the boiled cabbage was ordered in advance, it was also the first dish served. At this time, a man and a woman walked into the corridor. The man has a face full of fat and is a fat guy, but judging from his clothes and the Rolex on his wrist, he must be a successful person. After all, if he wasn't a successful person, he wouldn't come to Donghu restaurant. The woman with whom he was holding hands was also a beauty, with an appearance score of about 80 points. It's just that the makeup is too heavy and looks a little tacky. Hey, brother Dong. Why is there someone ordering a small jar of cabbage in a restaurant like this? The woman spoke quietly, whispering to her brother Dong. But Yifan, whose body had been strengthened by the system, still heard it, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, she didn't mean to mock you. She just expressed her doubts to the man next to her. When the man named Dong saw Yifan's table, he was immediately attracted by Yi Shiling's appearance, and was also surprised by Yifan's handsomeness. For some reason, a feeling of inferiority came over me. This was the first time he had felt this way deep in his heart since he became the boss. Anyone who can come here to eat is naturally not a simple person, and judging from Yifan's clothing and temperament, he is even more extraordinary. He is rich and handsome, so how can he not feel inferior? He patiently replied, don't underestimate that bowl of cabbage. It's a famous dish at the state banquet. Not only does it need to be ordered in advance, but it's also very expensive. The price is high? How high can it be? It's worth at least an LV bag. Is it so expensive? The normal price for an LV bag is several thousand yuan at the least and tens of thousands at the most. The woman couldn't help but feel secretly frightened. At this moment, the heavily made-up woman suddenly remembered who Yifan was. Wasn't he this the guy with the real estate certificate who unexpectedly became popular on the internet? He is known as the most handsome landlord on the entire internet. Thinking of so many property certificates of Riverside Garden, the woman couldn't help but feel excited, and at the same time, she secretly made a little calculation in her heart. Chapter 87 I like big breasts, please subscribe to monthly tickets. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt extremely unbalanced at this moment. We are both rich people, so why should I be ridden by this fat pig? There are obviously better options. For example, the guy holding the real estate certificate sitting over there, with unparalleled good looks. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao was so excited that she wanted to stick to Yifan directly, and then go to the room for in-depth communication after some sweet words. However, she didn't have the courage. It's not because he can't let go of the fat rich man with a big belly next to him, but because he doesn't have enough self-confidence. Because the beauty sitting next to Yifan was so beautiful that even the words overwhelming beauty could not fully describe her beauty. Her every frown and smile seemed so perfect and so alluring. It's not that Yi Shiling is so charming. But when your appearance reaches a certain level, no matter what you do, you will be very attractive. People all like beautiful things. Of course, this does not prevent Zhang Xiaoxiao from wanting to hook Yifan. She just didn't believe it. She was only slightly inferior to the beauty next to the boy. How could she not arouse the desire of the handsome guy with the real estate certificate? If Yifan knew Zhang Xiaoxiao's psychology at this time, he would probably sneer. Woman, you are not self-aware enough. Slightly inferior? Who gave you the courage to say this? After drinking a few glasses of fruit wine, Yifan felt like he had to pee, so he told Yi Shiling and headed towards the bathroom. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had been secretly paying attention to Yifan, naturally saw it and was immediately delighted. I sighed in my heart, the opportunity has come. When Yifan walked out of the bathroom, he suddenly saw a beautiful woman with a beauty score of over 80 standing outside. Several buttons on the white collar were undone. Not only can you see an alluring cleavage, but you can also vaguely see the off-white bra underneath the beauty's white shirt. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao struck a very seductive pose, better showing off her pair of long, beautiful legs in black stockings. She said in a voice that she thought was very seductive, "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" Yifan smiled slightly and said, "No." Ah. Zhang Xiaoxiao stopped talking immediately. Why did the man in front of her reject her so decisively, without even giving her the chance to speak? Seeing Yifan was about to leave, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly became anxious, and hurriedly trotted over and grabbed Yifan's arm. She said delicately, "Handsome boy, I will be very sad if you say that." Yifan almost got goosebumps all over his body, and his brows were deeply furrowed. "Miss, please let me go, or don't blame me for being violent." When Yifan said this, there was a hint of anger in his voice, which made Zhang Xiaoxiao subconsciously let go. Seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao let go, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, being too handsome is also a trouble, and it will make other women commit crimes. Well, it seems that if a woman forces a man to do something, there is no law in the country that explicitly stipulates that it is illegal. Sure enough, boys must protect themselves when they go out, otherwise if they are raped, they will have no place to complain. Seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao looking at him with some resentment, Yifan turned around and walked away. After a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something and turned back. Before Zhang Xiaoxiao could be happy, Yifan said, "I like women with big breasts, and you don't look that good either." Originally Yifan didn't want to say such things, but this woman really made him sick. Even if you want to hook up with a rich guy, at least don't be so ugly when eating. Looking at the handsome figure leaving, Zhang Xiaoxiao was so angry that her eyes turned black. "My breasts are small? I wear a C-cup and you still say my breasts are small. I am so angry." But thinking back to Yi Shiling's breasts, Zhang Xiaoxiao was speechless. Her breasts are the smallest even among C-cups, while Yi Shiling's are at least D-cup. After dinner, Yi Shiling took Yifan to a nearby cinema. Tianhong Cinema. At the ticket office, Yifan saw a movie poster full of futuristic technology style. Iron Man. I didn't expect that my company's movies have already been released in China. He is such an incompetent boss. Boss, 2 tickets for the movie Love is War. Okay, miss, please wait a moment. When Yi Shiling got 2 movie tickets and excitedly pulled Yifan to go in, Yifan suddenly said, "Wait a moment." With Yi Shiling's puzzled look, Yifan asked the ticket seller, "Which time slot has tickets for Iron Man?" The conductor checked the computer information and said, "There are still a few tickets available for 9:30, but there are no more consecutive seats. There are a few tickets for the 11:45 hour mark." Hearing this result, Yifan was quite happy. The attendance rate was pretty good. He shook his head and said, "Forget it." Then he took Yi Shiling away. Yi Shiling asked in confusion, "Brother, do you want to watch Iron Man?" "Yeah, I'm a little interested. Although I have seen it in my previous life, in this world, it was produced by the company under his control, so naturally I am still interested in watching it." "Then let's go buy the tickets for the 11:45 seat sequence?" Yi Shiling suggested. Yifan was stunned and said, "Don't you girls dislike watching science fiction movies?" "I was just curious and asked casually." Yi Shiling complained in her heart, "Stupid brother, when girls go to the movies with men, it's not because the movie is good, but because they enjoy watching a movie with the person they like. When the person sitting next to you is someone you like, the movie will naturally become more interesting." But Yi Shiling doesn't have the courage to say this yet. He said with a smile, "I am also interested in science fiction movies. If you want to watch it, I will watch it with you." Yifan suddenly felt warm in his heart. He actually wanted to watch it, but considering that the tickets were not available until 11:45, it was too late. Forget it, it's too late. I'll watch it later when I have a chance. Anyway, based on the performance of this movie, it's normal for it to be released for 1 or 2 months. Originally, Yifan was planning to enjoy the movie in this world, but not long after the movie started, he suddenly heard a popping sound coming from a corner. Faintly, one could hear the heavy breathing of men and women. Suddenly, Yifan felt as if tens of thousands of alpaca mythical beasts were galloping through his heart. Damn, these 2 people are too bold. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? Although the attendance rate of this movie is not high, it is still around 20%. He looked around in confusion and found that no one seemed to have heard the noise, not even Yi Shiling seemed to be aware of anything unusual. I immediately understood that it was because his hearing was so good. Chapter 88. You are in my heart. Subscribe for monthly tickets. Early in the morning, just as the sun half appeared, there was a knock on Yifan's door. Boom boom boom. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous knocking on the door woke Yifan up from his sleep, but he was still a little confused. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Yifan looked up at the clock on the wall. It was only 6:30. The knocking on the door continued. Yifan asked impatiently, "Who is it?" "Brother Yifan, it's me, Shiling." Yi Shiling's ethereal voice cleared Yifan's inner irritability. "Why did you get up so early today? What do you want to talk to me about?" Yifan asked softly, without a trace of impatience in his tone. "Brother Yifan, open the door first. I'll talk to you after you open the door." "Oh well." Yifan responded, lifted the quilt, put on his slippers, and went to open the door for Yi Shiling. As soon as the door opened, Yi Shiling's eyes suddenly widened. She stared at Yifan blankly. Her little look was indescribably cute. This cute little expression made Yifan subconsciously reach out and touch her little head, and ask lovingly, "What's wrong?" "Brother Yifan, your abdominal muscles look so nice." "Ah." Yifan only then realized that he had just walked over to open the door without wearing any clothes. But the good thing is that wearing underwear is not embarrassing. Yi Shiling looked at Yifan's chest muscles and abdominal muscles, and couldn't help but reach out and touch Yifan's abdomen. The somewhat cold little hand startled Yifan and his face turned red. He said hesitantly, "Don't touch me." Then he hurried to the bed, got on it and covered himself with the quilt. Yi Shiling thought Yifan was angry, so she closed the door and hurriedly followed him in. He apologized, "I'm sorry, Brother Yifan, this is the first time I've seen your abdominal muscles, so I'm inevitably curious about how they feel." "No, don't apologize, I'm not angry," Yifan explained. He just walked quickly to the bed, not because he was angry with Yi Shiling, but because Yi Shiling suddenly touched her abdomen with her cold and soft little hand, which made him feel angry. That is, the body is reacting. In order to prevent Yi Shiling from discovering this embarrassing thing, he quickly covered himself with the quilt to hide the situation. "Ah." Yi Shiling was stunned. "Brother Yifan is not angry? Just don't be angry." "But why did he walk so fast just now?" "He was covered with a quilt. I almost thought that Brother Yifan disliked her." "Shiling, why are you knocking on my door so early in the morning?" He also said that there was something. "What is going on?" Yifan asked doubtfully. "It's like this." Yi Shiling smiled. "Brother Yifan, you are going to the United States today, right? Let me help you check your luggage and see if you have forgotten anything." Yifan was also stunned. He didn't expect Yi Shiling to get up so early just to check his luggage. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. She smiled and said, "Okay, then you little housekeeper, please take a look for me and see if I'm missing anything." Unexpectedly, after Yi Shiling opened Yifan's suitcase, she took something out of her arms. "You're missing this thing." Yi Shiling smiled and shook the thing. Yifan was immediately surprised and asked, "What is this?" "It's a pocket watch. There's a picture of me in it. Since I can't go to the United States with you, then my photo can only go with you. Brother Yifan, you can't stop missing me. I will miss you too." Yifan felt warm in his heart and smiled gently. "In that case, the pocket watch cannot be placed in the suitcase." "Ah. Of course you have to carry it with you." Yifan looked at Yi Shiling with a smile. Yi Shiling's face immediately turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she could hardly speak. "Am I already so important? Brother Yifan actually wants to carry the pocket watch I gave him with him." Yifan took the pocket watch from Yi Shiling's hand, felt the warmth on it, and suddenly remembered something. At this time, Yi Shiling was wearing a white shirt without any pockets. And inside is a cute Pikachu short-sleeved shirt, which also has no pockets. But Yi Shiling just took out the pocket watch from her arms, so where did she put it? Yifan's eyes involuntarily looked at Yi Shiling's bulging chest, looking at the very three-dimensional Pikachu. Suddenly, the blood rushed up and I felt my body react again. Morning is indeed the most sensitive time. I tend to react easily when I think too much. Yifan suppressed his inner restlessness. But the more you try not to think about it, the more you think about it, the more you can't suppress it, and the more your imagination runs wild. So, it feels even better. At this time, Yi Shiling thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Brother Yifan, give me your phone." Yifan was stunned and asked, "Why are you taking my phone?" Although he was a little confused, Yifan handed over his phone without waiting for Yi Shiling to answer. Yi Shiling took the phone and sat on the bed. In less than a minute, he handed the phone back to Yifan. Yifan took the phone, but instead of looking at it first, he looked at Yi Shiling and asked in confusion, "What is this for?" Yi Shiling giggled, "Brother Yifan, why don't you unlock your phone first and take a look and you will know." Yifan unlocked his phone with some doubts, and when he looked at the screen after unlocking, he suddenly found it a little funny. "You girl, you actually set your own wallpaper on my phone." Yifan smiled and did not change it, but looked at Yi Shiling. Yi Shiling stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly and said, "I'm just worried that you, Brother Yifan, might accidentally lose your pocket watch and have nothing to remember me by. So I set it as your wallpaper so you can keep thinking about me." "Why, Brother Yifan doesn't like my image as wallpaper?" Yifan sat a little closer, then stretched out his big hand and stroked Yi Shiling's little head, saying with a smile, "How could that be? Silly sister, do I still need photos when I think of you? You've always been in my heart." Hearing this, Yi Shiling's face quickly turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect that Brother Yifan, who has always been a bit straight, could actually say such sweet words." My heart was suddenly beating fast and my heart was fluttering. Seeing that Yi Shiling had not reacted, Yifan had to take action himself and quickly took Yi Shiling's hand away. "It's so early in the morning, can you please stop provoking me like this? Something bad might happen." Chapter 89 Maya Live, subscribe for monthly tickets. "A toy?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shiling's face turned even redder, and even her ears turned red. "This toy is not that toy." Of course, Yi Shiling would not miss this opportunity. He quickly said, "So that's how it is." Cough cough. Yifan coughed dryly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yi Shiling blushed and said, "Well, Brother Yifan, I have something else to do now, so I'll leave first." Yeah. Go get busy first." Yifan responded quickly. The atmosphere at this moment is indeed a bit awkward, so it would be better to leave early, so as to leave enough space for the awkward atmosphere. Seeing Yi Shiling leave the room and close the door, Yifan lifted the quilt and put on his clothes. "I can't sleep now anyway, I might as well get up." After being disturbed by Yi Shiling's incident, Yifan didn't remember about signing in until he had brushed his teeth and washed his face. He quickly summoned the system to sign in and receive rewards. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign-in rewards, 51% of Maya Lives shares the largest shareholder, Super Hacker Technology. Fuck. Yifan was immediately surprised. He didn't expect to get two good sign-in rewards today. Yifan knew about Maya Live, which was the second largest live streaming platform in China, second only to Shark Live. Although its status and fame are still somewhat behind Shark Live, Maya Live is the first listed game live streaming platform in China. If Shark had not received support from Tianhong Group later, it would be hard to say who would be the number one platform in the live streaming industry. Now, the market value of Maya Live is about 25 billion yuan. In other words, Yifan received more than 10 billion renminbi as a sign-in reward this time. Of course, at this stage it is impossible for Yifan to exchange Maya Live's shares into cash. Because the market value of Maya Live is still appreciating, it still has certain potential for the future. More importantly, Yifan suddenly noticed that no one had entered the short video market in this world. With the technical and experienced support of Maya Live, I think we will be able to occupy this field very quickly. This is a big cake. Someone will come to eat it in the future anyway. So, it is better to let him enjoy it first. Thinking of this, Yifan's heart suddenly became hot. Ever since he got the sign-in system, he found that his fighting spirit was almost wiped out. After all, with his current net worth, it is enough to beat 99.99% of the people in the world. No wonder some people say that the life of rich people is boring and uninteresting. Yifan didn't quite understand it before, but now he understands it a little. We can never get back the time when we were full of passion, confusion, and anxiety about the future. I can no longer be as enthusiastic about the future as 99.99% of people. We can only compare with 0.01% of the people to see who has more money and who has created greater social value. Well. Meanwhile, in another place, Wang Yu, who was sitting in the car with his eyes closed and on his way to the company, received a call. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was his secretary calling. After listening to it, I was indeed shocked by what the secretary said. "Boss, I suddenly discovered that a mysterious person has been secretly purchasing shares of our company. Currently, he has reached 51% and has become the company's largest shareholder." "What? How is this possible?" Wang Yu suddenly woke up, and his originally small eyes opened as wide as possible, showing the owner of the body's violent emotional fluctuations. That's 51% of the shares. How could it be acquired secretly by someone, and we only found out about it now? Even if there are scattered shares in the market, only about 15% of them are owned. The rest are either controlled by some large groups or by the elders of our company. How could the other party do it so quietly? Wang Yu still has great confidence in his secretary's abilities, otherwise, he would not have kept him by his side. But precisely because of this, it is even more unimaginable. This is a full 51% of the shares, not just a little bit, and it was quietly gathered in the hands of one person without the knowledge of the company's president. This is like in ancient times, during a war, the enemy put a knife on the commander's neck, but no one noticed it. It's terrifying when you think about it. Wang Yu now felt both shocked and chilled. I was shocked by the mysterious man's strong financial resources. 51% of Maya Live's shares is not something you can buy just because you want to. It requires real money. As for Han, he was worried about whether he could hold on to the position of CEO. Maya Live was founded by him. To Wang Yu, Maya Live is like his child and he has feelings for it. By the way, Secretary Li, have Zhao Xiong's shares been acquired? Mr. Wang, no, Director Zhao Xiong's shares remain intact. Zhao Xiong is the third largest shareholder of Maya Live and was also the one who conquered the world with Wang Yu. But recently, the conflicts between him and Zhao Xiong have become increasingly intense. In the final analysis, both sides want to gain more benefits for themselves. What? Still sealed? Wang Yu's heart suddenly became even colder. Could this mysterious person be the foreign aide found by Zhao Xiong? But he spent more than 10 billion renminbi at one go, that's too much. What Wang Yu hoped most at this moment was that the first shareholder of Maya Live would not be Zhao Xiong's foreign aide. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to keep this position. How could he not know what Zhao Xiong was thinking? It's simply that he has been the second in command for too long, and his ideas and interests conflict with those of Wang Yu, so he wants to be the boss. How did this mysterious man secretly swallow up so many shares? Secretary Li, have you found out? Boss Wang, based on the current intelligence, this mysterious person is eroding the company's shares through multiple accounts. If the shares had not suddenly gathered in the hands of one person today, I'm afraid we would have been kept in the dark. No wonder. At this time, the secretary exclaimed, I found it, I found it. Wang Yu asked excitedly, who is it? Yi Fan. The secretary could not hide his surprise. Yi Fan? Who is he? More specific information is not available yet, but what we do know is that this Yi Fan owns a building in Binjiang Garden, and he has become an internet celebrity because of this. Hiss. Hearing this, Wang Yu took a deep breath and made a contribution to global warming. If it was just an ordinary building, Wang Yu would not be so surprised. But that is a building in Binjiang Garden, worth at least 7 billion renminbi. I didn't expect this person to be so terrifying and have such huge financial resources. If you don't have a net worth of hundreds of billions, you probably wouldn't have the guts to spend money like this. This is simply a super rich man. Chapter 90, Relieved, please subscribe to monthly tickets. Secretary Li, can you find this Yi Fan's contact information? It doesn't matter if it's a phone call, email, or social media account, as long as it can contact the largest shareholder of our company. Boss Yi has bought shares from Boss Zhou before. How about I go ask him now? Mr. Zhou, is this Zhou Yuan? Yes, it's Mr. Zhou Yuan from our company. Since you want to ask Zhou Yuan, let me ask him first, and you can look for it through other channels. Okay, Mr. Wang. After hanging up the phone with Secretary Li, Wang Yu called Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan is also one of the founders of Maya Live and the 7th largest shareholder. At the same time, he is the oldest among these veteran figures and retired in December last year. It means not reaching the legal retirement age. The main reason is that I'm 55 years old now. I'm too old to take care of the company's affairs anymore. Wang Yu really didn't expect that this big brother would actually sell his shares. As far as he knows, this old brother doesn't seem to be short of money recently, so why would he sell his shares in Maya Live, which obviously has great potential? Isn't it great to get dividends every year? Hey, brother, it's me, Wang Yu. Ha, Wang Yu, why did you call me so early? Is it because of the sale of my shares? Brother, you are still so smart. I just said hello and you guessed what I said. Ha, that's it. Brother Zhou, why did you sell your shares at this time? If we wait another year or two, our company's market value will still increase. Your brother Zhou, am old now and don't have any ambitions anymore. I just want to spend my old age in peace and provide some security for my children and grandchildren. Whether the market value goes up or down, it doesn't really matter to me at my age. Besides, if something happens to Maya and causes the value of my shares to depreciate, I'm afraid I'll leave this world faster. I'm old and can't stand the hardship anymore. What's more, the buyer this time paid a 10% premium based on the current market price. This is definitely a deal that is sure to make a profit. A 10% premium? Wang Yu was immediately surprised. Did this person named Jifan think highly of his cat teeth, or did he simply have a lot of money? If he has the financial resources, he must be the former. Could it be that the live streaming industry still has some special potential? Wang Yu thought to himself and continued, Brother Zhou, tell me the truth. When this buyer came to you to buy the shares, did Zhao Xiong contact you to test your opinion? You don't need to worry about this. From what I understand, he and Zhao Xiong can't have any relationship. Oh? Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Brother Zhou knows this buyer named Jifan? The day before yesterday, I was fortunate enough to hear a friend of mine mention this person. He is a very famous person. He is the son of Yi Tianhong, the richest man in China. Hiss. Wang Yu couldn't help but take another breath. Wow, he is actually Yi Tianhong's son. I have been in the business circle for so many years, but I have never heard that Yi Tianhong has a son. He really kept it a secret. Moreover, Yi Tianhong is the controlling shareholder of Shark Live, the current #1 live streaming platform in China. Now his son has secretly eaten away 51% of Maya Live's shares. Do these two want to rule the entire live streaming industry? Then I wonder if you have Yifan's contact information, brother? Yes, he left his phone number. Wang Yu was immediately delighted and said quickly, then please tell me quickly, brother. As the current CEO of Maya Live, I still need to contact this major shareholder. Okay, I'll send you his phone number right away. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu dialed the number Zhou Yuan sent him. At this time, Yifan, who was doing morning exercises on the rooftop of his house, suddenly heard the phone ringing. I picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar caller. Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly, then answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yifanya? Yes, I am. Who on earth called him so early in the morning? Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Yu, the current CEO of Maya Live. Yifan suddenly understood and said quickly, I've heard a lot about you. To be honest, Yifan really didn't know who Wang Yu was, but Maya Live still knew him. After all, this was one of the sign-in rewards he had just received. Wang Yu didn't care how much truth there was in his words and continued to tease with a smile. If my secretary hadn't discovered this morning that the company's shares were secretly bought by you, Mr. Yi, I really wouldn't have known that I, the first shareholder with 15% of the shares, had been replaced. I wonder why you, Mr. Yi, bought so many shares of Maya? Of course. If that offends you, just pretend I didn't ask. Yifan smiled and said calmly, it's not an offense. I can tell you a little bit. What I value most is the traffic and popularity of Maya Live, as well as the anchors who have signed contracts with us now. Because these are related to my next business plan. Is that all? Wang Yu was waiting for Yifan's long speech, but he didn't expect that it was over in just a few words. Yifan raised his eyebrows and said, this is a commercial secret. Can I tell you everything? After all, it is relatively easy to build a short video platform. If Wang Yu takes a bite of the cake first, the one who will suffer the loss will be Yifan. I said these words just to tell you that I need Maya Live to provide knives and forks for the big cake I'm planning, and I have no interest in interfering with the current operations of Maya's company. So, Mr. Wang, you don't have to worry about your position. Putting himself in Wang Yu's shoes, Yifan could imagine how Wang Yu felt at the moment, understood what he was most concerned about, and explained it to him directly and openly. Although Wang Yu was on the phone, he still had an awkward smile on his face. However, I feel more relaxed inside. With Mr. Ye's verbal assurance, Wang Yu felt more at ease at this moment. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to bother you. I still understand your feelings. Yifan replied. By the way, let me ask you one last question. Do you know Zhao Xiong? Zhao Xiong? I don't know him. When Yifan heard this name, he was a little confused. Don't know him? Oh, sorry to bother you. If you don't have anything to do, Mr. Yi, I'll hang up first. Okay, bye. Oh, yes, there is one other thing. Yi Fan was speechless. Couldn't he just say it all at once? Our company is holding a shareholders meeting on Friday. I wonder if you are interested in coming, Mr. Yi. Friday? I'm sorry, I'll be staying in the United States on Friday. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. Oh, that's such a coincidence. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan searched the name Zhou Yuan on the internet. Oh. So he is the founder of Maoya. After reading the recent news again, I suddenly understood why Wang Yu asked this question. These two people are now fighting each other, and the internet is abuzz with the controversy. It has reached a fever pitch. He was probably afraid that Zhao Xiong would join forces with outsiders to drive him out of the house. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since it wasn't the foreign aid Zhao Xiong was looking for, that was the best. Chapter 91 Arrival, subscribe for monthly tickets. Yi Fan took a 19-hour flight from Shanghai to New York. It has to be said that this was Yi Fan's first time on a plane, so he was inevitably a little nervous before boarding. What if the plane crashes? He can neither fly nor pilot an airplane. But after the plane took off normally, Yi Fan felt that his concerns were completely unnecessary. Along the way, not only did the flight remain extremely stable, but there were also no unexpected situations. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, and sleep when you should sleep. When I woke up, the plane was almost landed. After all, he was also sitting in first class, so Yi Fan did not leave slowly through the normal channel like other passengers, but took the special channel. There was another person who came to the United States with Yi Fan, the butler Ah-chung. Originally, Yi Yayan wanted to come with Yi Fan, but Yi Tianhong felt that it would be better for Yi Yayan to accompany him than to let Ah-chang, so he sent his most capable assistant, Ah-chang, to protect Yi Fan. Moreover, Ah-chang can not only protect Yi Fan, but also handle some trivial matters for Yi Fan. Uncle Chang, thank you for accompanying me here. Seeing Ah-chang helping him get the luggage, Yi Fan patted his arm and said a little embarrassedly. Ah-chang is only 40 years old this year. He is tall and strong, much taller than Yi Fan. He is estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall. It's okay. It's what I should do. Your father let me accompany you to the United States because he trusts me. If it were someone else, he would really be worried. Maybe because he had been keeping a straight face for too long, Ah-chang showed a slightly stiff smile. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but touch his nose. Is this statement an implicit mockery of the elder sister? Of course, Yi Fan knew that Uncle Chang's words did not mean to mock his eldest sister. What Uncle Chang meant was that he was worried about other bodyguards coming to protect him. Due to the time difference, it was still around 6 o'clock in the morning in New York. As soon as Yi Fan and Ah-chang walked out of the security check, a tall white man in a suit walked up to Yi Fan. He said to Yi Fan in fluent Chinese, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Fan?" When Ah-chang heard the white man speaking fluent Chinese, his eyes narrowed slightly. This can be seen from the details. Judging from the information he collected about Minina could make such thoughtful arrangements. It seems that she really cares about Yi Fan. I need to report this to my boss when I have time later. Yi Fan was also stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and said, "Yes, I am Yi Fan." "That's great, dear Mr. Yi Fan. My name is Andrew, and Miss Minina specially arranged for me to pick you up. Please follow me." The white man showed a gentle expression and politely extended his hand in one direction towards Yi Fan, motioning him to go that way. At this time, in a private estate in New York, Minina, already dressed, was sitting on the sofa in the living room. While blowing a breath on the steaming coffee, he listened to the report call on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Minina squinted her eyes and took a sip of coffee. After the warm coffee went down her throat, Minina couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then, a very expectant and eager smile appeared on his face. He murmured, "Is it finally here?" After taking several sips of coffee, Minina put the coffee cup on the small table beside her, then took out her mobile phone and looked at Yi Fan's photos. For a long time before seeing Yi Fan's photo, Minina was very sure that the person she liked must be a beautiful woman. But after seeing Yi Fan's photo, Minina realized that it didn't matter whether it was a man or a woman, she just hadn't met the right person. Inside the Lincoln Navigator Extended Edition sedan, Yi Fan said to Andrew, who was driving, "Which hotel are we going to now?" "Hotel?" Andrew looked puzzled. Hearing Andrew's surprised expression, Yi Fan wondered, "Where else can I stay if not in a hotel?" Andrew explained, "The order I received from Miss Minina is to take you to her private estate." "Go straight to her private estate?" It's only a little past 6 o'clock in New York now. Minina is not someone like Yifan who has already rested enough on the plane. Is it necessary for her to get up so early to see him? Yifan shook his head with a slightly bitter smile. It seemed that Miss Minina was still doubtful about whether he could be her fake boyfriend. But Aching on the side didn't think so. He looked at the still dim sky outside the car window and was secretly shocked. According to the information he had, this was the first time that Minina invited someone to her estate so early in the morning. Isn't it said that Miss Minina's sexual orientation is female? Why do you want to see Yifan so urgently? Could it be that Miss Minina has some affection for Yifan? The security personnel at the gate of Minina Manor opened the gate and let the extended version of Lincoln pass only after checking the information of Andrew, Yifan, and others. In the car, Yifan glanced around. Although it is a private manor, it is not a large manor but a small manor, about 1,500 square meters. The extended version of Lincoln stopped at the gate of the villa in the manor. After the car parked, Yifan and others got out of the car. Andrew stretched out his hand towards the gate of the villa and said with a smile on his face, "Miss Minina is already waiting for you, Mr. Yifan, in the living room on the first floor." Oh? Seeing that Andrew was not going to enter the villa gate, Yifan called Uncle Chang to go in together. Unexpectedly, Andrew reached out and stopped Ah Chang from moving forward. Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Andrew continued to smile and explained, "Miss Minina only wants to see Mr. Yifan now. Please ask Mr. Yifan's entourage to come with me to other rooms to rest." Ah Chang also frowned slightly and looked at Yifan, waiting for him to make a decision. In Minina's territory, there is no need to worry about safety. After all, with the influence of the Roth family in the United States, I don't think any fool would dare to run into the gun. Yifan hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded to Uncle Chang and said, "Go, Uncle Chang, I believe there will be no problem with safety." Except that he doesn't have as much experience as Uncle Chang, his current physical fitness is even better than Uncle Chang. Coupled with the world-class fighting level and the bulletproof skill, Yifan believed that the safety factor was guaranteed. Seeing this, Aching nodded and followed Andrew. At this moment, Minina was sitting in the living room, waiting for Yifan with great anticipation. I wonder how she would feel if she knew that Yifan actually considered the safety issues of meeting her. Come to think of it, I will be very bound to comfort you on my bed. Chapter 92 First Encounter, subscribe for monthly tickets. The door to the living room was half open and the other half closed. It seemed that the door was left for him. Yifan inexplicably had this illusion. After knocking on the door politely, Yifan walked in. After all, Andrew had just said that Minina was waiting for him in the living room. Hearing the knock on the door, Minina, who was sitting on the sofa, trembled slightly, showing her inner excitement, and hurriedly looked towards the door. A man with an oriental appearance, but whose facial features could make a Westerner like her fall in love with him, walked in. His height seems like the golden cutting line, full of perfection. Temperament is like Apollo in Greek mythology, and has become an adjective like the word handsome. There is an inexplicable temperament all over his body, as if he is an ancient bard, full of free and easy and romantic feeling, or like an immortal in Chinese mythology, ethereal and mysterious. Minina was actually prepared to look worse in person than in the photo. But, it was only then that she realized that the photo did not show his perfection, and he was even more handsome in person than in the photo. Minina's heart was beating like a little deer, a feeling she had only experienced when she was 17. And now, she felt that her first love was back, and it was even better than before. Yifan was also stunned when he saw Minina. At this time, Minina was lying lazily on the sofa. Her thick, slightly curly golden hair fell to her waist, and her calm blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. He was wearing a white shirt on his upper body. The lower body is wearing a black hip skirt, which outlines her perfect curves even more seductively. Under the skirt is a pair of black stockings full of infinite temptation, wrapping her round and slender legs without a trace of fat. Yifan couldn't help but sigh, the so-called long legs for a lifetime is just like this. Even though he had seen Yi Shiling, a stunning beauty with a 99-point appearance, he couldn't help but be slightly distracted when he saw Minina's elaborate dressing. In fact, her figure is even hotter than Yi Shiling's. However, after what happened with Yi Shiling last time, Yifan's concentration has become even stronger. With a gentle smile, he said, "It's nice to meet you, Miss Minina." Hearing Yifan's fluent English, Minina came back to her senses. With a slightly flushed face and charming eyes, she stood up and took Yifan's hand. A smile appeared on his face. "Nice to meet you too, handsome Mr. Yifan." Minina's enthusiasm made Yifan a little dazed. This Western beauty seemed to be quite satisfied with his image and actually took the initiative to praise him. This made Yifan feel slightly relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about making the other party feel disgusted as soon as he arrived. He quickly said, "Thank you for your compliment, Mississippi. You are so beautiful and charming in front of me." Yifan's words made the smile on Minina's face even sweeter, as if his words were even more beautiful than the love words spoken by the most beautiful bed partner she had ever met. In fact, it is true. "Ha, thank you for your compliments. These words make me feel good. I take them seriously." Yifan was actually quite nervous before and after meeting Minina, but now seeing Minina's playful appearance, Yifan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of a woman who wants to fight for the inheritance of the Rost family, she is indeed very cunning. I guess she doesn't have any good feelings towards me in her heart, but the words she said make people feel that she has a good impression of him. In his heart, Yifan couldn't help but be thankful for his own rationality. He was thankful that he could look at Minina's attitude towards him rationally and knew her indifferent attitude. "Ha, I am really smart." Yifan secretly praised himself for his cleverness. "Do you want to rest now? There is a 12-hour time difference between New York and China. I hope Yifan can adapt to the environment here." Minina asked with great concern. Yifan is actually not a very talkative person, and he came here just to let Minina deal with the family. This way of dealing with it is really just dealing with it, and it is quite casual. Although everyone in the Rost family knew that Minina had dealt with the matter in a perfunctory manner, the status of the current head of the family was still there. Minina has apparently met the requirements, so naturally no one would be unhappy about this kind of thing. After all, it would be useless to find fault with her, and it would only make them unhappy. In fact, there is no need for Minina to look for a fake boyfriend all over the world. The main reason is that she doesn't want to settle and wants to find someone she likes. Yifan thought to himself that he was here just to help Minina with the superficial work and would go back after that, so there was no need to talk too much about feelings with Minina. After pondering for a moment, Yifan said, "Okay, I'll go and rest first. I wonder which hotel Miss Minina has prepared for me." "Hotel?" Minina was also stunned. "Didn't this guy Andrew tell you that you can just live in my manor?" This time, it was Yifan's turn to be stunned. "Living in your manor, Miss Minina? Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" Yifan was really stunned. He didn't expect that Minina was so dedicated. She could let a strange man live in her house just for the sake of superficial dealings. This is too much confidence in the security capabilities of her manor. After all, Yifan is a man. How could he not have any deterrent power at all? Are you really not afraid of being taken advantage of? If Minina knew what Yifan was thinking at this moment, she would probably laugh to death. As long as the facial features are good-looking, it's hard to say who will take advantage of whom. Chapter 93: The Unwilling Daniel. Subscribe for monthly tickets. Daniel Mellon, a handsome rich second generation, is also a notorious playboy. Even though more than 90% of young women in the United States know that he is a playboy who is only interested in sex and not love, there are still countless women vying to get into his bed. Of course, it's not because Daniel is handsome. In fact, there are many rich second generations who are more handsome than him. The most important thing is that he is a member of the Mellon family and the fourth son of Charles Mellon, the current head of the Mellon family. The Mellon family has a long history and controls hundreds of large companies. It is one of the top 10 financial groups in the United States. On October 24, 1929, the largest economic crisis in the history of capitalism broke out in the United States. At that time, a nursery rhyme was popular in New York: Mellon blew the whistle and Hoover rang the bell. Wall Street sent out a signal and America rushed to hell. This shows the influence of the Mellon family on the United States at that time. Today, although the Mellon family is showing signs of decline for various reasons, it is still one of the dominant players in the American economy. Although the current head of the family, Charles Mellon, has 10 children, not including those born to his mistresses. But for girls from ordinary families and less famous female stars, Daniel Mellon is still a big golden tree that cannot be ignored. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in the bar, shaking his red wine glass, with an unwilling and ferocious look on his face. Even the veins on his right hand holding the goblet were popping out, and his left hand was clenched into a fist. The other friends who were drinking with Daniel were afraid to make a sound. Even the sexy beauties leaning on Daniel's left and right did not dare to get too close. Sudden. He stood up and threw the goblet in his hand hard to the ground. The remaining red wine in the glass splashed all over the ground, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. The bar, which was originally dead silent, was suddenly filled with a shrill sound, which not only scared the two scantily clad beauties, but also Daniel's friends who were sitting on the sofa opposite him. One of them quickly stood up and comforted him. "Daniel, he's just a yellow-skinned boy from China. It's not worth getting so angry about him." Another person stood up and advised, "Yes, yes. I guess Miss Menina chose him because he is an Oriental and easier to control." Daniel felt a little better, but he still said fiercely, "Damn Menina, I handed the photo to her personally, and she dared to tear it up on the spot. It's so despicable." "That's fine. I can tolerate it. After all, she is from the Rost family. But what I can't stand the most is that she actually chose a yellow boy. Does that mean that I, Daniel, am not even as good as a yellow man? I can't stand this tone. Besides, you also know the news that just came. Menina actually let this yellow-skinned boy live in her manor, and in the guest room closest to her room. I feel like this woman Menina is clearly humiliating me." A blond man suggested, "Daniel, how about we tie up that yellow-skinned guy and throw him into the sea to feed the fish?" Unexpectedly, as soon as the blond man finished speaking, Daniel slapped him on the forehead. "Are you a fool? Let's not talk about the fact that if we touch that yellow-skinned boy, it will anger Menina. Let's just say that the yellow-skinned boy is not an ordinary person either. He is the son of China's richest man, his only son. He is not without industry or power in the United States. You say such things. Is your head full of shit? Johnson, your hooliganism may be fine against ordinary people, but it is very stupid to deal with such a high-ranking person. Not only will it not solve my problems, it will even create them for me." The blond man who came up with the idea was also stunned. It was as if it wasn't Daniel who had used this method before. Daniel had used this kind of gangster method to deal with some rich second generations he disliked before, so why doesn't Daniel use it now? Hasn't he always been arrogant and domineering? You shouldn't be so rational. What he didn't know was that Daniel's father had already given him a serious warning about the 3 previous murders. Especially this time, regarding Yifan's arrival, Daniel's father directly said that if Daniel dared to do so again, he could just get out of the Mellon family. After all, his father is the richest man in a country. If one can become the richest entrepreneur in a country, you should never doubt his means and the power he possesses. Of course, since we can't kill him, we can still humiliate him. Of course, although the means cannot be too radical. But we can't let this yellow-skinned monkey spend this trip to the United States so comfortably, otherwise, I will be very angry. I want to humiliate him, severely humiliate him, to vent the anger in my heart." The blond man asked again, "That yellow-skinned boy is staying in Miss Menina's manor. Could it be that you, Daniel, broke in?" As soon as he finished speaking, Daniel kicked the blond man's thigh hard. "Idiot, don't you know that Menina will attend an auction tonight? I will be there to embarrass Yifan. But this yellow-skinned boy may not go. This is a problem." Daniel pondered for a moment before saying, "This is simple. I heard that China has been looking for some copper animal head antiques. I happen to have a rat head. When the time comes, I will hang this antique up as well. I believe that when the yellow-skinned boy knows about this, he will definitely not miss it." Yifan stayed in the room that Menina prepared for him. He didn't feel sleepy at all, but instead felt inexplicably irritated. He was really surprised by Menina's attitude towards him. First she made him live in her own estate, then she also arranged for his room to be the closest to Menina's own room. What does this mean? This enthusiasm is too much. Isn't it said that Menina not only dislikes men, but even hates men? How could he live so close? Could it be that? Yifan had a strange look on his face and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Menina has a special hobby and likes people to eavesdrop on her? Otherwise, why would this man be placed so close? After thinking about it for a long time, Yifan couldn't fall asleep at all. Although he had slept on the plane, he didn't get enough sleep due to the jet lag. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Uncle Chang. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask Menina where Uncle Chang was arranged. Thinking of this, Yifan quickly got up from the bed and called Uncle Chang. The call was connected quickly. "Uncle Chang, where are you now?" "I was assigned to the leftmost room on the first floor of the Menina Manor Villa. Although it is part of the villa, it is completely separated from other areas of the villa by walls. If a Chang wanted to see Yifan, or Menina, he could only walk out of the room and then go around the area outside the villa to the main entrance of the villa." Chapter 94 Attitude, subscribe for monthly tickets. "Uncle Chang, I feel like Menina is a little weird." Yi Fan expressed his doubts. Strange feeling? Ah Cheng's tone suddenly became serious and doubtful. His main purpose of coming here is to protect his boss's son. Any abnormal situation deserves his serious attention. Maybe there are some safety hazards hidden in it. I feel like Min Aina is being a little too enthusiastic towards us. Not only did she arrange for the two of us to stay in her manor, she even arranged for my room to be next to hers. This is totally unreasonable. It's impossible for any normal person to do this, let alone a beautiful woman who hates men. Yi Fan believed that under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an average person to bring a stranger they had just met to where they lived, and the room was so close to hers. Especially when the other person is a beautiful woman. You know, the security personnel are basically at the entrances and exits, and there are no security personnel at all in the villa. How could a stunning beauty like Nina safely place a man next to her room? Isn't she afraid that he will be tempted by her beauty? So, it's so unreasonable. Ah Cheng had a strange expression on his face when he heard this. Didn't Yi Fan have a relationship once? Why is emotional intelligence still so low? Even he, an outsider, could feel Minina's attention and affection for Yi Fan, but Yi Fan didn't feel anything at all. However, if Ah Cheng knew about Yi Fan and Jiang Hanxue, he would know that Yi Fan is indeed a straight man. Uncle Cheng hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiao Fan, you are wrong. She's not passionate about us, she's just passionate about you. I think Min Aina has a crush on you. Have a crush on me? Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. That's impossible. How could she have a crush on me? This is the first time I've met her. Suddenly, Yi Fan thought of a possibility. Could it be that Min Aina is obsessed with looks? If Uncle Cheng is right, then Min Aina may really be a face-obsessed person. After all, apart from his good looks, Yi Fan couldn't think of any other possibility that could have made a strange woman quickly fall in love with him. Yi Fan suddenly felt a little regretful at this moment. He had just forgotten to open the Eye of Insight. After all, it was my first time going abroad, and I felt quite new to the things around me, so my attention was too distracted. In addition, it was his first time meeting Nina, and he was pretending to be her boyfriend, so he couldn't help but feel nervous and worried that he might not handle the situation properly. So I forgot to use the Eye of Insight to look at Nina's personal information. Uncle Cheng touched his hair. It seemed that Brother Yi's son might really be a straight man. My guess should be correct. Uncle Cheng explained, according to the information I have, Min Aina is not a person who likes to accommodate others. In fact, you can even say that she is a rather arrogant person. But, judging from the person who received us, she actually took your situation into consideration and sent an American who can speak Chinese fluently just for you. At that time, I actually already had some guesses. And now, I am almost certain that Min Aina has a crush on you. This can be seen from where we both live. I live in the corner of the first floor, isolated from the rest of the villa. I can only go around from the outside to the main door, and then I can actually enter the villa. And you, Xiaofan, live directly on the third floor, and in the room closest to Min Aina. As far as I know, the only people who have lived on the third floor, besides Min Aina, are her rumored girlfriends. I don't know why. When Yi Fan heard Uncle Cheng's tone, he vaguely felt a sense of envy. Yi Fan felt that he might have been overthinking it. After Ah Cheng finished speaking, Yi Fan tried to speak, but he didn't know what to say. Especially after hearing Uncle Cheng say that only Min Aina and her girlfriends lived on the third floor, Yi Fan became even more confused. I even had a vague bad feeling in my heart. Xiao Fan, as someone who has been through this, I think you can take a little control of it. After all, Min Aina is really good looking and a good match for you. If possible, try a little harder and win her over. Maybe, by the time I return home, I'll have even decided where to hold the wedding. Yi Fan was embarrassed and speechless. Uncle Cheng really dared to think that. Even though Min Aina is a face-obsessed person and has some affection for him, her sexual orientation is still female. He doesn't think that his looks are good enough to turn a gay girl straight. Since he had already confirmed Uncle Cheng's location and condition, Yi Fan did not disturb him anymore. After all, Uncle Cheng must not have slept well on the plane. He said goodbye and hung up the phone. And then, I lay on the bed, thinking about what Uncle Cheng had just said and Minina's attitude towards him. As I was thinking, I fell asleep. I slept until after 12 o'clock, and slept for more than 5 hours. When he got up, Yi Fan stretched and immediately felt refreshed. He went to the toilet to flush the toilet, then Yi Fan went downstairs. When he arrived at the living room on the first floor, Yi Fan did not see Min Aina. After thinking about it, he decided to go to where Uncle Chang lived first. If Uncle Chang is awake, I can ask him to go out for a walk with me. After all, it is my first time going abroad, and everything looks new to me. It would be good to go around and see the world. But unexpectedly, as soon as I walked out of the living room door, I met Min Aina, who was wearing sportswear and sweating profusely. Ms. Min Aina, are you going to exercise? Yi Fan also knew that what he said was nonsense, but there was nothing he could do. He was not familiar with Min Aina and he didn't know what to say. Min Aina smiled on her delicate face and replied enthusiastically. I just went to the golf course behind the villa to play some golf. Yi Fan, how did you sleep? I slept well. Are you getting ready to go out? Yes, I am going to go and see the man who came with me. Oh? Well then, remember to come to the living room to eat later. I asked the chef to make lunch. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay. Looking at Yi Fan's leaving back, an inexplicable look appeared on Min Aina's face. After a while, he murmured, Yi Fan is still very distant from me. This is not a good sign. Fake boyfriend? Sorry, Min Aina not only wants to remove this fake word, but also wants to own this man forever. Although this was not the first time Min Aina had met Yi Fan, every time she saw him, her attention was always focused to the greatest extent and her words were always particularly gentle. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was walking, had a wave of emotions in his heart. Because he had just activated the Eye of Insight and saw some information about Min Aina. Chapter 95 Rat Head, subscribe for monthly tickets. Target, Min Aina Rosted. Age, 23. Height, 177 centimeters. Appearance, 98. Personality, looks obsessed, overbearing, arrogant, protective, good at thinking. Favorability, 90. Hint, the other person likes music and food very much. He really didn't expect that Min Aina's favorability towards him reached 90. What is the concept? Yi Shiling's favorability towards him has only reached 93 now. Of course, this is related to the fact that it becomes more difficult to increase favorability as time goes by. But no matter what, Min Aina had only met him once and she already had so much favorability towards him. How could this not surprise Yi Fan? Yi Fan muttered to himself, I really have become a wrench. Moreover, he clearly remembered that the system said that among the complex emotions of human beings, there are three major aspects: family affection, love, and friendship. When the target person's favorability towards him reaches 90 or above, one of these three aspects has reached a new level. Given the current situation, family and friendship are naturally impossible. Even though Yi Fan himself didn't quite believe it, it could only be love. Yi Fan now clearly realized how terrifying his divine face and fairy appearance was. No wonder Min Aina had arranged his rooms so close together. Yi Fan was still wondering why Min Aina arranged him to be so close to her. Wasn't she afraid of being taken advantage of? Now I finally know the reason. Suddenly, Yi Fan thought of something else. She murmured, oh my god, is this fake boyfriend going to become my real boyfriend? Yi Fan is a little uneasy now. But when he thought about it carefully, he was a man. When encountering such a thing, he was the one in advantage. How could he be cowardly? Yes, that is right, he is in an advantageous position, why should he be afraid? Thinking of this, Yi Fan suddenly felt at ease. When Yi Fan arrived at Uncle Chang's residence, he was standing on the lawn at the door, holding his cell phone and making a call. Yi Fan quickly waved and called out, Uncle Chang? Upon hearing this, Ah Chung hurriedly walked towards Yi Fan. He was walking and talking on the phone, and when he reached Yi Fan, he heard something. I will bring the things back, please rest assured, Brother Yi. Yi Fan was suddenly surprised. Brother Yi is naturally not calling Yi Fan, but Yi Tianhong. Yi Fan didn't think it was strange that Uncle Chang called his father Brother Yi. After all, Uncle Chang and my father have known each other for more than 10 years. Uncle Chang has long been Yi Tianhong's confidant, and the brotherly relationship is still very deep. I quickly asked, Uncle Chang, what does my dad want you to bring back? From your tone, it feels like it's something very important. Ah Cheng sighed, looked at the sky dyed red by the sun and said, the rat head among the 12 bronze heads of the zodiac in the old summer palace. Rat head? Yi Fan was immediately amazed. As a Chinese, he naturally knew what the bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals from the old summer palace represented. It represents a humiliating period in China's history. As the country's strength grows, it naturally wants to bring these 12 highly representative antiques back to the country and return them intact. But after going through numerous difficulties, only 5 were brought back. As for the others, either they don't want to give it or they can't find any trace of it. He asked quickly, "Any news about the rat head?" Ah Cheng replied, "Well, just a while ago, news came from Sotheby's auction house about the rat head. Then I immediately reported it to Brother Yi. He said in a very firm attitude that the rat head must be captured and sent back to the motherland." Yi Fan asked, "Sotheby's auction?" Ah Cheng explained, "Sotheby's is the oldest auction house in the world, and also the most famous one." "When will the rat head be auctioned?" Yi Fan asked again. "Tonight." Yi Fan pondered. If that was the case, he would have to go over with Uncle Cheng tonight to take a look. Of course, if Minaina needs his company for something, Uncle Chang will probably have to go alone. But unexpectedly, Uncle Chang said, "Minaina will also go to Sotheby's auction house tonight." "Ah, that's good." Yi Fan laughed. "Just now I was thinking that if Minaina had something to do, I might not be able to go. I didn't expect that she would go too. This makes things easier." Unexpectedly, Uncle Chang did not smile at all, and even said to Yi Fan in a serious tone, "Xiao Fan, do you know who put the rat head up for auction at Sotheby's?" "Who?" "Daniel Mellon, a notorious playboy." "Any questions?" Yi Fan was puzzled. Could it be that playboy couldn't auction things? This is a big problem, and it involves you. "Me?" Yi Fan pointed at himself with his right index finger, confusion appearing on his face. How could he be involved for no reason? He just came to the United States. Even if he wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't happen so quickly. Before, when Menina was looking for a fake boyfriend, Daniel ran to Menina and handed her his photo. But unexpectedly, Menina showed no mercy to Daniel at all. She tore up his photos right in front of Daniel, leaving him humiliated. And Daniel is not only petty, he's also a racist. How could a man like him let go of you, a yellow man favored by Menina? And the news of the auction was spread too hastily. The news came out on the same day and the auction was held on the same day. This was too hasty for a big auction house like Sotheby's. There are too many suspicious points in it. I guess Daniel might want to do something to embarrass you at the auction. So, you better not go later." A serious expression appeared on Uncle Chang's face. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan just asked calmly, "Just do something that will hurt my reputation?" "So, what about safety?" Uncle Chang was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Sotheby's auction house will conduct full-body security checks on every guest, so safety issues can still be guaranteed. After all, there are many wealthy people there. If the safety issues are not in place, those wealthy people will not go there. And on the way back and forth, you don't have to worry too much. After all, if you go, you will definitely sit in Menina's car. I believe that no matter how brave Daniel is, he will not dare to provoke the only daughter of the current head of the Rost family." Yi Fan heard this and laughed. "If that's the case, then go. I want to see how this Daniel will make me lose face. Since someone wants to embarrass him, it is better to put the matter out in the open. There is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days." Chapter 96, Arrogant, Seeking Daily Recommendations. "By the way, Uncle Chang, I came here to ask you to have lunch together." Menina asked the chef to prepare lunch. "It's just waiting for us to eat." Seeing that Uncle Chang had no objection to his going, Yi Fan knew that most of his concerns had been eliminated. Then, he patted Uncle Chang on the shoulder and told him about having lunch. Uncle Chang was a little amused when he heard this. This kid really is something. "I won't go. You can just eat with Menina." "Ah. I think if Menina saw me, she would be very unhappy. In order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, I won't go." Yi Fan. As if I wasn't afraid of embarrassment. After all, I just met Menina, we can't even say we know each other, and we are from different countries. The thought of eating together seems a bit awkward. However, since Uncle Chang didn't want to go, Yi Fan naturally couldn't force him. After chatting with him for a while, he went back. When he returned to the living room on the first floor, he saw Menina preparing to come out as soon as he entered the door. He quickly asked, "Miss Menina, what are you going to do?" "I was going to look for you. I've been gone for so long that lunch is already ready." After saying that, Menina took Yi Fan's hand and walked towards the restaurant. Before entering the restaurant, Yi Fan saw a woman arranging dishes inside. Perhaps seeing the doubt in Yi Fan's eyes, Min Aina said softly, "This is my chef, he was poached from a Michelin 3-star restaurant." Yi Fan couldn't help but look strange when he heard this. As expected, Min Aina's hobby is beautiful women, even the chef is so pretty. From Yi Fan's perspective, he could guess without the need for insight that the chef's appearance was at least around 90 points. If a person's appearance reaches 90, he or she can be considered an extremely beautiful woman. Moreover, a chef from a Michelin 3-star restaurant would actually personally arrange the dishes for Min Aina, which gives me a feeling that their relationship is not simple. Could it be that? Yi Fan couldn't help but guess in his heart. "Winnie, thank you for your delicious food, which makes my appetite so good for every meal." Min Aina took Yi Fan's hand and walked into the restaurant. As soon as she entered the door, she praised the beautiful chef. Winnie put down the work in her hands, turned around and looked. After seeing Yi Fan's face, she was a little dazed. Then he reacted and couldn't help but sigh to Min Aina. "Min Aina, is this the new love you found? Although you look good, have you forgotten what you once told me, that you would never find a boyfriend?" Yi Fan. This is a lot of information. Judging from the resentment in Winnie's words, could it be one of Menina's exes? Min Aina smiled awkwardly, quickly pulled Winnie aside, and whispered a few words to her. After a while, Winnie smiled, kissed Min Aina on the lips, and then left with a smile. Yi Fan. Yi Fan no longer needs to guess, the relationship is confirmed. Although Westerners have kissing etiquette, no country's kissing etiquette involves kissing on the lips. Look at this little mouth kissing, it smells quite sweet. After asking Yi Fan to sit down, Min Aina maintained an awkward smile and said, "Yi Fan, let me explain to you, Winnie." No need to explain, I understand." Yi Fan quickly stopped Min Aina from speaking. Although Min Aina's favorability towards him has now reached 90, which has reached the level of love, Yi Fan is not related to her after all, so there is naturally no need to explain. Min Aina sighed, not knowing what to say. It doesn't matter, it did happen before. It does matter, but now it doesn't matter. But this relationship is indeed difficult to explain. And the more you explain, the more confusing it may become. If Yi Fan misunderstood because of this, she would feel even more uncomfortable. But she couldn't help but say, "There's really nothing going on between me and Winnie right now." Yi Fan, don't tell me, I don't know you well. It's so awkward and I don't know how to respond. Although it was lunch, the dishes on the table were still very rich. There was grilled steak, pasta, fried shrimp, fruit salad, and 2 cups of steaming coffee. But what puzzled Yi Fan was what was on the plate in the middle covered by the lid. Perhaps Min Aina saw the doubt in Yi Fan's heart, and took the initiative to open the lid of the dinner table. Seeing what was inside, Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Murmured Xiaolongbao? Yes, the contents were 5 steaming dumplings. Min Aina lifted her hair and smiled charmingly. "Yi Fan, this is something I prepared specially for you, do you like it?" Yi Fan looked at Min Aina. "Was this done by Winnie?" "No, I sent someone to buy it in Chinatown in New York." Winnie can only cook Western food, not Chinese food. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. A small detail can reveal a big picture. Being in a foreign country, I didn't expect that Min Aina, a Westerner, would care so much about his diet. How could I not feel warm in my heart? Thank you, Miss Min Aina. Yi Fan smiled gently, then took a steamed bun from the plate in front of him with the fork and took a bite. The taste is a little different from the domestic dumplings, a little sweet, but still within an acceptable range. How is it? Is it delicious? Min Aina looked at him curiously with a smile on her face. She seldom eats this kind of food with stuffing inside, and even if she does, it's something like a burrito. The taste is okay, but a little sweet, like eating barbecued pork buns. Yi Fan explained with a smile. Barbecued pork buns? What are those? Min Aina asked curiously. Yi Fan scratched his head. Barbecued pork buns look the same as xiaolongbao, but they are bigger and filled with sweetmeat. Oh. Just like that, Min Aina and Yi Fan chatted for a while about the eating habits of each other's countries. She could feel that Yi Fan was no longer as distant from her as before. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, Yi Fan, there will be an auction tonight, come with me. Talking about this in such an obviously harmonious atmosphere makes it seem like a request between friends rather than a formality. This is a very subtle psychological hint. Okay, to be honest, I wanted to go because a lost Chinese antique appeared at the Sotheby's auction house in New York. This antique has a deep meaning to my country, so I must bring it back to my motherland. Yi Fan readily agreed and explained the reason. Oh, is this actually happening? That's perfect. I'll buy it for you to make up for my regret of not even having a meeting gift for you. Yi Fan. Are you so arrogant? Without even asking the price, he just said he wanted to buy it. Even if it is an ordinary antique, a few $100,000 is relatively cheap. It is normal for someone who is truly famous to be worth hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. What's more, the amount can even reach hundreds of millions of RMB. In the early 2000s, when the Macau gambling king bought back the two bronze heads, he spent several million RMB. Now that money has depreciated, the price will definitely be more expensive. Add to that Daniel's mischief and secretly raising the price, and it's possible that it could be hundreds of millions. The bronze head itself is certainly not worth the price. What makes it valuable is that history, a history that the Chinese people cannot forget. Chapter 97. Are you worthy? Subscribe for monthly tickets. For some reason, Yi Fan heard Minina's arrogant tone and her domineering attitude of buying the item without even asking the price. I inexplicably developed the illusion that I was being kept. But Yi Fan didn't think his face was that big for a gift worth at least several million, so he quickly refused. No need. If this antique is considered a gift to me, then its value is too high. I feel unworthy of it. Menina said in a firm tone. No, I will definitely buy this thing for you. Don't worry, even if this antique is worth hundreds of millions, I can afford it, don't worry. Yi Fan was speechless for a moment, then hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. I'm not saying you don't have money to buy it. I'm saying that as a gift, just anything is fine. A small gift is worth a lot of thought. Whatever. Unexpectedly, she said in a serious tone, how can it be casual? It has to be something more expensive to represent my feelings. Yi Fan. Shit, how can he explain this? He had made it so clear, but Menina was determined to buy it for him. Really a feeling of being supported. Yi Fan continued to persuade her for a while, but Menina was determined to give him the antique he wanted. In the evening, at 7 o'clock. In front of Sotheby's auction house in New York City. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. Because you will see how the rich live a life of extravagant spending. At this time, more and more luxury cars gathered in the parking lot at the entrance. Any one of these luxury cars is enough for an ordinary person to live a comfortable life without worries about food and drink. But for these well-dressed upper-class people, it is just a simple means of transportation. Maybe, it's also a tool to show off, a tool to demonstrate one's financial strength. Yi Fan and Menina were riding in a Bentley Arnage 728, the minimum selling price of which was 9.88 million renminbi. Menina's car is a top-of-the-line model that costs 12.88 million renminbi. Even among the many luxury cars in front of Sotheby's auction house, it is the most dazzling one. As soon as it appeared, it attracted many enthusiastic and envious gazes, and people wished that they were the ones who owned this car. After the car stopped, Yi Fan opened the door and stepped out. For a moment, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Not only were some people surprised that an Oriental man would get out of this luxury car worth over 10 million yuan, but more people were even more surprised at his appearance. Oriental? A strange Oriental face, I've never seen one before. How could there be such a handsome man in this world? He's like a god from ancient Greek mythology. No, I feel like he's more like an angel with his wings hidden. So handsome. Looking at the license plate, if I remember correctly, this should be Miss Menina's car. How could this guy get out of her car? Could it be that Menina has changed her taste and found a new lover? At this time, a certain rich woman took a look at her French lover who had just been found not long ago, and suddenly felt no interest in him. I secretly made up my mind to find a better one after the auction was over. Then she looked at Yi Fan's appearance, blushing and thinking with a beating heart, if she could find someone with 1/10 of this person's looks, she would be satisfied. At this moment, the Frenchman, who was standing next to the rich woman and looking at the passing celebrities with envy on his face, didn't know that he had already lost value in the eyes of the rich woman he had just hooked. Menina then got off the car from where Yi Fan had just gotten off. She was wearing an extremely elegant printed dress with a black belt tied around her waist, which further highlighted her perfect figure. Below her were two pairs of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, which were round and slender, stimulating people's desires. Coupled with the two pairs of red high heels under her beautiful feet, her figure was even more slender and seductive. If we say that Yi Shiling's beauty is holy, noble, and flawless, then Menina's beauty is charming. She looks cold and beautiful when she doesn't smile, but she is very charming when she smiles. As soon as he appeared on the stage, everyone present couldn't help but be a little dazed. Many men looked at Nina with passionate eyes, but their gazes could not ignore the handsome man next to her, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. These two people are really a perfect match. Nina glanced at the crowd around her like a queen, and then took Yifan's hand. This could not help but make those who knew Nina's identity even more surprised. Oh my god! Nina actually took the initiative to hold a man's hand. Has she changed her personality? Basically, everyone who knows Nina's identity feels sorry that she is a lesbian. After all, it would be a pity if you can't take a bath. But today they saw that Nina, who always only liked beautiful women, actually took the initiative to hold a man's hand, which really stimulated them. So, is it just because they are not good looking enough that they don't have the chance to get close to her? Envy, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of emotions spread. The strong resentment even made Yifan feel an inexplicable chill on his back. He felt the temperature around him and it wasn't cold. But why did I feel a little cold on my back just now? Could it be a sign of a cold or fever? It seems that I should drink more hot water and take a hot bath when I go back later. Just then, another convertible sports car arrived, a Ferrari 360 worth 3 million RMB. The Ferrari sports car stopped in front of Yifan and Nina. The driver was a blonde American. Nina said in a cold voice, "Daniel, you are blocking my way. If you don't move away, I will ask someone to smash your car and throw it into the recycling station." Yifan frowned slightly. It turned out that the blonde boy was the playboy who auctioned the rat head. Looking at him, he indeed has kidney deficiency, and he might also be a drug addict. Since he parked his car in front of him, he must be looking for trouble. He is very impatient. Daniel had no doubt about the truthfulness of Nina's domineering words, because she had actually done similar things. Given Nina's net worth, she can still afford to pay for a car worth 3 million RMB. Moreover, she doesn't have to worry about legal liability. After all, the Rost family's legal team is no pushover. Although Daniel was still a little panicked, he couldn't give up now. With a forced smile on his face, he said in a slightly stiff tone, "I heard that you recently found a Chinese boyfriend and let him live in your manor? I really feel sorry for you, Nina. You actually chose a yellow monkey as your boyfriend. You might as well choose me." Humph. Nina snorted coldly, with an obvious chill on her beautiful face. "Just you? Are you worthy?" Chapter 98, Being Ridiculed. Please subscribe to monthly tickets. Daniel was suddenly speechless. Why am I not worthy? Because Daniel had just focused all his attention on Nina, and because of the special position, he really didn't see Yifan just now. As for why all the attention is focused on Nina, is there any need to explain this to a lustful rich second generation? But when Daniel took a closer look, he was immediately surprised. Nina was holding a man's hand? Looking more closely, I found that the man actually had an oriental face, but he was indeed very handsome. Nina noticed Daniel's gaze, sneered, and said in a cold voice, "Did you see it clearly? Do you realize now how unworthy you are? You are not even worthy of licking Yifan's shoes. You." Daniel's face turned red with anger, and he was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Yifan smiled bitterly in his heart. "Big sister, are you thinking that my hatred value is not high enough and are here to attract hatred for me? Although I know that I am indeed handsome, this is undeniable. But don't say it so arrogantly. Can't you just keep a low profile?" But thinking about Nina's character as revealed by the Eye of Insight, Yifan felt that it might not be possible to ask Nina to keep a low profile. However, deep down, he was indeed unhappy with this Daniel, who was an obvious racist. If there weren't so many people around and it wasn't appropriate to take action, he would definitely let Daniel know what it meant to be so red. "Because I'm white and he's just yellow." When Yifan heard this, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. The voice was cold and said, "What's wrong with yellow people? I am yellow and I am proud. Based on your words, I can go to the New York court to sue you for racial discrimination. Besides, compared to me, you are really ugly. How dare you be so racist? In my opinion, the appearance of a person like you among white people really lowers the overall appearance of white people in America. You." Daniel really didn't expect that this yellow man who seemed taller than him could say these words so confidently. There is absolutely no such thing as the Chinese people's attitude of peace being the most important thing as rumored. They even dared to publicly mock him for being ugly. How dare you say that I, Daniel, am ugly? I? Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, Daniel suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. In comparison, he does seem to. I'll count to 3. If you don't drive away, Daniel, I will not only smash your car, but I will also smash you. Minina spoke, and the chill in her tone seemed to make people shiver, just like Daniel at this moment. He looked into Minina's eyes and could clearly sense the anger hidden in her eyes. Before Minina could start counting, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Minina looked at the car driving by, her chest heaving noticeably. She was angry, because of rage. She was really angry now. This damn guy actually racially discriminated against Yi Fan. It was simply too much. She, Minina, had never spoken loudly to Yi Fan, but Daniel actually dared to openly mock Yi Fan. I'm afraid he really wanted to die. Daniel found a random parking space and got out of the car. Daniel looked at Yi Fan as he walked into the door with anger in his eyes. His face turned pale and his fists were clenched so tightly that veins were bulging. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many wealthy people and upper-class people gathered here, he would have to consider his family's reputation. And there was Minina, whom he didn't want to mess with. Otherwise, based on his personality, he would have punched him long ago. The son of China's richest man? I would beat him even if he was the son of the richest man in the world. For someone like him, rationality is just a product that can be barely maintained when emotions are normal. If it weren't for his father's authority and the presence of Minina, he might have really rushed up to fight. This yellow monkey was so arrogant that he even dared to mock him for being ugly in front of so many people. But he chose to forget that it was clearly he who started the provocation first. Of course, if a real fight were to happen, Daniel's small body wouldn't be enough for Yi Fan to deal with. He was indeed small and skinny, otherwise Yi Fan would not have suspected that he was a drug addict. Minina held up the auction brochure and pointed at an item on it and asked, "Is this the rat head you want?" "Yes." Yi Fan took a look and nodded. The items were put up for sale and auctioned on the same day. This doesn't conform to the behavior of Sotheby's auction house. Minina asked curiously. This is what Daniel put up for auction. As for the purpose, it may be related to you and me. Yi Fan explained. Oh? Minina said in surprise. Daniel actually put it up for auction. The buyer's name was not written in the brochure introducing the auction items, and Minina had not done any research before, so she didn't know who put the item up for auction. Since it has something to do with both of us, I should take a picture of it and give it to you. Minina thought for a moment, then smiled sweetly. In fact, apart from being a bit unwavering in giving this gift to Yi Fan, Minina was still very gentle to Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. In fact, it was best that Minina didn't give him anything. This way no one owed anyone anything. But once this gift is given, I always feel like I am being too lenient. Therefore, Yi Fan thought that when the auction starts later, it would be better for Minina not to grab the item and let Uncle Cheng take the bid. The auction officially begins. Everyone sat down, the sound gradually faded away, and the scene became quiet in an instant. An old auctioneer who was about 50 years old appeared on the stage. He bowed to everyone present and then introduced himself. My name is Paul Bruce, and my familiar friends call me Old Paul. Of course, I know you are not interested in my name, but only in what I will auction next. Old Paul laughed at himself. Seeing the wealthy people around him laughing at Old Paul's words, Yi Fan felt that he didn't get the joke at all. Is this American humor? Okay, let me introduce the first little thing tonight, a necklace. There is a very touching story about this necklace. When each item comes on the stage, Yi Fan will activate the Eye of Insight to check the target information, hoping to find a bargain. But a real bargain would not be so easy to pick up. Among 5 auction items in a row, Yi Fan couldn't pick up a single bargain. After all, it has been strictly inspected by experts in various industries. How can it be easily found to be flawed? They make a living by this. The 6th auction item came up soon, and Yi Fan was delighted when he saw the animal head that he had only seen in pictures. Today, this antique that records the heavy historical past will finally return to the motherland from his hands. He quickly stopped Minina from raising the sign, as she looked at him in confusion. Yi Fan explained, Minina, I know you want to give me a precious gift. But this thing has great significance to my motherland. So, I want my father's representative to auction this antique, because he is Chinese. Chapter 99 Minina's Threat, subscribe for monthly tickets. Looking at Yi Fan's determined gaze, Minina was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled brightly. That's fine. Yi Fan was indeed stunned. He didn't expect Minina to agree so readily. He thought that it would take some intense negotiations to make Minina change her mind. After all, he had seen Minina's domineering personality before. Minina continued to laugh and said, "Are you wondering why I agreed so readily this time? That's because I saw a very determined look in your eyes. Besides, it suddenly occurred to me that since all the items in this set have not been found yet, I will help you find them and try my best to find them." Forehead. Yi Fan didn't expect that Minina, who had the queen-like aura, would suddenly become so considerate and tender. "I feel a huge sense of contrast in my heart." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then he grinned, "Then I'd like to thank you here first, but I can't let you spend your money in vain. Don't refuse. After all, this is something I want, and I should pay for it." In fact, what Yi Fan wanted to say was, "You are not related to me, and it would be really difficult for me to ask you to pay." But these words were a bit too hurtful. Yi Fan was not so stupid as to be so stupid. "Minina, we'll talk about it later." Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. It was true that women's hearts were as unfathomable as the sea. This sentence is obviously perfunctory. He was so understanding and easy to talk to just now. But he didn't know what Minina was thinking at the moment. "Minina, humph, you are so polite to me now. When the time comes, I will have captured your heart and we will see if you will still be polite." Over there, old Paul continued, "Okay, now the sixth item for auction is the rat head from the Chinese zodiac from the old summer palace." After briefly introducing the workmanship and ingenuity of the product, old Paul announced the auction reserve price. The reserve price for the rat head is $300,000. Gentlemen and ladies who want to bid can raise their placards. Hearing the price, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Wow, the reserve price is about 2.1 million renminbi. Daniel must have done this on purpose. Yi Fan looked towards Daniel's position, but happened to see Daniel turning his head to look at him. The two men's eyes met, and Yi Fan could clearly see the smugness in Daniel's eyes. After old Paul finished speaking, 3 seconds had passed and no one at the scene was holding up a sign. In fact, the reason why the price of the 12 zodiac bronze heads was auctioned for millions of RMB is mainly because China wants to take back these antiques with special significance. In the final analysis, they are just robbing China's things and making the Chinese pay for it. It's really disgusting. For foreigners, it is actually not of much value. $400,000. At this time, Uncle Chang raised the sign. Daniel, who was sitting on the far left of the 6th row, saw this and sneered. He checked the information and knew that this person was brought by Yi Fan and was in the same group as Yi Fan. Daniel was secretly proud in his heart. If he didn't kill you yellow monkeys today, he would be unworthy of the anger he had just suffered. 400,000 for the first time, 400,000 for the second time. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Old Paul looked around. 500,000. Daniel held out the sign nonchalantly, a smug smile on his face. Oh, Mr. Number 64 has raised the price to 500,000. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Yi Fan took it all in, frowning secretly. It seemed that this guy Daniel was really going to make a lot of money. Yi Fan took note of this account. In the future, Daniel will definitely pay back the money with interest. 550,000. When Yi Fan heard the voice of counting, he was stunned. How could he not be familiar with this voice? The owner of this voice was sitting next to him. Yi Fan whispered, "Minina, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't take pictures? Minina, if I don't shoot, will Daniel ask for an exorbitant price? But even if you bid, he will still continue to bid." Yi Fan said. "Don't worry." Minina patted her plump and attractive chest and said confidently, "He doesn't dare to embarrass me, because I have the leverage over him." Handle? What handle? Yi Fan asked. Daniel is actually secretly dealing drugs with the Mexican gangs. Although I only have a small amount of information, if this information is made public, it will be enough to make Daniel suffer. Drugs are not legal in the United States, but some states have legalized marijuana. Therefore, if Minina really has this information and reveals it, Daniel will be in big trouble. Does Daniel know? Yi Fan asked quietly. I don't know, but I'll let him know soon. After she finished speaking, Minina called a waiter over and said, "Tell the gentleman at seat 64 to pay attention to his email box and tell him that there is an email that he is very interested in. This is a tip for you." Minina pulled out a few $100 bills at random. "Yes, pretty lady." The waiter happily took the money and walked towards Daniel. Although Daniel was a little surprised that Min Aina suddenly raised the price, he continued to follow her. 600,000. But not long after he finished bidding, a waiter suddenly ran up to him and conveyed what Min Nina had just said. Daniel looked at Min Aina, who didn't even look at him, and wondered in his heart, what on earth does this woman want to do? He quickly took out his cell phone and checked his email. What on earth did this Min Aina do, and what did she send to his email? Could it be a threatening statement? But after reading it, his face became gloomy and flustered. How could she possibly know? It really was a threat to him, and it forced him to accept the threat. Moreover, he didn't know how much information Min Aina knew about the matter. Damn, are these guys so careless? He was actually exposed as well. Damn it. It seems I have to change the people who will contact there when I go back this time. Chapter 100 Party, subscribe for monthly tickets. Shocked, China's national treasure actually appeared at Sotheby's auction house in New York City. Is it friendship, or is there another hidden agenda? The buyer actually took the initiative to ask to give this rat head unconditionally to the son of China's richest man, Yi Fan. Yi Tianhong, the richest man in China, publicly announced that he would donate this national treasure to the motherland and place it in the Huaxia Museum for people to appreciate. Congratulations to our motherland for becoming more prosperous and powerful, and for taking back what was previously stolen from us. Yi Tianhong's son appeared for the first time. It turns out that the son of the richest man is so handsome. The appearance of the true national husband has ignited the passion of countless women. The second-generation rich man who beats all the second-generation rich men in the country has appeared. And he is so handsome, he is simply the perfect man in every woman's heart. The next morning, Yi Fan woke up, washed up, and casually browsed the web. He actually saw a lot of news like this. This news has spread widely. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The web pages are basically filled with news about him and Rathead, with reports from various newspapers. Yi Fan checked Weibo again and found that the top 5 hot searches were basically related to him. Some of the hot searches are related to the Rathead, some are related to his identity as the son of the richest man, and some are related to his appearance. Looking in the mirror, Yi Fan sighed narcissistically. Sure enough, no matter how many halos I have on me, others can't ignore my outstanding appearance and my damn charm. Summoning the system panel, Yi Fan carried out the daily sign in activity. Sign and reward, murderous intention. Sense anyone who shows murderous intention towards you within a radius of 100 miles can be accurately sensed by you. This time, something is a bit mysterious. A sense of murderous intent? It should be a sixth sense, right? Or rather, an aspect of a sixth sense. Yi Fan was very satisfied with this reward. At the critical moment, it might even save his life. Moreover, this skill can actually be used in conjunction with the magical skill. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. After all, sniper rifles are actually quite scary. Sometimes you die without even knowing how you died. With this murder sensing skill, once you sense murder intent, you can whisper, I bet there are no bullets in your gun. Thinking of the scene where the sniper is ready and pulls the trigger, only to find that there is no bullet in his gun, Yi Fan couldn't help laughing. So funny. Moreover, since it is a precise sensor, as long as it is within the range, it should be able to sense the estimated direction and distance, right? The system did not answer, but Yi Fan didn't care. If possible, he hoped that this skill would never be triggered in his entire life, but this was obviously impossible. If the distance was not enough, that guy Daniel would have triggered my murderous sense. When Yi Fan thought of last night's auction, he smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Daniel to be so cowardly. Not only did he stop bidding, he even gave him the rat head for free. I guess he was really scared by Menina's methods. But this kind of free service often hides deeper hatred. I guess Daniel can't wait to drink Yi Fan's blood at this moment. However, Daniel had always disliked him, and now that he saw Daniel being humiliated, he was still quite happy. As for the future. Now that I have this killer sensing skill, should I still be afraid of you doing something tricky? I'll find you in a minute. As for Min Aina, this really gave him a headache. The money was saved, but the favor was owed. It's not that the Yi family doesn't have money, but they can't stand the people who stole their things and asked for exorbitant prices. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on Yi Fan's door. Who is it? Yi Fan walked over and opened the door. At this time, the only person who came was probably Min Aina. Indeed, Min Nina's voice came from the door. It's me, Min Nina. What's wrong? What do you want from me so early? After opening the door, Yifan was stunned when he saw Minina in front of him, who was wearing a light blue nightgown with a deep V-neck. I have to say that Minina has a really good figure. The right places to protrude are not subtle at all. Combined with this deep V nightgown, it outlines her seductive and proud figure. How is it? Does it look good? Noticing Yifan's subconscious gaze, Minina smiled charmingly. Nice. Yifan was not a person who liked to lie, so he spoke out his inner thoughts. Minina was also stunned, and then the smile on her face became brighter. For her, Yifan will be her man sooner or later, so it is naturally more pleasing for her to hear her man say good looking. If it looks good, I'll show you a different style every day. Cough. Under Minina's slightly aggressive gaze and provocative words, Yifan couldn't help but cough dryly. Changing the subject, he asked, I wonder why Miss Minina came to see me so early. Finally, when Yifan asked the question for the second time, Minina finally answered. Come with me to Washington this afternoon to attend a party. Reunion? Well, it's a party of the Rost family. As my boyfriend, it's time for me to meet these people. Ahem, Miss Minina, it's a fake boyfriend. Yifan couldn't help but remind him. Minina raised her eyebrows and smiled, then said meaningfully, well, I see. Chapter 101 Piano, subscribe for monthly tickets. By the way, remember to come down for dinner later. I've asked Winnie to cook it. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll forget. I'll call you later. After saying that, Minina winked at Yifan and smiled. After watching Minina leave and looking at her pretty back for a while, Yifan closed the door and sighed silently. It is the most difficult to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. Minina was determined when she insisted on giving her the rat head. Minina helped him to vent his anger at Daniel's arrogance. And Minina's gentleness, playfulness, and cuteness towards him all showed her love for him. If it was when he had just broken up with Bai Shui, Yifan would naturally be very happy to have such a beautiful woman by his side who always cared about him, and would even take the initiative to accept this love. But now, there is still a very important woman in his heart, Yi Shirling. In fact, he didn't understand how he felt about Yi Shirling's love for him, but what was certain was that she was really important in his heart. It was so important that he didn't want to see her get hurt, any hurt at all. If I accept Minina, Yi Shirling will probably be very sad. Matters like love are often the most exhausting. It makes me feel uncomfortable whenever I think about it, but I just can't stop thinking about it. Unable to calm down, Yifan thought of the system. Open the Personal Attributes panel. Yifan called the system in his heart. Name, Yifan. Age, 21. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, divine appearance. Your appearance is off the charts. Props, none. Skills, 1. Eye of Insight, 2. Lead Game Master, 3. World-class fighting level, 4. Super swimming ability, 5. Photographic memory, 6. Top-notch car, 7. Calligraphy master, 8. Helpful 3 times remaining, 9. I bet your gun has no bullets, 10. Super hacking skills, 11. World-class pianist, 12. Killing instinct sense. It is worth mentioning that the world-class piano master acquired this skill by signing in on the plane to the United States. Seeing these dazzling array of skills, Yifan was still very happy. Everyone wants to know more, but doesn't want to spend time and energy learning. And what about Yifan? Just sign in every day and you will get rewards. Sometimes Yifan even wondered who created this sign-in system and why he was allowed to enjoy it. Is it because I'm handsome? Or is it because I have good grades? Or is it because I have a positive outlook? It can't be because I'm the protagonist, right? If you say he is a loser, he was not a loser before he got the sign-in system. He was self-reliant. How inspiring. To say that he is a genius is still a long way off. Although he is a top student, he is still far from being a genius. Well. In any case, without realizing it, he is transformed from an ordinary little genius to a true genius with so many skills. By the way, there seems to be a piano room on the 3rd floor of Minina. I wonder if there is a piano in it. The only instrument Yifan was good at before was the guitar, and he only had a slight understanding of the piano. After acquiring this piano master skill, he looked back and realized how childish his previous piano playing techniques were. I just got off the plane yesterday and I'm too tired to play the piano. But today he had almost adjusted his daily routine and was full of energy. He also happened to remember that Minina had a special piano room, so he suddenly felt like trying his hand at the piano. Yifan has never been a procrastinating person. Thinking of this, he took action. He stood up from the sofa in the room, opened the door and went downstairs. Although he learned that all the rooms on the third floor were not locked and could be opened by simply turning the door handle. But Yifan felt polite that as a guest, he should tell the host and get permission before entering other rooms. Yifan, why did you come down? Are you hungry? Breakfast will be here soon. As soon as Yifan went downstairs, Menina, who was making coffee, heard the noise, turned to look at him and asked with a smile. I'm not hungry yet. I just want to ask, I want to go into your piano room, is that okay? Yifan said. Of course. You don't have to ask me. You can enter any place in this manner. Menina answered with a smile, and then asked, Yifan, do you know how to play a musical instrument? Well, I can play the piano and guitar. By the way, do you have a piano in your music room? Yifan said. Of course I have one. Since this is a piano room, how could I not have the piano, the king of all musical instruments? What I didn't expect was that you, Yifan, can actually play the piano. The piano is my favorite instrument. Menina's eyes lit up. Yifan was indeed the man she liked. Even his interests and hobbies were so similar to hers. She not only likes piano, but also can play it. I guess Winnie will have to wait for a while before she can deliver breakfast. In that case, let me go to the piano room with you and listen to how Yifan plays the piano. There was a glimmer of cunning in Menina's eyes. If Yifan's piano playing was just average, she could take the opportunity to teach him how to play. What a great opportunity to foster a relationship. You know, she took the American GMT piano grading test and achieved the 11th level. The GMT exam has 11 levels, 111, with level 11 being the honors level. No skipping is allowed above level 8, including level 8. After passing the highest level 11 of GMT, you have reached the standard for entrance examinations for art majors in North American universities. But Menina's father naturally didn't want his daughter to study art, so after negotiation, he let her apply for the business administration major at Harvard University. Sure. Yifan nodded with a smile. Although he is not very clear about the level of his own piano skills at present, but after the previous sign and rewards, Yifan clearly knows that all the sign and rewards of the system must be of high quality. So I had the confidence to let Menina go with me instead of watching the joke. Menina's music room was at least as large as 4 of the other rooms, and it was filled with all sorts of musical instruments, some hung on the wall and some in boxes. The most eye-catching thing is the piano placed in the center. It is no exaggeration to say that the piano is the king of musical instruments. The piano's tone and range are incomparable to other instruments. However, if we simply compare the width of the range, the Zhanghui chime bells unearthed in ancient China are only 1 octave less than the piano. You should know that the Zhanghui chime bells are a musical instrument from the spring and autumn period in the Warring States period, and appeared more than 2,000 years earlier than the piano. Yifan and Menina walked towards the piano together. When they arrived, Yifan bent down slightly and randomly played a few keys with his fingers. Suddenly, excellent sound quality reached my ears. As for musical instruments, generally speaking, the better the sound quality, the more expensive they are. Yifan said, this piano must cost at least $100,000, right? More than that. $230,000. Menina replied with a smile. Chapter 102 Shocking Improvisation, subscribe for monthly tickets. Yifan sat down slowly, his posture upright, his expression confident and calm, which combined with his already handsome appearance made his already extraordinary temperament even more noble. Menina saw this, unspeakable love emerging in her eyes. She placed her hands lightly on the side of the piano and just quietly looked at the man who fascinated her. Yifan's fingers touched the black and white keys, and he was not thinking about playing the famous piano pieces from his previous life, nor was he thinking about playing the famous pieces from this world. Because he can't remember. Or rather, I didn't remember it. But, as the saying goes, if you have knowledge in mind, you won't panic when encountering problems. Countless musical inspirations gushed out in Yifan's mind. In addition, Yifan possessed absolute pitch, which enabled him to release the inspiration in his mind very clearly and play every note that appeared in the inspiration accurately. Under Menina's gaze, Yifan played an impromptu piano piece with his fingers lightly. Listening to Yifan playing the piano, Menina's expression changed from eager to try to shocked. She was eager to try because, if Yifan's level was poor, she could take the opportunity to show off her piano skills and make Yifan like her more. The reason for being shocked was that Yifan's playing skills were so good. Suddenly, a very smooth and pleasant melody sounded from Yifan's fingertips, as if each note sounded from his fingertips were water droplets at different positions in a river, which gathered together to form a river of flowing living water. And this river formed by the convergence of musical notes is the piano piece that Yifan improvised. It sounds so good, Menina said to herself. The look she gave Yifan became even deeper. This man was simply too outstanding. Although Menina didn't know which piano piece this was, Yifan's playing level was already better than hers. This is a relaxing and cheerful piece of music overall. With Menina's musical accomplishment, she subconsciously closed her eyes and felt the atmosphere of the piece with her heart. She seemed to feel that she was in a sea of flowers, playing happily. She also seemed to be able to feel wild bees flying around her, and it was like spring all around, making her feel the joy of vitality. Of course, most people may not have so many feelings about this, which is related to a certain level of musical cultivation. After a while, Yifan's fingers stopped dancing on the piano, leaving only the lingering sound. When she heard the piano stop, Menina opened her slightly charming eyes again. He was so excited that he praised Yifan. Yifan, you play really well. Thank you, Miss Menina, for the compliment. Yifan stood up and smiled at Menina. You don't have to call me Miss Menina, just call me Menina. Menina winked and smiled. Well, okay. Yifan pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, he is here to be Menina's boyfriend, even if it is a fake one, but he should still pay attention to the necessary details. If you call it too unfamiliarly, it won't be the case. Menina continued to ask, what is the name of the piece you played just now, and which master wrote it? Master? Yifan touched his smooth chin and smiled awkwardly. Menina, you really like to joke. This is not written by any master, and it doesn't have a name. It's just a piece of music I improvised. Improvisation? Exclaimed Menina. If Yifan didn't know Menina's personality, he might have thought she was acting. But, is the piece he improvised really that surprising? It's just normal. Oh my goodness. Menina covered her mouth and exclaimed, then continued, Yifan, you are really amazing. I originally thought that you were good at playing the piano, but I didn't expect that you could improvise such a high-level song. You are simply a genius. While Menina was praising Yifan, she couldn't help but give him the internationally accepted gesture of praise, the thumbs up. Menina, it's not that exaggerated. I'm just an ordinary person. Yifan scratched his head and said modestly. No one would be unhappy when being praised, let alone a beauty like Menina. Yifan was the same. He was humble in words, but he was very happy to be praised in his heart. I'm not exaggerating. If your level is average, then my piano skills can only be described as rough. Yifan felt that in a place like the United States, it was okay to be a little humble. If he was too humble all the time, he would easily be mistaken for being hypocritical. So, I changed the subject. Winnie should have prepared breakfast by this time. Why don't we go downstairs and eat? Yifan looked at Menina, only to find that she was also staring at him intently. Originally, this was a normal eye contact. But, what's with that look in your eyes? Anyone who is not a fool can see the passion in Menina's eyes. Yifan secretly said, oh no, would this increase Menina's favorability? He quickly activated the Eye of Insight to take a look. After reading it, Yifan once again cursed in his heart. Menina's favorability has really increased, from 90 to 91. It was difficult to improve after reaching 90, but I didn't expect that this impromptu performance would actually increase Menina's favorability by 1. Yifan felt a little disappointed. It had only been 2 days and his favorability had increased a little. What would happen if it took another week or so? He suddenly became very worried, wondering if he would never be able to go back. It should be, no way? Okay, let's go downstairs and have breakfast. Menina showed a sweet smile, then took Yifan's hand and walked out. Yifan. So, now, holding his hand has become so natural, so smooth, and so casual? For some reason, I really feel like my girlfriend is holding my hand. It even feels more special than when I held hands with my first love, by Shui. Am I crazy? Yifan complained in his heart, I've only known her for a few days. It can't be, that feeling. Americans' breakfast is relatively simple, just like the Chinese. Yifan looked and saw cornflakes, waffles, fried eggs, pancakes, and 2 cups of steaming coffee and milk on the table. Menina drank the coffee. And the milk was drunk by Yifan. Because Yifan is still not used to drinking coffee, even if he drinks it, he usually adds milk and sugar. After breakfast, Yifan called Uncle Chang and prepared to tell Uncle Chang that Menina wanted him to attend a family gathering. After all, Uncle Chang is not in Menina's manor now. Because some things need to be arranged for Shu Shou to return to China, and he also needs to coordinate with the people on the other side. Chapter 103. Should I thank them? Subscribe for monthly tickets. Although the party doesn't start until 2:30 in the afternoon, we naturally have to set off first, so there's no way we can arrive on time. At 10:30, Menina took Yifan to the New York airport. New York is 380 kilometers away from Washington, which takes at least 3 or 4 hours to drive, but only 1 hour by plane, which is naturally more convenient and faster. In addition to Yifan and Menina, a Chang was also accompanying them. He didn't know Yifan's abilities, so he was naturally worried about Yifan leaving his entourage to protect him. In the first-class cabin, Menina and Yifan sat next to each other. Yifan asked curiously, "Menina, how does your family select the successor to the family head?" Yifan had wanted to ask this for a long time. After all, this matter was new and curious to him. But he and Menina didn't even know each other before, so he naturally couldn't ask. But now, they were a little familiar with each other, and Menina had a high degree of favorability towards him, so after thinking for a moment, she asked, "I'm just asking out of curiosity. Of course, if it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to." Yifan explained with a smile. Menina smiled and said, "There's nothing you can't tell me. With your family background, you can find out the answer with just a little question." I believe Yifan should know the history and current status of the Rost family. In the United States, a country where money is everything, and this can be seen in the presidential election. Every presidential election is a competition of financial resources, and the presidential candidate who can attract more sponsorship will have more exposure, and then even a fool can become president. The reason why our Roth family has been able to maintain its current status is not only because of its close relationship with the two major political parties and the President of the United States, but also because of its own financial strength. So, if you want to run for the position of successor to the Rost family, you must surpass other candidates in business talent. The manifestation of business talent is the operation of the company controlled by each heir today. Based on my current performance, I am naturally doing the best. But behind the scenes, there are always some people who are unwilling to accept this, so they use my homosexuality to make trouble, and then there is the matter of you becoming my boyfriend. When Menina said some people are unwilling to accept this, her tone was slightly sarcastic and her face was full of disdain. Given her current situation, she might think that these people are just a bunch of clowns who can only play petty tricks. But Yifan felt a little uneasy in his heart. Oh my god. No wonder the eldest sister wants to get in touch with Menina so much. It turns out that Menina is the best one among all the candidates, and it is basically a done deal. However, some members of the Rost family were unwilling to accept this and brought up Menina's sexual orientation. However, the eldest sister probably couldn't have imagined that Menina would have such a high degree of favorability towards him and really fell in love with him. Speaking of this, although I hate the behavior of that group of people, I really have to thank them. Menina raised her eyebrows and looked at Yifan with a slightly playful look. Ah? You still thank them? Yifan exclaimed and looked up, then met Menina's gaze and immediately understood. Indeed, if that group of people had not caused such a commotion, he would not have been able to travel across the ocean to the United States this summer, let alone live in Menina's manor and get to know Menina. You better be careful later, Yifan. I think someone in that group might dislike you and try to embarrass you. But don't worry, I will take good care of you. Although he knew that Menina meant well by saying this, Yifan felt a little uncomfortable hearing it. You take care of me? This is usually what men say to women. I guess it's because Menina was used to being strong, and because of her sexual orientation, she was on the offensive, so she naturally said such things. Yifan looked at the scenery outside the window, then smiled and said to Menina, I'm not that worried. Even if they want to intimidate me, it's within certain limits. As he spoke, Yifan raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Besides, I'm not someone you can easily mess with. If they mess with me, then it's bad luck for them. After saying this, Yifan suddenly noticed Menina, who was holding her face with her hands and staring at him in a daze. His tone was a little unnatural as he asked, Why are you looking at me like that? After all, he had been in a relationship once, so Yifan naturally knew why Menina looked at him like that, but he was just very embarrassed, so he said this. It would be fine if they were a couple, but Yifan's affection for Minina was not that high, so it was naturally awkward. I felt like you looked even more charming when you said that. Oh shit. Minina's words were indeed becoming more and more provocative and more straightforward. The other side. A valuable Rolls-Royce drove up on the road in front of a manor in Washington. Then, it stopped at the gate of the manor. The driver's and passengers' doors opened at the same time, and two white men in black suits walked out. The two white men opened the two doors at the back of the Rolls-Royce with a respectful attitude. After the door opened, a man and a woman walked out from the left and right. They were both white people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Of the two, the white man had a tall and straight figure and was well dressed. The Rolex watch on his wrist alone was worth over $1 million RMB. Although the woman was also wearing luxury goods, had a good figure and beautiful looks, she did not have the arrogance of the man. She looked around and was curious about everything around her. The two walked to the front of the car, the man took the woman's hand, and then walked into the manor with an arrogant attitude. No one stopped him. It was obvious that he knew at least one of them. After walking some distance into the manor, the white man said, "Joanna, do you know why I brought you to this manor today? Of course it's because I served you well last night." As the woman spoke, she held the white man's arm and leaned over to press the fullness of her breasts against the man's arm. Cough. The man coughed and said, "Don't say such things in this situation." Johanna glanced around and said casually, "I only said this because there was no one around." Then he teased, "Hey, Master Casper, were you satisfied with my posture yesterday?" When Casper thought of the postures Joanna performed in bed last night, a fire of evil rose in his heart. Then he turned to look at Joanna's beautiful face and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That's pretty sexy. Chapter 104 Talking about cooperation, subscribe for monthly tickets. I wonder what Joanna's fans who regard her as a goddess would think if they heard her such flirtatious words. But isn't this exactly why he looks for Hollywood actresses to be his bed partners? Dignified in front of people, coquettish behind their backs. Well, I am satisfied, but let's not talk about that for now. This little slut is so coquettish, wild, and exciting that she has ignited a fire in his heart, but now is not the time to talk about this. He brought Joanna to this manor, naturally not to discuss which posture was better, but for something more important. Casper cleared his throat and said seriously, "I brought you here today because I have a mission for you." "Wait a minute and you will." Speaking of the latter, Casper whispered in her ear. After getting off the plane, Yifan and Minina got into a car, and a Cheng sat alone in the car at the back. "Yifan, do you know where our gathering is today?" Minina asked. "Of course I don't know that," Yifan said with a smile. He only knew that it was in Washington, but he didn't know where in Washington, and he didn't ask, thinking that he would get there eventually. "You really are. You don't even bother to ask about things you're not curious about." Minina smiled unhappily, then pointed at Yifan's chest with her slender, straight index finger. "Oh shit." Yifan was shocked. I was surprised by Minina's intimate behavior. I wanted to say something to stop him, but when I looked at the driver in front of me, I stopped talking. Although most of the Rost family should be aware of his identity as a fake boyfriend, they still have to act fully. What's more, given his current status, he should indeed have such intimate actions with Minina. I'll take the initiative to say it. Minina's head rested on Yifan's shoulder, and Yifan could even smell her fragrance. "The place for the gathering is my father's estate." Yifan looked surprised and suspicious. Are we meeting the parents now? Even though it's fake, it's too fast. When the car carrying Yifan and others arrived at the gate of the manor, Yifan found that there were already many luxury cars parked outside the gate. "Don't these cars drive in?" Yifan asked. "Well, as a sign of respect for the owner of the house, no outside vehicles are allowed in," Minina said. "But, this farm is not small. Did they walk after entering? This farm is much bigger than Minina's. Looking through the gap in the gate, one can see as far as the eye can see. Those who can come to this manor are either rich or noble. How can they walk like this? Of course not. If you like to walk, you can walk by yourself. If you don't like to walk, there are enough cars in the manor to pick you up, so you don't have to worry." Enough cars? This is indeed a very arrogant statement. So are we going to get off the bus, or? No, the two cars that picked us up are from Dad's estate, so we don't need to get out. What Minina said was right. When the two cars that came to pick up Yifan were still some distance away from the gate opened automatically and let them go in unimpeded. Outside the manor, some female companions brought by the rich young men, not knowing what was going on, looked at the two vehicles that went straight in with surprise. Some people hurriedly asked, "What are the origins of these two cars?" They actually went straight in, and Master Adan, you still want to park the car outside? This car is a vehicle in the manor, so it's naturally incomparable. Doesn't this manor belong to the current head of your Rasta family? And Master Adan, you said today is your family's gathering, and at most you can bring some dance partners. But in your family, is there any other important person that your head of the family can personally send someone to invite? Of course there are. Apart from some very prestigious elders, only the patriarch's only daughter can be picked up by him personally. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the owner's beautiful daughter. Incomparably beautiful? That's too exaggerated. I don't believe it. You don't believe it? When you go in later, just don't feel inferior to me. But, if it's Menina, then her boyfriend should also be here. I wonder what kind of ability he has to win Menina's favor and let him live in the manor. As he spoke, the white man with brown hair named Adam showed a strong interest in his eyes. He is also one of the candidates for the position of successor to the family head. After a while, the car stopped. Yi Fan was about to get off when he was stopped by Menina. What's wrong? Yi Fan was puzzled. Your collar is wrinkled. Let me clean it for you. Menina smiled, then moved closer to Yi Fan with gentle and virtuous movements. All right. Menina looked at Yi Fan with tenderness, and suddenly, her face moved closer to Yi Fan. The distance between them is only a finger-width gap. Then, when Yi Fan opened his mouth to speak, he kissed him directly on the lips. Before Menina kissed him, Yi Fan was puzzled by Menina's behavior, but he was not on guard at all. In addition, the distance was too close and the speed was too fast, so Menina succeeded. Oh my god. Yi Fan suddenly became angry. She really treated him as one of her women and could kiss him whenever she wanted. Before Yi Fan could explode, Menina loosened her mouth, and a smile appeared on her face. You are my boyfriend now, isn't it normal to kiss? Obviously, Menina was keenly aware of Yi Fan's attitude. That's a fake boyfriend, you're not taking it seriously, are you? A fake boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Even if everyone knows it, you still have to act well. But there's no one here now, you. There aren't many people in the car, but there are a lot of eyes outside. You opened the door in advance, so I don't know how many pairs of eyes are watching you. Yi Fan turned his head and noticed that many people were looking here. At this time, those who were looking over here were all shocked. Oh my god, is Menina really playing with that Oriental man? No way, Menina actually took the initiative to kiss that man? This is definitely misplaced. Menina, that lesbian, can't even let a man touch her, let alone kiss her. Didn't you see what that man looked like? Yeah, with this look, if I were a woman, I couldn't help it either. That guy is so handsome, he's a little better than me. You are really shameless. With your looks, you are not even worthy of licking shoes of that Oriental guy. You are just a little bit short. You. Yi Fan and Menina got out of the car one after another. Menina smiled and said, I'll take you and your bodyguard to the reception hall first, and then I'll go talk to my father about some things. If someone comes to cause trouble for you during this period, you can directly order the waiters and guards around you to throw the person out. Don't be soft-hearted. Of course not. After Menina left, Yi Fan had just taken a sip of the red wine handed to him by the waiter when someone came to his door impatiently. Are you Yi Fan? He's really good looking. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome man. Joanna's heart was far from as calm as her tone. This Oriental guy is so handsome. Casper is simply a joke in front of him. Are you here to cause trouble? Yi Fan put down the red wine glass slowly and spoke slowly. No, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you, handsome guy. Chapter 105, $8 million US, subscribe for monthly tickets. Talk about cooperation? I don't even know who you are, and you come to me to discuss cooperation. Isn't that ridiculous? A smile appeared on Yi Fan's handsome face, and he said lightly. At the same time, he also used the eye of insight. Target, Joanna what? Age, 27. Height, 176 centimeters. Appearance, 88. Personality, money worship. Favorability, 88. Hint, the other party is more hungry. Thirsty? Yi Fan had a strange look on his face. This pretty woman in front of him seemed to be something special. When Joanna heard Yifan's words, she was also stunned, then patted herself and explained with a smile. Look at my memory. I even forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Joanna. I'm an actress in Hollywood. Actor? Yifan was puzzled. Did she know that he was the boss of Marvel? Otherwise, why would an actor come to him to discuss cooperation? However, Joanna's next words overturned Yifan's guess. Well, Mr. Yifan is an Oriental, so it's normal that he doesn't know me, but in the United States, I am still well known to a certain extent. However, the cooperation I came to discuss with you has nothing to do with actors. The reason I came to discuss cooperation with you is because of Miss Minina. Minina? Yifan was a little dazed and had some guesses in his mind. Well, I know you are the boyfriend that Minina found, but this boyfriend should be fake. Mr. Yifan, there is no need to rush to deny it. After all, it is well known that Minina likes girls, so it is impossible for her to like you. Even though, Mr. Yifan, you are indeed very handsome. When she said the last sentence, Joanna licked her fiery red and sexy lips and looked at Yifan with a seductive look. There was an ambiguous smile on Yifan's face, and he raised his eyebrows. That smile almost made Joanna fall in love with him. Women are not lustful. When they are lustful, they are more lustful than men. However, Joanna knew that there was a pair of hidden eyes watching her actions. After all, she was Casper's bed partner now. If Casper hadn't been watching, she would have wanted to press her body close to Yifan. Hey, you're a woman, don't you understand my charm? Minina really has ideas about me. What Yifan said was of course not a lie. After all, Minina's favorability was already over 90. Moreover, her behavior towards him has become more and more intimate in recent days. Today, she even kissed Yifan directly on the lips. Although Minina said that she was acting for others, Yifan felt that Minina was more like finding an excuse that Yifan could not refute in order to take advantage of him. What? Joanna looked at Yifan's handsome face with shock. This was great news. If she could bring it to Master Casper, she would probably get another valuable reward. As a woman, how could she not be aware of Yifan's charm? What she said before was actually just based on Casper's general meaning. When he heard Yifan's words, he believed it 90%. When Joanna told Yifan that he was Minina's fake boyfriend, Yifan knew that Joanna must be a pawn of the group of candidates who were doing small tricks behind the scenes. The purpose of his saying this was just to tell the people behind Joanna through her mouth that Minina was really interested in him. In this way, he should be able to return home soon. Although she was shocked by Yifan's words, Joanna still did not forget the purpose of her talking to Yifan. He added, let's not talk about whether Minina has any feelings for Mr. Yifan for now, let me talk about the content of seeking your cooperation. Just wait until someone asks you if you are Minina's boyfriend and answer no. Then you will receive a large sum of money, and at the same time, you will also receive the gratitude of a candidate for the head of the Rost family. One of the candidates. Yifan smiled and emphasized his tone, especially when he talked about one of them. Joanna was stunned by the tone of this handsome Oriental man. Even when he heard that there was a candidate for the head of the family behind her, there was no respect in his tone. Instead, his tone was so bland that it sounded like mockery. Casper had not told her the identity of this Oriental man before. If Joanna knew that Yifan was the only son of the richest man in China, she probably would not be surprised by Yifan's attitude. Of course, if Casper told her Marcus' identity, Joanna's seductive behavior would probably become even bolder and more outrageous. So, Yifan, do you agree or not? Joanna asked in a slightly urgent tone. If this thing is accomplished, the reward she will get will not only be money, but also various resources. No. Yifan lay lazily on the sofa, but the words he said made Joanna feel firm. Ah. Joanna was stunned. They had obviously been having a pleasant chat before, with this handsome Oriental guy still having a smile on his face, but why were his words so blunt at this moment? Yifan, are you sure you don't want to consider it again? As long as you agree, Master Casper can give you at least $8 million. Moreover, from now on, being able to receive the protection of Master Casper is something that no one else in the United States would dare to even think about. As for Minina, even if she really likes you, it can only be temporary. She's just trying something new. Oh, 8 million. I don't need that. Yifan said lightly. Joanna really didn't expect that someone would refuse a reward of $8 million just for asking him to say a word. Master Casper? So the person who asked you to discuss cooperation with me was called Casper. Yifan glanced around the entire hall and noticed many people looking in his direction, but he didn't know which one was Casper. At this time, Joanna suddenly moved closer, took Yifan's hand, put it in her arms, and felt the warmth. The voice was soft and charming. As long as you agree, I can accompany you to do some things you like to do. Joanna is very confident about her looks, and she is also famous, which makes men feel even more attracted to her. But what Joanna didn't expect was, Yifan did pull his hand away directly, and even looked at Joanna with a disgusted expression. This really stimulated Joanna. My beauty is right here, is that really that bad? You know, even in Hollywood, there are many male stars and directors who want to have in-depth communication with her. The disgusted expression on Yifan's face was not fake. He just thought that this woman was pulling his hand to act coquettishly and then continue to reveal some information. After all, he is now here to be Menina's boyfriend, so he is naturally on Menina's side. It would be better if Joanna could tell him more. But what she didn't expect was that Joanna actually put his hand in her arms. Although it is warm and soft enough. But who knows how many people Joanna has done the same thing with. Chapter 106 Taunting, subscribe for monthly tickets. Ms. Joanna, you are a star after all, so you should be careful with your words. Especially your behavior, it's too coquettish. If someone doesn't know you, they would think you're a prostitute. A sneer appeared on Yifan's lips, and the disgust on his face was very obvious. This really irritated Joanna, and her face turned red with shame and her mood changed. Bang! At this moment, a loud slap was heard, and the whole hall seemed to be quiet for a moment. Who hit me? Joanna covered her red face and turned around and roared. He had just been ridiculed by Yifan, and he was so angry that he had no place to vent it. Then, he was slapped hard in the face from behind, and he could no longer hold back his anger. But when she saw the person behind her, the anger in her heart was instantly extinguished, and at the same time, she felt a chill running through her body. I beat you, and you don't accept it? It was Menina who was speaking. Her face was full of frost at this moment, and the aura of a queen emanating from her whole body made Joanna stunned. Where did you come from, bitch? How dare you seduce my man? Are you looking for death? For a few seconds, Joanna did not speak, but Menina continued angrily. As soon as she came in, she saw this bitch rubbing her chest against Yifan's arm with a seductive look on her face. This made her extremely unhappy, and she even completely forgot that she used to like women. What made her even more angry was that this bitch actually made Yifan feel unhappy. This point immediately pissed off Menina. Yes, making Yifan unhappy is what makes Menina most angry. If Yifan knew this, he wouldn't know what he would feel. Someone come quickly, throw this bitch out of the manor. Menina is the daughter of the owner of the house and the young mistress of the manor. Naturally, the personnel in charge of security did not dare to neglect her. 4 people came directly and carried Joanna away. Joanna, whose hands and feet were held by 4 security guards, struggled hard. If she was really thrown out of the manor by these 4 security guards. Not to mention how she felt about it, Casper must have felt bad too, since she was the female companion Casper brought with him. Although it was Menina who threw her away and Menina should not give her face, Joanna knew that Casper's brain circuit was a little abnormal, and who knew what he would think. If Casper loses face, she will have no one to rely on. It was not easy to get together with a rich boy like Casper. If he were gone, there would be no place to cry. But Joanna's struggle was obviously weak. She was just a spoiled woman. How could she struggle against several muscular male security guards? As for Casper, whom Joanna had been thinking about, he was watching this scene with a cold expression on his face. He also took a sip of red wine calmly, as if he didn't care at all. But whether he really cares or not, only he knows it. After all, Joanna was her companion, and she would be embarrassed if Menina just threw her away like that. Joanna wasn't too stupid. Apart from struggling, she never called Casper's name from beginning to end. Menina's actions also made many people who were watching the fun secretly frightened. This Menina seems to be really angry. Just because that woman seduced her man? Didn't she like women before? Could it be that this is for real? Looking at Yifan's face again, many people confirmed their thoughts. Because even a person with face blindness can see Yifan's handsomeness. After all, his stunning looks are not just talk. Dan said to the woman next to him, "How about it? Do you feel inferior after seeing Menina's looks?" Somewhat. At 2:30, the party officially began. After the current head of the Rost family, Norman Rost, gave a speech as the master, he walked down the platform and walked towards Yifan and Min-Ina. It was also the first time that Yifan saw Min-Ina's father. Although he was 55 years old, Norman did not look old at all. Instead, he had well-developed muscles, showing the results of his exercise. Norman knew Min-Ina's true wishes from a previous conversation with his daughter, and he was deeply touched. Although he did not discriminate against his daughter because she was a lesbian, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. But he didn't expect that this handsome Oriental boy would be so favored by Min-Ina. This was beyond his expectation. In my heart, I was very happy. After walking over and shaking hands with Yifan, he smiled and said, "Yifan, I heard that you are from the most mysterious ancient Oriental country Huaxia?" "Yes." Yifan responded with a smile. As an ancient country with thousands of years of continuous civilization, China is indeed full of mystery in the eyes of Westerners. "Ha, very good, not only is your country mysterious, you are also a mysterious person." "Forehead?" "Ha, my daughter has always liked women, but after seeing your photo, she doesn't dislike you at all. I heard that your father is developing overseas infrastructure projects. I happen to have a few here. If your father is interested, you can ask him to contact me. This is my business card. Of course, you can also ask me to cooperate with your father's group in the import and export trade project. Our family has several companies engaged in import and export trade." Just then, the sound of piano slowly began to play. After hearing this voice, Min-Ina's heart was indeed moved, and she said to her father, "Let's talk later, I'll take Yifan to the piano first." Then he took Yifan's hand and walked quickly towards the piano. Looking at the happy expression on his daughter's face, Norman was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Being dragged away by Min-Ina, Yifan also looked helpless, and said as he walked, "Min-Ina, you are not going to let me go up and show my talent, right? Of course, you are such an excellent pianist, why don't you show it off? But I don't know those famous piano pieces. If I go up there, I don't know what to play." "Yifan, how good are your musical notation skills?" "It's okay." "Oh, there are some music scores on the piano. I just saw them. If you can't read the music quickly, then you can just improvise. I guarantee that everyone present will be stunned." Min-Ina waved her hand, and the man playing the piano stood up and gave up his seat. Min-Ina excitedly asked Yifan to sit on it. After Yifan sat down, he did not play the piano first, but instead looked through the music score on the music stand. When Min-Ina pulled Yifan onto the stage, many people had already looked over here. At this moment, seeing Yifan still looking at the music score, one person couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Hey, what's wrong? You can't play it? If you can't play it, won't you make a fool of yourself?" The one who spoke was Casper. He had just returned and saw Yifan sitting at the piano. He went out just to ask about the results of the negotiation with Joanna, and after hearing Yifan's refusal, he was very annoyed. Casper was not afraid of Min-Ina. He had been silent before because he wanted to catch Min-Ina off guard after learning about Yifan's thoughts. But I didn't expect Yifan to refuse directly without any room for negotiation. That's $8 million US. Even if your father is the richest man in China, can he give you so much money? Chapter 107, Being Smart, subscribe for monthly tickets. I won't bother you to worry about whether I'll make a fool of myself or not. Yifan kept smiling and spoke in a calm voice, not at all disturbed by Casper's words. This made Casper very disappointed. Not only did he not vent his anger, but he became even angrier. Min-Ina, who was standing aside, was looking at Casper with cold eyes. It would be fine if Casper usually did some tricks under her nose. But today. First, she let a woman seduce Mark, and then, she even dared to publicly mock her man. This was simply unbearable for her, who was domineering and protective of her. Of course, there is no need to endure it. He spoke coldly, "Whether or not it's embarrassing is not up to you to decide. Do you really think you're an important person? Casper, you can play the piano, too? Since you said Yifan plays badly, then come and compete with us if you have the guts. Let everyone see how good you are." Casper? Yifan suddenly realized that this person was Casper. This is because he failed to persuade him to defect, so he wanted to show off and slap him in the face. Casper was not a fool, and he did not immediately agree to the competition that Min-Ina had suggested. I started thinking about it. Is this Oriental man good at playing the piano? Otherwise, why would Minina take the initiative to propose a competition? She knows my piano level. Although it is a little worse than hers, it is still pretty good. Although the music scores on the piano stand are world-class masterpieces, they are generally simple and can be played by anyone with an average piano level. The reason why it is placed on the music stand is because the score is too long, and it is just to prevent people from forgetting the score. But just now, when I saw Yifan flipping through the music score, he was slow and awkward, as if he was seeing the score for the first time. In fact, this was the first time Yifan had seen this score. But the reason he flipped through the pages so slowly was that he was taking notes as he read. After all, instead of relying on the ability to read music that you haven't tried yet, it's better to use your photographic memory to memorize the music. Yifan held his forehead with his hand, with a helpless tone in his voice. Minina, forget it, let's not compete anymore. After all, music is meant to bring joy and pleasure to people. If you compare it with others, it will become meaningless. After all, I have more money and my mood is different. Besides, he just treats piano as a hobby at most, not as his main career, and he doesn't need to accumulate a lot of fame. Minina was puzzled, because she had seen Yifan's piano level, which was not inferior to those international piano masters. Besides, didn't Casper mock you? Why didn't you fight back? Minina pondered for a moment, then glanced at Yifan, who had a gentle smile on his face, and thought to herself naturally. It seems that Yifan is too lazy to argue with Casper. He is indeed the man she has chosen, so manly, generous and confident. Minina's eyes seemed to brighten even more when she looked at Yifan. In fact, if she wasn't afraid that Yifan would get angry, she would have kissed him directly. With her arms folded across her chest, Minina looked at Casper with disdain and said slowly, "Since my boyfriend is not interested in competing, then let's not compete." In order to appear more generous in front of Yifan, Minina didn't even bother to mock Casper, and directly said that Yifan was not interested in competing. But these words sounded different to Casper. Although what the Oriental boy said sounded nice, like music is to bring happiness to people, but competition changes the meaning of it. But it is quite intriguing that Minina, who is so strong and domineering, did not say anything harsh. As a competitor, how could he not know Minina's character? If this Oriental guy really had a very high level of piano skills, then Minina would definitely urge him to show her his power. So, Casper had a sneer on his face. So this Oriental boy's piano skills are actually not that good. If Yifan knew what Casper was thinking at this moment, he would only shake his head helplessly and say, "You think too much." I really thought too much. What he just said was really what he was thinking. But Casper didn't believe it, and he was smart enough to think that he had seen through the two people's acting and was trying to save face. No more competition? I think he's scared. If you're scared, just tell me. As long as you admit defeat, I'll let you, an Oriental kid, go. This was a rare opportunity to please Minina, and Casper didn't want to miss it. Minina was a very arrogant woman, but she was also very capable, so he could never find an opportunity. But now, Are you scared? What a joke. You are so shameless. Yifan was generous and didn't bother with you, but you still got excited. Minina had a funny expression on her face, looking at her as if she was looking at a fool. Yifan also frowned slightly. Why are there always so many ungrateful people in this world? Since Minina dared to take the initiative to propose a competition, she must be aware of Casper's piano level and knew that Casper would definitely not win. But he took the initiative to give both sides a way out, but the other parties still refused to give in. Did they really think that Yifan, was easy to bully? You keep calling him an Oriental or an Oriental boy. Doesn't he have a name or a surname? Yifan felt that he should not be so modest in the future. It is better to show his abilities, so as to avoid being disgusted by such self-righteous people. He said calmly, "Since you want to compete, then go ahead." The voice was elegant and calm, but it revealed a great deal of confidence, which made Casper stunned. How come this is completely different from what I expected? Although this Oriental man's voice is not loud, he sounds very confident. Could it be that he was deliberately showing weakness just now? But it doesn't seem like he is deliberately showing weakness. Forget it, never mind. If he doesn't agree, it means he is just a coward. Losing before the battle was unacceptable to Casper. So, he responded loudly, "Okay, then you play first. First see what level this guy is at. If his level is too poor, you can choose a more showy piece of music to crush him. If his level is decent, he can choose the song he is most proficient in to compete. But what Casper didn't know was that after he heard Yifan's piano playing, he no longer had the courage to continue the competition. Because the levels are completely different. The hustle and bustle attracted many people. Who do you think will win? Adam put his arms around the waist of the girl next to him, with a faint smile on his face, and whispered to her. This. How can I explain this? The female companion looked embarrassed. She was just a model and couldn't afford to offend anyone. Chapter 108 Powerlessness. Subscribe for monthly tickets. I'm here, what are you afraid of? Just speak out what you think. Adam's tone was calm, but it revealed a different kind of confidence. I feel that Master Casper should have a higher chance of winning. Why? Through Master Aiden's description, I also roughly understand Miss Minina's personality. With her overbearing personality, how could she? The female companion did not say the rest of the words, but Adam knew what she meant. Yeah, with Minina's personality, how could she say forget it? Ha, Casper thinks the same as you. A slight smile appeared on Adam's lips. Master Adon, do you think Master Casper will lose? The female companion had a look of surprise on her face. It's no wonder you think so. Minina really left a deep impression on people. However, both you and Casper overlooked the most important and most easily overlooked point. That is, if there is someone who is worthy of Minina saying forget it? Adam's tone was confident and calm, and his eyes looked towards Yifan with a thoughtful look. Master Adon, are you saying that Miss Minina really likes that handsome Oriental guy? The female companion's face was full of disbelief. It should be. With Minina's personality, she would never kiss a man if she doesn't like him. Those who think Minina is acting have shit in their heads. With her personality, she would be very picky in choosing a fake boyfriend, so how could she possibly act in this kind of drama? However, it's hard to say whether we win or lose, let's wait and see. As soon as Adam finished speaking, the sound of Yifan's piano began to sound. Looking at Yifan, who looked like a prince with a straight back and elegant temperament, Minina's eyes were almost full of stars. So handsome. So elegant. I like it so much. The other women present were even more excited. Many women even showed their crazy looks. There was no way. Yifan's appearance and temperament were too amazing. If it weren't for the special occasion and the fact that Yifan had the always domineering Minina to support him, they might have surrounded the stage. When Casper saw Yifan's posture and feel of playing the piano, he instantly knew that this person must be able to play the piano, and would be better than him. The feeling of Yifan playing the piano is so special that even a person who can't play the piano can feel it, not to mention that he knows piano. That sense of smoothness like flowing water, that sense of rhythm that conveys emotions perfectly, feels even more amazing than the master who taught him to play the piano before. Listening to Yifan's piano playing again, Casper didn't even know the name of the music he was playing, he had never heard of it before. Then, as Yifan continued to play the pleasant piano, Casper's face turned pale. How is this possible? How could this Oriental guy, no, it seems his name is Yifan, be so powerful? Judging from Yifan's face, he is much younger than him, but his piano playing level is comparable to that of an international master. The confidence in Casper's heart was being crushed, rubbed, and beaten until nothing was left. He suddenly understood the look Yifan gave him before he played the piano. The meaning must be, how dare you let me make the first move? If I make the first move, you won't have the confidence to make the move. If Yifan knew Casper's thoughts at this time, he would only shake his head helplessly and say, "You're overthinking it again." He just took a casual glance. As Casper listened, cold sweat broke out on his face and his heart felt even colder. I feel so powerless. At the same time, he also expressed helplessness and regret for his suicidal words just now. Now it's good, there is no way we can compare. It is not scary to be slapped in the face by others' pretense. What is scary is that the process of being slapped in the face does not take 1 or 2 seconds, but more than 10 minutes. In particular, the self-confidence that is repeatedly crushed in this process and the wild thoughts that make people feel extremely regretful are the most exhausting. But he couldn't just leave. After all, these people knew him. If he left, he would definitely be labeled a coward. Although he would inevitably be ridiculed in the end by standing here, at least he dared to face it, which would give a much better impression than just leaving. After a long time, the song closed. Pa pa pa. There was silence for a few seconds, and then there was intense and enthusiastic applause. Among them, the applause from women was the loudest. Obviously, Yifan conquered everyone present with his strength and appearance. When Yifan heard such enthusiastic applause, he felt even happier and enjoyed this honor very much. He stood up and bowed to the crowd to express his gratitude. After all, we live in a country of etiquette, so we must not forget etiquette. Then, he looked at Casper in the crowd with a smile and said slowly, "Next, please invite Casper Rooster, one of the candidates for the head of the Rooster family, to come on stage and perform." Casper heard this and almost couldn't hold back and burst into curses. "This is simply heartbreaking. It would be fine if you just asked me to go on stage to perform, but you also had to recite such a long list of names, as if you were afraid that others wouldn't know that I was a candidate. It's absolutely abominable." When Minina heard what Yifan said, a bright smile appeared on her face, and her beautiful eyes looked at Casper with great pride. The provocation is self-evident. But Casper was very self-aware at this moment. If he went on stage and showed his level, which was only that of a rookie in front of Yifan, he would definitely be laughed at. In that case, I might as well stand on the stage and say, "I lost." In this way, people who don't know the truth will not know his specific level and will think that he is very open-minded and graceful. Otherwise, given the obvious contrast, it would be met with mad ridicule. "Why, Casper, why don't you come up? Are you scared? I told you not to compete, not to compete. My boyfriend was so generous and gave you a way out, but you insisted on being arrogant. Now you know your own weight, right?" Although he tried frantically to comfort himself and make himself more positive, Daniel still felt very angry when he heard what Minina said, and he was almost furious. But he really didn't dare to go on stage. The gap in strength is too big, and if he goes on stage, the only result he will get is more ruthless ridicule. Casper took a deep breath, then put on a very forced smile and said, "You win. I was too arrogant before. I didn't expect that at your age, you have such an excellent piano level, comparable to those international piano masters. If you want to praise him, you must praise him a lot. After all, the more powerful Yifan appears, the less weak Casper will appear." Casper's words sparked a flurry of discussion. Why don't you compete anymore? What a joke, the difference in strength is too big, are you looking for trouble? I thought this Master Casper was so awesome, but it turns out he didn't even dare to go on stage and just admitted defeat. That's because you don't understand Casper's level, nor do you understand the level of this Oriental man. If you force your way in, you will only embarrass yourself. There was a lot of discussion, which made Casper look unhappy. But he had no choice but to endure it. After all, these people were telling the truth. At this moment, a voice overwhelmed the crowd. "I want to ask, what is the name of the song you played, Yifan? I don't think I have ever heard it before." Yifan looked over, but didn't recognize this person. Minina on the side reminded, "Adon Rosted is also one of the candidates." Yifan nodded, understanding what he meant, and then said to Adan, "This is a piece of music I improvised. If you must give it a name, you can call it Summertime." Impromptu? Many people were talking about it, and Adam and Casper were also shocked. Your family's improvisation can last so long. What kind of divine level is this? Chapter 109 Help, subscribe for monthly tickets. Although the members of the Rost family are mainly engaged in the business field, some of them are engaged in other industries. For example, one of them is a piano master named Lance Rooster. Lance Rooster, 49 years old, is a truly world-class piano master. At the same time, he is also a composer and has composed music for many well-known Japanese anime. In fact, he originally didn't want to attend this family gathering. But because he really couldn't find any inspiration, he thought about relaxing for a few days, going out more, and communicating with others more. Because his heart is already too tense, if he continues to create behind closed doors, he might really get sick. He has experienced this twice. Now, he is older and doesn't want to, nor can he, have this kind of experience a third time. What he didn't expect was that he actually heard a very beautiful and relaxing piano piece at this party. In particular, the other party's playing technique is not only far superior to that of his peers, but is even better than that of him, who is almost 50 years old. It's simply genius. He is a real genius. Lance is also considered talented, but at this age, he can't compare with the guy named Yifan. Too weak. Probably just the level of 20 Caspers. He had heard Casper play, so he had a clear idea of what he was thinking. Casper never dreamed that one day someone would use him as a unit of measurement. Seeing Yifan walking down the stage, Lance quickly walked forward. He couldn't wait to talk to this talented man. Casper was in great torment as he could neither leave nor stay. Especially after seeing Yifan coming down, Casper was even more unsure of what to choose. But at this moment, a figure walked past him. Casper was stunned. How could he not know this person? He is the most famous piano master in their Rost family and a well-known figure internationally. He was the teacher of the teacher who taught him piano. At that time, when his piano teacher was teaching him, he happened to meet Master Lance, who was looking for his own teacher. At that time, he was playing the piano and was fortunate enough to have Master Lance hear him and give him some pointers, which made Casper feel proud. But hasn't Master Lance rarely attended such gatherings? No matter why Master Lance came to this party, talking with Master Lance could greatly reduce the embarrassment and strange looks caused by the incident just now. Don't doubt Master Lance's popularity. Therefore, Casper immediately greeted him. "Hello, Master Lance, I am Casper," at the beginning. Who would have thought that Master Lance seemed not to have heard anything? Not only did he not respond at all, but he continued to walk towards Yifan at the same speed. Casper? So embarrassing. It seemed even more awkward than before. I comforted myself by thinking that maybe Master Lance didn't hear it. Casper, you are one of the candidates for the head of the family, so you should be more open-minded. Lance actually heard Casper's greeting. He had no problem with his hearing, but he didn't want to pay any attention to this junior. Casper's attitude towards Yifan today made him feel very bad. Artists always have some bad habits, and Lance has one too, which is that he doesn't even want to pay attention to those he doesn't like or thinks have bad character. But he is often very enthusiastic towards people who are very much his type. "Hello, Mr. Yifan." When he walked not far from Yifan, Lance took the initiative to greet him with a warm and happy smile on his face. "Hello." Yifan heard the greeting and turned around to see a man with brown hair walking towards him. Although he didn't know who the other person was, Yifan's subconscious politeness made him quickly respond to Lance's greeting. "May I ask who you are?" Before Lance could say anything, Menina beside him quickly reminded Yifan. "This is Lance Rothstein, a world-class piano master and also a master composer." Yifan showed surprise on his face. Nowadays, few pianists become composers, and few composers become pianists. Lance is not only a piano master, but also a composition master. How could Yifan not be surprised? I'm not a master composer. I just like to compose music for anime." "Nice to meet you," Yifan said as he stretched out his right hand to meet Lance's hand for a handshake. Lance laughed out loud and said, "I should be the one to say nice to meet you. I didn't expect that I would have the honor of witnessing Mr. Yifan's superb piano skills and excellent improvisation when I came to this party today on a whim." Yifan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Master, you are too kind." "No, I'm telling the truth. Although Mr. Yifan's improvisation is relatively simple in style, it is precisely because of this simplicity that the overall melody becomes more catchy." "Oh?" Yifan was surprised and wondered why Master Lance was praising him again. Moreover, through the special rhythm changes, you can quickly catch the audience's ears after hearing this melody, and create a very strong emotional atmosphere in the audience's hearts. This piece of music not only expresses the beautiful time of tranquility and peace, but also shows the nostalgia and slight sadness for the past years. It is like an electric current that touches the soul, which makes people marvel at it. "Yifan, is it really that good?" "I don't think it's that good myself." "Stop praising me. If you continue to praise me, I will really believe it." "Thank you, Master Lance, for the compliment." This time Yifan was not too humble, he just said thank you politely. After all, modesty is the least popular thing in the United States. "Mr. Yifan, I want to ask you for help with something." Master Lance pondered for a moment before speaking with some hesitation. "What is it?" "If I can help, I'll do my best." Yifan is well aware of the importance of interpersonal relationships, especially when in a foreign country. He tries to offend as few people as possible, and it is okay to help out wherever he can. After all, according to Menina's introduction, Lance is also a very famous person. I don't know if Mr. Yifan still remembers the song I just played. I'm currently composing music for an animated film, but when I got to the last song, I ran out of inspiration. After hearing the song played by Mr. Yifan today, I felt that this was the song I wanted. Even if it's Yifan, it's okay if you only remember the general idea now. Of course, Mr. Yifan will not be at a disadvantage in terms of remuneration. It will be the same as the price of one of my songs. Chapter 110 tastes good, subscribe for monthly tickets. Yifan was stunned. He thought it was some big deal, but it turned out to be just such a trivial matter. He also knew that what Master Lance said was very sincere. He, a person without any fame, could enjoy the same price as Master Lance. Yifan pointed to his head and said with a smile, "My memory is still very good. I can almost write down everything I just played." Lance was delighted. "That's great, but Mr. Yifan, do you agree? I believe that this animated film will definitely not disgrace your song." I am very happy to help Master Lance, so of course I agreed. But I don't know which animation master you are talking about? Hayao Miyazaki. Master Hayao Miyazaki? How could Yifan not know the famous animation master Hayao Miyazaki? Whether in his previous life or in this parallel world today, Hayao Miyazaki is a well-deserved Hall of Fame master. His works not only heal people's hearts, but also make people think deeply. Judging from Mr. Yifan's tone, it seems that he knows Hayao Miyazaki. Lance laughed. Of course I know him. I have loved watching his works since I was a child. What Yifan meant by since childhood was actually his previous life. Yifan's excited words surprised Menina, who was standing beside him. She pondered in her heart and thought that after she returned, she would have to catch up on the works created by this man named Hayao Miyazaki, even if it was anime. Yifan asked curiously, "Master Lance, could you tell me the name of the anime?" "Totoro," Lance said with a smile. "Totoro?" Yifan was surprised. As a fan of Master Hayao Miyazaki, how could he not know when My Neighbor Totoro was released? In the previous life, the My Neighbor Totoro movie was released in 1988. Moreover, in Yifan's heart, My Neighbor Totoro is his favorite one. He has watched it dozens of times and never gets tired of it. The feeling created by My Neighbor Totoro was the feeling we fantasized about the world when we were children. But what I didn't expect was that this work has only been released now in this world. Damn timeline. However, I am very happy when I think that my song has the opportunity to appear in my favorite animation work. Could it be that Mr. Yifan has heard of Hayao Miyazaki's upcoming new work? Lance asked curiously. Well, I have heard of it. I admire Master Hayao Miyazaki, so I have paid attention to the news in this regard. Yifan explained, thinking in his heart, I wonder what your expression would be if I said I have finished watching this animation. However, since the timeline is different, I wonder if this parallel world's My Neighbor Totoro will be different. Oh. That's fate. No wonder you can write such a touching song, Mr. Yifan. It's fate. In the following time, Yifan and Lance found a place to sit down and chatted, which made Menina beside them feel a little jealous. Yifan hasn't even talked to her so much yet. The dance started at 4:20 p.m. Menina finally got the chance and quickly said to Yifan, "Come on, Yifan, let's go dance." Yifan had a question mark on his face, "But I can't dance." When Menina heard this, her eyes lit up. Finally, there was something that Yifan didn't know. He quickly said, "It's okay, this dance is slow, I'll teach you." "But..." "Hurry up, don't say but, I will definitely not let you make a fool of yourself." Okay then." Yifan sighed helplessly and let Menina pull him to the dance floor. Menina herself is one of the most watched people, after all, she is the most promising candidate to become the heir to the family head. And Yifan, with his amazing looks and the talent he just demonstrated, has also attracted a lot of attention. As soon as the two of them arrived at the dance floor, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Mr. Yifan has also come to dance. It looks like my limelight is about to be stolen. Ha ha. At some point, the dancing Adam had already arrived next to Menina and Yifan, and Adam joked. Yifan didn't dislike this Adan, so he responded, "No, Mr. Adan is joking." Menina frowned secretly. Among these four candidates, none of them were very friendly with each other. Moreover, among them, Adam is the most cunning and has the most unfathomable mind. Everything he does is very purposeful. But why did he take the initiative to talk to Yifan? This is definitely not normal. After Adan and his female companion left, Menina whispered, "Don't pay too much attention to this Adan in the future." "What's wrong? He and I are competitors to begin with, and there is no such thing as friendship between us. What's more, Adan is too cunning and will do anything to achieve his goals. Nothing good will come of being close to him. So that's how it is." "I understand." Yifan smiled and nodded in agreement. In the United States, the person he trusts the most, besides Uncle Chang, is only Menina. After all, Menina likes him too much. That's good, Yifan, you have to believe that I will never harm you. Minina said. I believe this. Yifan nodded. Ah? Minina exclaimed. Yifan's answer was so straightforward, as if he answered it subconsciously. Minina couldn't hide the joy on her face, and the look she gave Yifan was full of affection and love. Forehead. Noticing Minina's watery gaze, Yifan was stunned. This girl must have misunderstood. I mean. Yifan wanted to explain a little, but Minina didn't give him a chance and said, I know. Then, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Yifan's lips. Yifan's words were immediately blocked. You know nothing. Did you know you could do this? At the same time, Minina hugged Yifan and danced to the slow music. This scene not only stunned Yifan, but also made everyone present look surprised. How is this possible? No way, could it be that Minina really changed her personality? She actually openly kissed a man. This time is different from the time we kissed in the car. In the car, although the door is open, there are fewer people around, and the view is obstructed to a certain extent. But this time the dance floor is wide enough. Yifan subconsciously followed Minina's dance steps, and was complaining in his heart that Minina was really good at taking advantage. Relying on the fact that there were so many people here, Yifan found it difficult to refuse. After all, as someone's boyfriend, if you even refuse a kiss, isn't that an active admission that it's fake? Knowing something and admitting it voluntarily are two completely different concepts. But Minina's lips are so soft and she smells so good. The taste seems good. Chapter 111 Phone, subscribe for monthly tickets. Feeling the touch on his lips, Yifan felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. At the dance party, those who were looking over here had a myriad of thoughts in their minds. In their eyes, the two people were kissing and dancing gracefully. The amazing thing is, with their eyes closed, the two people didn't even step on each other's feet. Their tacit understanding seemed like a match made in heaven. Cough. Don't pay attention to the impact. Don't you know that there are a lot of people watching? The kiss smells so good. Although they haven't eaten yet, they suddenly feel like they are too full. They have eaten too much dog food. Just looking at the way they were kissing, if anyone says that they are in a fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship in the future, they would be lying with their eyes open. Who doesn't know Minina's personality? Is she someone who needs to act? Besides, even if Minina was acting, would she make such a big effort? At this time, Uncle Acheng, who was sitting on the sofa, just looked at the two of them quietly. Although his face was still tense, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's great to be young. Moreover, Xiaofan's charm is really high. In just a few days, he has seduced the most beautiful woman in the West. It is so fast. If this goes on for another month or two, will it really be a done deal with Minina? However, what Uncle Acheng didn't know was that it was not Yifan who took the initiative to flirt with the girl, but Minina. At this time, Norman Rossard, who walked into the ballroom from outside, also saw this scene and couldn't help but smile knowingly on his face. It seems that her daughter is serious this time. When Minina liked a woman before, although he didn't say anything openly, he still felt a little regretful in his heart. It's a pity that I don't have grandchildren to hug me. Although the result this time was caused by some unexpected circumstances, he was still very satisfied with it. Thinking of this, Norman sneered in his heart. If it weren't for those people who made unexpected little moves, how could his daughter meet the person she liked? This is what they mean by stealing a chicken but losing the rice. In order to express his gratitude, he decided not to get rid of those people, but to continue to leave them as stepping stones for his daughter. After a long time, their lips parted. If they don't separate, Minina feels that she will die of suffocation. Anyway, there is no rush and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Because of Yifan's super swimming ability, his lung capacity has been greatly improved and his breathing is relatively stable, but his face is also slightly red. But looking at Minina, who was panting at this time, Yifan finally found a hint of pleasure in revenge. In a teasing tone, he asked, "Lack of oxygen?" "Yeah. But I want to kiss you again." Minina looked into Yifan's eyes, gave a playful smile, and spoke out the truest answer in her heart. "Yifan? Look at the way you're breathing heavily, and you actually want to do it again? I just want to ask you, is your breathing better? You don't even want your life, but you're looking for excitement? What? Your breathing is so steady, are you still afraid of me?" Minina hugged Yifan's neck with a playful and smug smile on her face. "I'm afraid of you? How funny. No. Yifan came back to his senses and said righteously, "You are taking advantage of me, and you even have the nerve to say that I am afraid of you. It must have a face." Minina touched her cheek with her right hand and pinched it, saying, "Look, isn't it right here? The skin is delicate and elastic, and quite tender. Do you want to kiss it?" I want to kiss you, big head." Yifan swallowed his saliva and said righteously, "I have to say that Minina's skin is really good, white, tender, smooth, moisturized and shiny." "Ha ha." Minina covered her mouth and chuckled, "But why do I see you swallowing your saliva?" "I have a dry mouth." Yifan explained. "You're thirsty. I'll give you some more." As he said that, he was about to kiss me again. "That's enough." "Isn't the kiss enough? You haven't even calmed down yet. Do you want to suffocate yourself?" "Oh? Are you feeling sorry for me?" "No. So what you mean is that you can kiss me again after I calm down?" "Oh, you misunderstood. Humph, you were quite proactive and willing just now, but as soon as it was over, you turned your face and ignored me." Minina's smile widened, her tone teasing. Yifan was helpless. Minina was quite capable of climbing up the pole. Was I taking the initiative? I was fighting back. "Okay, whatever you say is what's going on." Minina smiled, her tone non-committal. When it comes to talking, Yifan is really no match for Minina. At night, Minina's estate. After taking a shower, Yifan wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom in his room. At this time, Yifan's phone rang. Yifan walked over quickly, picked up the phone and saw that it was the girl Yi Shirling. He answered the phone, and immediately, the girl's pleasant voice came over. "Brother Yifan, it should be evening over there, right? Well, you must have just gotten up not long ago. Why, did you miss me?" Yifan sat on the bed with his cell phone in his hand, leaning his back against the headboard with a gentle smile on his face. "I definitely miss you, brother Yifan. I miss you so much." Yi Shirling said with a smile. "I missed you, too. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you, how did you do in the exam? The results should be out by now." Yifan suddenly thought of it in his mind, and then roughly estimated the time. "Over there," Yi Shirling said with a smile, "Brother Yifan, you don't have to worry at all. Not only did I not fail the exam this time, but I did much better than before, and I'm in the top 10 in the class." "Ha, that's awesome." Yifan praised. "That's right. By the way, brother Yifan, when can you come back?" Yi Shirling asked. "This is a bit hard to say. There is no definite information." Yifan said helplessly. "Oh." The little girl sighed in disappointment. "Then, is that Minina good to you? Did she not make things difficult for you?" "Difficult? It is difficult, but the meaning may be different from what you said. As for whether it is good for him? Apart from the fact that he is being targeted, everything is pretty good. Fortunately, there is no difficulty." "Ha, then I feel relieved. By the way, brother Yifan, you may not know that you are very well known on the internet. There are even many fan clubs for you on the internet." Yifan scratched his head. "I know he's well known. After all, I've always been paying attention to domestic news. But what the hell is this fan club you're talking about? I'm not an entertainment star." Yi Shirling laughed and said, "Brother Yifan, although you are not a star, your popularity now is simply invincible. You are talented and handsome, who wouldn't like you? You don't know, because of you, my live broadcast room has skyrocketed in popularity these days, with more than 2 million people online every day." "Because of me? Why?" "Because others know that I'm your sister. Have you forgotten? Earlier, when you were in my live broadcast room, I accidentally revealed that you were the top idol at Fudan University." Yi Shirling was also a little amused when she said these words. She was naturally very happy that her brother was recognized by more people. "But I felt really uncomfortable when a group of people claiming to be my sister-in-law bombarded me with comments." Yifan suddenly realized that he naturally remembered this incident. What happened in chapter 112? Subscribe for monthly tickets. By the way, is the pocket watch I gave you lost? No, I listened to you and kept it in the suitcase. That's good. If you want to see me, just look at the screensaver. By the way, did you change the screensaver? It hasn't changed. It's always been your photo. Not long after Yifan and Yi Shirling finished their conversation, there was a knock on the door. Min Aina? Yifan asked. It's me, open the door. Min Aina's voice came. It's so late, why are you still not asleep? Why are you here? Yifan got up reluctantly and walked to open the door while speaking. I can't sleep, so I want to talk to you. As Min Nina spoke, the door opened. Seeing Min Aina outside the door, Yifan was stunned and then asked, It's okay if you can't sleep and come to chat with me, but you also brought red wine, what do you want to do? I want to get you drunk. Min Aina said with a smile, walked into the room, kicked the door back and closed it. Get me drunk? Yifan pointed at himself, was stunned for a moment, then sneered, I don't think there will be any benefit from you getting me drunk. No matter what, you will be the only one who suffers. Oh. Min Nina said non-committally. At this moment, Min Aina suddenly asked in surprise, Hey, who is this? Yifan was startled by Min Aina's words and thought she said there was someone else in her room. When I followed Min Aina's gaze, I realized that she was looking at my cell phone. It turned out that his phone was still on and the screensaver was a photo of Yi Shirling. That's my sister. Yifan walked over quickly and took the phone in his hand. There was a hint of surprise in Min Aina's eyes. Hey, your family has really good genes. I didn't expect your sister to be so beautiful. Yifan suddenly thought of Min Aina's sexual orientation and said quickly. No matter how beautiful you are not eligible. I warn you, don't have any thoughts about my sister, otherwise I will definitely not let you off. Min Aina has no idea how many girlfriends she has had. She is undoubtedly a scumbag. If she gets involved with Yi Shirling, who knows what the consequences will be. Min Aina laughed and said, It's okay if I don't have any thoughts about your sister, as long as you allow me to have thoughts about you. Min Nina placed 2 wine glasses on the table and poured out some of the half bottle of red wine in her hand. Yifan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Don't you like beautiful women? Now that you see my sister's appearance, you actually agreed so readily? Min Aina picked up the red wine glass, took a sip, did not answer, and looked at Yifan with a somewhat unpredictable smile. In fact, she was really amazed by Yi Shirling's appearance just now. After all, this is a stunning beauty with a beauty score of 99 points. But seeing Yi Shirling's photo did not give her the strange feeling she had when she first saw Yifan's photo. If she had not met Yifan before, she would definitely have had some thoughts when she encountered such an unparalleled beauty in the world. But now, no matter how stunning she was, she just liked Yifan. You haven't answered my question yet? Yifan was feeling a little irritated. He really didn't want his sister Shirling to be hurt by a scumbag like Min Aina. You didn't answer my question. Min Aina raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a half smile. What's the problem? Yifan was puzzled. How can I have any thoughts about you? As long as you agree, I will have no thoughts about anyone else. Min Aina raised her eyebrows and smiled. Are you threatening me? Yifan frowned slightly. No, I'm asking. Yifan looked over and saw Min Aina blinking at him. She looked neither overbearing nor strong, but rather cute. A pitiful little expression. This cute contrast shocked Yifan a little, and he even thought for a moment that he was hallucinating. I can't help it. I'm so touched by this. Yifan felt that his favorability towards Min Aina had increased significantly. I need to think about it carefully. Yifan touched his chin and spoke after pondering for a moment. Okay, then I'll drink while waiting for your reply. Yifan? Oh, no, Min Aina, don't you manage several companies? Don't you have to go to work or attend meetings? Need not. Okay, I agree. Yifan said that no matter whether he agreed or not, Min Aina would not stop pursuing him. Give me a kiss then. When Min Aina heard Yifan's answer, she happily drank all the red wine in the goblet. No, I said I agreed to let you have this idea, not that I agree to be your boyfriend. Yeah, my thought right now is to kiss you. I'll go. Anyway, we've already kissed twice today, each time longer than the last. What's the big deal about this one? No, then, never mind, just kiss me. You make me feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Yifan sneered, then took the initiative to kiss Min Aina. Min Aina's eyes flashed with cunning. If I can take the initiative the first time, I can take the initiative the second time. For some reason, Yifan felt that the kiss this time was even better. A rich aroma of red wine wafts in, with a hint of wine and a hint of sweetness. The next morning, the morning light shone through the window. Feeling the dazzling sunlight, Yifan's eyelids moved slightly, and he became conscious, but he didn't want to wake up and was in a state of half awake and half unconscious. However, the dryness in his lips and throat, as well as the intense bloating from his bladder, not only prevented him from sleeping, but instead urged him to get up like a death warrant. Yifan finally couldn't bear it anymore, rubbed his sleepy eyes, turned over, and prepared to get out of bed to go to the bathroom. But when he turned over, he felt an obstruction. What is it? Yifan reached into the quilt beside him and was instantly awakened. This delicate and elastic feel is exactly. What happened? Yifan looked over quickly and saw a delicate face half covered by the quilt. The long, soft, golden, slightly curly hair was scattered near the pillow. Minina was lying on his bed. No way. Yifan couldn't help but think of a possibility in his mind. In order to confirm his thoughts, he lifted the quilt, and Minina's snow-white skin was instantly exposed to the air. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Yifan quickly covered Minina's body. He was already feeling uncomfortable due to the urge to urinate, and now seeing this scene, he felt like he was about to explode. Without time to think too much, he quickly stood up, quickly and carefully walked past Minina and ran towards the toilet. Comfortable. After releasing all the stored water, Yifan couldn't help but murmur. But, when was I naked? Moreover, Minina was also naked, not wearing a single piece of clothing. Yifan thought about the scene this morning and felt a headache, a real headache. What on earth happened last night? Chapter 113. Really, subscribe for monthly tickets. Yifan gently rubbed his temples with his fingers, slightly relieving the pain in his head. At the same time, he was also trying hard to recall what happened last night. Yesterday, after kissing Minina, I drank with her for a while. Minina only brought half a bottle of red wine, which was quickly finished by the two of them. But at that time, both of them were in a good mood to drink, so Minina brought up another box of red wine from the wine cellar on the second floor below ground. Then drinking. Why can't I remember what happened next? It was as if the subsequent memories were cut off. Could it be that he was drunk and confused? Although the alcohol content of red wine is much lower than that of white wine, it can still last for a long time if you drink too much. Moreover, when you drink red wine, although there is no effect at the beginning, the after effect is still very strong. Get up early in the morning and run around the house naked? At some point, Minina's slightly tired voice sounded, which immediately scared Yifan. When he looked over, he saw Minina yawning and looking at him with interest. Thinking of his current condition, Yifan stretched out his hand to block the bottom. When did you wake up? Yifan asked in surprise. Well, you woke me up when you touched me just now. I thought you were in the mood so early in the morning, but I didn't expect you to go to the bathroom. There seemed to be a hint of regret in his tone. How does it feel? Minina asked. What does it feel like? Yifan asked. It's the feeling of your hand touching me just now. Minina propped herself up and leaned her upper body against the headboard. Ha. Seeing that Yifan didn't answer, Minina laughed triumphantly. Then he said, don't block it. I've already watched everything I should watch last night. What else is there to block? Yifan couldn't believe it. So, we really did that last night? Do you still doubt this kind of thing? Minina lifted a strand of hair that fell on her forehead and spoke softly. My mind is a mess right now. I really don't understand why we did that. Yifan felt that there was something wrong with the way he was thinking. Do you have a headache? Minina asked. Yes. Yifan replied. That's it. You drank too much last night and you can't hold your liquor very well. Plus, I'm pretty, so you did that with me. I took the initiative? Yifan pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief. Of course, I can drink much more than you. Minina smiled. Why, you don't believe it? Yifan now felt that there was no need to block it, so he quickly walked to the bed and covered his lower body with the quilt. It's not that I don't believe you, I just can't believe that I would do such a thing. I'm sorry. Minina. Before Yifan could finish his words, Minina kissed him on the lips. Yifan could even smell the aroma of wine in Minina's mouth. After their lips parted, Minina slowly spoke, Actually, there's no need for you to apologize. If I hadn't volunteered, do you think you could have succeeded? Of course, if you really feel sorry for it, then you can officially date me from now on. Although I don't know what the result will be, I am very happy with this process. Hearing Minina's comforting words, Yifan felt even more guilty. Although he still couldn't accurately estimate his alcohol tolerance, he still had a rough estimate of his physical fitness. After being strengthened by the system, his strength is not something a woman can break free from, even if Minina knows some simple fighting skills. At this time, Minina lifted the quilt, revealing most of her body to the air. What happened? Yifan asked hurriedly. I want to go to the bathroom. After seeing her own smooth body, Minina felt that her action of lifting the quilt was a bit rash, and a blush appeared on her face. Oh. Yifan responded awkwardly. Minina glanced at the floor around her side of the bed and saw that there were no clothes at all, and her face turned even redder. Last night was really crazy. I don't even know where my clothes went. But the strong urge to urinate forced her to go to the toilet immediately. At this moment, she also understood Yifan's embarrassment and shame. Although the two of them did do that, it still felt a little awkward to expose their entire bodies to each other. However, this was not the most embarrassing thing for Minina. The more embarrassing thing was yet to come. I saw Minina got out of bed, stood up, and almost fell down after taking only 2 steps. Fortunately, she held on to the edge of the bed. Yifan immediately lifted the quilt and helped Minina, who almost fell, to sit down on the bed. Then he asked, "Why are you so careless?" Minina blushed and said, "You think I want to? It's because of you last night. Not only does it still hurt, but even my legs are weak." Ah. Yifan understood the meaning instantly, and was a little at a loss, with his ears turning red. So, the system's physical enhancement actually also enhanced, right? Otherwise, given Minina's physical condition, how could she behave so weakly that she couldn't even stand steadily? No wonder he was so hot-tempered during that period. Yifan, help me go to the toilet, I can't hold it anymore. Minina's slightly embarrassed voice brought Yifan back to his senses from his thoughts. Good. Fortunately, all the toilets in Minina's entire manor were sit-down type, so no more embarrassing situations occurred. When helping Minina back to bed, Yifan suddenly noticed a few spots of red spreading in the center of the bed sheet. This can't be true. Yifan had experienced such a scene once, so how could he not be familiar with this kind of scene? Minina, you. At this time, Minina also followed Yifan's gaze and saw the picture, and her face became even redder. Following Yifan's words, he hummed softly. But, haven't you had many girlfriends? How could it be? Yifan's eyes were quite complicated. I just had a brief encounter with them, of course there was. Minina lowered her head, her ears tingling with shame, and she felt quite embarrassed by the scene. I carried Minina back to the bed and covered her with a blanket. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little subtle. Yifan thought to himself, oh, I am really sorry to Minina this time. He suddenly wanted to smoke a cigarette. Even though he didn't know how to smoke, it could at least help him ease his mood, because his mind was in a mess. Coo-coo. In the quiet space, the sound of the stomach growling suddenly appeared. Yifan looked over and asked softly, are you hungry? Yeah. Minina replied, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Okay then, I'll go to the kitchen and find something to eat so you can fill your stomach first. Okay. Minina responded crisply. Chapter 114 New Chairman, subscribe for monthly tickets. After putting on his clothes, Yifan went downstairs. The kitchen is at the easternmost part of the villa. When Yifan went there, Minina's Michelin chef, Winnie, was already making breakfast. Normally, I only cook food for Minina. Now that Yifan is here, there are only 2 portions of food. So there is no need for help. It is quite easy to do it alone. As for Uncle Chang, he usually eats out by himself. It's not that he wasn't given food to eat, it's just that Uncle Chang wanted to eat out by himself. Of course, he would only dare to eat out if Yifan stayed in Minina's manor. Winnie, good morning. Yifan walked into the kitchen and greeted her, excuse me, is there anything to eat? Minina is hungry, I'm here to find something to eat. Minina, I'm hungry. Why are you looking for food? Has your relationship reached that point? Winnie seemed to have thought of something, with a look of disbelief on her face. Before Yifan could speak, Winnie sighed and said, forget it, you are so handsome, no wonder Minina is moved. The waffles in the oven are almost done. I'll put on my gloves and prepare to take them out later. The coffee is ready. It's right there. Once I get out the waffles, you can take them. What's the temperature of the coffee? It shouldn't be too hot, right? Yi Fan asked. You've been blowing it for so long, it must not be hot anymore, it's warm, just right. Menina responded with a smile. Looking at Menina's slightly haggard appearance, Yi Fan suddenly thought that he seemed to have a skill that could help Menina. Helpful 3 times remaining. The basic introduction of this skill is to help the target overcome the current difficulties to the greatest extent possible. Maybe it is really useful. Yi Fan did not hesitate and directly used this skill with a limited number of uses. Suddenly, Menina felt as if a warm current appeared in her body, flowing throughout her body, and the aches and pains in her body seemed to be slowly fading away. Is this an illusion? Menina was shocked. It seems, my physical condition is indeed much better than before, and it's getting better and better. Is this the power of love? Didn't this change happen after she drank the coffee that Yi Fan had blown to the right temperature for her? How do you feel? Is it any better? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment and asked. Although it was a bit obvious to say this, he was still very concerned about Menina's health. After all, it was him. Menina smiled, a very happy and sweet smile. She said softly, I feel much better. It must be because I drank the coffee you blew for me just now. My body felt the love, so I felt better. Yi Fan touched his nose in slight surprise. Girl, don't you think this explanation is a bit far-fetched? If love could cure diseases and save lives, there wouldn't be so many tragedies happening. Besides, aren't you feeling a bit sorry for the doctor by saying this? However, Yi Fan did not explain in detail, nor could he explain it clearly. Gently said, although it's a little unreliable, but if you think it is, then it is. Then you drink slowly, I'm going to the bathroom first. Yi Fan said. Yeah. Menina nodded, as docile as a little lamb. Yi Fan came to the toilet not because he wanted to relieve himself, but because he just remembered that the daily sign-in seemed to have not been done yet. Call up the system panel. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign-in rewards: 1. Boeing 747-200B modified version. 2. 71% of the shares of Hanxing Investment Company, Limited as chairman. 2 rewards? Interesting. Yi Fan touched his chin and muttered to himself. The Boeing 747-200B, a modified version, is worth at least $300 million, and that is a conservative estimate. As for Hanxing Investment, Yi Fan had never heard of it. At this moment, the phone in Yi Fan's trouser pocket rang. Yi Fan glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Fan? The Boeing 747-200B modified version that you ordered in full has been inspected and is ready for delivery. Do you want it now or store it with us first? If you need it now, or in the near future, you can specify an airport and we will fly the plane over. Put it there for now. I'm quite busy at the moment, I'll let you know later. Okay Mr. Yi, goodbye, I wish you a happy life. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan couldn't help but admire the efficiency of this system. He had just signed in when the phone rang. As Yi Fan expected, the second call came soon. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi? I am the current CEO of Hanxing Investment Company, Limited, Hu Changming. I would like to congratulate Mr. Yi on acquiring 71% of the company's shares and becoming the chairman of Hanxing Investment directly through the board of directors. On the other end of the phone, Hu Changming, CEO of Hanxing Investment, rehearsed the call over and over again in his mind before making the call. Don't listen to his relaxed tone, but he has always been cautious in what he says. There's nothing I can do, it just happened too fast. As soon as he arrived at work today, he heard the news that the chairman had passed away last night. It doesn't matter if he's dead, but I heard that all the former chairman's shares had been sold to a mysterious buyer. Although Hu Changming is a CEO, a very resounding title, he is neither a veteran nor an investor, he is just a complete employee. We immediately got the phone number of the mysterious buyer through the former chairman's family. He is an employee, so naturally he has to contact his new boss. At least, he has to find out the boss's attitude. Hello Mr. Hu, I'm Yi Fan. I hope the company will do better and better under your leadership. Yi Fan's tone seemed relaxed and generous, and he spoke with a slightly official tone, which made Hu Changming feel a little relieved. It seems that Chairman Yi has no intention of moving his position. This is naturally good. He immediately responded, okay, I believe that with Chairman Yi joining us, our company will definitely become more prosperous. At this time, Yifan suddenly thought of his own building and said, "Oh, by the way, I own a building in Binjiang Garden in Magic City." "You will?" Listening to the words of the mysterious chairman Yi, Hu Chengming's pupils shrank slightly and his eyes widened. This new chairman is so arrogant that he actually owns a building in Binjiang Garden in Shanghai, and it is the best building number 1. As the chairman of Hanqing Investment, he has some basic knowledge. How could he not know the value of building number 1 in Binjiang Garden? The total value is at least 7 billion renminbi. To put it bluntly, a house in Binjiang Garden is more valuable than the entire Hanqing Investment. After all, the value of that house is at least 80 million renminbi. The total value of Hanqing is only 40 million renminbi. Chapter 115, Absolutely No Loss, subscribe for monthly tickets. And the new chairman actually let Hanqing Investment take over the management. Ahem. To be more precise, it should be managed on behalf of others. The financial gains obtained from this will not and cannot be deposited into the company account of Hanqing Investment. After all, this is Yifan's personal property. Hanqing Investment is just like a tool, handling related affairs for Yifan and then getting some remuneration from Yifan. But even if he was just a tool, Hu Chengming felt happy and excited. Because he knew that this was a big gift from the new chairman to Hanqing Investment. An investment company with a total value of more than 40 million yuan manages a property worth 7 billion yuan. If it is hyped a little, Hanqing's name will become famous instantly. Then, the sign is put up, right? Ha 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 ha. Hu Chengming was so happy. Hu Chengming saw the new chairman's importance and ideas for Hanqing in his decision. Coupled with the new chairman's strong financial resources, I'm afraid that Hanqing Investment will undergo earth-shaking changes in the next few years. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man who had just turned 40 couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his heart, his eyes filled with excitement. He originally thought that the highest achievement in his life would be to be the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. After all, his academic qualifications greatly restricted his development, even though he was very capable. The reason he has come this far is that he has spent more than 20 years of hard work to become who he is today. But no one expected that the chairman who suddenly appeared this time actually possessed so much wealth, and was so caring towards Hanqing Investment that he directly gave it a big gift. Hu Chengming thought to himself that it seemed necessary for him to take out most of his belongings. Try to buy as many shares as you can while others don't know much about the new chairman. I should have explained everything clearly to you, right? Yifan said. I understand. Hu Chengming nodded subconsciously. Don't worry, with your gift, I will definitely make the company famous and quickly establish the brand of Hanqing Investment. Fame? Brand? Yifan was puzzled. Did I just say these two words? How are they related? Isn't it to use this building in Binjiang Garden to hype up its reputation, expand the visibility of Hanqing Investment, and attract more capital attention? Hu Chengming hesitated. Is there something I haven't understood thoroughly? After hearing what Hu Chengming said, Yifan understood that although he was a novice in business, he was not a fool. I felt a little amused and helpless. Hu Chengming is indeed worthy of being the CEO of a company. He has a strong imagination. In fact, he just simply felt that it was tiring to manage the building. After all, there were many people who contacted him on WeChat every day to talk about houses. Some really wanted to buy or rent, while others approached Yifan with other purposes. As for the purpose, being rich and pretty, what do you think the purpose is? In particular, when Yifan gave his WeChat account to those customers who were interested in buying a house, it was directly leaked online. As a result, many women with ulterior motives will flirt with people as soon as they add WeChat, and even worse, they will send some disgusting photos. This made Yifan very annoyed. After all, he is just one person. How can he have so much energy to deal with all kinds of miscellaneous things? After all, although there are only 88 households in the house, the number of people adding him every day is simply countless, and just replying to the messages would keep him awake day and night. Fortunately, when he left his WeChat account, he was careful and left a secondary WeChat account that he had just created not long ago. No, you didn't misunderstand. Yifan said with a smile, it's just that I have something to add. Hu Chengming was very happy to hear the boss say that he had not misunderstood, at least he did not leave a bad impression in front of the boss. But after hearing the word but, I became nervous again, thinking there was something else behind his words. As expected, he is worthy of being a big boss worth billions. Although his voice sounds young, the routine is still a familiar routine. After all, Hu Chengming has been in the workplace for so long, he is very familiar with these words with twists and turns, and he is speechless. Although, Hu Changming himself often speaks like this. He quickly said, "Chairman, please speak." Don't be nervous, I'm just saying some supplementary words, what you said is already very good." Yifan smiled and complained in his heart at the same time, that his imagination was very good. "If you want to expand the company's reputation, you can take advantage of my popularity." You may not know this, but I'm still very popular on the internet. Especially since I recently sent the rat head back to China, my popularity has skyrocketed again, and I continue to occupy the top 10 hot searches in China. With a click. It was as if lightning and thunder roared in Hu Changming's mind, shocking him. Of course he knew about the recent hot topic of the return of the rat head. Basically all major news media organizations had reported on it. Could it be that the new chairman who just took office is the one? Yes, it should be. The chairman's name is Yifan, and the son of China's richest man is also called Yifan. Moreover, the chairman's voice sounds so young. However, Hu Changming was afraid that he might have thought something wrong, so he asked, "Chairman, are you the son of China's richest man, Yifan?" "Of course." Yifan responded. "Oh shit. This is really awesome. No wonder he sounds like he has such a huge fortune at such a young age. It turns out he is the top rich second generation in China who has recently become famous." Now, Hu Changming is more confident about the company's future development. A big tree provides good shade. It seems that I have to buy shares faster, this time I will definitely not lose money. Just once the outside world knows that the son of China's richest man is the chairman of Hanqing Investment, the stock price will skyrocket, not to mention other things. Okay, I will definitely get it done and will not let Chairman Ye's efforts go to waste. Yifan? Brother, you are really good at thinking and talking. I didn't pay anything at all. Even these shares are sign and rewards. But after you said that, I feel like I have paid a lot. After explaining, Yifan hung up the phone and walked out of the bathroom with a calm expression. On the other hand, Hu Changming was not calm at all after hanging up the phone. He first verified who owned building number 1 in Binjiang Garden. After confirmation, he called his wife directly. "Hey, wife, please calculate our family's total savings. This time, I want to make a big deal." The other end of the phone? Chapter 116, Acquisition of Marvel? Subscribe for monthly tickets. After Minina finished her breakfast, she was almost fully recovered. "How is your health now?" Yifan helped Minina move a strand of hair on her forehead behind her ear, speaking in a gentle tone. "I have recovered very well, and basically all the negative conditions are gone." Minina looked at Yifan, love flowing in her eyes. "That's good." Yifan said softly. At this time, a cell phone rang. It was Menina's cell phone. "Hey, judging from the sound, it seems to be under the sofa?" Yifan said this, then got off the bed, walked to the sofa, looked down, and actually saw a mobile phone with a lit screen. The location was not too far in the middle, and Yifan could reach it with just a slight stretch of his hand. However, when Yifan saw the screen of the mobile phone, he was stunned. He saw 7 or 8 white cracks appearing on the screen. He stood up and walked towards the bed, saying, "Minina, your phone screen seems to be broken. Also, how did your phone get under the sofa?" Minina rolled her eyes at him angrily. "You're asking me about this? Do you think I would throw my phone under the sofa?" Yifan handed the phone to Minina, then pointed at himself and asked in confusion, "You mean, it's me? Isn't this obvious? If not you, who else could it be?" Minina said angrily. "But why would I throw your phone?" Yifan asked. "Because I put my phone in my trouser pocket yesterday." Thinking of this, Minina's face turned red again. "Ah ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Yifan understood instantly, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Hey, Stephanie, what can I do for you?" It was Menina's secretary, Stephanie, who called her. "Boss, I just received news that Gavin Rossard is interested in acquiring Marvel Comics. I guess he also saw the potential of Marvel and wanted to acquire it at a premium before the company rises. Should we take action in advance? After all, we have already had contact with Marvel's CEO before, and the advantage is more obvious." Since Minina was on speakerphone, Yifan naturally heard it as well. "Who is this Gavin? You even want to acquire Marvel?" Moreover, judging from the tone of the person on the other end of the phone, Minina also seems to want to acquire the company. Minina said calmly, "Oh, there's no rush for this. When we contacted Audrey Mancaster before, her attitude was very tough. I think she must have received specific instructions from the boss behind the scenes and didn't want to sell it. So, there's no need for us to rush. Just let Gavin bang his head against the wall. Okay, I understand, Stephanie responded. Oh right. Stephanie said again, as if she suddenly remembered something. Menina, how are you getting along with that handsome guy recently? If you really can't overcome your psychological problems, you don't have to force yourself. You can give him to me, and you can still be a couple on the surface until you become the heir. How about that? Yi Fan. Even this is enough to involve him. Alas, the result of having amazing looks is often full of troubles, and one will always be targeted by unknown people. When Menina heard what her secretary said, she knew that she was still thinking about Yi Fan. If it was before, Menina might be very angry, but now, not only was she not angry, but there was a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. Snort! I asked you to keep it in mind, but I think you don't have this chance anymore. Glancing at Yi Fan, who had a complicated look on his face, Menina said, that's not necessary. He and I have already reached the final step, and I almost couldn't get out of bed today. Ah? That's what you guys are all about. Yesterday? When Stephanie on the other end of the phone heard what Menina said, her hands trembled and she almost dropped the phone. Oh my god. It must be fake. Menina, this guy, actually. Menina smiled and said, yes, that's what happened last night. Yi Fan, who was standing by, felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. You Westerners are really open-minded. You even talked about this directly with others, even though the other party was also a woman. Stephanie suddenly thought of something and said with a turn of her eyes, Menina, from what you described, that Oriental handsome guy is very strong in that aspect. He can even make you unable to get out of bed. Do you need someone to share the burden with you? I think I can do it. Yi Fan. Ha ha ha. Looking at Yi Fan's helpless expression, Menina smiled and then said, no need. Think about it again. Came the secretary's coquettish voice. Impossible. Menina's eyes flashed with cunning. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Yi Fan is right next to me now, and I turned on the speakerphone, so Yi Fan heard everything you said just now. Ah? On the other end of the phone, Stephanie's face turned red. This kind of thing was a bit bold to talk about with friends, and it was only because Menina had a crush on girls before that she said this. But Menina actually turned on the speakerphone, and the person who was talking about it heard it. It's so embarrassing. Menina I. After hanging up the phone, Menina was in a good mood. Snort! I told you to think about Yi Fan. Then I'll go downstairs to eat first? Seeing that Menina was in good condition, Yi Fan thought of his hungry stomach and said, hey, wait for me. After I put on my clothes, we'll go down together. Menina said hurriedly. Okay. Yi Fan responded. Menina lifted the quilt and revealed her seductive figure. Yi Fan had been looking at Menina, but he didn't expect her action and subconsciously stared at her. Menina noticed Yi Fan's gaze, put down the clothes she was about to wear, got off the bed, and walked in front of Yi Fan. Ah. No clothes on? Yi Fan felt his throat a little dry as he looked at Menina getting closer and closer. Menina smiled. Put on your clothes quickly. Yi Fan said in agony. Put it on later. I suddenly remembered that I haven't taken a shower today. Then go wash up. Yi Fan felt tormented and took a step back because he felt that he could no longer suppress his body's reaction. No, you also exercised, you should wash together and change into clean clothes. Menina took a step forward, and the distance between them returned to what it was before. This is not over yet. Menina put her arms around Yi Fan's neck, and Yi Fan felt the soft touch on his chest. With a dry mouth, he said, if you keep doing this, I can't stand it. Then don't put up with it. Menina kissed. Chapter 117 The Past, subscribe for monthly tickets. After taking a shower, Yi Fan and Menina went downstairs. Looking at the food on the table, Yi Fan felt helpless because the food was all cold. Mainly because this shower took a bit too long. Well, being too strong can also cause trouble. How about I ask Winnie to heat up the food? A blush appeared on Menina's face, and she couldn't hide her shame between her brows. If she hadn't asked to take a shower, it wouldn't have taken so long, causing the breakfast Yi Fan was about to eat to get cold. No, cold food is fine. It's so hot, so it's good to eat something cold. Anyway, I've already eaten hot food. Yifan looked at Minina with a smile. Ah? When did you have a hot meal today? Minina stopped talking abruptly. She understood the meaning of Yifan's words. Her eyes were filled with charm and she couldn't help but kiss Yifan. Well, let's eat it cold, said Minina with a smile. On the dining table. Yifan said while eating breakfast, Minina, who was the one who called you just now? Oh, it's my secretary, Stephanie. Of course, I have never had that kind of relationship with her. Besides, I have never done anything like that with Winnie. It's just that she simply likes me, and because the food she cooks is delicious, I asked her to come here and be my personal chef. As for the kiss with Winnie, it was mainly because I don't care much about homosexuality. I will definitely not let Winnie kiss me again in the future. Yifan was a little amused and helpless. I was just asking out of curiosity, why did you have to explain so much? However, Yifan also knew in his heart that it was because Minina was worried about him and cared about him that she explained so much. Ahem. Yifan coughed dryly, everyone has a past. I also had a girlfriend before. Is she as pretty as me? Minina asked curiously. Yifan shook his head and smiled, no, but your focus is a bit special. That's good. Minina smiled, then why did you break up? Was it because you took the initiative to break up? It's no wonder Minina thinks so. After all, Yifan is so handsome, has a good personality, and is the son of the richest man in China. No woman with a normal brain would take the initiative to break up. No. Yifan shook his head and smiled bitterly, she was the one who took the initiative to break up. Ah? Minina covered her lips, her face full of disbelief. Some people were a little incredulous and asked, how could it be? She actually took the initiative to break up? Oh my god, there are women in the world who don't know how to cherish. As if she had thought of something, Minina smiled and said, although I am a little angry that she doesn't know how to cherish me, but when I think about the opportunity she gave me by doing this, I am still very happy. Minina continued gossiping, why did your ex-girlfriend break up with you? Because she really couldn't find any flaws in Yifan and didn't understand what Yifan's ex-girlfriend was thinking. Because of 500,000 renminbi. Yifan now thinks back on it and finds it so ridiculous. There were so many people chasing after him back then, he was really blind to choose Bai Shui. There are some who are prettier than Bai Shui and have better conditions. It was just because Bai Shui had created such a huge fuss at the time that Yifan actually thought he had met true love. Unexpectedly, she was indeed a gold digger and a love scammer, and she had cheated so many lives. Just for 500,000? Or RMB? Oh my god. Minina felt her brain was a little hot, she really couldn't understand it. Let us not talk about Yifan's family background, just looking at his appearance, it is worth far more than this money. 500,000 RMB is not enough for her to change the tires of her sports car. Well, to be more precise, she was kept by a rich man who gave her 500,000 yuan a month as a maintenance fee. Yifan said. Doesn't she know that you are the son of the richest man in China? Minina asked. Ha ha. Yifan laughed bitterly, at that time, I was still an orphan. So Yifan gave Minina a brief account of his past. This made Minina secretly surprised. She didn't expect that Yifan had such a sad past and actually grew up in an orphanage since he was a child. Minina felt inexplicably sad. She walked over and hugged Yifan, who was sitting on the stool. I suddenly feel so sorry for you. This sentence instantly moved Yifan. It was ordinary, but it contained infinite emotions. Only. Yifan said in a muffled voice, if you don't let go, even if my lung capacity is good and I won't suffocate to death, my body will react. The facial cleanser does feel very comfortable, so. Suddenly, the sad atmosphere was destroyed by Yifan's words. Minina rolled her eyes at him unhappily, her face slightly reddened, and she sat back down. Yifan continued, when my father recognized me as his biological parent, it was after we broke up. Also, at that time, although I was handsome, I was still a little bit inferior to now. As he spoke, Yifan took out his cell phone, flipped to an old selfie, and handed it to Minina. Minina took the phone out of curiosity, took a look at it, and said, he is also very handsome. Although he is a little worse than you are now, his appearance can be ranked among the top even when compared with Hollywood male stars. After hearing what Minina said, Yifan knew that she was not lying. After all, even after possessing the eye of insight, Yifan had never seen a man with a face value of over 90 points. The men here refer to ordinary people. As for the celebrities, as for the Gu Shaoqing that Yi Fan had met, his appearance was only 92. And they can all be regarded as China's most representative traffic stars and the popular young stars who are in the limelight. Indeed, compared to women, men's looks generally seem to be not that good. Maybe this has something to do with the way the eye of insight calculates. Yi Fan didn't know the details. By the way, Min Aina. Yi Fan said, I heard you say before that you wanted to acquire Marvel? Yes. Min Aina looked at Yi Fan. Judging from the fact that Marvel independently produced Iron Man, this company has great potential in the future. Yi Fan, you may not be familiar with this company, but the influence of the IP created by Marvel has been accumulated over decades. It has an extraordinary and unique sentiment in the hearts of Americans. To be honest, I really didn't pay much attention to this company before. It was only after the Iron Man movie created a sensation in the United States and around the world that I started to pay attention to it. I even feel that these Marvel IPs can create a huge Marvel empire. Yi Fan admired in his heart that Min Aina had a good vision. In the previous life, after Marvel was acquired by Disney, it really made Marvel shine and created a Marvel empire. It's just you actually said I'm not very familiar with Marvel? Yi Fan smiled secretly in his heart, and after thinking for a moment, he said, in fact, I am the boss behind this company. He wanted to see what Min Aina's expression would be when she knew the truth. Ah? Min Aina's eyes widened, her face full of surprise. Since Marvel is not a listed company, many information is not announced, so it is difficult to find out who the boss behind Marvel is. In particular, Yi Fan is very low-key. Didn't expect that? Yi Fan said with a smile. It's not that I didn't expect this, I haven't even thought about it in this way. Min Aina raised her eyebrows and rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and said, actually, if you want to develop in this direction, you can acquire DC Manhwa Company. Chapter 118 Blue Hole, subscribe for monthly tickets. DC Comics? Min Aina shook her head. Although DC Comics has a longer history than Marvel, its current development is not very good. Setting needs, please don't criticize. Especially, with Time Warner as its backer. Yi Fan knew what Min Aina meant, but he also knew why DC declined even more after being acquired by Time Warner. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan said, the biggest reason for DC's current decline is actually Time Warner. Min Aina said softly and waited for what was to come. Time Warner's top management has interfered too much with DC, completely restricting DC's original development. If my previous attitude towards Marvel could be regarded as a laissez-faire policy, then Warner's attitude towards DC is completely captive. Currently, the direction of DC's content creation is entirely determined by Warner. It is not surprising that outsiders interfere too much and DC is declining. Of course, I'm just stating my opinion. Besides, whether Warner is willing to make a move is still a question. Yi Fan smiled and looked at Min Aina. Min Aina smiled sweetly, hearing what you said, I can indeed consider it. By the way, is that Gavin one of your candidates? Being valued by Min Aina and having the last name Rasta, Yi Fan subconsciously thought in this direction. Yes. Min Aina nodded. There are 4 candidates in total. Apart from me, you have met the other 2 at the party. And this Gavin did not attend the party yesterday. Gavin now controls the most lucrative industry, involving gambling and arms. Yi Fan was surprised, these 2 industries are not something that ordinary people can master, could it be? Yes, you are right. It is mainly because of the person behind him who supports him, that is, his father. His father controls resources related to gambling and arms, both of which are extremely profitable industries. He is the person with the most say in the Rost family, except for my father and Casper's father. Especially, I heard that Gavin was still secretly engaged in drug business. The reason why I knew Daniel was engaged in this business before was because I learned about it by the way when I was collecting intelligence on Gavin. Forehead. Yi Fan was ashamed. If Daniel knew that Min Aina had never been tracking her down, and only learned about his information while collecting intelligence on other people, I wonder how he would feel. I'm afraid I'll be so depressed that I might vomit blood. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly became curious. Gavin was actually involved in 2, no, perhaps 3 such lucrative industries. Then why was Min Aina still the best among all the people? Thinking in his heart, Yi Fan also asked, what kind of industry are you engaged in, Min Aina? Min Aina said, games, investment, and the new energy industry. Min Aina looked at Yi Fan with a smile on her face, do you know Blue Hole Games? No. Yi Fan nodded. Bluehole is the company that produced the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Once released, it became the most popular game of the year, without a doubt. If the game League of Legends existed, we might be able to put up a bit of a fight, but the problem is, the League of Legends in this world hasn't even been born yet. However, Minina actually mentioned the Bluehole. Could it be that I acquired Bluehole in 2006? It was not called this name before. Later I changed it to Bluehole. Oh shit. Yifan had previously thought that Minina only had shares in Bluehole, but he did not expect that she actually acquired Bluehole. What a vision and such good luck. Yifan even suspected that Minina was also a time traveler. But when I think about Minina's family background, if she was really a time traveler, she would probably be the richest person in the world. When Yifan thought about the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds around the world this year, he instantly understood why Minina could become the best candidate. The other side. Gavin Rossard leaned back in the boss chair made of precious leather, smoking a fine cigar and slowly exhaling the smoke in his body. He then said to the secretary with a sexy figure and good looks, "How was the contact?" The secretary bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Boss, Marvel's CEO Audrey Mancaster refused in a very tough manner, saying that their boss had already told us not to sell it, no matter who it is." Oh? Gavin frowned and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, "How dare you give me, Gavin Ross, no face at all?" The secretary said, "Boss, there's no need for you to be angry. Miss Minina got the same result when she contacted Marvel before. Gavin, of course I know that Minina has approached me and was rejected before, but I still feel very upset. She didn't even give me any face and left no room for negotiation. Doesn't she know that in the United States, money is everything? How many companies that could have risen to prominence have been dissolved or acquired under the suppression of leading capital? Money can crush people, and this is no joke, especially in the United States. However, who is the boss behind her? How dare he be so tough? I wonder if he really has someone to rely on. Chris, have you found out who the new boss of Marvel is? This will take some time." The secretary hesitated. Really, forget it. Gavin wanted to get angry, but when he saw Chris's beautiful face and thought of how charming Chris was in bed, Gavin's heart softened, but he became tough in other aspects. "Come here and squat down." When Chris heard what Master Gavin said, she immediately understood what he meant. After all, this was not the first time. Being served tenderly by Chris, Gavin said, "I heard that this Audrey is very beautiful, almost exactly like the late Hepburn. She is even called Little Audrey because of this. Is it true?" Audrey came from a middle-class family, but she seldom attended parties, so her fame was not very prominent. Gavin was also interested in Marvel and learned that the CEO of this company was actually a beauty. "It's true. I just collected some photos of her. They are on my phone. Do you want to see them?" For some reason, Chris's speech was a little slurred. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Hurry and bring it here." "Of course, you can rest assured, little darling. Even if Audrey looks like Hepburn, I will still favor you the same way." When Gavin took the phone and looked at it, his eyes lit up. They looked exactly like each other, especially the charm. It was simply amazing, which made Gavin even more excited. Marvel can take its time, but this guy, he. Chapter 119 Psychological Problems, subscribe for monthly tickets. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, New York time, Yifan received a call from Audrey. "Boss, you've been in the United States for almost 3 days, and you haven't even come to the company once, let alone come to see me. As the boss, you should at least come and inspect the company." Audrey's voice came, and although her tone was cold, it had a bit of a coquettish and resentful tone. If other people in Marvel heard what Audrey said, who knows how surprised they would be. Because, in their minds, Audrey is decisive and a strong woman. I've never even seen her date other men. Those who don't know would think that she is pure and has no desires. But what they don't know is that there is a true saying in this world, which is that appearance is justice. Even if they are villains in TV shows, movies, and animations, as long as they are good-looking enough, there will be many people who like them. Audrey didn't date other men, and the fundamental reason was that they were not good-looking enough. Moreover, even if he is good-looking enough, if Audrey doesn't have any feelings for him, she will ignore him. Forehead. Yifan scratched his head. Indeed, this was indeed a bit unfair. Although he was the boss, he had come to the United States and did not even visit his own company. Especially since the company is in New York, in the same city. But, it's okay to just go to the company, but what do you mean by asking me to come and see you specially? Okay then, I'll come over tomorrow. Okay, then I would like to welcome the boss to inspect our work in advance, Audrey said with a smile. After chatting for a few more sentences, Yifan hung up the phone. Seeing that Yifan had hung up the phone, Menina put a grape in Yifan's mouth, and then asked with a slightly curious tone. From your tone, it seems that the beautiful CEO of Marvel is calling? Yes. Yifan admitted it generously. There was nothing to deny. Then he looked at Menina, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and asked in a teasing tone, why, are you worried about having another love rival? Menina also put a grape in her mouth and chewed it, saying, I'm not worried about that. Because I feel like my current thoughts are a little weird. How is it so strange? Yifan looked at Menina curiously. Menina did not answer, but asked Yifan a question first. I want to ask, in your eyes, how do you view Lily? I don't support it, but I don't oppose it either. Of course, if a certain female celebrity I like is lesbian, I will probably support their couple. Yifan thought for a moment and said slowly. In other words, I don't hate it, and I even like it a little bit. Menina concluded. Almost. Yifan answered, and at the same time, he suddenly thought of an anime from his previous life, called Super God. When it came to Qiangwei and Liangbing Lily, he particularly liked them and was looking forward to the subsequent plot. But then, he traveled to this parallel world. Menina continued, what about the gay man? Yifan frowned and said, disgusting, I can't understand it. I believe that most men with normal sexual orientation would have the same mentality as me in this situation. He went on to say, however, for some women, they might like it very much. Yes. Menina nodded. This is mainly a matter of sexual orientation. If I like girls, I think there's nothing wrong with girls being with girls. If I like boys, I think there's nothing wrong with boys being with boys. Although I like you, I am not interested in other men. Besides, I still have that kind of feeling towards women. Yifan, you should understand. I understand. Yifan said. Menina continued, so, if you have any intimate behavior with other women, I don't feel too jealous, but psychologically I will definitely feel uncomfortable. It's just, a very strange feeling. Of course, I'm not saying that I don't love you enough, it's just, maybe there are some differences in psychology. Menina frowned and looked at Yifan with some worry. She also mustered up the courage to explain her psychological problems to Yifan. At the same time, she was also afraid that Yifan would dislike her, hate her, and alienate her because of this. After all, it is really weird. It's just like when Joanna hooked up with Yifan, what made her most angry was that Joanna made Yifan unhappy. Feeling Menina's worried eyes and sad expression, Yifan didn't say anything, but directly hugged her in his arms. He could even smell the fragrance of Menina's hair at the tip of his nose. At the same time, Yifan sighed in his heart. From Menina's words, Yifan could feel Menina's uneasiness, her courage, and even more, her love for him. So, he chose not to speak first, but to comfort Menina and show her his attitude with his actual actions. Feeling Yifan's warm and strong embrace, Menina felt sweetness in her heart. Smelling the special fragrance on Yifan's body, love in her eyes became even stronger. She felt safe and at ease in this embrace, making her want to be held all the time. Although Menina's personality is indeed quite overbearing, she can be soft, cute, shy, and sweet towards the person she loves. There is no such thing as a fixed personality, it's just that the main personality overshadows the other personalities. After a while, Menina said gently, after hearing what I said, Yifan, do you hate me? After all, I may be. Before Menina finished speaking, Yifan interrupted her and said only 3 words, not annoying. After saying that, he lifted up Menina's delicate face with both hands and kissed her lips. The feeling on the lips is the best answer. This kiss lasted a long time. After their lips parted, Menina's first words were, Yifan, are my lips sweet? Sweet, sweeter than the grapes I just ate. Yifan said with a smile, and then kissed her again. Yifan looked at Menina in front of him, and thinking back, he seemed to have fallen in love with Menina the night before that incident happened. Just because of that sentence full of contrasting cuteness and that pitiful little expression, Yifan was simply overwhelmed by it. Menina's eyes flickered as she thought about it and said, Yifan, let's go to a restaurant outside for dinner tonight. After dinner, we'll go to the movies. Yifan hesitated for a moment before saying, okay, but we have to go early, not too late. After all, I have some understanding of your situation, which is not as safe as my country, especially at night. Plus, I have an oriental face and you are so beautiful, which makes me even more insecure. Well, I'll listen to you. Minina smiled sweetly, then kissed Yifan sweetly again. Chapter 120 Audrey Mancaster, subscribe for monthly tickets. On the morning of the second day, bathed in slightly warm sunlight, Yifan opened his sleepy eyes and woke up. He propped himself up and sat on the bed, then stretched his body. Woo! Perhaps Yifan's actions disturbed Minina. She murmured and opened her slightly confused eyes. Then, he closed his eyes again, but still said lazily, "Good morning, Yifan, you're awake." Hearing this, Yifan looked at the wall clock and said with a smile, "It's not early now, it's already 9:30. Oh. Minina just responded in a confused tone, then fell silent and fell asleep. Yifan looked at Minina's sleepy appearance, couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled. "Now you feel sleepy, right? When you deliberately made me angry yesterday, why didn't you expect that I would be so sleepy today?" "Woo, it's because you've been tossing and turning for too long, otherwise I would have fallen asleep a long time ago. Now you blame me." Minina had her eyes closed, in a state between half awake and half asleep, so when she heard Yifan's words, although her consciousness was blurred, she still couldn't help but say something in an unclear tone. Yifan gently pulled her pink ears and said in a gentle tone, "Okay, don't blame me, I'm too strong, okay, I'll try to be faster next time." That's not what I meant," Minina said coquettishly in a confused tone. Then you go back to sleep. I'll have breakfast and then go to Marvel," Yifan teased. Minina hummed softly to indicate that she understood. Seeing this, Yifan threw back the quilt and prepared to get up and put on his clothes. But at this moment, a voice came from behind him. "Kiss me first." Minina's lazy words came. "But I haven't brushed my teeth yet." "I'll kiss you after I finish." Yifan turned around, brushed a strand of hair away from Minina's eyebrows, and spoke softly. "No, it doesn't stink anyway, kiss me." Minina's voice was full of coquettishness. "Oh well." Yifan smiled, sighed helplessly, and kissed Minina on the cheek. "No, kiss my mouth. You kissed the wrong thing," Minina reminded in a confused tone without opening her eyes. "Good." After saying that, Yifan kissed her. 417, Fifth Avenue, New York, USA. Yifan looked at the eye-catching sign of Marvel Studios, curled up the corners of his mouth, and walked towards it. "Hello sir, welcome to Marvel." As soon as Yifan entered the door, the white beauty at the front desk greeted him warmly. There was a black security guard who was pouring water at the water dispenser. When he heard that the white beauty was so enthusiastic, he was also stunned. Then he looked at Yifan and suddenly understood. I complained in my heart, as expected, this woman was so enthusiastic only because she saw a good-looking guy coming. "Hello beautiful lady, I'm here to see your Marvel CEO Audrey Mancaster." "Oh?" The beautiful receptionist exclaimed in surprise. This oriental handsome guy looked so good-looking. Could it be that he was here to pick up Audrey? "But won't you consider me? I'm easy to hook up with, I can get you in no time and there's no problem getting a room right away." However, during working hours, she didn't dare to say anything fancy, so she could only ask politely, "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" This shouldn't be the case, Yifan said. "I'm sorry, sir. You can't meet our senior executives without an appointment. After all, they are also very busy. However, I have time in the afternoon. The main thing is that I'm Audrey's boss, so I definitely don't need an appointment to see her." The beautiful white lady at the front desk hadn't finished her words when she heard Yifan's words and her voice stopped abruptly. It took less than a second for the smile to disappear and then to turn into a surprised expression. "Oh, okay. I'll call Ms. Audrey's office right now," the white beauty explained quickly, feeling ashamed of what she had just said. She had just said some suggestive words to someone who might be her boss. This feeling was a bit exciting. Unfortunately, this handsome guy, who might be his boss, did not respond. The call was connected quickly, the beautiful receptionist briefly explained the situation, and then after hearing the response from the other end, she hung up the phone. The beautiful receptionist put the microphone back to its original position and said to Yifan with a smile, "Please wait a moment, Ms. Audrey will be down soon." Ding dong. The elevator door opened and a beautiful mixed-race woman with dark brown hair walked out. Her facial features are delicate and three-dimensional, and her pair of black eyes are so deep that people can't help but fall in love with her. Now, she is wearing a black tight skirt, which makes her already beautiful figure more prominent. Below are two pairs of slender and straight black silk legs, matched with a pair of red high heels, which are captivating. Yi-Fan had seen Audrey's photo and knew that this was Audrey. So, he walked forward, took the initiative to extend his right hand and said, "Nice to meet you, Audrey Mancaster. My name is Yi-Fan. You said before that you have seen my photo." Audrey did not immediately hold Yi-Fan's outstretched right hand, but covered her mouth with a little surprise. Because Yi-Fan's appearance surprised her so much. This is so cool. And this temperament made her want to take a bite. "Hello, boss." Audrey finally reacted and shook Yi-Fan's outstretched right hand. At the same time, he apologized, "I'm sorry, I was rude just now. It's just that you are too handsome, boss. I think you are much more handsome than in the photo." Yi-Fan withdrew his hand and smiled. He knew that the photo Audrey saw was the one before she gained divine beauty and beauty, so he was mentally prepared. "Maybe the photo you got was an old one of mine," Yi-Fan explained casually. "Okay, boss, let's take the elevator first. My office is on the 3rd floor." "Okay," Yi-Fan replied with a smile. At the same time, he secretly activated the Eye of Insight. Target, Audrey Mancaster. Age, 27. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Personality, innocent, brave, resolute, capable. Favorability, 88. Tip, regarding love, the other party believes in love at first sight. If you don't meet, it's like ice. Once you meet, it's like fire. Oh shit. Yi-Fan was secretly shocked and speechless. This person's favorability was so high. Although not as tall as when Nina first saw him, it was still very tall. Also, this tip. Audrey's identity in Marvel is CEO and president, so she is considered the supreme commander of Marvel. As for Yi-Fan, he is the emperor. He is not responsible for fighting, but he can appoint the supreme commander. Of course, if he wants to intervene forcibly, he can still do so. After all, this company is his. Audrey's office looks rather plain overall, without too many objects, but everything is arranged very neatly, giving people a generous and simple impression. Inside the office, in addition to the office area, there is also a room with a bed and a separate toilet. Audrey reported various matters to Yi-Fan and then chatted for a while. 2 hours later, Gavin Rossard also arrived at the door of Marvel, and all he could think about was Audrey's exquisite face. Chapter 121 Dissatisfaction and Jealousy. Subscribe for monthly tickets. Gavin was followed by 2 tall and strong black bodyguards, and with the colorful clothes he was wearing, he looked like a gangster leader. So, before I even entered the door, I was stopped by 2 security guards at the door. One of the security guards asked, "Sir, what are you doing here?" The 2 security guards spoke in a serious tone, and their hands even vaguely touched the guns on their waists. Security guards and bodyguards in the United States are allowed to carry guns. As long as they comply with relevant regulations and meet relevant requirements, they can apply for a gun license. With a gun license, you can own a gun. However, owning a gun does not mean that you can carry it anywhere at will, because you still need a license. What do you mean? Gavin naturally noticed the tone and actions of the 2 security guards. Their eyes were somewhat unfriendly, and their voices were full of anger and dissatisfaction. Judging from the tone of these 2 people, what do they think of him? Damn bastard. After I acquire Marvel, my first decision will be to fire you too. We are doing our duty, sir. If you want to come in, please answer our questions first. The security guard's words were still serious, and there was no embarrassment or subservience in his tone. Because shootings are not uncommon in the United States. Some freedoms come at a price. Answer? Okay, very good. Then I will answer you right away. I, Gavin Rossard, am here to discuss something with your CEO. Do you understand? At this time, the beautiful receptionist came over and asked, "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" "I have an appointment." "You can look up my name, Gavin Rossard." "Okay, I'll check it out." The beautiful receptionist responded quickly and then trotted to the service desk to check. After more than 10 seconds, the beautiful receptionist said, "Yes, he does have an appointment." "See?" Gavin sneered at the security guard and walked into the gate with his bodyguards. "Wait a minute." The beautiful receptionist spoke again, "You can only go alone. Since you are going to meet our CEO, why do you need a bodyguard?" In fact, without the beautiful receptionist saying anything, the 2 bodyguards had already stopped the 2 bodyguards that Gavin was about to bring in. "Humph, stopping my bodyguard, does your CEO know about this?" Gavin sounded angry. He always brought bodyguards with him and no company would stop him before. But once we got here, we were blocked everywhere. The beautiful receptionist said, "Of course I know. It was Ms. Audrey who ordered it." Gavin was stunned. He had previously thought that it was a group of low-level people who acted on their own initiative, but he didn't expect that it was Audrey's decision. After being stunned, I felt a little angry. This guy Audrey? But when he thought of the purpose of his visit today, he held back. Humph, after I get Audrey, I will slowly vent my anger on her. Thinking of this, Gavin felt much better. Audrey was talking to Yifan about some company matters when there was a knock on the door. After knocking a few times, the door opened and a woman walked in. She was Audrey's secretary. She first greeted Yifan, "Hello, Mr. Yi, excuse me." Then he continued, "Ms. Audrey, the man named Gavin Rossard who made an appointment with you yesterday is here and is waiting in the reception area. Do you want to meet him now? Are you here? Then go meet him first, so he won't harass you any further." Audrey frowned and said that ever since Gavin Ross's secretary came to discuss his intentions with her and was rejected by Audrey, this man named Gavin has been calling to harass her, which is really annoying. The reason I agreed to his meeting appointment was because I wanted to make things clear in person. Especially since her boss is here now, she can naturally explain it more clearly, so that Gavin won't say that her words have no weight. But Audrey didn't know that what Gavin valued most now was not Marvel, but her. For Gavin, acquiring Marvel is just the icing on the cake. Can making movies make more money than drugs? However, drugs are a black market after all and cannot be exposed to family members. After all, as an old Chable, there must be a bottom line. Gavin Rhodes? Yifan thought to himself that the name was exactly the same, so he should be one of the candidates of the Rost family that Min-Ina told him about yesterday. Wasn't this guy rejected? Why are you here again? Is he unwilling to give up, or does he have other intentions? Yifan started to think internally. "Boss, I heard that Gavin Rossard is one of the candidates for succession to the Rossard family. He wanted to acquire our company before, but you told me not to sell it no matter how high the price was. You told me to make my own decision and there was no need to report to you, so I rejected him. But after I rejected him, he still kept harassing me. Why don't you come with me to meet this Gavin, so that he won't say that I'm unconvincing and continue to harass me?" Audrey looked at Yifan, anticipation flashing in her black eyes. Continue harassment? Yifan pondered these 4 words over and over in his mind, gradually forming some guesses in his mind, and looked at Audrey's delicate face and those lively eyes. But Yifan was just guessing, thinking to himself that if the reason didn't make sense later, he could just let Gavin try out today's sign and reward. Yifan is still very interested in this kind of metaphysical things. But after all, it will have a certain degree of impact on others, so Yifan will naturally not use it casually. "Okay, let's go." Yifan agreed immediately and gestured to Audrey to lead the way. Although he is the boss, he is not familiar with the company at all, so how would he know where the reception area is? "Well, please follow me." Audrey finished and walked towards the door. "Mr. Gavin, our company's CEO and boss are here," said the secretary. When Gavin heard this, he was delighted at first, but when he turned around, he saw Min-Ina walking towards him with an Oriental man. Then he came to his senses and realized that the secretary had actually said the word boss. In other words, this Oriental man is actually the boss of Marvel. The person who has been rejecting him is actually a yellow-skinned person. For a racist, this is very unpleasant and even angry. In particular, this Oriental man was so handsome and had such a good temperament, he looked more like an upper-class aristocrat than him. Dissatisfaction and jealousy spread throughout his body, like poison, stimulating his mind. "Hello, Mr. Gavin Rossard, I am the owner of this company." Yifan took the initiative to extend his hand, ready to shake hands first. After all, the other party has not shown any ill will towards him, so it is okay for him to use courtesy first and then force. Chapter 122 One Move, subscribe for monthly tickets. Who would have thought that Gavin didn't want to accept Yifan's handshake? He said in an arrogant tone, "Sorry, I never shake hands with people with yellow skin because it will dirty my hands. Also, Audrey, I think it would be better for you to come work in my company. There is no future in working with a yellow-skinned person like this. This Gavin is actually a racist." Yifan got furious instantly. Anger was burning inside me. Discriminate? What qualifications do you have? Just because you have white skin, do you think you are worthy? Since the other party doesn't know what's good for him, Yifan naturally doesn't have a good attitude. At the same time, he decided in his heart that he would have to use at least 4 bad luck talismans later. Yes, Yifan's sign in reward today is a bad luck charm, but there are only 5 of them, so if you use one less, you'll have one. Yifan really wanted to use them all. After all, for such an arrogant discriminator, using all of them was considered too little. But he also wanted to study this kind of metaphysical thing, so he decided to keep one. Anyway, the effect of the 4 bad luck charms combined should be quite large, and I think they can teach Gavin a good lesson. After all, sometimes you're unlucky and even choke to death while eating. He immediately withdrew his hand, and sneered, "That's perfect. I was just worried that shaking hands with you would get my hands dirty. But as a human being, I have to have good qualities, so I just try to show my noble qualities as a human being." But they forget that it's not just humans who make sounds, animals can too. That's it, it's alright. Gavin was suddenly furious. He stood up angrily, clenching his fists with veins bulging. Even his face turned red because of the blood rushing up, and he was angry. He didn't expect that this Oriental man was so good at scolding people. He actually scolded him like a beast. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and the angrier I got, the more impulsive I became. Especially, this eloquent guy is actually more handsome than him. This is unbearable. So, he quickly swung a punch and hit Yifan's handsome face. He did not rush up to punch Yifan the moment he stood up, but chose this time to catch him by surprise. "I'm going to beat your face into a pig's head and see who you call a beast." Thinking of this, Gavin couldn't help but reveal a grim smile on his face. However, what he didn't know was that the Oriental man standing in front of him was not as thin as he looked. Not only does he possess the fighting skills of a world-class fighting master, but he also possesses physical fitness that reaches the limits of human beings. In Yifan's eyes, Gavin's punch was so childish and ridiculous. Less than 0.03 seconds after Gavin showed his hideous grin, Yifan instantly attacked. No, he kicked. When he made the move, he stuffed his hand into his trouser pocket. Using your hands on a bastard like Gavin will really get dirty. He quickly took half a step closer, then raised his leg and kneed Gavin in the stomach from bottom to top. Ah! Bang! Gavin screamed and fell to the ground, his face turned pale. He felt like his internal organs were about to be broken, and he was vomiting all kinds of disgusting things from his mouth. Although the reception area was separated from the office area by only a wall, how could such a loud noise not be noticed? Many people rushed over after hearing the noise, to watch the excitement. Looking at the white man lying on the ground listlessly, they didn't know what was going on for a moment. "Let's all go back to work. There was a small incident here. It's okay now. Let's go," Audrey said. This is what you call everything is alright? Still in a young state?" Many people looked at each other in bewilderment, with a look on their faces that said, "Are you kidding me? We are not blind, please don't treat us like this." But due to the prestige Audrey had accumulated in the company, everyone else dispersed and returned to work. After everyone left, Audrey looked at Gavin, who was lying on the ground holding his stomach and groaning. She frowned, looking a little disgusted, and at the same time, a little helpless. She didn't expect that Gavin was actually a racist. What was even more unexpected was that he actually dared to take the initiative to attack Yifan. Although Gavin was angered by Yifan, this was not important. It was not important in Audrey's mind anyway. "I told you to mock her boss, you deserved to be beaten." Although Audrey had no mercy on Gavin, who had fallen to the ground at this time, she even wanted to kick him a few times to help Yifan vent his anger. But when she thought of the family behind Gavin, she felt a little distressed. "I'd better find the best lawyer for my boss as soon as possible. I must not let anything happen to him." Fortunately, there is surveillance here, which at least proves that Gavin was the one who provoked and attacked first. But that move the boss just made was so cool. Wearing a black suit, with his hands in his trouser pockets, and then giving a very sharp knee strike, he was so handsome, so handsome. There were ripples of light in Audrey's beautiful eyes, and there were almost stars. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Audrey restrained herself and said to her boss with great concern, "Roaster is very influential in the United States. I will immediately hire the best lawyer to help you prepare for the work." Yifan didn't expect that Audrey didn't consider Gavin's physical condition, whether he would die, or whether to call an ambulance in this situation. "Instead, I was thinking about finding a lawyer for him and preparing him for retaliation, which touched me." Just as she was about to say something, Audrey spoke again. "I think we should go to the airport first and take the fastest plane to leave the United States." After all, the Rost family is too powerful. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. Yifan interrupted Audrey and comforted her. Gavin Rost cannot represent the entire Rost family, and besides, I am not someone you can easily mess with. As long as the other party does not use missiles to bomb him, he will not panic even if the police are sent to catch him. Because Yifan didn't know whether that magical skill was useful against missiles. Yifan, I know you are so young that you can by marvel. You must have a strong background, but the Rost family is too powerful in the Western world. I think it's better for you to leave the country first. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What will you do if I leave? Even though I kicked him, he will definitely cause trouble for you if he can't find me. I'm fine, you should just leave. Audrey said without any hesitation. This moved Yifan even more. He said in a gentle tone, since you said so, I naturally can't leave. I just kicked him once. I only used 10% of my strength. Okay, don't think too highly of Gavin. He's not as scary as you think. Still worried? Yifan smiled and glanced at Audrey. Audrey hummed softly, still looking worried. Don't worry, I have supporters in the Rost family. Besides, I'm the son of China's richest man, so there won't be any big problems. After all, it is not the time for that idiot to be president, and he won't play some unreasonable tricks. Hurry up and call an ambulance. By the way, call the police. Okay. Hearing that there was no panic in Yifan's tone, and considering what Yifan had said before, Audrey no longer urged him to leave the United States. She obediently called the police and the ambulance. While Audrey was on the phone, Yifan walked up to Gavin naturally, squatted down, and then patted him gently on the back. The bad luck charm will disappear as soon as it sticks to you, leaving no trace. Moreover, the timing of the attack can be controlled. After a few days, when Gavin is discharged from the hospital, whether he lives or dies will no longer be his business. Chapter 123 Malice, subscribe for monthly tickets. Master Gavin? Master Gavin? The ambulance's accompanying medical staff carried a stretcher out of Marvel Studios. The two bodyguards were stunned when they saw Gavin Rost groaning in pain and lying listlessly on the stretcher. They just saw people carrying a stretcher entering the Marvel gate and were still wondering if the young master got angry up there and some unlucky person was affected. But what they never expected was that the unlucky guy they were talking about was actually their young master. After all, who has the guts to hit the candidate for successor to the Rost family? At this time, Audrey accompanied Yifan out of the door. Gavin Rossard, who had not yet boarded the ambulance, saw this and, enduring the pain, said to the two tall and muscular white bodyguards. Quick, beat that yellow-skinned guy to death. If he dies, it's mine. Beat him to death. When Yifan heard Gavin's words, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it seems that our master Gavin is still very energetic. If I had known earlier, I should have added a little more strength just now. You. Puff. Gavin was so angry that he suddenly became furious, vomited blood, and fainted. When the two muscular and tall white bodyguards heard this, they immediately knew that it was this yellow-skinned Oriental man who beat Master Gavin like this. I was both shocked and angry. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward and punched Yifan in the face. Yifan. Why do people always want to slap him in the face? Are you feeling inferior because you are too ugly? That is a bit too much. Although Gavin's two bodyguards are retired special forces, and the top ones among them, their combat experience and fighting skills are very impressive. But Yifan was not panicked at all. It's not that he was confident that he could win, but they had people on their side. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Yifan felt that his physical fitness was definitely stronger than these two, and his fighting skills would not be worse than theirs. But he has no combat experience. So, he grabbed Audrey's slender waist and led her back here, and said to Marvel's two bodyguards. Hurry up, get your gun. Although the combat experience and overall quality of Marvel's two security guards are not as good as the other party's two bodyguards, they are retired soldiers after all, and they are still quick in drawing their guns. He quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the two white people who were about to attack him. In an instant, the two white men who had been angry just now became quiet. He also wanted to pull out his gun, but Yifan stopped him. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. Although they would not be able to cause any harm to Yifan even if they pulled out their guns, it is better not to use it as a trump card. Of course, when the crisis really comes, Yifan will not hesitate for a moment. The two white bodyguards who wanted to draw their guns suddenly froze. In the United States, when someone tells you they will shoot, they are not joking. He really can shoot. If they had known this, they would have pulled out their guns first. After all, Master Gavin had said before that if he was beaten to death, it would be his fault. Not long after, the police car arrived. A white policeman got out of the police car, looked around, and was stunned when he saw the two white policemen who were pointed at with guns. Then, the voice said seriously, "What happened here? Why are you pointing a gun at those two white people? Also, who called the police just now?" Audrey quickly responded, "I called the police." After saying that, she walked up to the white police officer and explained to her what had happened. "This is what happened," Audrey said. "It's mainly Gavin's fault. I will make the judgment on who is responsible, you don't need to tell me." "Okay, since there is surveillance, take me to see it." After listening, the white police officer said in a serious voice, "Okay." Audrey responded, then led the way into the gate, and Yifan followed. In the monitoring room, Audrey said to the white police officer, "Look, he was the one who provoked first, and he was the one who started it. Yifan was just acting in self-defense." This is. Seeing the surveillance video of Gavin who fell to the ground after being hit by Yifan's knee, the white police officer couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Why does this person look so much like Master Gavin Rost? The white police officer's name was Sam. He had met Gavin during a protection mission and knew that he was a wealthy son of the Rost family. Although it is not known how high Gavin's status is among the wealthy children of the Rost family, just from the attitude of his boss towards Gavin, we know that it is definitely not low. If he could curry favor with this young master, wouldn't he be holding on to a very strong thigh? As for how to curry favor, isn't there an opportunity right before your eyes? Okay, I already know what to do, but I still need you to go to the police station and make a statement. It was normal to take notes. Audrey nodded and said, "Okay." Only. Wrong. Yifan frowned. He just felt that there was something wrong with the way the white police officer looked at them. After receiving the system's murderous induction, Yifan's sixth sense was greatly enhanced. This enhancement was so obvious that Yifan could sense it in his daily life. Based on his previous perception, he was certain that there was definitely something wrong with this white policeman. Not only did he have no kindness towards them, but he was full of malice. It wasn't like this just now. What exactly causes this? The point of change seemed to be, after he watched the surveillance video once, his attitude became full of hidden malice. What he was watching just now was the surveillance footage of the reception room, and there were only 3 people in the reception room. Among these 3 people, the white policeman had already seen 2 of them, so the change was definitely not caused by seeing him or Audrey. So, this change should have happened to Gavin. Why did Gavin make him change? Identity, background, financial resources, power? Indeed, they are all very tempting things. But if you don't know Gavin, the temptation of these 4 things will not come out. Therefore, this white policeman should have seen Gavin and knew Gavin's identity. This time, watching the surveillance video allowed the white policeman to recognize Gavin. Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The answer was about to come out. Regardless of whether the result is what he expected or not, he must prepare for the worst. Fortunately, the white man has not shown any obvious malice towards them. After all, he did not expect Yifan to possess such a terrifying sixth sense and insight. Yifan naturally took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and sent a text message to Minina. Then, after thinking about it, I sent another text message to Uncle Chang. In this way, there will be no risk of error. Chapter 124 Who Dares to Touch My Man? Subscribe for monthly tickets. Walking out of the door of Marvel, the white policeman, Sam, said to the 2 Marvel security guards who were still holding guns with the safety off, ready to shoot at any time. "Okay, put your guns down. I'm here. I'll go talk to them." Both security guards looked at Audrey, and when they saw her nod, they put away their guns. Yifan looked at the white policeman with some amusement as he took Gavin's 2 bodyguards aside. I thought to myself that this white policeman was going to make his stance clear. There was a low conversation. "Officer, do you know the Roth family? That Oriental man just knocked out a very important person in the Roth family. If you don't want to get into trouble, arrest him immediately and wait until Master Gavin wakes up before dealing with him." Although he felt very unhappy about the other party's arrogant tone, Sam was still able to suppress this negative emotion. Having a backer is more important than anything else when it comes to getting promoted and making money. Of course I know that Master Gavin is from the Roth family. I had the honor of meeting him before, and I also know the Roth family's powerful strength in the United States. Why don't you quickly arrest that Oriental man, and then, by the way, find some crime for the woman next to him and arrest her as well. This way, our young master will definitely be very grateful to you when he wakes up. By then, you should understand. I understand, of course I understand, but there's no need to rush now. Once I bring them both to the police station, I'll catch them all while they're not paying attention. After all, it's more convenient there. Especially, my boss knows Master Gavin, so he will definitely cooperate in arresting him when the time comes, Well, since you are so sensible, that's great. We'll go first then. Okay, you guys go to the hospital and stay with Master Gavin. Sam said with a smile, then his expression returned to seriousness. He turned around and walked to Yifan and the others, pointed at the police car, and said, "Let's go." Audrey didn't move. She looked at the two bodyguards who drove away in the luxury car and asked, "Why don't Gavin's two bodyguards go to the police station? There should be some questions for them, right? They didn't see it themselves, so there's no value in asking." "Let's get in the car," Sam urged. Soon, they arrived at the police station where Sam worked. After getting out of the car, Sam still politely asked Yifan and the other person to get out, looking very kind and righteous. But on the way, Yifan, who had checked Sam's information with the eye of insight, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. With your favorability rating of -30, it must be very hard for you to treat them like this. So, art comes from life. There are also many ordinary people with excellent acting skills. Okay, you two just go to the lounge and wait for a while. I'll ask someone to take a statement. Sam said with a smile. Yifan sneered in his heart, calling someone might be calling someone, but taking a statement is not really taking a statement. Okay then. Audrey responded without noticing. Sam closed the door of the lounge and asked two police officers to guard it and not allow people inside to come out. Then he went straight to the director's office. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the director's office door. "Come in." Then, a slightly old voice came from inside the door. Sam immediately opened the door, walked in, and looked at the old man in his 60s sitting in the seat. This old man is the director here, and he is 61 years old this year. "Sam, what do you want from me?" The old director patted his beer belly and said. "Chief, Gavin Ross was beaten." Sam said. "What?" The old director slammed the table. "Who is it?" "An Oriental man, I heard, is the boss of a company." A sneer appeared on Sam's face. It seems that this thigh is quite good. The old director, who was about to retire, didn't even ask why Gavin was beaten, but asked directly who beat him. The attitude is evident. Oriental? The old director was stunned, and then a look of realization appeared on his face. This kind of thing can only be done by someone who is unaware of the power of the Rost family. "Yeah." Sam hummed in response. Since he is an Oriental, then it will be easy. After a while, the lounge door was pushed open. Audrey was delighted at first. "Are you finally asking?" But when she saw the details, she was stunned. "I couldn't believe it and asked, 'What are you doing? Do you think we are terrorists?' When the door opened, what caught my eye was not some policeman coming to take a statement, but a group of fully armed policemen. 'You are suspected of serious crimes and need to be arrested immediately.' A serious and cold voice came. How could the two of them not be familiar with this voice? Isn't it the voice of the policeman named Sam? Yifan sighed inwardly, as expected. At the same time, he whispered something in Chinese. Audrey was so excited that she wanted to stand up and question him in disbelief. But Yifan stopped him and shook his head to signal him not to move. "If you act rashly now, you might be regarded as a thug and killed." Although all the policemen's guns were out of bullets at this time, it was better not to expose this matter. Looking at Yifan's calm face, Audrey gradually felt at ease. For the first time in more than 20 years, she found security in a man. This was not easy for Audrey, who grew up in a single-parent family and was strong since childhood. Yifan asked calmly, "Excuse me, what major crime are we suspected of? If you want to arrest someone, you can't be so vague. Or have you not decided what crime to charge us with? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just sit still. Otherwise, bullets won't have eyes." As Sam spoke, he signaled with his eyes for the two policemen to go up and handcuff the two men's hands. "I don't know who dares to touch my man." A high, cold voice with obvious anger came from behind the police. Who are you? Sam said with a gloomy face, turned his head and looked at the two people behind him. It's a man and a woman. But after seeing the woman's appearance clearly, Sam was stunned and exclaimed in his heart, "This woman is so beautiful." Unexpectedly, the woman who had just spoken ignored him. He snorted coldly and said to himself, "Where is your director Jody Marcus?" You. Sam suddenly became angry. So what if this woman was beautiful? She actually dared to ignore him like this. But the other party sounded quite arrogant. Could he be a big shot? "Are you, Miss Menina?" came the old director's voice. "Chief Chow Di, you have such great authority. Could it be that you think that my Razid family can't afford the taxes? How dare you convict my boyfriend without any reason?" He is your boyfriend, Miss Menina?" Jody said in disbelief. He was also one of the people in the Rost family's network of relationships, so he had heard a little about it. He knew that Menina seemed to have found an Oriental boyfriend, but how could it be such a coincidence? "He's not my boyfriend. Could he be your boyfriend?" "You're just overthinking it. While I still have patience, go in and beg my boyfriend for forgiveness, otherwise I will have to call the guy above you." Menina sneered, her words not being polite at all. "But he beat Master Gavin into the hospital." Jody's words were a little bitter. "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Even if my boyfriend beat Gavin into a crematorium today, you still have to apologize to me, Gavin. It's bullshit." Chapter 125. Is the person dead? Subscribe for monthly tickets. Ah. A slightly pale and weak moan was heard. Although it was very faint, it was heard by the two bodyguards in an instant. He quickly asked, "Master Gavin, are you awake?" Where is this place?" Gavin's voice was weak and slightly hoarse. "This is a hospital." "Hospital?" Gavin Rost murmured in confusion at first, and then his thoughts gradually became clear in his mind. "A memory that I don't want to be recalled comes to mind." Hiss. Thinking back to Yifan's knee strike, Gavin only felt a dull pain in his stomach. "What's wrong, Master Gavin? Are you still in pain? Didn't the doctor say that there's nothing serious?" The bodyguards were also a little confused. "Idiot, just because it's okay doesn't mean it's okay. By the way, didn't I tell you to beat that Oriental guy to death? Now, is anyone dead?" Gavin had a ferocious expression on his face, his eyes revealed tremendous rage, and vaguely, a hint of fear could be seen. "The person should not be dead yet," said a bodyguard. "What?" Gavin suddenly became even angrier. "I pay you so much salary every month, but you can't even deal with a skinny Oriental man?" "No, please listen to our explanation first." The two bodyguards waved their hands quickly and continued. "Not long after the ambulance left, the police car also arrived. However, after we told the police officer your identity, he was willing to help you get rid of this evil. What should we do?" Gavin's expression was ferocious and his anger was unabated. He said to first bring the Oriental man and the CEO of Marvel to the police station, and then take the opportunity to arrest the two and detain them. "When you wake up, you can get rid of this anger yourself. The officer has already given us the phone number and address." After the two bodyguards finished explaining, they wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Looking at Master Gavin's expression, if they didn't explain well, they would probably be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. "Okay, very good." Gavin clenched his hands into fists, a hideous smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were full of resentment and hatred. After these two men are caught, the man will be made to experience the most cruel death in the world. As for women, he. Thinking of this, Gavin smiled triumphantly. The smile on his face was very happy, comfortable, and evil. At this moment, he thought of Audrey's beautiful face and slim figure, and his anger suddenly rose. "Go to the hospital right now and find the most beautiful and sexy nurse. I'll pay her $100,000 to come and serve me." "Okay." A bodyguard responded and walked out the door. "By the way," Gavin said to a bodyguard who stayed in the room, "call right away and ask about the progress of the matter." "Okay." The bodyguard responded quickly and took out his cell phone. "Hello, the user you dialed has turned off the phone. I called the number several times, but the phone on the other end showed that it was turned off." The bodyguard said in a deep voice, "Master Gavin, the other party's phone call is not connected. I am afraid that something has happened. Let's go to the police station that the policeman mentioned first." "Can't get through?" Gavin also had a bad feeling in his heart. He said to the bodyguard, "Well, let's go and see what happened." But before the bodyguard could go out, there was a knock on the door. The bodyguard looked through the peephole cautiously, then said to Gavin, who looked puzzled. It was an old policeman, not the one who took those two people away at the gate of Marvel. Old policeman? Let him in first. Okay. The bodyguard responded. Oh, it's you, Chief Jody. Since he knew I was in this hospital, it seems that the policeman brought the person to your police station. Gavin Rost was one of the candidates, so he was not stupid, he just had some character flaws. After thinking about it for a while, I guessed it roughly. Yes, Master Gavin, said Jody. Ha, that's even better. With you here, Chief Jody, I guess those two people have been detained, right? Gavin looked at Chief Jody happily. Master Gavin, those two people were taken away. A trace of bitterness appeared on Jody's wrinkled face. Bang! Hearing what Chief Jody said, Gavin instantly became furious and slammed the bed. But the bed in the VIP ward was relatively soft, and when he slapped it, only a muffled sound was heard, which was very small and had almost no deterrent effect. What? Who took it away? Gavin Rosid roared angrily. If you can't clap, you can only shout louder. It's Miss Menina Rothstein, and the Oriental man is her boyfriend. Chief Jody had a bitter look on his face. What, that Oriental guy is actually Menina's boyfriend? Gavin had a look of astonishment on his face. He knew before that Menina had found an Oriental boyfriend just to get by. But he didn't expect that it was the Oriental man who beat him. Didn't you mention my name in front of Menina? Gavin said angrily. Yes, they mentioned that the Oriental man beat you, Master Gavin, into the hospital, but Miss Menina said. At the end, Director Jody couldn't continue. You think you have a great reputation, but in fact, the other party doesn't care about you at all. What did you say? Stop wasting time and say it quickly. Gavin said impatiently. Well, I'll tell you, but Master Gavin, you have to know that this is not what I said, it was Miss Menina who said it. After you hear it, don't blame me. No. Okay. Director Jody breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Gavin's answer. Then he said, Miss Menina said that she would take you away even if she beat you to a crematorium, not to mention sending you to the hospital. She would also ask our police station to apologize. Menina, you are such a bitch. How dare you treat me, Gavin Rossard, so lightly? I will never forgive you in the future. This Menina is really hateful. Isn't he just a man used for acting? For his sake, she actually didn't give Gavin any face. Then if she comes to bring someone, you'll let her take it away? Gavin yelled at Chief Jody. Director Jody felt bitter and secretly cursed Gavin in his heart. What a bastard he was. He just said that he didn't blame him, but now he was taking his anger out on him. I didn't want to either, but she, like you, is an important figure in the Rost family, and she came to the scene in person, so what else can I say? Not only did they apologize to Miss Menina's boyfriend, but even the police officer who was about to detain Miss Menina's boyfriend was arrested and will be held criminally responsible according to the law. Chapter 126, Sad, subscribe for monthly tickets. So, boss, this beauty is also from the Rost family? And, she's your girlfriend? The luxury car stopped in front of Marvel Studios. Audrey got out of the car and asked Yifan who sent her to the company entrance. She had been holding these two questions in her mind all this time, and now, she finally found the opportunity to ask them. There is nothing difficult to answer these two questions. Yifan smiled and answered straightforwardly, she is from the Rost family, and currently, she is also my girlfriend. Oh. Audrey heard the answers, especially the last one, and responded with a sense of loss. I finally met a man I fell in love with at first sight, and I finally waited for that man to come to the United States, but it turned out that he was already another woman's boyfriend. I just got through a crisis, so I should be happy, but why do I feel so sad? I even felt like crying. No, how can I cry? I should laugh. But, I can't laugh. Then I'll go in first, boss, please get in the car. Audrey's cold voice, coupled with her expressionless face, inexplicably made Yifan feel like he was standing in the snow. This must be an illusion. Yifan said, okay, I'll get in the car first. If Gavin bothers you again, you can call me and I will get there as quickly as possible. Audrey hummed softly and walked into the company without looking back at Yifan. Yifan shook his head, smiled bitterly, then turned his back and walked towards the road. He was not an idiot, so he could naturally see that Audrey was in a depressed mood, and he also knew why she was so depressed. Even before he gave those two answers, he already knew that this would be the result. But he couldn't and wouldn't hide the truth. Nor will I say a bunch of vague words. Because doing so would only hurt the girl, who had a crush on him, even more. He didn't want to, nor could he bear to. I see Miss Audrey is in a very low mood. What's wrong? After returning to the car and closing the door, Minina, who was sitting next to me, asked. Maybe it's because I said it myself that you are my girlfriend. Yifan said. Oh? Minina raised her eyebrows and a smile appeared on her face. She was quite happy that Yifan took the initiative to say that she was his girlfriend. No wonder, I felt that she had a good impression of you just now, and it turns out that you hurt her feelings. Minina continued. Yifan looked at Minina and said with a wry smile, I just told the truth. Then you didn't tell her the reason why I asked you to be my boyfriend, and told her that you were just my fake boyfriend? Yifan reached out and touched Minina's hair, and said with a smile. Minina, there's no need to test me like this. Given our current situation, can it still be fake? Minina said, but, if that in-depth exchange hadn't happened, would you still be so close to me? Maybe, no. Yifan thought for a while and said solemnly. You're not lying, but I understand how Audrey felt just now. Minina said with a slightly complaining tone. Yifan smiled and said, actually, you should ask me a question. Minina asked in confusion, what's the problem? Ask me if I like you now, Yifan continued. Oh? Minina became interested. He raised his eyebrows, hesitated for a few seconds, and then asked curiously, then Yifan, do you like me now? After asking this question, Minina's heartbeat quickened and she became a little nervous. If Yifan answered no, she would probably feel even worse than Audrey. I love it. Yifan did not beat around the bush and spoke in a calm and sincere tone. Hearing Yifan's words, a smile appeared on Minina's face, and she couldn't help but hug Yifan's head and kiss him. After it was over, at this moment, a hint of cunning flashed in Minina's eyes, and she couldn't help but want to tease Yifan. He raised his eyebrows with a playful look on his face. Are you in love with me, or are you in love with me? Ah? Yifan was stunned and didn't react for a moment. How could he say the same sentence twice? Something seems wrong. Looking at the playful expression on Minina's face, Yifan, who was several beats late, finally understood the meaning and couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the superb art of language. He said unhappily, if that's how you understand it, then I can't do anything about it. Minina blinked her eyes and looked innocent. What do you mean by understanding? Explain it clearly. What understanding? There is nothing to understand. Yifan said with a playful look on his face. Snort. You want to tease me? No way. Forehead. Seeing that she failed to trick Yifan, Minina was disappointed. So do you like me? Yifan said playfully. As the saying goes, give others what you would like them to give you. Unexpectedly, Minina responded generously, it's in both senses, but I like you more. I like you more, too. Yifan reached out and touched Minina's hair, saying softly. We. Minina smiled as bright as a flower and once again took the initiative to kiss Yifan's lips. Uncle Achung who was driving. So, I'm just a background board, right? Fortunately, I am not a single dog, otherwise I would be full to death. Thinking of this, a slightly stiff smile appeared on Uncle Achung's cold face. It's great to be young. However, how could Xiaofan be the boss of Marvel? Where does the money come from? Could it be that it was given by Brother Yi? Oh, by the way, Xiaofan also owns a building, so he has the financial strength. After all, for a building worth more than 7 billion yuan, even if you go to the bank for a loan, you can at least get several billion yuan. Yifan was actually prepared to deal with Uncle Chang's questions about Marvel, but until they arrived at Minina's manor, Uncle Chang never took the initiative to ask. What he didn't expect was that Uncle Chang had already completed the whole thing in his mind while driving. However, since he didn't ask, it was naturally a good thing, and Yifan didn't take the initiative to talk to him. After returning to the villa, Minina made 2 cups of coffee, handed the one with milk and sugar cubes to Yifan, and kept her own cup without adding anything. After Minina sat down, she said, I didn't expect that Gavin would dare to take the initiative to provoke you today. It seems that I have to work harder to find out Gavin's crime of drug trafficking as soon as possible. However, Gavin hid much deeper than Daniel, so he is not that easy to find. He. Yifan smiled without saying anything. When he officially activates the bad luck talisman tomorrow, all kinds of bad luck will probably happen to the other party one after another. There are naturally many loopholes, so are you afraid that you won't be able to find evidence of the crime? Chapter 127, Make an article with details, please subscribe to monthly tickets. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Then, a voice sounded outside the door. Master, your father has arrived at the hospital entrance. The bodyguard reminded. On the hospital bed, the sexy white nurse raised her head slightly panically after hearing this. Just as she was about to say something to the generous young man, Gavin pushed her head down again. He said with some inexplicable interest in his tone, "What are you afraid of? At worst, you can just hide under the quilt. Go on, I'll give you another $100,000 later." Hearing Gavin's words, the beautiful woman showed a sweet smile on her face and took the initiative to cover her whole body with the quilt. But it was summer after all, and the quilt of the bed was relatively thin. Although it covered her whole body, it was just like covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Moreover, with a slight movement, it is easy for people to guess. Not long after, the door of the ward was opened. A white man about 59 years old walked in. "Gavin, I heard that you were beaten up, it's okay?" After seeing the situation in the ward clearly, the old man with slightly wrinkled face was stunned and his voice stopped abruptly. Then he sneered and snorted, "I thought you were so serious before, but I didn't expect you to be able to do such a thing, especially under my nose. You don't have the attitude of restraint at all." Gavin didn't take the words of the white old man to heart. He smiled casually and said, "Dad, it's because I'm seriously injured that I need to channel the negative energy in my body. You can't think that there's nothing wrong with me. On the contrary, there's a big problem. If I wasn't injured now, it wouldn't be her who moved, but me. But now I can't. Even sitting is very difficult, let alone exercising." Snort! Lawrence snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. He didn't dwell on the matter anymore and was too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, his son had too many crooked ideas. His son, apart from being rather irritable and petty, had only one bad habit, which was being lustful. "Let her go out first. I want to talk to you," Lawrence said coldly. Seeing his father's serious expression, Gavin naturally knew what to prioritize. He looked at the quilt and said, "Sally, go out first. I'll call you in after we finish talking about this. By the way, remember to zip up my zipper when you lift the quilt. When people go out, the door is closed." Lawrence then said, "I heard that the Oriental man who beat you was Menina's boyfriend?" "Yes, that's right. Although Menina is now the most likely to become the heir to the family head, I don't want to let this matter go. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will think that I, Gavin Rossard, am easy to bully." Gavin got angry when he thought about this incident. For him, who always believed in white supremacy, being beaten into the hospital by a yellow-skinned person was undoubtedly a severe trampling on his dignity. Gavin, who has always been petty, will definitely not swallow this bitter pill. "So what are you going to do?" Lawrence said in a serious voice. "Dad, from your tone, do you agree with my revenge?" Gavin asked in surprise. "My son, Lawrence Ross, was beaten into the hospital by an Oriental. How can I just let it go like this? But even if you want revenge, you can't involve Menina, otherwise, Norman will go crazy. After all, no matter what, Norman is still the current head of the Rost family, and he is also the most outstanding head of the family in the past 80 years. The power and connections he controls are far beyond my ability to compete with. If his daughter's life is harmed, even if our faction doesn't die, it will be seriously injured. Similarly, the means of revenge should be natural and leave as few traces as possible. After all, Menina, a junior, is not someone to be trifled with." Gavin thought for a moment and said, "But someone has already alerted him. I'm sure Menina will be more cautious in protecting him. Moreover, according to the information I have, Menina is particularly concerned about this Oriental man. I'm afraid that she will always be by his side to protect him." "Well, that's a real problem." Lawrence nodded and paced in thought. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, interrupting the thoughts of the two people in the room. A voice came from the door, "Boss, the information you asked me to collect has been collected and sorted." Hearing this, Lawrence smiled and said, "Come in, give it to me." "Okay." The voice at the door responded, and at the same time, the door of the ward was opened. After the secretary who delivered the items left, the door was closed again. Gavin asked in confusion, "Dad, what is this?" Lawrence chuckled and said, "When I heard that you were beaten into the hospital by that Oriental boy, I specifically asked my secretary to collect some information about Yifan. As the Chinese military strategy says, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. What's there to know? Besides being the boss of Marvel, he's also the son of China's richest man. But this is America, so this identity isn't very useful," Gavin said casually, not really taking it seriously. "Humph, what do you know? The truth lies in the details. We can't think of a more reliable means of revenge for the time being. Do you know why? It's because we don't have enough details." Lawrence lectured his son in dissatisfaction. Gavin didn't say anything back, but his eyes were clearly filled with disbelief. Lawrence didn't see it, because he was already carefully looking through Yifan's information. When he turned to the third page, Lawrence's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh and said, "Got it? Got it? Is there a solution?" Gavin's mouth opened slightly, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. "Humph, what else do you think?" Lawrence snorted coldly, "Gavin, be more modest in the future. Many details cannot be ignored. You are smart, but you are too arrogant." Gavin ignored his father's criticism and said to himself, "Dad, what details did you see?" "Yifan has a bank card in his name while in the United States. Judging from the date, it should have been opened before he came to the United States. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been opened by his father. What kind of detail is this? Just this?" Gavin sneered. Gavin, you are still too young. There are so many opportunities to make a difference in the details. Although I don't know whether Yifan knows that he has this bank card in his name, it is not important. What is important is that we can use this bank card to do something. Making trouble, what trouble? Gavin asked puzzledly. Chapter 128 Practical Experience, subscribe for monthly tickets. "Hello, is this Mr. Yifan?" At 4:35 in the afternoon, Yifan received a call. After the call was connected, authentic American English was heard. "It is me," Yifan responded. "Oh, that's right. I'm an employee of the Bank of Communications. I'm calling you this time because a bank card in your name has recently received a number of small remittances from around the world. The system has assessed that your account is at risk and will be at risk of being suspended. If you are free in the near future, please go to the nearest Bank of Communications branch in time to deal with this issue." Multiple small remittances around the world? Yifan was a little confused. He naturally knew that he had this bank card in his name, because Yi Tianhong had already told him about it when he helped him apply for it. Of course, there wasn't too much money saved in it, just $100,000. But what does this global multiple small remittance mean? Also, why would my bank card account be assessed as a risky account when someone transfers money to me? Could it be because the money paid was too little? However, when Yifan thought about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Suddenly one day, multiple accounts around the world send you hundreds or thousands of payments of $50 or $100. There must be something wrong. However, Yifan still felt something was wrong. After all, this happened too suddenly. Especially since he just beat Gavin today. Are these two things related? Okay, I'll take care of it tomorrow if I'm free. After Yifan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Yes, Yifan still planned to go there. After all, it was just a bank. What could go wrong? Even if it was a trap set by Gavin, if there was a danger to life, it would definitely trigger the murderous sensor. After triggering the killing intent sensing, if the opponent is using a thermal weapon, then his magical skill, combined with the killing intent sensing skill that can sense it in advance, can allow him to say that sentence in advance. As for close combat? Apart from the lack of practical experience, there is nothing missing. By the way, practical experience. Yifan murmured to himself. If he had practical experience, he might not have been so scared when facing Gavin's two bodyguards today. Thinking of this, Yifan's heart became hot. Which man is not passionate? If he could really knock out those two bodyguards with ease, just thinking about that feeling would be exciting. I have to improve my practical experience. I must improve it. Yifan affirmed in his heart. Having grown up in an orphanage, he knows that he has to rely on himself for everything. Only when he becomes strong can he feel at ease. But, how do I improve my combat experience? Yi Fan touched his chin and thought. After just a few seconds, he had an idea and his eyes lit up. She shouted, "Uncle Chang! Isn't Uncle Chang right in front of us? What the hell are you thinking about?" Uncle Chang was walking on the lawn in the manor. When he heard Yi Fan's call, he turned around and saw Yi Fan. He walked towards Yi Fan and asked in confusion, "Xiao Fan, what's wrong?" Yi Fan said excitedly, "Uncle Chang, let's practice against each other." Practice? Uncle Chang's expression was still stiff, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Well, I want to enrich my practical experience." Yi Fan nodded. "Then I will hurt you. Besides, there is a huge gap between our strengths. There is no effect of sparring at all. If you want to gain more practical experience, I think it would be better to go find the security guards who guard the gate for Min Nina. After all, those guys are veterans." Uncle Chang said this seriously, without any sarcasm in his words. His tone was so calm that he was just stating a fact. Yi Fan didn't care much about being seen clearly. After all, Uncle Chang had no way of knowing how terrifying his physical fitness was now and how exquisite his fighting skills were. He smiled and said, "I know that Min Nina has some knee and elbow pads in her villa, so there's no need to worry too much about safety. As for the disparity in strength? Uncle Chang, you haven't seen my true strength and fighting skills yet. You don't have anything to do anyway, so just think of it as stretching your muscles." "Okay." Looking at Yi Fan with a smile on his face, a Chang couldn't bear to refuse. Let Xiao Fan see what special level is, and let him know how dangerous it is to go out alone without him. At this time, Min Nina also came out of the villa. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly asked, "Min Nina, can you bring 2 sets of sports protection suits? Are you going to the basketball court next door to play basketball?" Min Nina asked curiously. "No, I want to hone my combat experience with Uncle Chang," Yi Fan said. "Oh?" Min Nina's eyes showed a different kind of interest. Uncle Chang then said, "1 set is enough. Xiao Fan uses it. I don't need it." "No, you have to take 2 sets, he said to Min Nina, who had turned around and was about to go back to the villa to get something. Seeing Min Nina raised her hand to indicate that she heard it, she said to Uncle Chang, "Uncle Chang, don't underestimate me. If you underestimate me, you might get into trouble later. Uncle Chang, let's start." Yi Fan randomly found an open, flat place without stones and said to Uncle Chang opposite him with a smile. The only spectator nearby was also watching this scene with great interest. She knew that Ah Cheng was the secretary, bodyguard and housekeeper of Yi Tianhong, the richest man in China. She also knew that Ah Cheng was a top soldier who retired from a special forces unit in China. And Yi Fan actually went directly to Ah Cheng to gain practical experience. It was not known whether he had some idea about it or just said it casually. However, Min Nina believes more in the former possibility. Uncle Chang didn't say anything. After staying silent for 3 seconds, he suddenly rushed in front of Yi Fan and punched Yi Fan in the right chest. Yi Fan just changed his step slightly and easily dodged Uncle Chang's move. Then, he said helplessly, "Uncle Chang, can you please stop playing this kind of loose play?" Yes, although Uncle Chang seemed to be charging very fiercely just now, he held back a lot of his strength, so that when he was swinging his punch, he felt a little stiff and not very flexible and smooth. Yi Fan naturally saw this at a glance. There was a hint of surprise in Uncle Chang's eyes at this moment. Although he did let Yi Fan win, the fact that Yi Fan could detect it so sharply was beyond his expectation. Yi Fan continued, "Uncle Chang, let's stop testing you now. Show us your true abilities. You just saw that I'm not as bad as you think. I'm still quite capable. Okay, then I'll start taking it seriously little by little." Uncle Chang said seriously. "Be a little more serious?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was a little amused. It seems that even though Uncle Chang approved of my dodging just now, he is still very worried. In that case, I will use actual combat to show Uncle Chang that I am very strong. At this moment, from a distance, Min Nina, who was watching the game, had her eyes full of surprise. Yi Fan's dodge just now was so handsome and cool. So awesome. Chapter 129, Yi Fan's terrifying strength. Subscribe for monthly tickets. "Xiao Fan, you can try to attack me actively this time, let me see how good you are." Uncle Chang looked at Yi Fan and said seriously. "That's fine. However, I know that you are very powerful, Uncle Chang, so I won't hold back at all." Yi Fan said with a smile. "Well, there's no need to hold back. Show me your true strength so I can teach you according to your aptitude. Uncle Chang nodded. Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes gradually became excited. In fact, ever since he had undergone systematic physical strengthening, he had never known what the various capabilities of his body were. Because there have never been any good opportunities. If you meet an ordinary person with mediocre physical fitness, at most you can just punch or kick him. Moreover, the power must be controlled to a great extent. Because he always had a feeling that if he used all his strength, he might kill an ordinary person. It was a very mysterious feeling, and Yi Fan himself felt a little puzzled. Maybe it was just an illusion, a false feeling of a sudden surge in physical strength. But, even from just 3 attacks, basically no one could stand after being hit by one of his moves. There were not even people kneeling or squatting. Without exception, all of them were lying down. Of course, this may be related to the fact that the targets of these attacks were ordinary people. As for the unusual, Yi Fan had only encountered this once, and that was with Gavin's 2 bodyguards. But that time Yi Fan did not take action, but relied on the security guard's gun to scare the other party. It's not that he is a coward. As the Chinese saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If you can deal with the trouble without taking any action, why bother taking action? But today is different. First of all, the opponent is Uncle Chang, who has excellent physical fitness and rich combat experience, and is a good sparring partner. Secondly, Uncle Chang would not kill him, so even if he was accidentally injured, it would not be too serious. Then I'll do it. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, he rushed forward with all his strength. Although he rushed forward fiercely, Yi Fan still retained some strength to prevent himself from being unable to withstand the force and lose control of the direction. This is such a fast speed. Relying on his physical instincts, Uncle Chang barely dodged Yi Fan's punch, his eyes filled with shock. He was truly shocked. Yi Fan's running speed and punching speed were far beyond his expectations. In fact, it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a fast speed. Even though I had seen many inhuman guys in that mysterious Special Forces unit back then, I had never seen such a fast speed. If he didn't have dynamic vision and years of stress response, he might not be able to withstand such a punch. How did Xiao Fan do it? Wasn't he an ordinary student before? Why does he have such terrifying speed and explosive power? Moreover, he used fighting techniques very skillfully. Just like a highly skilled fighting master. This kind of speed, this kind of top-notch fighting ability, and he has achieved it at this age. Is Xiao Fan a monster? A series of doubts echoed in Uncle Chang's mind, but he didn't dare to think about it too much, because he couldn't afford to be distracted now. Otherwise, he would be hit by Yi Fan's continuous punches. But what Uncle Chang didn't know was that Yi Fan still had some room for maneuver at this time. Yi Fan, who was attacking Uncle Chang quickly, was also amazed at his own speed and explosive power. This was his first real move. I was shocked and thought, I didn't expect that I am so strong now? Even Uncle Chang seemed to be struggling under his attack. Bang! Another punch hit Uncle Chang's arm. Hiss! Uncle Chang couldn't help but take a deep breath in his heart. Because, it hurt so much. It was like a thick wooden stick, hammering into his muscular arm. But his expressionless face did not reveal any of it. After all, he also has to save face. My arm was hurt by being hit by a junior, how could I have the nerve to show it? So, I can only bear with it. Or, try to avoid Yi Fan's attacks and avoid a head-on confrontation. But there was no way. Uncle Chang was trying his best to avoid Yi Fan's attacks, but he would still be attacked. What's even more hateful is that he couldn't even fight back and was completely suppressed and beaten. Whether it is strength, speed, or explosive power, none of them is as good as Yi Fang. Uncle Chang thought bitterly in his heart, this is not at all helping Xiao Fan to gain more combat experience. It was obviously Xiao Fan who beat him up. With your overall quality, do you still need combat experience? Funny, right? There is no need for that at all. If someone punches you, you can easily dodge it, but if you punch someone else, that person may not be able to dodge it. So, why do you need experience if you can crush others? You are always one step ahead of others, so why do you need practical experience? I can't take it anymore. My arms feel a little swollen. I'll just hold on for 2 more minutes and then stop. Although time was passing very slowly in Uncle Chang's heart at this moment, it was passing very quickly for Yi Fan. Not long into the sparring, Yi Fan heard Uncle Chang say, "Stop for a moment." Yi Fan had originally left some room for maneuver, and when he heard Uncle Chang's words, he stopped his actions naturally. Confused, he asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Chang?" Uncle Chang was shocked to see Yifan stop his actions so casually. Could it be that Xiaofan hasn't used his full strength yet? However, after hearing Yifan's question, Uncle Chang couldn't help but complain in his heart. "What's wrong? You hit my arm and made it swollen, and you still ask what is wrong? If I continue to fight like this, I feel like both my arms will be broken. Why did you aim at my arm when you could hit anywhere else?" Of course, Uncle Chang didn't have the face to say this. I had already thought of an explanation in my mind, and said, "It's mainly because I feel that this kind of fist-to-flesh fighting is still not as good as a fatal move in actual combat." A deadly move? Well, for example, attack the opponent's throat, temple, eyes, stomach, head, and other places that can maximize the damage. Yifan scratched his head and said, "But, these attack methods are not easy to use during sparring?" "Uncle Chang, I'm not asking you to perform it during sparring. I'm going to use a rubber dummy as your practice target." Rubber dummy? Well, after all, this is a relatively dangerous part of the human body. In order to prevent accidents, it is naturally better to use a dummy. Through the sparring just now, I found that you can block my attacks, so you don't have to be too obsessed with combat experience. As long as you can dodge when others hit you, and when you hit others, they can't dodge, then you will be invincible. Now, what you need to improve most is your fighting instinct and subconscious reaction. For example, when you are fighting, you can use your instincts to control the opponent's weak points before your brain thinks. Chapter 130 Jarvis Artificial Intelligence. Subscribe for monthly tickets. The next morning, Yifan woke up accompanied by the morning light and the faint fragrance beside him. He glanced at Nina, who was lying next to him, naked with only a blanket covering her stomach. Yifan had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He seemed to be gradually getting used to having someone like this beside him to sleep. The weather this morning is still relatively cool, even a little chilly. Yifan pulled the quilt on Nina up a little bit to cover her chest. "Woo! Yifan, why do you get up so early every day? Didn't you practice instinctive reaction moves with the dummy for a long time yesterday? How come you seem to be more energetic than me?" It could be that Nina was more sensitive to the situation around her, or it could be that this was the time when Nina was about to wake up. Even though Yifan was very gentle when he lifted the quilt for her, he still woke her up. Regarding Nina's words, Yifan guessed that it might be related to the physical strengthening at the beginning. But he was not sure, and said jokingly, "Yeah, not only did I practice with the dummy for so long yesterday, I also fought with you for so long. How come I still have so much energy?" Looking at the teasing smile on Yifan's face, a blush appeared on Nina's delicate face. But her personality was that of a strong woman. Although she felt a little shy, she did not give in. She hooked her arms, as white as lotus roots, around Yifan's neck. He said jokingly, "Maybe you haven't fully released the energy in your body. Why don't I help you again?" "Yifan. No way, you're here so early in the morning? Aren't you still sleepy? Do you have the energy?" He. Nina's lips curled up into an alluring smile, and her fingers slowly and gently drew lines on Yifan's chest. She whispered in Yifan's ear, "Borrow your energy, then I will have energy, right? For a time." After the two of them took a shower, Nina wrapped her delicate body in a bath towel and blew her hair with a hairdryer. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said to Yifan, "By the way, Yifan, you should not go to the Bank of Communications today. After all, you just had a quarrel with Gavin, and suddenly something a little strange came up." Yesterday, Yifan naturally told Nina about the bank's request for him. After practicing with Uncle Chang yesterday, Yifan felt quite confident. He smiled and said to Nina, "After all, it's in a bank, and the Bank of Communications is a big bank. If it's really Gavin's plan, then I'd like to see what gift he has prepared for me. What if it's a bomb?" Nina looked at Yifan with a smile on her lips. "Don't worry, if there really is a bomb, I will use my own methods to ensure safety." Yifan knew that Nina was expressing her concerns in a teasing way, so he responded in a serious tone. A cautious person like Yifan would naturally not be arrogant. If there really is a time bomb buried under the Bank of Communications, let us not talk about whether Gavin has the energy to do so. Judging from Gavin's personality alone, he would definitely hide nearby and would only feel relieved after seeing Yifan being blown up with his own eyes. In that case, the murderous sensor will definitely be able to sense Gavin's location. Moreover, Yifan's eye of insight is not a vegetarian. Although Yifan usually uses the eye of insight on people, please don't forget that the eye of insight can't only be used to observe people or living things. It can even show whether a mountain or a piece of land has mineral resources, whether there is a risk of collapse, or whether the mountain will experience a landslide. After all, the word insight is not just for show. Oh? Your own way? There was a flash of doubt in Menina's beautiful eyes. Of course Yifan couldn't say that he relied on the eye of insight. After all, this kind of thing was too beyond ordinary people's cognition. If he said it, even if Menina said she believed it, she definitely didn't believe it in her heart. He casually explained, my father's group also has some influence in the United States. I will have someone investigate the Bank of Communications first. Besides, don't think too much about it. Bombing a bank is harder than robbing one. The security systems of those banks are not all fools. Don't worry too much. You make a trip to the bank seem like a trip to the execution ground. What's more, the customer service representative told me yesterday that I could just go to any branch of the Bank of Communications to handle it. If Gavin really has the ability to install bombs, can he install bombs in all the Bank of Communications? It doesn't seem realistic, does it? After listening to Yifan's explanation, Menina realized that she was too concerned and her brain was unable to react. Yes, let us not talk about whether Gavin has the ability to plant a bomb in a US Bank of Communications. Even if he had the ability, he certainly couldn't have the ability to plant bombs in all the Bank of Communications branches across the United States. Yifan then went to a bank. If bombs had been installed there in advance, it could only be God's will. Indeed, it seems I was overthinking it. Menina tapped her head lightly and said in a somewhat annoyed tone. Yifan walked towards Menina with a smile, took away her delicate hand that was tapping his head, patted the back of her hand and said, You've neglected a lot of things because you care about me. As the saying goes, care leads to confusion. Knowing that you care about me so much, I'm very happy in my heart. As he said this, he kissed Menina's soft lips. Then he continued, Don't you have a meeting at 9:30 today? Just go downstairs and have breakfast. Don't think too much and relax. Then he teased, or maybe my actions this morning haven't relaxed you enough. Menina knew the meaning of Yifan's words, and a little shyness appeared on her face. She pinched Yifan's cheek unhappily. Said, it not only gave me enough relaxation, but also gave me enough energy. Really? That's good. Put on your clothes and go downstairs to eat first. Yifan said softly. After breakfast, Menina took a luxury car to a company under her name, a company engaged in new energy development, for a meeting. The company's name seems to be Puss. After Yifan finished eating, he still sat on the stool, muttered silently in his heart, and began to sign in. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, 5 Mosquito Bionic Robots, Jarvis Artificial Intelligence Primary Stage. Yifan, Sigma. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Is this true? Yifan rubbed his eyes and confirmed again and again, but each time, the results he saw did not change at all. So, is this true? Jarvis Artificial Intelligence oops. Although it was marked as an initial stage, it did not affect Yifan's inner shock and extraordinary joy at all. As for the 5 Mosquito Bionic Robots, which were considered very good sign and rewards under normal circumstances, they were not as good as Jarvis in Yifan's eyes at this moment. This is real, thinking artificial intelligence. This is not something that today's artificial intelligence can compare to. Moreover, the name displayed by the system did not include the word technology, which meant that the steps were directly skipped and the finished product was obtained. How could Yifan not be shocked and happy? System, where are these 2 rewards and how do I claim them? Yifan asked happily. In the item column, just recite it in your mind and receive it.